Chapter 1059. The elite unit Huang An was merely one of several agents deployed to Dengzhou, but his work had proven the most effective. Beyond him, Chen Saijin controlled a network of other intelligence operatives through single-line communication channels. They were positioned both within Dengzhou city proper and inside the naval citadel. Each agent carried a walkie-talkie. Through relay via a covert signal station outside the city walls, messages could reach Chen Saijin with remarkable speed. Though stationed on a ship more than a dozen nautical miles from Dengzhou, Chen Saijin knew every significant development inside the city with perfect clarity. According to historical intelligence from the Grand Library, Sun Yuanhua would be captured within Dengzhou itself. Consequently, intelligence assets had been concentrated primarily inside Dengzhou City. As a precaution against possible errors in the historical record, some personnel had also been deployed to lie low within the Pinglai naval citadel. The deployment of intelligence agents into Dengzhou and the Pinglai citadel had initially met opposition from certain quarters. No one could guarantee the agent's safety amid the coming chaos. If an agent died, their walkie-talkie would be irretrievably lost. Recovering such equipment after a war would be virtually impossible. But Chen Saijin believed this mindset. Refusing to take risks because something might be lost was fundamentally flawed. A few walkie-talkies were certainly valuable, but in the context of the entire Dengzhou operation, they were insignificant. If you're afraid of everything, then even the special reconnaissance team shouldn't be deployed, Chen Saijin had argued with casual nonchalance. What if they take our weapons and run? What if they're killed and the weapons can't be recovered? That kind of thinking would drive you to despair. Zhu Mingxia had nodded. You make a fair point. Still, we should exercise caution where possible. If any restricted equipment gets lost, the review hearing back home will be unpleasant enough. Don't worry, Chen Saijin assured him. I've arranged concealment spots for everyone. Each of them has a hiding location in their area. Given a few months, they could even excavate a proper basement. Zhu Mingxia glanced outside. The sky was beginning to lighten. He checked his watch. It is now the early morning hours of the third day of the first month, the 5th year of Changzhen. Dengzhou falls today. Chen Saijin said nothing, merely gazing in silence at the simple sand table of Dengzhou and the Pinglai citadel that had just been assembled. On Qimu Island, he possessed a much larger and more detailed version. Intelligence personnel had spent months conducting covert surveys inside both cities. He had led his men through countless sand table exercises. This simplified version served only for the final mission briefing. For Chen Saijin, the mission was daunting. He had been a fitness instructor by trade, originally knowing nothing about special operations. Everything he knew had been taught to him piece by Zhu Ziliang. Yet this would be his first time truly commanding an operation independently, and a rescue mission at that. Chen Saijin had once argued that Zhu Ziliang should be recalled from Jeju Island to Shandong to personally direct the combat operation, but Zhu Mingxia had opposed this. Since the engine command had transferred Zhu Ziliang to Jeju Island, the forward command should not interfere with headquarters decisions. The higher-ups have their reasons for making such decisions. We just need to execute faithfully, Zhu Mingxia had encouraged him. You think you can't butcher a pig without Zhang the butcher? Relax, his methods are far too advanced anyway. Even learning a fraction of his techniques would be more than sufficient. Even so, when formulating the operational plan, they had communicated extensively with Zhu Ziliang on Jeju Island via ship and encrypted radio. At 6 a.m., the radio duty officer reported. A new message had arrived from Dengzhou. During the night, the rebels had attempted to storm the city, but had been repelled by the red barbarian cannons on the walls. This morning, several hundred stragglers from Zhang Tao's defeated force had arrived at the gates requesting entry. The responsible officials were currently debating. The gentry and certain officials inside the city adamantly opposed admitting the routed troops. The Liaodong soldiers inside and the routed soldiers outside were clamoring together. the situation showed signs of spiraling out of control. Chen Sijin knew that historically, Sun Yuanhua and the other responsible officials had ultimately agreed to admit the stragglers, reputedly the principal reason Dengzhou fell so quickly. From the perspective of the time, it was clearly a catastrophic blunder. But Chen Sijin believed that, viewed from another angle, Sun Yuanhua's choice was not entirely incomprehensible. Sun Yuanhua probably wasn't unaware that admitting the stragglers could cause serious problems, Chen Sijin said, studying the dispatch. But given his current situation, he had no other options. If he flatly refused, the Liaodong people inside would likely riot first. Sun Yuanhua's ability to maintain control over Dengzhou's military and civilians rested on two pillars: Zhang Keda's southern troops and his own prestige among the Liaodong population. The former had now effectively ceased to exist as a fighting force. All he could do was attempt to appease and ingratiate himself with the Liaodong faction. He truly had no other choice. If he adamantly refused to admit the stragglers, Dengzhou's fall might advance from that evening to that very morning. Judging by his performance, Sun Yuanhua was not a skilled enough official to firmly control an army. Your analysis makes sense, Zhu Mingxia agreed. Sun Yuanhua has always striven to win over the Eastern River veterans, hoping to employ them for his own purposes. Who could have imagined he would ultimately perish at their hands? The great Ming itself was indirectly destroyed by these very people, truly lamentable. The two fell silent for a long moment. Then Chen Sijin rose. Let's begin. Very well. Minutes later, the members of Chen Sijin's detachment, who had been on standby, filed into the command tent. Every one of them was a capable, hardened young man. Their heads were shaved clean, and they wore cotton training uniforms from the Lingao garment factory. Not the stand-collar Year 1 pattern, nor the open-collar Year 2 design, nor the woolen winter gear issued to the Northern Expedition Brigade. The style was modeled loosely on American BDU, though only loosely. It did not even reach civilian replica standards. On each arm was emblazoned the Special Reconnaissance Team command patch and service year insignia. The distinctive uniforms instilled in these young men a powerful sense of superiority. As members of an elite unit, this sense of superiority was a crucial wellspring of strength that sustained them through grueling training and tedious combat readiness duty. Zhu Ziliang had specifically recommended this approach. Weapons, uniforms, insignia, rations, pay, everything was different, several times or even dozens of times better than the regular army and navy. They understood clearly that their performance had to be dozens of times superior as well. The men knew nothing about the impending operation. They moved on pure conditioned reflex. Rumors about where they would go and what targets they would strike had circulated privately. Over months, they had constantly familiarized themselves with the terrain of Dengzhou, Pinglai Citadel, Laizhou, Qingzhou, and other locations, conducting countless map and sand table exercises. Mission categories ranged from assassination, kidnapping, and rescue to reconnaissance and sabotage. They had executed more than a dozen reconnaissance missions in preparation, yet not one of them knew the actual target. But everyone understood that clarification would come only with the mission briefing about to be delivered. The air seemed charged with gunpowder and testosterone. The occasional exchanged glances crackled with electric intensity. One thing had already been confirmed. The operation bore a code name, Treasure Hunt. Inside the large tent, the brain and nerve center of the entire operation, the command center, had been established. A simple sand table occupied the center. A map table covered with glass lay nearby, displaying large-scale maps. Display boards on the walls were pinned with floor plans, three-dimensional structure diagrams, photographs, and other materials of the target area. Some of these images had been provided by Foreign Intelligence Bureau agents. Others had been obtained by Special Reconnaissance Team members during prior operations. After processing by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, they had become systematically organized, highly readable intelligence materials. Every special reconnaissance team member had started as an illiterate, but years of intensive, high-density training and study, especially the nearly constant guidance from exemplar officers, had given them cultural knowledge and combat awareness generally superior to ordinary naturalized officers. Each was an elite among elites. As pioneers and supreme practitioners of special operations in this timeline, the Special Reconnaissance Team employed a detachment system with four-man basic units, also called four-man assault groups. This was the standard structure for special operations units worldwide in the 21st century. Each squad leader held the rank of senior sergeant. All team members were corporals, with the Special Reconnaissance prefix distinguishing them from ordinary bravery, wave army and navy non-commissioned officers. The 20 members of Chen Saijian's detachment brought to Dazheshan Island were now all present. Chen Saijian stepped to the front of the formation. As commander, delivering the situation briefing was his responsibility. But this was his first time truly commanding a major assault operation, and he betrayed just a hint of nervousness. Attention! Many of you clever ones may have already guessed our destination, infiltration into Dengzhou City. Let me emphasize, infiltration does not mean sightseeing as you have done many times before. This mission is not reconnaissance. It is rescue. He paused, then raised his voice slightly, giving himself a few seconds to steady his nerves. Repeat, this is not a drill. According to intelligence and our gathered materials, Dengzhou and the Pinglai Citadel will very likely fall today. Chen Saijian scanned the assembled men. Therefore, we will infiltrate Dengzhou City and rescue Sun Yuanhua from the rebels. You know who Sun Yuanhua is. The assault will take place inside Dengzhou City. Estimated locations are either the Dengzhou Governor's Office or the Wangai Tower in the Pinglai Citadel. We are still awaiting detailed intelligence. The operation will commence tomorrow before dawn in the darkest hours before first light. Your mission is simple. Under the reception of local intelligence personnel, infiltrate the location where Sun Yuanhua is being held, use force to rescue him, and safely extract him. End of chapter. Chapter 1060, Infiltration. Let me emphasize. Do everything possible to extract Target 1, Sun Yuanhua, alive. Beyond him, Intelligence Team 2 inside the city must also be extracted. I expect all participants to engage with maximum firepower and complete the operation at maximum speed. Leave no survivors, leave no wounded, including yourselves. Chen Saijian's voice was cold and precise. I trust you have known this rule since the day you joined the Special Reconnaissance Team. Understood. The men snapped to attention and shouted in unison, for the Exemplar Council and the people. At ease. Chen Saijian gestured. Although we believe the probability of Sun Yuanhua committing suicide is less than 50%, after securing him, we should still restrain his movements and ability to speak. The entire operation, from wall breach to completion, is allocated 120 minutes. Synchronize watches 1 hour before departure. With that established, Chen Saijian moved on to the specific operational steps. According to intelligence, Sun Yuanhua will most likely be held inside the governor's office after capture. Therefore, our detachment will infiltrate Dengzhou from the sea. His command baton pointed at the large-scale map spread on the table. The assault team comprised 12 combat personnel, with an additional 4-man squad held in reserve. The 16 men were divided into 2 battle groups, the assault team and the covering team. The combat objective remained singular: rescue Sun Yuanhua. The covering squad consisted of 4 men, split into 2 2-man sniper teams. Each team was equipped with 1 Mosin-Nagant rifle fitted with an infrared scope. The assault squad was further divided into 3 4-man combat groups. Each assault group carried 1 walkie-talkie. The sniper squad shared a single walkie-talkie for the entire unit. The force will enter combat from one direction, from the sea west of Dengzhou City. Chen Saijian's baton moved, and a tall, powerfully built female orderly placed markers at the positions he indicated. This is the attack launch point. He then directed the baton toward the display board. This is a photograph of Dengzhu's west wall and defensive works, the latest available. Many of you have already executed infiltration missions into Dengzhu and should recognize the specific details. Let me emphasize again, Dengzhu's walls stand 12 meters high, the moat is 6 meters wide. You must be fully prepared and equipped to overcome this obstacle. The naval vessel Bravery Wave will serve as the sea departure point, deploying forces outside the target's line of sight. 4 assault boats will transport you ashore from there. The assault boats were not the small launches, but rather motorized lifeboats salvaged from the Fengcheng. The small launches used steam engines that proved too noisy, and their smokestacks emitted light visible at night, both unsuitable for assault operations. The specific landing point is here. He jabbed at the position on the sand table. The sniper teams would eliminate threatening targets on the walls. Upon completion of clearance, they would transmit 1 long and 2 short beeps via walkie-talkie to the infiltration teams waiting in position. The infiltration teams would then scale the wall, dispose of bodies, and split into 4 groups to search for targets. Group 1 would rendezvous with Huang An at the designated contact point. Group 2 would proceed directly to the Dengzhu prefectural office. Group 3 would remain on the wall to secure the extraction point. After Group 1 located Huang An, they would follow his guidance to find Sun Yuanhua. Simultaneously, they would transmit 3 short beeps in succession to indicate they had located the secondary target. As soon as any group found Sun Yuanhua, they would immediately notify all combat teams via walkie-talkie. If Group 1 had not yet located Huang An by that point, they should report the situation via walkie-talkie. Depending on circumstances, the on-scene commander would grant them a 20-minute extension to continue searching. If still unsuccessful, they must withdraw. During withdrawal, if conditions permitted, the original infiltration point would serve as the extraction point. A backup extraction point had also been designated. The first group reaching the extraction point would establish fire control and wait for other group members to arrive. Once all 3 groups had assembled, they would withdraw together. After all personnel had exited Dengzhu City, they would proceed west along the predetermined route to coordinates 37.82, 120.73, fire a signal flare, and depart by boat. Fire support on the water would be provided by 4 small launches. Additionally, 4 medium launches carrying a marine platoon and a machine gun would stand ready for forcible support operations if required. That covers the overall situation and mission. Regarding each group's specific tasks and procedures, group commanders will provide further details. I won't elaborate. You've done this many times. I've lost count of the training exercises. Chen Saijian allowed a note of confidence to enter his voice. I am thoroughly familiar with each of your abilities and have the utmost confidence in all of you. Get Sun Yuanhua out for me. Any questions? No questions, sir. Good. The intelligence section will now brief on specific intelligence details. After the deployment meeting, Chen Saijian returned to his own tent and drank a cup of energy tea prepared by his female orderly. This was a fitness beverage he had formulated himself, mysteriously compounded from various Chinese herbs, though the main ingredient was nothing exotic: beef extract. Fitness enthusiasts required large amounts of protein to maintain muscle mass, and Chen Saijian was no exception. Knowing that the new timeline would offer no ready-made protein powder, and that protein was critically scarce, he had made considerable adjustments to his diet and fitness regimen to adapt to the harsh conditions. Even so, his body still demanded large amounts of protein. Eating fish alone was clearly insufficient. Fortunately, the Agriculture Commission and food factories were developing high-energy foods specifically for the Special Reconnaissance Team. Chen Saijian had been enthusiastic about this initiative, offering many suggestions. This energy tea had been developed under his guidance. The tent was filled with the aroma of spices and herbs, mingled with the rich scent of meat. It was difficult to call this a pleasant, appetite-stimulating beverage. Chen Saijin sipped slowly from his cup, glancing occasionally at his watch. In another dozen hours or so, with Zhang Tao's stragglers providing agitation and support, Garrison Commander Zheng Zhangming and Battalion Commander Chen Guangfu inside the city would finally join hands with Kang Youde outside. With their inside assistance, Dengzhu's east gate would swing open. The 7,000 soldiers inside the city, the 1,000-plus Chinese and Western cannons and muskets, the mountains of grain and silver, all would fall into Kang Youde's hands. Contemporaries would mock it as paper-pasted Dengzhu. February 24, 1632, the 4th day of the 1st month, the 5th year of Changzhen. Lingao time, 2:00 a.m. A desolate beach outside Dengzhu city. The sky hung overcast. Gales howled across the frozen landscape. On the beach lay more than a dozen corpses left from the previous night's battle when the city fell. The blood had frozen solid into dark pools. Suddenly, a patch of grass near the beach began to rustle, and several wild rabbits bolted out in terror. Immediately after, 3 creatures, humped, 3-legged monsters with horns on their heads and glowing green eyes, crawled rapidly out of the grass and moved swiftly toward a small hillock nearby. The fleeing rabbits gazed in confusion at these strangely modeled creatures. They had never encountered such things in the Great Ming timeline. Of course, if the transmigrator Lando had happened to be on this beach, he would have immediately recognized the movement as the monkey crawl, the standard low-profile forward motion through tall cover described in U.S. Army sniper manuals. In this method, soldiers used their strong hand to hold the rifle while propelling themselves forward on their weak hand and both legs. It increased speed while ensuring soldiers would not inadvertently raise their upper bodies and expose themselves. The automatic rifles in the creature's hands had come from his sunken ship, now fitted with Lingao-manufactured suppressors. The 3 creatures charged into a small copse on the hillock by the shore and immediately dropped to kneeling positions, rifles at the ready in defensive posture. 30 seconds later, the lead man tapped the shoulder of the man behind him with his right hand, pointed to his own eyes with his left, then pointed at his watch and signed 5. The man behind gave a thumbs up, then pulled an infrared telescope from his pack. The 2 began conducting detailed sweeps of the left and right flanks. 5 minutes later, as their watches vibrated, both whispered in unison, "Clear." They continued scanning the distant sea with their binoculars. 3 low-speed thermal flash signals detected on the water. Groups 1, 2, and 3 have completed transfer. ETA 20 minutes. Good start. Maintain vigilance. The one who had not moved spoke softly. It was Chen Saijin. By rights, he did not need to be here in person, but after much deliberation, he could not rest easy and had decided to accompany Group 3. Chen Saijin glanced back. Just 7 minutes and they were nearly at shore. The boys were well trained. He only hoped Huang An was holding up inside the city. Though Huang An had only been temporarily assigned to Dengzhu for intelligence work due to his social connections, he had clearly performed exceptionally. He was also the linchpin of the entire treasure hunt operation. Chen Saijin was therefore deeply concerned about this naturalized soldier's safety. In the routine communication after the city fell, Huang An had reported himself safe. He had also confirmed that the small team he assembled was secure and actively working to track down Sun Yuanhua's whereabouts. Inside the city, reports remained chaotic. Huang An's intelligence indicated that most of the principal officials had either committed suicide or been killed. Sun Yuanhua was on the suicide list, though this remained unconfirmed. Regarding order, though the city had been calm immediately after the rebels' entry, Kang Youde, Li Jiacheng, and the other Liaodong leaders had subsequently sought revenge for the civilians and officials' killings of Liaodong people. After the city fell, they had armed the Liaodong civilians inside and launched large-scale retaliatory massacres against Dengzhu natives both inside and outside the walls. Mass executions had occurred outside the east gate. Corpses now filled the moat. The wealthy merchants and gentry inside the city suffered even more grievously. Many of the rich traders who had conducted smuggling with Liaodong or undertaken military supply contracts were dragged to the yamen and tortured, forced to disgorge their ill-gotten gains. The gentry endured an even more devastating blow: adult men and the elderly slain, women raped and abducted, property thoroughly looted. According to Huang An's report, the rebels were currently rallying able-bodied Liaodong men and expanding their forces. They were also accepting Shandong and southern soldiers who wished to join. Among the latter, rumors spread that the rebels would soon force all able-bodied men to enlist. Otherwise, the Shandong and southern troops would be slaughtered. The entire city, save for the Liaodong population, was gripped by terror. End of chapter. Chapter 1061. Raiders of the Lost Treasure Order inside the city had not yet been fully restored. Killings and robberies still erupted intermittently. However, Li Jiacheng had already imposed a citywide curfew. No movement was permitted at night except for rebel forces. Huang An had also learned that the rebels had seized enormous spoils, with talk of having struck it rich. Reportedly, after entering the city, not only had all back pay been distributed, but an additional 3 months' wages had been issued. Many battle trophies had also been divided. Already, numerous soldiers and officers had switched allegiances and joined the rebels. Rebellion was no longer a terrifying word in these late Ming times. The Liaodong people in Dengzhou had long suffered discrimination and abuse. Now, tempted by the captured mountains of gold and silver, they had unhesitatingly flocked to the rebel banner. Even if it means death, we'll enjoy ourselves thoroughly first. This was the common mentality of the strong in chaotic times. Besides, death was hardly certain. Soldiers had long seen through the court's facade of strength concealing inner weakness. On the various eastern river islands, generals had been killing one another. Several court-commissioned garrison commanders and roving patrol officers had been slain. Even the court-appointed regional commander Huang Long had been seized and had one leg broken. All manner of lawless behavior had, in the end, simply been forgiven. No matter how severe the trouble, the outcome might still be kill and burn, then accept amnesty. Once amnesty was granted, they would become official soldiers again. The silver already pocketed would remain their own. Under such thinking, the rebels' ranks swelled like a snowball. Not only did Liaodong people enthusiastically enlist, but even the surviving southern troops and local Shandong soldiers unhesitatingly joined the forces that had been their enemies at swordpoint just days before. Even ordinary civilians displaced by the rebellion were joining the rebels simply for a chance to survive. Chen Sijin watched the Dengzhou city walls with mounting tension. All was pitch black atop them. The rebels had only just taken the city and had not yet established a comprehensive guard system. They probably lacked sufficient personnel for patrols as well. Apart from the dim flicker of lanterns in the watchtowers, virtually no light was visible, an ideal opportunity for infiltration. The 2 sniper teams had moved into position. Observers intently scanned the walls with infrared binoculars. The 2 snipers lay concealed in the sand dunes and beach grass, long suppressors affixed to their rifles, ready to fire at any moment. What a pity the best rifle, the Swiss K-31, hadn't been approved for this operation, Chen Sijin thought with some regret. With that weapon, the sniper's hit rate could have been even higher. When it came down to it, Beiwei was still a miser. Of course, until the machine factory's processing capabilities reached a certain level, such parsimony was understandable. Modern firearms, especially precision weapons, were irreplaceable once worn out. These represented the Special Reconnaissance Team's lifeline. The assault team had landed. 3 4-man squads, 2 forward and 1 in the rear, each formed a triangular formation. They moved swiftly toward their designated concealment points, small mounds outside the walls, assumed defensive positions, and began preparing tools and weapons. Chen Sijin activated his radio and began keying signals to each group. Responses came quickly from every team. Tree Root assumes command, establishing wireless network. All groups begin positioning and route planning. Chen Saijian entered the frequency and began communications. Network Alpha 11 Crocodile entering network. Crocodile team successfully ashore, requesting permission to commence treasure hunt operation. Begin audio test. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, over. Zhu Mingxia's voice crackled through the shortwave radio. Received. Permission granted to execute treasure hunt operation. Assault boats estimated arrival at 400 your location for rendezvous. Forward committee wishes success. Over. Newt entering network begin audio test. Toad entering network begin audio test. Each group proceeded with preparations in orderly fashion. The sniper teams reported. No fixed sentries at the designated infiltration point on the wall and no roving patrols. Chen Saijian checked his watch. 1:58, right on schedule. Commence operation. He issued the order via walkie-talkie. Two groups swiftly approached the wall. The moat presented no obstacle, it was frozen solid. Though the men wore imitation military boots, they were at least 21st century products with far superior traction compared to local straw sandals or cloth shoes. Even so, as a precaution, straw anti-slip covers had been fitted over their footwear. One group provided cover at the moat's edge while the other crossed rapidly and reached the wall's base. To scale the 12-meter wall, they employed grappling rope guns, propelled by rechargeable high-pressure gas canisters, firing rope lines equipped with anchor claws. With two soft pops, two anchor lines flew up simultaneously and caught atop the wall. In less than a minute, all 4 members of Group 3 had scaled the battlements. The 4 men moved in leapfrog cover formation toward a watchtower positioned 30 meters from the climbing point. Controlling an exit on the wall required adequate cover. Otherwise, 4 men exposed on the battlements would be easily spotted. The first step was therefore to seize a watchtower and use captured rebel soldiers as cover. The watchtower stood dark. Only a faint glow was visible through the window opening. Clearly the rebels had stationed some garrison troops here, but not many, and their alertness would not be high. This stretch of wall faced the sea, and the Ming forces obviously lacked the capability for opposed amphibious landings. Chen Saijian watched their movements tensely through his infrared binoculars. 3 minutes later, a flashlight in the watchtower window blinked 3 short bursts. Watchtower secured. Groups 1 and 2 followed up the wall, moving swiftly through the watchtower. The leading sergeant employed night vision goggles to guide the team, leading them accurately down the ramp despite the pitch darkness. The groups moved without a word. Though the streets lay coal-black, the 2 squads advanced in single file with remarkable speed. They soon reached the rendezvous point arranged with Huang An's team. After Huang An had briefed his men, each had passed safely through the first 2 chaotic days following the city's fall. Anticipating that Laizhou civilians and soldiers might launch retaliatory attacks against the local population, Huang An had instructed everyone to find empty official buildings to shelter in. They were not to show themselves until after the pacification proclamations were posted. Those with friendly relations among the Laizhou people should hide at their homes. Sure enough, after the city fell, the Laizhou civilians and soldiers had begun retaliatory massacres, but the barracks remained largely protected. Apart from those among the surrendered troops who harbored old grudges with Laizhou people and were hunted down and killed, most faced no mortal danger. As order stabilized, the group members gradually emerged and dispersed to gather intelligence. Several had simply joined the rebels to work from within. At first, reports on the status of leaders and officials in the city had been confused, but gradually the picture clarified. Sun Yuanhua was indeed alive, apparently a failed suicide attempt. But Feng Zong's and the other exemplars knew well that suicide violated Catholic doctrine and was considered a gravely mortal sin. Sun Yuanhua had quite possibly missed his chance to take his own life amid an intense internal struggle between duty to the throne and faith, and had been captured by the rebels instead. Other important captives included Dengzhou Circuit Intendant Song Guanglin, military supervisor Wang Zheng, and standard-bearer battalion commander Zhang Tao. Dinglai Regional Commander Zhang Keta had hanged himself at Wangai Tower in the naval citadel in martyrdom for the nation. As for lower-ranking officials and officers, some had died, some had been captured, and some had simply surrendered. Huang An took no interest in any of them. His assigned mission required him only to track Sun Yuanhua. The captured officials were being held in the military supervisor's office inside Dengzhou City, not far from the governor's office, but not in the same compound. The governor's office had been seized by Li Jiacheng and others as their marshal's headquarters. Sun Yuan had exploited his former status as one of Sun Yuanhua's personal retainers. The rebels were recruiting former attendants of captured officials to serve the prisoners and prevent suicides. Through this opportunity, Sun Yuan had successfully infiltrated Sun Yuanhua's immediate circle. Sun Yuan still felt considerable affection for his old master. After all, as a personal retainer, he had enjoyed a comfortable life for a time. Now that his master had fallen into misfortune, and his sworn brother was working to rescue him, Sun Yuan was eager to help. He therefore made himself conspicuously attentive, remaining constantly at the military supervisor's office. One of Huang An's other men had worked through separate connections to obtain a position as a menial laborer at the military supervisor's office, fetching water and tending fires for the guards watching the prisoners. He served as liaison. 3 hours ago, Huang An had received the rescue notification. He had already secretly cached weapons, prepared to rescue Sun Yuanhua on his own if necessary. In the treasure hunt operation, this constituted Plan B. Huang An and his local team would rescue Sun Yuanhua, then be extracted from the city by the Special Reconnaissance Squad. However, Chen Saijin believed that Huang An's hastily assembled band of misfits would probably not prove capable of the task. Thus, the final decision was to employ Plan A, Special Reconnaissance as the main assault force, with the intelligence team providing support. At this moment, Huang An waited anxiously with Zhu Si in a ruined building in the shadows beneath a memorial archway. It was extremely dangerous to be on the streets after dark. Anyone caught by patrols would be executed on the spot, no questions asked. Zhu Si wore a ragged leather coat. The latter half of the night was bitterly cold, and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. A short knife was tucked at his waist. Though afraid, he also longed to see the extraordinary people Brother Huang had spoken of. Just as he was drowsing off from the interminable wait, Huang An suddenly produced a small black box, pressed it a few times, then listened intently. He immediately nudged Zhu Si and whispered, "Heads up, they're here." Zhu Si forced his eyes wide open. There was no moonlight, no starlight. In the pitch-black street, where only the outlines of buildings were visible, a faint rustling suddenly sounded, yet nothing could be seen. Just as he puzzled over this, several large men materialized before him like phantoms, nearly making him cry out in shock. These men wore tight-fitting jackets and trousers, not solid black, but a mottled pattern of varying shades of gray-black that blended almost seamlessly with the night. They wore caps, and their faces were covered by something that left only their eyes visible. The leader had 2 cylindrical devices strapped over his eyes, a very strange sight indeed. Huang An stepped forward to meet them. Treasure hunt. Raiders. Note, after verification of historical materials, it was confirmed that following the fall of Dengzhou, the rebels conducted large-scale massacres of local residents. Accordingly, certain passages in Chapter 305 have been revised. Previously published descriptions in Chapter 304 regarding the aftermath of Dengzhou's fall have also been amended. End of chapter. Chapter 1062. Seizing the treasure in the perilous city, the safe house, at the rendezvous point, was an ordinary shop. The owner's entire family had reportedly been dragged out of the city and killed by local Liaodong people just days ago, accused of exploiting the Liaodongese, and their belongings had been looted clean. Empty shops and residences like this littered the street. The better ones were already occupied by rebel soldiers. Since this street was relatively deserted, Huang An had chosen this place as the safe house for receiving the Special Reconnaissance Team. This was also Huang An's first time witnessing the Senate Sword, the Special Reconnaissance Team, in a combat state. This Praetorian Guard of the Senate rarely appeared in public, except during joint exercises or occasionally passing through the entrances of Bern City. Almost no one was aware of their existence. He stared at their peculiar attire and various unrecognizable equipment with undisguised astonishment. Even the guns they carried differed from his own, and differed too from the weapons senators used during target practice. Naturalized citizen cadres who had the most contact with senators often remarked in private conversation, the Special Reconnaissance Team members and the confidential secretaries looked the most like the chiefs themselves. "Finally, you're here." Huang An glanced nervously toward the street. Come inside." He looked over the group and realized there were only 7 or 8 people. He could not suppress a hint of disappointment. Only this many. The leader did not answer. With a wave of his hand, several team members stormed rapidly into the house to search, moving like phantoms. Huang An and Zhu Si stood dumbfounded, and before they could comprehend what was happening, they were ushered inside. The team members took up positions guarding the doors and windows. Only then did the leader speak in a low voice. "Report the situation." As he spoke, he extracted a pocket map from his chest pouch and switched on a shielded flashlight. Yes. Huang An was no coward. If he were, he would never have lurked in the city and organized a team prepared for drastic action. But witnessing how fiercely these men operated, half human and half ghost, his legs could not help but tremble. Killing a person would probably be as easy for them as blowing out a breath, he thought. Zhu Si, meanwhile, had completely lost the capacity to react. Everything before his eyes exceeded the bounds of his comprehension. It was only when the shielded flashlight was switched on that he recovered somewhat, leaning in curiously to examine this glowing cylinder, though he dared not touch it. "Lord Sun Yuanhua is right here in the circuit supervisor's yamen," Huang An said, pointing carefully to the location on the map board. He could read maps, not surprising, given that the large-scale map of Dengzhou City had been drawn largely thanks to his contributions. He steadied his nerves and first explained the route he had planned. The leader did not speak, simply listened with focused attention. Huang An reported that as of nightfall yesterday, the security and guard situation at the circuit supervisor's yamen had not changed. It remained exactly as described in his last report. Sun Yuanhua was detained alone in the main courtyard behind the yamen, probably because of his high rank, and also because Kang Youde and the others intended to treat him well. Since his capture, not only had his living conditions been generous, but Kang Youde, Li Jiacheng, and others had visited him and held conversations with him. After a rapid intelligence exchange, the assault team, led by Huang An and Zhu Si, split into 2 groups and headed straight for the rear courtyard of the circuit supervisor's yamen. The main gate of the yamen faced the main street and was relatively exposed, so the assault team chose to breach from the rear gate. By the standards of the Special Reconnaissance Team, the guards at the circuit supervisor's yamen were lax. According to reconnaissance by Sun Yuan and others, there were no roving sentries or hidden sentries inside or outside the yamen, only open sentries. More than 50 rebel soldiers were stationed inside the yamen, guarding day and night. Additionally, a local gentry's residence not far from the yamen was now also garrisoned by a considerable number of rebel troops. Combined with the fact that all city gates of Dengzhou were now tightly sealed, by 17th century standards, it would have been impossible for Sun Yuanhua to escape even if he had sprouted wings. The pitch-black streets lay utterly deserted, Except for the occasional passing night watchman, not a soul stirred. The curfew actually facilitated their night operations. The watchmen carried lanterns while beating their gongs, making them easy to avoid. At 2:33 hours, the assault team arrived at the narrow alley behind the circuit supervisor's yamen. According to intelligence, 2 rebels were stationed in the storage room of the alley, so the team members neutralized these 2 first. Subsequently, 3 team members worked together to hoist 1 member up to the rear courtyard wall. He raised his infrared binoculars to observe the situation inside the courtyard. Unexpectedly, there was almost no security to speak of in the rear courtyard. According to Huang An's intelligence, a subcommandant leading 10 soldiers guarded the rear courtyard, but at this moment the courtyard was silent and empty. These guards were almost all asleep. Only 2 soldiers and an old man guarding the back door were still awake. In the freezing weather, the 3 of them were huddled in the gatehouse playing leaf cards by the stove to pass the time. Probably to facilitate observation of movement in the courtyard, the windows and door were left open. According to plan, 4 assault team members quietly crossed the courtyard wall. They crept up to the window and main door of the gatehouse and drew the hand crossbows from their leg pouches. The leading sergeant raised a hand and extended 3 fingers. 3 hand crossbows were raised simultaneously. After a silent countdown from 3 to 1, the 3 hand crossbows emitted a slight twang at the same instant. The 3 people playing cards in the room collapsed together, their bodies twitching a few times before becoming motionless. The crossbow bolts were coated with a neurotoxin extracted from plants and animals by the biology lab. It acted with terrifying speed, stopping a person's breathing within seconds. 2 team members quickly opened the back door and admitted the others. Huang An and Zhu Si followed them in. He watched as 2 team members crept into the wing room where the guard soldiers were sleeping. A moment later, they emerged and made a gesture. The leading sergeant gave a hand signal, and the group continued forward. Huang An felt a chill run through his heart, knowing those 10 or so unfortunate souls had most likely just lost their lives. Once inside the rear courtyard, movement became much more efficient. Passing through the courtyard's layer by layer would require repeated searching and neutralization, consuming too much time and increasing the risk of discovery. Leaving 2 team members to control the rear, the team took the service lane that ran through all the front and rear courtyards of the yamen, breaking directly into the main courtyard. The door to the service lane was locked, but this kind of padlock offered essentially no defensive capability. It was easily snapped open with bolt cutters. The entire team moved quickly and silently through the pitch-black service lane. The leader, wearing 2 small cylinders over his eyes, periodically reminded everyone to bypass obstacles in the lane. Following the team members' instructions, Huang An stared fixedly at the back of the person in front of him. In the pitch darkness, there was actually a yellow light on his back like ghost fire, which made his scalp tingle. But at this moment, he had no choice but to follow without falling a step behind. In the darkness, the team leader quickly found the side door leading to the main courtyard according to the map. He quietly observed through the crack in the door. The courtyard was empty, and there were no lights in either the main house or the wing rooms. Evidently, everyone had gone to sleep. The assault team members quietly cut the padlock. Huang An carefully entered the courtyard. According to their prearranged signal, he mimicked the call of a night owl 3 times. A figure immediately flashed out from under the porch. It was Sun Yuan. "I've been waiting for you." Seeing Huang An suddenly appear, Sun Yuan finally relaxed. "Into the service lane, talk there," Huang An said quickly. Sun Yuan glanced around and saw several phantom-like figures in the service lane. Though he knew they were people brought by Huang An, he was still terrified in his heart. He could not help but take a step toward the door before whispering, "Only Lord Sun is confined in this courtyard. The East Wing Room houses me and Lord Sun's 2 original servants. The West Wing Room houses the people sent by Kang Youde to monitor us." "How many people?" 10. "Where are the sentries?" There are 2 people guarding over by the courtyard gate, 1 shift every 2 hours. Sun Yuan's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Look carefully, they are right on the corridor by the main courtyard gate. No other guards. Sun Yuan was taken aback. Who could possibly run away? Everything is locked everywhere, plus there are the city walls. Good. In a moment, take us to Lord Sun's bedroom. Huang An looked back at the leading sergeant. The sergeant merely nodded. Huang An noticed that from start to finish, they almost never spoke, communicating only with gestures and eye contact. 2 team members entered the courtyard in low posture, their hand crossbows pointed down, activating the simple laser target designators taped to them. This was experimental equipment. Though it looked decidedly rough, almost Shanghai in quality, it had achieved good results in several simulated drills under dark conditions, whether mounted on firearms or crossbow mechanisms. This was its first deployment in actual combat. Since the red light of the laser pointer was visible, both team members remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for the 2 soldiers on night watch to turn their backs. When the 2 watchmen turned around again, exposing their backs, the 2 team members raised their hand crossbows together. Almost simultaneously, both guards collapsed. Several team members immediately slipped into the courtyard with agile movements and crept toward the wing rooms. Brother Huang, Sun Yuan said quickly. The 2 kids living with me are good people. I'm friends with them. Don't kill them. We won't kill them, but they have to come with us. You too. Huang An's voice was firm. Otherwise, come dawn, you'll all be dead. At dawn, if Sun Yuanhua was missing, everyone in the Yamen would become a suspect. Sun Yuan and these old servants would be the prime suspects, if not tortured to death, then killed to vent anger. Sun Yuan nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll go. Go wake them up, then take us to Lord Sun's bedroom. Hurry. Okay, I'm going right now. 10 minutes later, under the supervision of 2 team members, Sun Yuan and the 2 young servants carried Sun Yuanhua out of the bedroom. To prevent him from refusing to leave or attempting suicide, the assault team members had administered a sedative immediately upon entering. Don't just stand there, pack up, the sergeant whispered. Sweep and check. All team members immediately inspected their personal equipment and recovered gear, including the fired crossbow bolts. Salamander reports, mission accomplished, the sergeant reported via radio. Preparing to withdraw, over. The group quickly carried Sun Yuanhua back through the service lane to the rear courtyard, rendezvoused with the gate-guarding team, and rapidly retreated to the safe house at the first rendezvous point. End of chapter. Chapter 1063. The Sun Yuanhua Project inside the safe house. The group rapidly completed final preparations for withdrawal. Unlike the infiltration phase, the extraction required bringing Sun Yuanhua and others along. Their movements could not be as swift and fluid as when they had entered, so specific arrangements were necessary for the retreating personnel. Sun Yuanhua was placed on a simple stretcher, prepared by Huang An several days prior on Chen Saijian's orders. It was a wooden pole and rope net stretcher built to Lingao standards. The assault team had brought adjustable buckle straps to effectively secure the body to the stretcher frame. Sun Yuan and the 2 young servants carried Sun Yuanhua's stretcher, with a team guarding the front and rear. Salamander calling crocodile. Salamander calling crocodile. First rendezvous point reached, preparing to withdraw to exfiltration point. All personnel safe, please instruct. The captain's voice was low and controlled. Withdrawal approved. What about you? The captain asked Huang An. Are you withdrawing with us or continuing in the city? They will go with you. He and I will stay, Huang An replied, gesturing toward Jusi. He reasoned that if he left, the team in the city would immediately fall apart without his leadership, and his months of careful work would be wasted. Sun Yuan had to go, but the others did not. As long as he remained in the city, he could still play a significant role, adding a glorious stroke to his future resume. All right, watch yourselves. Sun Yuan and the 2 servants also underwent necessary disguises, their faces blackened with soot. To prevent them from shouting inadvertently, all 3 were gagged. Sorry, you'll have to endure some discomfort for now, the sergeant said. The assault team quickly completed their sweep of the safe house and began to withdraw, covering each other in sequence. Zhu Si watched the group carrying Lord Sun away, his face full of confusion. This night had been too bizarre, too eerie. He could not help but bite his tongue to confirm he was awake. Then he looked at Huang An, feeling a surge of fear. If Huang An had not been coming and going from the water city for months, and if he were not his sworn brother's childhood friend, Zhu Si might truly have believed he was consorting with demons. Yet being sworn brothers with someone of such high skill and powerful connections also made Zhu Si secretly pleased. "Brother, don't be afraid," Huang An said with a smug look, observing Zhu Si's mixture of fear and excitement. "Let's go, we need to head back quickly." Just as Huang An was about to take Zhu Si away from the safe house, a call tone suddenly sounded from the radio. He quickly switched it on. "This is Crocodile calling Jones. Jones hears you. Since you are not leaving Dengzhou, I now order you and your team to enter hibernation immediately." Chen Saijin issued new instructions. "Fighting will break out here in Dengzhou very soon. Unless absolutely necessary, do not join the rebel army. Hide as best you can. If you can no longer lurk safely in the city, send a message and we will arrange your evacuation immediately." "Understood. Good luck." At 4:10 hours, Chen Saijin was the last to board the receiving Fubo-class gunboat. Zhu Mingxia, who had been waiting for some time, greeted him with a beaming smile. "Victory in the first battle, spirits are high." "Yes, it's just the beginning," Chen Saijin replied. Recovering the rowboats, the Fubo transported the assault team and Sun Yuanhua toward Dazheshan Island. Chen Saijin was too energized to rest, pacing alone on the deck. The treasure-snatching operation had proceeded far more smoothly than they had imagined. Prior to this, the Special Reconnaissance Team had carried out strictly nocturnal kidnapping and assassination missions in various cities throughout the Pearl River Delta. But those were peacetime conditions, utterly unlike a dangerous city occupied by a large enemy force in a state of war like Dengzhou. It seemed the Special Reconnaissance Team had a promising future indeed. Chen Saijin held two positions, one in the Ministry of Health, serving as director of the Nutrition and Fitness Division, and the other in the military. Usually, his work left him juggling far too many responsibilities. To accommodate his duties at the Ministry of Health, the General Staff mostly scheduled his detachment for duty in Bern City. Even so, daily training, duty rotations, and exercises still consumed too much of his time and energy. Chen Saijin had been considering giving up his military post to focus entirely on his health career. Now it seems that grinding for merit points is faster in the army, Chen Saijin thought with a private grin. The Fubo soon arrived at Dazheshan Island. Chen Saijin was surprised to find a senator waiting to welcome him at the pier. It was none other than the manor lord of Qimu Island, Lu Wenyuan. "Why are you here?" Chen Saijin asked as he walked down the gangway. "There's no senator holding down the fort on Qimu Island. What if things go chaotic?" "It doesn't matter. I came out quietly. There are naturalized citizen cadres and the army on the island. It won't spiral into chaos," Lu Wenyuan replied. "When Sun Yuanhua wakes up, there needs to be someone familiar, doesn't there?" Sun Yuanhua did not know any of the senators on Dazheshan Island. Explaining matters to him would require first establishing trust. Lu Wenyuan had no such obstacle. "True," Chen Saijin nodded. "Since everyone is here, let's decide. Where do we send Sun Yuanhua? In my view, keeping him on Dazheshan Island is fine. There's Navy cover here, the rebels can't attack, and it's close to Dengzhou." Chen Saijin began. "No, I think we should transport him to Qimu Island as soon as possible," Lu Wenyuan countered. "News of Sun Yuanhua's capture hasn't officially spread yet. At most, the imperial court has received vague reports about Dengzhou falling and Sun Yuanhua's fate being unknown. The court won't have decided to appoint a new governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou yet. We must get Sun Yuanhua back to the mainland quickly and have him submit a memorial immediately to regain the initiative." Though the fall of Dengzhou was a major crime for Sun Yuanhua, the fact that he himself had not been captured publicly, and the fatal rumor of Kang Youde intending to make him king had not yet spread, meant there was still room to maneuver. Moreover, since Sun Yuanhua had not been dismissed by the court, the entire three prefectures of Dengzhou and Laizhou still had to obey his orders, which was extremely beneficial to the engine operation. Sun Yuanhua must remain under our control. We can't leave him on Dazheshan Island. This is just a small, desolate island after all. News travels slowly. Qimu Island has a radio and a pier. Communication and transport are both convenient. Chen Saijin found his reasoning sound, so he decided to take the entire force and Sun Yuanhua off Dazheshan Island. As long as they held Sun Yuanhua, any Ming troops around the Shandong Peninsula under the jurisdiction of the governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou would have to obey orders. A place like Dazheshan Island was difficult to garrison on a large scale, and they lacked sufficient naval vessels to control the surrounding waters. It was also dangerously close to Dengzhou. If attacked by Ming forces or rebels, the soldiers left behind would simply be sacrificed for nothing. At dawn, the Fubo and the Special Service Boat Squadron transported all personnel and equipment from the treasure hunt operation to Qimu Island. At the pier on Qimu Island, there was an additional Type 901 gunboat along with several special service boats. Chen Saijin was somewhat surprised. Thousands of refugees had just been transported from the island to Jeju Island. Ideally, a gunboat not on escort duty arriving suddenly at Qimu Island was quite unexpected. When they drew close enough to visually read the hull number, Chen Saijin recognized it. This was the Daishuang of the Second Fleet. When did this ship arrive? Lu Yang. He brought the ship in yesterday, Lu Wenyuan explained. Headquarters wants to strengthen the maritime power around Qimu Island. They've deployed both the Daishuang and the Fubo here, along with 2 special service boat squadrons. This also allows for a shuttle escort system, giving the crews and ships a chance to rest. Is this kid up to the task? I recall he was only 20 on D-Day, right? Chen Saijin knew of him, a passerby senator with virtually zero presence, belonging to the soy sauce crowd of bystanders who possessed no muscles for physical labor and no skills for technical work. Later, during the massive expansion of the Navy and Army, soy sauce senators had been dragged everywhere to serve as officers. This kid had thought joining the Navy was cooler, so he entered the naval training class. The reason Chen Saijin knew him was because Lu Yang had brought his mother along. Lu Yang's mother was not old, only in her 50s. Since D-Day, she had lived a secluded life. People only remembered her surname was Cayenne. She had been a vice principal of a primary school and had crossed over only because she had one son. For the first 2 years after D-Day, due to low spirits and the sweltering southern heat, she had stayed at Guanxiang to escape the warmth, writing textbooks and lesson plans for the education department. It was not until the education of underage minor senators was put on the agenda that she formally received a position, because everyone was unanimously uneasy about certain, questionable teachers at Fangqiati. She, with over 30 years of teaching experience, was invited to serve as head teacher and instructor for the underage senator class, partnering with Fang Yajing to handle the education of the next generation. Everyone respectfully called her Principal Cayenne. Since there were only a few minor senators of school age, even adding some carefully selected naturalized orphan students and their children, Principal Cayenne's class numbered only 12 people. Their presence was barely felt at Fangqiati. Chen Saijin was a nutrition expert and often had to visit this special class for physical examinations and nutritional meal planning, so he was quite familiar with Principal Cayenne and her son. Lu Yang was already waiting respectfully at the pier. Seeing Chen Saijin come ashore, he welcomed him with an enthusiastic face, saluting and shaking hands. Comrade Chen Saijin, congratulations on completing the dangerous mission of infiltration and rescue behind enemy lines. From now on, the safety of field senators has another layer of guarantee. You flatter me, Chen Saijin replied. I think you are the one who is young and promising, becoming the commander of a naval detachment at such a young age. You flatter me, you flatter me. This is just a temporary assignment. I still have a lot to learn. Liu Yang was properly humble. The group returned to Lu Wenyuan's stockade. Lu Wenyuan ordered son Yuanhua, who remained asleep, to be settled in a meticulously prepared guest room with double guards stationed at the door. Additionally, a maid trained by the General Bureau of Security was assigned to serve in the bedroom. Chen Sijin, still worried, made certain to summon Zai Yao immediately to examine son Yuanhua and ensure all his major physiological indicators were normal. Sun Yuan and the two young servants were sent to bathe and decontaminate immediately, though, following his orders, their hair could be left unshaven for the time being. End of chapter. Chapter 1064, Persuasion. Liu Yang did not return to the pier. Instead, he remained in the central hall in high spirits, drinking tea and chatting with Lu Wenyuan. Lu Wenyuan was only a few years older than Liu Yang, and their conversation flowed easily. Gradually, the topic drifted toward content that men were universally fond of discussing. Chen Sijin could not help but interrupt. You came here just for combat readiness duty. Liu Yang replied, because I enjoy reading and possess a broad range of knowledge, and because I look like an elegant, handsome, and refined youth, the engine command felt I was more suitable to assist you in receiving son Yuanhua. Moreover, my Daishuang is a Type 901 gunboat after all, equipped with a 130mm gun. Its firepower is stronger than the Fubo, and it can perform shore bombardment missions when necessary. There are also Lin Shen's new gadgets on the ship. Besides, I'm a foodie and my orderly specializes in cooking. I brought plenty of good provisions, excellent for calming Lord Sun's nerves. The amount of information packed into these words was considerable, and both Chen Sijin and Lu Wenyuan needed a moment to digest it. Chen Sijin quickly asked, new gadgets, is it the Type 92 infantry gun? Lin Shen's new gadget could not be anything else. Chen Sijin had learned from senators who participated in the joint amphibious landing exercise before the engine operation that during the exercise, the Marines had experimentally deployed a brand new artillery piece for accompanying attacks, not the M1857 or the 12-pounder mountain howitzer, which were smoothbore guns. How could it be that fast? Liu Yang replied. It's still a carriage recoil gun, but it's a breech-loading rifled gun, and the loading speed is much faster than the previous naval 70mm gun. Probably the Mis-75 that Lin Shen brags about all day long, Lu Wenyuan commented. He was not particularly interested in artillery, but the development of new weapons was a monthly topic on the internal BBS. Lin Shen would occasionally reveal mysterious so-called insider information, sometimes posting a few blurry digital photos, then suddenly deleting them, accompanied by cryptic phrases like, black tea doesn't taste good. Son Yuanhua was half asleep, half awake in bed. Feeling thirsty, he called out for a servant to pour tea, as was his habit. However, the person who pushed open the door and entered was an unfamiliar maid, which startled him. He distinctly remembered that his two young servants had been attending him these past few days. He sat up quickly, only to discover that he was not in the main room of the circuit supervisor's yamen where he had fallen asleep the previous night, but in a strange room. The room was not tall or grand, somewhat humble and small, in fact. But the furnishings were clean and very simple. Apart from the bed beneath him, there was only a table and two chairs. On the stark white wall hung a crucifix of the suffering Christ. The window appeared to be open. He could see the withered branches in the courtyard, and bright sunlight was already streaming in, yet not a trace of cold wind penetrated the room. Son Yuanhua realized. The window was fitted with glass. Installing glass in windows was an extreme luxury. That kind of transparent, colorless flat glass was shipped all the way from Guangdong, and the price was so prohibitive that even a high official like himself dared not casually inquire about it. In all of Dengzhou City, he was confident that not a single household possessed such windows, let alone this cross on the wall. Where am I? He could not help but wonder. There was no stove lit in the room, yet it was warm as spring. The bedding was light, soft, and wonderfully warm. The mattress beneath him was firm yet yielding, remarkably comfortable. At this moment the maid asked, "Does the master have any other instructions?" as she served half a cup of weak tea and a small spittoon for rinsing the mouth. Seeing her complete etiquette and skillful service, Sun Yuanhua felt slightly reassured. Wherever this was, since the other party was so meticulous, they could not harbor malicious intent, at least for the time being. He rinsed his mouth first, and only then did the maid replace it with fresh tea. It was also weak tea, but excellent quality. Sun Yuanhua hailed from Jiating and was quite particular about tea. The moment the tea touched his lips, he recognized it as new autumn tea from Zhejiang. Though he was a governor in Dengzhou, he remained on the front lines after all, dealing with martial men day after day. Such refined pleasures were rare. After drinking the tea and steadying his nerves, he asked, "Where am I?" The maid smiled. "Sir, please be patient. My master said that sir has suffered a shock recently. Please rest a while longer. If sir does not wish to sleep any more, this servant will fetch a washcloth to serve sir in washing." "Who is your master?" Sun Yuanhua was even more puzzled. Listening to the maid's tone, she was obviously not part of the rebel party. But he had clearly been captured by Kang Youde and Li Jiacheng several days ago and detained in the circuit supervisor's yamen. Before falling asleep the previous night, he had still been deliberating whether to commit suicide to demonstrate his loyalty. But then he had remembered what the priest said. Suicide violates the 10 Commandments and condemns the soul to eternal damnation in hell. And so he had hesitated. He had fallen asleep in that tormented state of mind. Since his capture, Sun Yuanhua had not enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. Chaos and nightmares engulfed him the moment he closed his eyes. But the previous night he had slept with unusual soundness, a night without dreams. Could it be that God had heard his prayers and was guiding him toward a new path? Amid his surprise, Sun Yuanhua felt a flicker of hope stirring in his heart. He immediately instructed, "Serve me in washing and changing clothes first." The maid stepped out for a moment and returned carrying a box containing toiletries. She removed Sun Yuanhua's head wrap and hair net, undid his bun, combed it, and tied it again. Then she brought a basin of warm water along with green salt and willow twigs for rinsing his mouth, and served him as he washed. Using a towel that was thick and soft to wipe the water droplets from his face, a refreshing sensation instantly penetrated to his very core. The maid went out again and brought him several sets of clean underwear and a new cotton robe, saying, "Please change clothes, sir. This is a rural place. There are only coarse clothes available, but they are all newly made and extremely clean." After Sun Yuanhua's capture, though Kang Youde had treated him well, recruiting his scattered servants to attend him and retrieving his personal manuscripts and luggage as far as possible, he remained a prisoner nonetheless. The so-called good treatment merely meant he was not mistreated and had food and clothing. How could it compare to such meticulous service and comfort? "What is your name?" "This servant is called Cheng Lingsu." "A good name," the maid smiled. "It was given by the master of the house. Whether it is good or not this servant cannot judge," she added. "The master said if sir has finished washing, please have breakfast first, then meet in the flower hall." "Very well." Sun Yuanhua did indeed feel hungry. The maid soon brought a tray bearing white porridge and salted vegetables, all prepared in the Jiangnan style, which aroused his nostalgia for his distant hometown. After breakfast, guided by the maid, he walked out of the bedroom. Before him lay a very small but meticulously cleaned and arranged courtyard. Following the maid through an alleyway beside the courtyard, turning several corners and entering a large hall, he saw a young man standing in the hall, watching him with a smile. He recognized this person. It was indeed Lu Wenyuan, the fellow believer who had come from Zhejiang to Shandong to reclaim wasteland. The Jesuit priests had asked him to look after the man. Lu Wenyuan stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Sir has suffered greatly." "I dare not presume." Sun Yuanhua quickly returned the bow. his heart filled with a tumult of conflicting emotions. After Kang Youde rebelled, this Master Lu had specially sent a messenger to warn him, to pay attention to the movements of the Liaodong people in the city, to guard against the intensifying conflicts between locals and immigrants, and specifically to note that Zhang Zhangming might not be reliable due to his feud with Huang Long, urging Sun to be vigilant. Later events had almost completely verified Lu Wenyuan's warnings. He had not expected that this young outsider could possess such incisive views on the situation in Dengzhou. "I am ashamed," Sun Yuanhua said as he and Lu Wenyuan sat down as guest and host. The maid served tea. "Where is this place?" This was the question that concerned Sun Yuanhua most at this moment. "This is Qimu Island in Huang County, the student stockade. Sir is safe now." Sun Yuanhua remained silent. He knew of Qimu Island. When this Master Lu had first wished to purchase land to reclaim wasteland in Shandong, the land on Qimu Island had been acquired through his facilitation. Since he was on Qimu Island, he had obviously been rescued by the Master Lu before him. This was certainly a great blessing. But to be spirited away unknowingly through the night from the heavily guarded Dengzhou city, from amidst thousands of troops, was akin to the fantastic tales of sword heroes like Red Wire stealing the box. It could not help but arouse his suspicion. Could they have struck some bargain with Kang Youde and Li Jiacheng in exchange for him? Sun Yuanhua considered this the most likely explanation, though he still could not fathom what the other party's purpose might be. However, Lu Wenyuan was after all a fellow believer, introduced by Father Pantoja/Gu Jujing, whom he respected enormously, so at least he need not doubt this person's fundamental motives. As if reading Sun Yuanhua's thoughts, Lu Wenyuan smiled and said, "We also rescued Sir's 2 young servants together. They will continue to serve Sir starting tomorrow." Having these 2 personal confidants, who had witnessed the rescue process firsthand, present would be far more convincing than empty words spoken now. "Many thanks, sir." Sun Yuanhua cupped his hands. "I simply do not know what Sir's intention might be in taking such enormous risk to rescue Sun from a desperate situation." Lu Wenyuan thought, "Here it comes. This is expected." He had long since thoroughly exchanged views with the Grand Library and done substantial homework on how to conduct the Sun Yuanhua work. At this moment, he had a well-prepared response. First, it is for the people of Shandong. The people of the 3 eastern prefectures were already suffering from hunger and cold, and now they are afflicted by the disaster of war. As believers in the Lord of Heaven, how can we sit idly by while so many lambs perish in original sin? Indeed, this was the righteousness of the Church. Even if Sun Yuanhua did not entirely believe it, he could not refute it. Second, it is for Sir. Lu Wenyuan spoke with quiet assurance. Sir fell into the hands of thieves. Life and death hung on the single whim of owls like Kang Youde and Li Jiacheng. Were it not for the great grace Sir showed them in the past, I fear Sir would have already lost his life at their hands. When Lu Wenyuan said this, a look of dejection passed across Sun Yuanhua's face. He had strongly advocated employing Liaodong people and generals in Dengzhou, and had tried his utmost to treat the original Dongjiang troops well. He had never expected that he and all of Dengzhou would ultimately be destroyed by these very people. Dengzhou had fallen. The firearms, weapons, horses, grain, fodder, and military pay accumulated in the city over many years were all lost. The army he had personally organized, the one he had hired Portuguese instructors to train, had vanished into ashes and smoke. Years of painstaking effort had been destroyed in a single day. End of chapter. Chapter 1065. Persuasion continued. His mentor, Su Guangqi, had originally placed high hopes on this new army of the great Ming in Dengzhou and Laizhou. Now, not only was the new army gone, but it had transformed into a rebel army committing every conceivable atrocity. Tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians in Dengzhou had been massacred. Though the Liaodong insiders bore significant blame, as governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou, Sun Yuanhua could not escape responsibility. "It is all because Sun employed people blindly," Sun Yuanhua sighed heavily. Kang Youde should have simply killed me with a single stroke, allowing Sun to fulfill his loyalty. Sir, dying in an instant is certainly loyal, but it is merely a small loyalty and a small righteousness. Because Lu Wenyuan had positioned himself as a junior, it was inconvenient to speak too sharply. The world of the great Ming has reached a boiling point. The plan for today can only be to save the nation from extinction and rescue the millions of people from fire and flood. That is the righteousness Sir should uphold. A person like Sun Yuanhua, though inevitably possessing various habits typical of late Ming bureaucrats, was generally a pragmatic official willing to take responsibility and accomplish things, one with a strong sense of duty toward taking the world's affairs as his own concern. Therefore, Lu Wenyuan began with this point to persuade him to cooperate. Kang Youde, Li Jiacheng, and the other owls not killing Sir is probably also intended to trap Sir in a position of disloyalty and injustice, Lu Wenyuan said softly. These words struck like 5 thunderbolts to the head. Sun Yuanhua froze where he sat. Indeed, just the night before, Kang Youde had come to see him. Besides pressuring him to write a letter to Shandong Governor Youde urging amnesty, he had also tentatively inquired whether Sun Yuanhua was willing to merge with the rebel army, even suggesting that the old Dongjiang troops and Liaodong people in Dengzhou all admired him greatly and were willing to support him as king. Sun Yuanhua had naturally refused. He had a family plus dependents and was a high official who had received imperial grace. Of course he was unwilling to join the rebel cause. The conversation had been entirely confidential. He had not expected this young man to know of it. This person was truly unfathomable. Sir, please do not blame me for speaking bluntly, Lu Wenyuan continued. Though this matter is my speculation, given Sir's relationship with Kang Youde and the Liaodong faction, as long as Sir remains trapped in Dengzhou City, such rumors will sooner or later emerge. Sun Yuanhua nodded slowly. Upon reflection, the reasoning was perfectly sound. He was not afraid of death. He had merely refused to commit suicide because of religious doctrine, but outsiders could not understand this. He had treated the Liaodong people generously in the past and employed them extensively. It would hardly be surprising if such rumors spread when the time came. The current emperor was not one who could tolerate even a speck of sand in his eye. His suspicious nature ran deep. One could readily imagine what would follow once such rumors broke out. Sir, please consider. Even if Kang Youde feels gratitude for past grace and does not kill Sir, even if he releases Sir to return home, Sir probably will not escape the disaster of the imperial prison. Sun Yuanhua's face changed instantly. The cruelty of the imperial prison was infamous from the Tianqi era when Wei Zhongxian held power. Though Wei Zhongxian was gone now, it remained far from a benevolent place. Even if his teacher and friends managed to save him, and the emperor was wise enough to spare him the death penalty, he would emerge from the imperial prison a broken man. Anyone willing to accomplish things invariably possessed a strong desire for fame and merit. Being dismissed from office was tolerable. Fortunes in the imperial court turned like a wheel. He was not old, and his health remained sound. As long as he maneuvered actively, there would always be opportunities for reinstatement in the future. But if his body was shattered, then there would be absolutely no chance whatsoever. Sir is a pillar of our holy church in China. Lu Wenyuan's expression turned pained. If anything happens to Sir, the millions of lambs across this vast land of Huaxia will suddenly lose their reliance. This appeal genuinely moved Sun Yuanhua. He was in his prime and intended to accomplish something meaningful, whether for the country, the people, or the church. Of course he was unwilling to withdraw from the stage just like this, but contemplating his current situation, he felt as if he had plunged into an ice cave. He had lost all his subordinates and was utterly penniless. Apart from the 2 young servants who claimed to have been rescued alongside him, there was not a single person he could command. This Master Lu before him was certainly young and promising, and unknown methods had been employed to spirit him out of Dengzhou City. But he was merely a country gentleman after all. Even if he had trained local braves, at best they could barely defend themselves. However, he still had some troops remaining in Laizhou. Though the force was small, as long as he could reach there and reopen his yamen, he could regain control over the local prefectures of the 3 eastern prefectures that had fallen into chaos. He could also reconnect with Shandong Governor Youde. Youde had always been friendly toward him, and once the rebel army grew powerful, the 3 western prefectures would also find it difficult to remain secure. Youde would certainly support him strictly, but speaking was one thing. To travel from Huang County to Laizhou with only 2 young servants in the midst of this wartime turmoil, without even a small detachment for protection, would be suicide. He would not survive past Huang County's borders. Of course, he could also try reaching the nearest Huang County seat first. The magistrate knew him and would surely offer assistance, but there would not be many troops in the county seat. There had never been a garrison there originally. Whatever forces the magistrate commanded amounted to nothing more than 100 or so mounted and foot constables, plus temporarily rallied village braves. The rebels were mostly cavalry. Foot-traveling village braves had no power to resist at all. Once pursued by cavalry, the braves could neither fight nor flee. There was another path: escape to the sea. The garrisons on the various islands under the governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou's jurisdiction would obey his orders. As long as they could be rallied in time, he would not lack the means to counterattack toward Dengzhou. If he could retake Dengzhou at the fastest possible speed, Grand Secretaries Su and Zhou at the imperial court would have some room to maneuver. Even if he ended up with a dismissal as punishment, it would be far better than being shackled and hauled to the capital for interrogation. The only problem was that fleeing to the sea required a ship. He wondered whether this manor Lord Lu had vessels available. He was inclined to ask, but then he recalled how he had been extracted from Dengzhou City. The details remained unclear to him. Though Lu Wenyuan was a fellow believer, his years of experience and lessons as an official counseled him against revealing his true intentions too readily. Thinking thus, he adjusted his attire and cupped his hands. "Mr. Lu, great kindness requires no thanks. You saved Sun, which is also saving the people of these 3 prefectures of Dengzhou and Laizhou. The merit is boundless. Someday, if Sun can return to the imperial court, I will certainly petition for a title on Sir's behalf." Lu Wenyuan felt a twinge of disgust in his heart, thinking you officials always habitually appoint yourselves as representatives, but he smiled with admirable modesty. Sun Yuanhua suddenly felt a stirring within. Since this manor Lord Lu could rescue him from Dengzhou, he was certainly no ordinary person. He refrained from saying more for the moment. Observing the shift in his expression, Lu Wenyuan understood he had not yet fully gained his trust. This was also expected. Anyone who could rise to high office was a shrewd individual and would never trust him completely based on mere words. He said nothing further, simply asking Sun Yuanhua to rest well first. If he needed anything, he should speak up. Then he instructed Cheng Lingsu to escort Sun Yuanhua back to his residence. "I would like to walk around the manor," Sun Yuanhua said suddenly. "Does Sir permit it? Sir is the parent official of this locality. Why not?" Lu Wenyuan smiled broadly. "Only the sea breeze here is quite biting. I will have someone send outdoor clothing immediately." Sun Yuanhua returned to his residence and found his 2 young servants and Sun Yuan all present. The reunion of master and servants inevitably brought a wave of sadness. Sun Yuanhua had originally kept many maids and servants in Dengzhou. Scholars in the Ming Dynasty employed large numbers of servants. When a Juran from Jiangnan went out, he would be accompanied by more than 10 servants, and that was considered quite frugal. As a governor, not counting the personal soldiers and family retainers selected in Dengzhou, Sun Yuanhua had maintained 70 or 80 male and female slaves. After the city fell, some had died, some had fled. To demonstrate good treatment, Kong Youde had specifically sought out his scattered servants, but in the end only these 3 had been found. Seeing that all 3 had changed into clean new clothes and had rosy complexions, it was obvious that Manor Lord Lu had treated them well too. He felt quite gratified. "You have suffered," son Yuanhua said. "I never gave you any particular benefits, yet you shared adversity with me." He sighed endlessly as he spoke. Sun Yuan replied, "The master's well-being is our blessing, and also the blessing of the people of Shandong." Sun Yuanhua smiled bitterly and said nothing more. Sun Yuan was just one of his family retainers. He had 200 or 300 such personal soldiers and retainers, selected from the battalion soldiers of Dengzhou and Laizhou and the Liaodong population. Now these personal soldiers and family retainers had probably all defected to the rebel army. Thinking that his new army, which he had painstakingly cultivated for years, was reduced to just one Sun Yuan, Sun Yuanhua could not help but feel profoundly dejected. He returned to his room and asked about the events of the previous night. The young servants and Sun Yuan hid nothing, recounting their experiences in detail. The 3 of them spoke all at once, taking nearly an hour to finish. Sun Yuanhua remained silent throughout. Warriors dressed entirely in black, scaling walls and entering from outside the city silently in the dead of night, coming and going amidst a great army as if passing through an empty land. No matter how he considered it, these seemed like sword heroes from fantastical tales. If it were not for the fact that all 3 told the same story and it was difficult to find inconsistencies, he might have simply thought they were fabricating everything. Though half believing and half doubting, Sun Yuanhua now understood in his heart. This Manor Lord Lu, introduced by Father Pantoja/Gu Jujing, was certainly no ordinary person. Connecting this with the fact that he came from Guangdong, he began to form certain vague ideas. He put on the sheepskin vest that Cheng Lingsu had brought. The Lingao clothing factory had produced a batch of leather vests using Persian sheepskin imported by the Dutch, specifically for the northern troops to block wind and retain warmth. The quantity was limited, reserved for night sentries. The door curtain rustled, and Cheng Lingsu entered to report. "A friend of Manor Lord Lu wishes to see sir, saying he will accompany sir for a walk in the manor. Please invite him in." A young man who appeared to have just reached adulthood entered. Though he wore a unity hat, the hair roots visible at his temples told Sun Yuanhua something about who the visitor probably was. The dashing youth was indeed Liu Yang. Seeing Sun Yuanhua wearing the sheepskin vest, he could not help but feel it looked rather incongruous. But of course he showed nothing lest he appear excessively rude. Liu Yang bowed. "Mr. Huadong, I have long looked up to your great name." Huadong was Sun Yuanhua's literary name. Looking up to his great name was not mere politeness either. Though he had not held a deep impression of Sun Yuanhua before, as a member of the northbound detachment who needed to be cold-resistant, Liu Yang, who had grown up in Ningxia, had been promoted to Navy lieutenant ahead of schedule. Officers of the northbound detachment were required to read materials on the rebellion of Dengzhou, so he possessed some understanding of Sun Yuanhua. End of chapter. Chapter 1066. Refugees on the island. Liu Yang was confident he still remembered basic algebra and geometry. If he could not find a topic of conversation, he would simply discuss mathematics. He was certain his level was sufficient to thoroughly humble Sun Yuanhua. "This is student Liu Yang," Liu Yang said respectfully. "I am a friend of Master Liu, here specifically to guide sir around the island." "Ah," Sun Yuanhua nodded. "Is this gentleman also from Guangdong?" "I am from Ningxia." Sun Yuanhua studied the young man before him. He had thought Liu Wenyuan quite young, but he had not expected this one to be younger still, no more than about 20 years old, no matter how one looked at him. With his delicate skin and tender complexion, were it not for his rather dark skin, he would truly resemble a wealthy young master. The other person accompanying them was a Western priest, none other than Jean Nicholas. This missionary was extremely busy on Qimu Island. Beyond comforting the people with doctrine, his other task was rooting out heresy. Various folk religions flourished under many names in Shandong. The Civil Affairs Department and the Religious Affairs Office attached great importance to this matter. Ordinary believers were unremarkable. The key was preventing organizers from infiltrating. The countermeasure adopted was twofold. First, they would identify and isolate such elements. The Political Security Bureau had quietly identified and developed an initial batch of informants, specifically watching for anyone spreading such rhetoric in the camps. Second, they prepared substitute faiths for refugees eager to find spiritual sustenance. Jean Nicholas was naturally one option, and a group of new Taoism students dispatched by Taoist Dai from Lingao was another. Whether Catholicism or New Taoism, their targets for propagation were limited. The mission assigned by the Civil Affairs Committee was to compete for believers against the various folk religions, especially to attempt converting the grassroots organizers and minor leaders of folk religions among the refugees. He Ying's instructions had employed the phrase, "use all means." Thus, Jean Nicholas and the new Taoism students worked fanatically, launching a day-and-night race to eradicate heresy. Just a few days prior, Jean Nicholas had cracked a heretical organization implicated through a small incense head. The incense head and key activists had been isolated separately. As for the general believers, according to the principle of whoever cracks the case benefits, the side that exposed it gained the right to preach to these believers. Those who refused to convert would not be wasted either. They would neither be expelled nor burned to death. After all, Lingao had expended considerable costs on them. They were simply detained separately, and once enough were gathered, a ship would transport them to the mines in Sanya. Jean Nicholas worked with such fervor that the Political Security Bureau's special agent had to process his reports every day. To ensure this work did not devolve into religious persecution mania, the Political Security Bureau had assigned a specially trained agent to be responsible for evaluating such reports. Because of the constant saving of souls, this priest's face was brimming with a contented smile. Though he wore only a thin wool robe, his entire being radiated vitality. Upon seeing Sun Yuanhua, he warmly expressed his welcome, then praised Master Lu extravagantly as a true servant of the Lord and a fearless warrior defending the faith. Such high praise inevitably increased Sun Yuanhua's trust in Lu Wenyuan by several degrees. Keeping Jean Nicholas in Shandong had always been intended precisely for him to work on Sun Yuanhua. Sun Yuanhua was a deeply devout believer who regarded Western missionaries as teachers and friends. Having such a person present was invaluable for reducing his hostility and increasing his sense of trust. Jean Nicholas's appearance did indeed greatly soothe Sun Yuanhua's somewhat anxious heart. Observing his expression relax, Lu Yang led him up to the stockade walls. Sun Yuanhua gazed around. He recognized at a glance that this was a stockade built using Western methods. Though not immediately obvious, the protruding bastions protecting the stockade gate and the scattered towers of varying heights were all common features in the illustrations of Western fortifications brought by the priests. He himself had built Western-style platforms. During his time in Liaodong, he had once attempted to promote this fortification technology locally, so he was quite familiar with such designs. Of course, Master Lu was also a believer with deep associations with missionaries, so knowing these things was hardly surprising. The problem was that the stockade he observed, though modest in scale, was built with exceptional care and ingenious conception. It maximized the use of terrain, materials, and firepower. Sun Yuanhua had to admit that even if he were to design it himself, he could not achieve such a level. For a local gentleman from Guangdong to be so proficient in the art of fortification was considerably strange. In the late Ming Dynasty, scholar officials were quite enthusiastic about military studies. People wrote books and propounded theories on firearms, military science, and fortification. But most of it was hearsay, picking up fragments from ancient military texts or Western military science brought by missionaries, then adding their own whimsical ideas to fabricate nonsense. Sun Yuanhua was a professional. He could tell at a glance that the layout here far exceeded what any ordinary amateur scholar official could produce. On the stockade walls, village braves wearing sheepskin vests and turned-up fur hats patrolled the ramparts. They appeared even more spirited than government soldiers, high morale, unfazed by the cold. Obviously, they were well-fed and warmly clad. What they held were not the whistle sticks or wooden spears commonly issued to village braves, but well-manufactured long spears with heads like triangular pyramids, dark and gleaming. Each man also wore a straight sword with a wooden scabbard at his waist. Though they lacked armor, this appearance was already more impressive than most government soldiers in Dengzhou, good enough to serve as elite combat troops. If they possessed armor, employing them as selected vanguard family retainers would pose no difficulty. He grasped the battlement and looked outward. About 100 zhang, roughly 330 meters, from the stockade walls stood rows of long houses, surrounded by trenches and fences and dotted with a few wooden towers. It resembled a large military camp. However, the voices of adults and children drifting from that direction indicated that the inhabitants were all civilians. Morning cooking smoke curled upward. Though not entirely clear, the camp was full of shadowy figures coming and going. People were already emerging from the camp, organized in teams of 10, dispersing to various tasks across the island. Some shoveled snow, some collected catches along the beach, and others worked on building and repairs. Everything appeared orderly and methodical. Sun Yuanhua had extensive experience in military affairs. One glance told him these workers had undergone training. Brilliant officers must be present on the island to drill them. "What is that place?" "It is the refugee camp," Liu Yang replied. "It houses common people who have been displaced." Sun Yuanhua sighed for a long moment before saying, "Master Liu has taken in so many people. The cost must be considerable." "It is considerable," Liu Yang acknowledged. "But this is a matter of saving lives. The cost is not calculated." As they spoke, another team of village braves escorted a group of refugees hobbling toward the refugee camp from the willow fence entrance. Most were from villages and towns around Dengzhou. Having heard that Kang Youde and the others were slaughtering locals on a massive scale after capturing Dengzhou, and fearing wholesale retaliatory killings by the Liaodong population, the villages and towns had fled in waves, the young supporting the old and carrying the young. It was said that Qimu Island, heavily defended and surrounded by sea on 3 sides, had become the first choice for refugees. After all, in this freezing weather, stumbling along with men, women, the elderly, and children without sufficient food made it impossible to travel far. News that Qimu Island had food, drink, shelter, and many village braves guarding it had already spread throughout the Dengzhou area through the efforts of intelligence agents. Large numbers of refugees had therefore been arriving every day to escape the rebels. "These are all refugees fleeing the rebel army," Liu Yang said. Jean Nicholas could not help but make the sign of the cross. Though Liu Wenyuan had sent out many shelter teams composed of the army and civil affairs personnel, bringing food and medicine and venturing dozens of li to welcome the refugees nevertheless froze and starved on the road. Combined with bandit raids, they left trails of corpses along the way. Those who were finally taken in looked like hungry ghosts escaped from hell. None of the 3 spoke. A long while passed before the refugees had finished entering the camp. Though each held different thoughts, witnessing this scene of profound suffering inevitably moved them. While sighing with emotion, Sun Yuanhua could not suppress his surprise. There were 5,000 or 6,000 people in this refugee camp, and refugees continued to be admitted every day. Qimu Island was merely a small island. How many people could it possibly hold? Furthermore, what was Master Liu's motive for taking in so many people? Sun Yuanhua did not believe that Liu Wenyuan's large-scale acceptance of refugees was solely out of kindness. Feeding such vast numbers every day was an enormous expense, not to mention the costs of heating and clothing in winter. Master Lu has a benevolent heart. It is the good fortune of the common people of Shandong, Sun Yuanhua said. It is just that with so many refugees gathering on the island, Master Lu can save them for a while but not forever. How do you intend to handle them in the future? We simply wait for the Shandong region to quiet down, then the refugees can naturally return to their hometowns. Lu Yang replied. It is just that after this great upheaval, even if they return safely, they will likely starve to death. The three eastern prefectures had always been places where people suffered greatly. After such tremendous turmoil, plowing oxen, donkeys, and mules had been killed or stolen, houses had been burned, and property had been completely lost. People returning to their villages with nothing would have no farm tools or draft animals, nor seeds or grain. Without government relief, they simply could not survive until the next harvest season. This matter, Sun Yuanhua originally intended to say he would certainly devise a solution, but then he reflected on how he had lost Dengzhou and now found himself in an unpredictable situation with the rebel army only dozens of li away. What solution could he possibly offer? Even if he were still the governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou, relieving the people and distributing plowing oxen and seeds fell under the jurisdiction of the Provincial Administration Commission. He could not manage civilian affairs. As for whether the imperial court could or would provide relief, that was another matter entirely. Judging by the court's current state, with fires everywhere and smoke rising on all sides, even if some relief were forthcoming, it would amount to a mere drop in the bucket. End of chapter. Chapter 1067, Tacit Understanding for Those Truly Without Options, Lu Yang said. Master Lu maintains properties in Fujian and Zhejiang. They could be sent there to work as tenant farmers, reclaim wasteland. Sun Yuanhua received this with skepticism. He hailed from Jiading, after all, and knew the Zhejiang landscape intimately. Northern Zhejiang was fertile country, yes, but its fields had long since been cultivated to the horizon, every tillable acre claimed generations ago. Southern Zhejiang offered only mountains, its valleys choked with people competing for scarce land. The common folk there had to seek their fortunes elsewhere, as laborers, merchants, or tenant farmers in foreign provinces. As for Fujian, though he had never visited, he knew its reputation well enough, a province of peaks and precipices that could not produce enough grain to feed its own population, hemorrhaging immigrants every year. No, Master Lu's collection of refugees surely had another destination entirely. One needed only to observe the trestle bridge extending into the bay to understand. Beyond the necessity of berthing so many large vessels, what purpose could such an immense structure serve? It was clearly designed for moving people by ship. The thought of ships drew Sun Yuanhua's gaze toward the vessels moored at the pier. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. The distance was considerable, but the weather had blessed them with crystalline clarity. Against the pale blue sky, the ship stood out in sharp relief. Alongside the trestle bridge, amid the scattering of small fishing boats common to these waters, rode more than a dozen massive vessels, each displacing over 200 liao. Sun Yuanhua had long understood the critical importance of naval power for operations in Liaodong. Cross-sea support and maritime maneuvering were essential to any serious campaign. During his tenure as governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou, he had labored tirelessly to expand and strengthen his fleet, even dispatching agents to Joseon to purchase large warships. Yet here, gathered practically beneath his nose, was a fleet of such scale as to make his efforts seem modest by comparison. He suppressed his astonishment and excitement, rubbed his eyes, and studied the vessels more carefully. Though the distance blurred the finer details, their excellent condition was apparent. The sails and rigging looked nearly new. Flags snapped crisply at stern, blue and white bilingual banners. On the decks, tarpaulin-covered protrusions suggested the unmistakable shapes of artillery. "These ships belong to Manor Lord Lu?" Sun Yuanhua asked, affecting a casual tone. "Indeed," Lu Yang replied. "They all fall under Manor Lord Lu's jurisdiction." Would Sir care to inspect them more closely? Lu Wenyuan had no intention of concealing his true identity, not when deeper cooperation was imminent. Besides, if he failed to display some muscle, the other party might never trust him sufficiently. Very well, Sun Yuanhua nodded. Under Liu Yang's guidance, they proceeded to the trestle bridge. 9 naval vessels were docked at Qimu Island's pier, 1 Type 901 gunboat and 8 special service boats. Because the Type 901's appearance diverged so dramatically from conventional ship designs, the Daishuang had been positioned in the center, flanked by twin rows of the special service boats. Her deck cannons and smokestack alike were camouflaged beneath tarpaulins and fishing nets. Sun Yuanhua immediately boarded one of the special service boats. Its Guang ship design, the Cantonese junk style, was uncommon in these waters. Along the coast from Jiangsu and Zhejiang to Liaodong, shallow shoals dominated the littoral, making flat-bottomed Xia ships the dominant vessel type. The Dengzhou and Laizhou navy included many such craft. But these sandboats were slow, with shallow drafts. As warships, they enjoyed an advantage only because their primary adversary, the later Jin, fielded almost no navy at all. He examined the modified poop deck, masts, and rigging with keen interest. What particularly impressed him was the deck itself, polished to such brilliance that it could reflect a man's image. Such a thing seemed beyond possibility in his experience. Ascending to the poop deck, Sun Yuanhua developed an intense fascination with the steering wheel that controlled the ship's rudder. In this era, sailing vessels, whether Chinese or foreign, relied on tillers for navigation. This convenient and responsive device immediately captured his attention. He tried turning the wheel, found it remarkably light and agile, and clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, at his request, Liu Yang ordered the tarpaulins removed from the cannons. The 24-pounder smoothbore cannon and the 68-pounder carronade mounted on the open gun deck were revealed in their full glory. Sun Yuanhua considered himself an artillery expert. Though his knowledge derived mainly from Western missionaries who could hardly be called professionals, he had access to an extensive library of Western firearm treatises and practical examples, and had maintained long-term contact and cooperation with Portuguese soldiers. His ability to identify and evaluate artillery was unmatched in the imperial court. He recognized at a glance that the cannons before him dwarfed the Hongyepao, the red barbarian cannons purchased from Macau, which the imperial court revered as heavy weapons of the state. Even setting aside those massive short-barreled heavy guns, the muzzle of what appeared to be the smaller long cannon was substantially larger than any Hongyepao. "Does this cannon fire a 24 Jin shot?" Sun Yuanhua asked. At the time, Chinese translations of Western artillery works did not convert weights and measures. Pounds became Jin directly, and length units became construction kai. Though Sun Yuanhua was an expert, he ultimately could not read Portuguese or Italian, and so perpetuated the universal error. Liu Yang understood this well. Despite the incorrect unit of measurement, the man's ability to estimate the cannon's approximate caliber merely by inspection marked him as remarkably professional. A 24 Jin shot precisely. And that large cannon there, how many Jin is its shot? That one fires a 68 Jin shot. 68 Jin? Sun Yuanhua could not contain his shock. In his understanding, a Hongyepao firing a 12-pound shot was already a giant cannon. Yet on this ship, 24 Jin shots were standard, and 68 Jin shots existed as well. Since it fires a 24 Jin shot, Sun Yuanhua pursued, presumably the powder charge must be substantial. He studied the cannon's body. "I notice the barrel appears quite thin and is not cast in copper. Is there no danger of explosion?" The Ming Dynasty had introduced Western artillery but had failed to adopt standardized training and usage protocols. Problems abounded, from powder charge quantities and firing frequency to forced cooling of barrels. Coupled with various material and manufacturing defects in domestically copied cannons, barrel explosions occurred with alarming regularity. To ensure safe operation, The only recourse when casting cannons was to increase barrel thickness. The result was extraordinarily heavy pieces. This trend reached its absurd conclusion during the Opium Wars, when cannons weighing several thousand jin emerged, firing shots equivalent to European 12-pounders, or even mere 9 or 6-pounders. Lingao's smoothbore cannons, by contrast, were manufactured using integral casting, heat treatment, hammer forging, and precision drilling. The raw materials and processing methods employed were centuries ahead of their time, producing artillery far superior to traditionally cast pieces. "It matters not," Liu Yang smiled faintly. 68 jin shots pose no problem. We could manage shots exceeding 100 jin. Shots exceeding 100 jin, Sun Yuanhua repeated in astonishment. A 68 jin shot was already terrifying enough, and here they spoke of surpassing even that. He studied the artillery before him with fresh incredulity. The smooth muzzle, the gleaming cannon body, the visual impact was overwhelming. The impression the entire piece conveyed was, surprisingly, one of elegance. His gaze descended to the carriage beneath the cannon. It was not the Western-style four-wheeled wooden mount he had personally authorized, but rather an exquisite iron gun carriage bristling with iron rods, wheels, and various brass and iron components whose purposes eluded him. Some seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of diagrams in illustrations and explanations of the wonderful machines of the Far West, but not quite identical. What function could this collection of objects beneath the cannon serve? As if answering his unspoken question, Liu Yang released the travel lock and gave the cannon a gentle push. The massive piece began to rotate under the hand of this young man who appeared rather unimposing. It was clear he had not even exerted his full strength. Sun Yuanhua had served in Liaodong and witnessed actual combat. He understood immediately what such effortless directional adjustment meant in battle. Neither the Portuguese nor the missionaries had ever offered a solution to this problem. Then Liu Yang rapidly turned a handwheel, and the cannon's barrel gradually elevated. Sun Yuanhua watched, dumbfounded. The Portuguese adjusted muzzle elevation by hammering wooden wedges, a slow process where the slightest irregularity in force could send the angle too far. Everyone spoke of the wonderful machines the West possessed that China lacked, but the marvels aboard this ship far exceeded anything Western. By now, his vague suspicions had crystallized into certainty. Master Liu was a short-haired thief, a kun thief. Who else in the world could create such exquisite and wondrous machinery? Tales of events in Guangdong had reached Sun Yuanhua's ears in some form, especially given his frequent correspondence with the Jesuits in Macau and his employment of Portuguese soldiers. His intelligence regarding the Senate was far more detailed than what ordinary court officials possessed. He had heard of the short-haired thieves' strange innovations, the big iron ship, the iron fast ship, the big cannons, the fast guns. Though the vessel before him was a Guang ship, these cannons were unmistakably Australian goods. Master Liu and this young man were both Australians. This stockade on Qimu Island was a genuine den of short-haired thieves. They had built their fortress here and labored painstakingly to take in refugees, obviously to transport them to Hainan Island. That southern frontier island was sparsely populated. The Portuguese had reported that the short-haired thieves worked constantly to attract immigrants from the mainland. The short-haired thieves on Qimu Island surely shared the same objective. Sun Yuanhua's assessment of the short-haired thieves was simple. They were merely a group of merchants hoping to trade and profit. So long as Great Ming did not obstruct their commerce, they would not harm the empire. They were infinitely preferable to the Tartars, those ferocious, evil creatures capable only of robbery and slaughter. From every source, the Portuguese, travelers from Guangdong, the impression of the Australians was favorable, skilled in industry, adept at commerce, trustworthy in business, honest and reliable. The Church in particular praised the Australians as though angels had descended to earth. Though he understood the truth, Sun Yuanhua felt no urgency to expose it. Sometimes playing the fool was wiser. Moreover, he detected no malice toward him from these people. They had undertaken immense trouble to rescue him from the rebel army. Clearly, they harbored some design. He would watch and wait to discover what exactly they intended. In any case, he, Sun Yuanhua, had nothing left to lose. End of chapter. Chapter 1068. Borrowing troops to suppress the rebels. Finally, Sun Yuanhua boarded the Type 901 gunboat Daishuang. Though her hull was not substantially larger than the biggest special service boat, her construction, equipment, and overall design bore little resemblance to those vessels born from Chinese civilian craft. The rigging in particular stood out, where the special service boats employed improved Sino-Western hybrid configurations. The Daishuang carried a barquentine rig. Sun Yuanhua studied it for some time and found the ship's form somewhat reminiscent of the European-style sailing vessels missionaries had shown him, though it appeared lighter and more graceful than European designs. Sun Yuanhua had never encountered the adage that an aircraft with superior performance must be beautiful, yet he instinctively sensed that the Australian ship possessed capabilities far exceeding European vessels. What left the deepest impression was the 130 Guanxiang giant cannon aboard the Daishuang. When the canvas was drawn back and that bottle-shaped, gleaming weapon stood revealed before his gaze, Sun Yuanhua suddenly understood that every heavy weapon of the state he had ever seen now seemed pale and powerless by comparison. The 68-pounder carronade had certainly given him a shock, but his knowledge of artillery told him that a short-barreled cannon, however massive its shot, could not achieve great range. But this giant cannon combined an enormous caliber with a long barrel, power, and reach united in one piece. What amazed him even more was that despite its tremendous weight, the cannon could rotate freely with ease, without manual labor. At Liu Yang's command, several sailors sprinted to their gun positions. Someone manipulated a brass lever, turned a handwheel, and a strange, low-pitched whirring sound emerged from beneath the deck. The heavy cannon began to rotate. Without warning, thick white steam erupted from beneath the deck and within the gun carriage. Sun Yuanhua startled backward. A gust of sea breeze passed, dispersing the vapor quickly, and he watched in clear view as the cannon rotated left and right, elevated and depressed, all under the manipulation of a few sailors, agile as a chopstick between fingers. This one warship alone is worth 10 fleet ships of the Navy, Sun Yuanhua thought. No wonder the Australians roam the seas uncontested. Such a giant cannon, he said, rotating freely without manpower. How is this possible? This is the power of water and fire. Liu Yang offered a simple explanation of the steam engine's principles, the version from 100,000 Ys, using the common phenomenon of steam lifting a kettle lid during cooking to illustrate the power of pressurized vapor. Sun Yuanhua listened with intense concentration. The principle of the steam engine was simple enough, but transforming that principle into usable power was no simple matter. He did not pursue how the steam moved the cannon. Presumably this was a secret art of the Australians, never to be revealed casually to outsiders. And what is this? Sun Yuanhua approached the enormous funnel amidships. Fishing nets and tarpaulins wrapped it from view. A chimney. A chimney, Sun Yuanhua marveled. Of such size. Every large ship had a stove, certainly, but he had never heard of one so massive as to require an installed chimney. Precisely, Liu Yang said. Since we harness the power of water and fire, this chimney becomes necessary. So beneath this deck lies a great stove. Sir has guessed correctly. A great stove indeed, and a pot of water. This only intensified Sun Yuanhua's curiosity. He could not fathom how a massive stove could be built within such a rocking environment, or how a pot of water could rest upon it. Surely the water would spill the moment the ship set sail. While he puzzled over this, a small boat emitting black smoke and white steam appeared sailing across the bay. Large patches of floating ice covered the interior of Longkou Bay. A Dafa launch was ferrying laborers to manually break ice on the frozen surface, maintaining the channel's clearance. Sun Yuanhua suddenly noticed that this small craft moving through the bay possessed neither sails nor oars. He could not suppress his astonishment. He had long heard that Australian ships could move without wind or paddle, and now seeing was believing. Observing the black smoke and vapor rising constantly from both the boat and its chimney, comprehension struck him. "This boat moves freely upon the sea," he said. "I suspect it also employs the power of water and fire you mentioned, does it not?" "Sir is correct." Liu Yang admired him silently. "And this ship here, though it carries sails, it too can sail without using them." "Yes," Liu Yang confirmed. "The power of water and fire can drive cannons, propel ships, and accomplish many other things beyond imagining." Sun Yuanhua sighed deeply. "Truly the skills of gods and ghosts. Is Sir not renowned for his mastery of Jeju, the investigation of things?" Liu Yang observed. "The way of water and fire is also the study of Jeju." On the return journey to the stockade, a phrase suddenly leapt into Sun Yuanhua's mind: borrowing troops to help suppress. The other party had openly displayed their warships and cannons. He understood this was a deliberate hint. After his capture in Dengzhou, he had abandoned all hope for his future. Given the emperor's consistent style in handling such matters, even if Kang Youde released him out of old sentiment, even if he managed to return to court through the intercession of his teacher Grand Secretary Zhou, he could hardly escape death. Originally, he had prepared himself to die. But now he had been rescued again. Dengzhou had fallen only 2 or 3 days ago, and neither the imperial court nor local authorities would have received precise intelligence yet. A man in desperate circumstances, offered the faintest glimmer of hope, will seize upon it with fierce determination to survive. Sun Yuanhua immediately recognized that a tremendous opportunity was materializing before him. If he could lead troops to defeat Kang Youde and recover Dengzhou, even if he could not retain his governorship, at least the possibility of future reinstatement remained. As for the other party being short-haired thieves, this gave him slight pause, but clearly they too preferred to conceal their true identity, else why bother constructing this manor under an assumed name? Back in the stockade, Jean Nicholas invited him to attend morning mass. The service was held in a simple large shed on the island, attended mainly by new converts among the refugees. Since Liu Wenyuan was already Catholic, he accompanied them. After the service, Sun Yuanhua conversed at length with Jean Nicholas. The priest expressed concern about his current circumstances, indicating that Sun's failure in Dengzhou would not only endanger himself, but could also deliver a tremendous blow to the propagation of the Holy Church in China. Sun Yuanhua understood the implication perfectly. The Jesuits' missionary work in China relied heavily upon upper-class scholar officials. Among such Christian converts who could be called high officials, he was one of the very few. His mentor Su Guangqi was already in his declining years, exhausted from the labor of calendar reform. Sun Yuanhua himself represented the missionaries' last great hope. Then Jean Nicholas spoke at length about the Australians' piety toward the church, how the church had achieved an unprecedented harvest in Hainan with Australian support. He noted with great regret that if the leader of the Australians were a Christian, the Pope would surely canonize him. Under the Jesuit priest's guidance, Sun Yuanhua's inclination toward borrowing troops to help suppress solidified into intent. However, much remained to be clarified. First among his concerns, how many troops could the Australians deploy? Sun Yuanhua knew that Dengzhou faced Liaodong across the sea, and the local area was impoverished. Once Kang Youde occupied Dengzhou, he had grain, pay, and weapons at his disposal. With a banner raised, tens of thousands would flock to his side without delay. The majority of those tens of thousands would naturally be people seeking nothing more than food and survival. But among them would be no shortage of local soldier ruffians and veterans of the old Dongjiang forces. Though these troops lost more battles than they won against the Tartars, by great Ming standards they ranked as strong soldiers. Especially with Li Jiacheng, Kang Youde, and the other veteran Liaodong generals who had received Western firearms training in Dengzhou at their head. If it truly came to battle, only elite border troops transferred from the Shanhaiguan region could hope to match them. Forces hastily assembled from elsewhere would be no match. The vast store of firearms and gunpowder in Dengzhou City further augmented their combat power. And then there were the warships in the water city. This was what troubled Sun Yuanhua most. If those naval vessels fell entirely into rebel hands, they would gain the ability to maneuver freely across the sea. The Dongjiang army at Lushan and the Liaodong Islands could coordinate with the Dengzhou rebels at any time via the sea route. When that happened, the rebel momentum would roll ever larger like a snowball, and if the rebels could not hold their position, they might well take to the sea and defect to the Tartars. The Dengzhou-Laizhou defensive line the court had painstakingly constructed over 10 years would collapse utterly. Facing such formidable enemies, Sun Yuanhua could not rely on his meager forces in Laizhou and Qingzhou. Even with troops dispatched by Shandong Governor Youde, he had no chance of victory. He did not expect rapid reinforcement from the court. Northern military resources were stretched thin. Even if the court approved an expeditionary force immediately, deployment would require at least 3 or 4 months. His plan was straightforward: defend Laizhou and Qingzhou at all costs, preventing the rebel chaos from spreading. Request Australian naval assistance at sea to prevent the rebels from colluding with the old Dongjiang forces in Liaodong. If the old Dongjiang troops could not cross the sea to reinforce Kang Youde, and if the rebels could not take Laizhou and Qingzhou, they would be trapped in Dengzhou. The grain stores there could sustain them for perhaps half a year. Once that period elapsed, internal discord would beset them without a fight having occurred. Whether through amnesty or massive imperial suppression, the task would be half as difficult for twice the result. Sun Yuanhua placed little hope in Australian ground forces. On the island he had seen only village braves. Even if some Australian soldiers existed here, they could number at most 200 or 300. Even with legendarily excellent firearms, such meager numbers would not even fill the gaps between rebel teeth. The Australian Navy was a different matter entirely. With the warships they had shown him, blockading Dengzhou would be as easy as turning a hand. Neither the Dongjiang Navy nor the Dengzhou Navy possessed vessels that could oppose them. If battle truly came, it would be, as the saying went, like crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. Yet making this determination was not easy. The Australians were short-haired thieves who had clashed with court forces in the past. Though they had so far confined themselves to commerce and revealed no greater ambition, their inexplicable kindness toward him demanded suspicion. End of chapter. Chapter 1069. The engine starts. This was the second question he needed answered. What exactly did the Australians want? Pies do not fall from the sky. The Australians had shown such enthusiasm for the Dengzhou-Laizhou rebellion. Clearly they pursued their own ends. Asking others for help was, in the end, an exchange of interests. If he could not produce something of value immediately, everything depended on what he might offer in the future. What were the Australians attempting? Sun Yuanhua puzzled over this endlessly. Puzzled or not, both parties had reached a tacit understanding. That evening, Lu Yang and Lu Wenyuan hosted Sun Yuanhua at a banquet in the inner hall. The wine and food were simple, and no one's mind was on eating and drinking. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Wenyuan dismissed everyone around them. The two sides immediately commenced earnest discussion of deep cooperation. Sun Yuanhua presented his request for borrowing troops to help suppress, and specifically asked them to dispatch a navy to blockade Dengzhou, preventing the Dengzhou forces from colluding with Dongjiang. His plan was straightforward: depart for Laizhou at first light, gather the remnants locally, and simultaneously request reinforcements from Youde. With those reinforcements, he would hold fast to Laizhou and Qingzhou. Historically, it was precisely this steadfast defense of Laizhou by Zai Lion, Sun Yuanhua's successor, as governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou, and Shandong Governor Su Kengjai that confined the rebels' scope of activity to the Dengzhou-Laizhou region, thereby granting the imperial court time to mobilize reinforcements for suppression. Lu Wenyuan heartily agreed. If Sun Yuanhua did not enter Laizhou, he could neither submit memorials nor explain his whereabouts. In terms of seizing initiative, the sooner he arrived in Laizhou, the better. The difficulty, Sun Yuanhua said, is that I have only 3 followers by my side. I must ask Master Lu to send escorts for part of the journey. Easily arranged. Lu Wenyuan nodded. I will dispatch a fast boat to convey Sir to Laizhou tomorrow. As for Sir himself, he paused to consider. 3 followers will hardly suffice. You won't even have someone to manage documents. Sun Yuanhua agreed upon reflection. All his aides and servants remained trapped in the city. He lacked even a secretary to handle paperwork. Though Laizhou fell within his jurisdiction, his governor's position and the local magistrate and prefect were not in a direct subordinate relationship. After losing Dengzhou, how these officials would treat him remained uncertain. Without his own people, he might not find anyone willing to pour him a cup of water when the time came. Lu Wenyuan immediately stated that he had prepared an entire retinue, a private advisor, servants, family retainers and maids, everything necessary to accompany Sun to Laizhou. They are all Catholics and mostly local Shandong people, he added specifically, seeking to diminish Sun Yuanhua's wariness. This retinue was indeed composed mostly of native Shandong commoners. Since Sun Yuanhua was entering dangerous territory, there was no need to risk too many naturalized citizens. People like retainers and servants could be recruited from local refugees. Only a few were naturalized citizens. Among them, the man assigned to handle documents was a naturalized citizen from Zhejiang, originally a Ziyukai, a scholar who had passed the county-level imperial examination. When his attempt to study to become an advisor ended in failure, his master threw him out as a scapegoat. Stripped of his Ziyukai status and exiled to Laizhou, this man had landed in prison without money for bribes and was nearly tortured to death. At the time, the Laizhou station was specifically recruiting naturalized citizens with great bitterness and deep hatred. They searched the prisons at both prefecture and county levels in Laizhou and rescued this dying unfortunate. Now he was specially dispatched to Shandong and assigned to Sun Yuanhua's side. As for blockading Dengzhou, Lu Wenyuan agreed readily. First, this presented no difficulties. Second, whether to blockade or not depended on necessity. They would certainly not seal off Dengzhou before fattening up Kang Youde. Historically, tens of thousands of Dongjiang soldiers and civilians had fled to join Kang's forces in Dengzhou. Chen Yaoshi's unit alone brought 7,000 or 8,000 people. For the return on their investment, Lu Wenyuan laid out the Senate's conditions. Sun Yuanhua tacitly permits them to act at their discretion in the Dengzhou-Laizhou area, buying land under false registry, hiring workers, taking in refugees, and freely transporting populations out of Shandong. He will provide every convenience. Australian ships may freely enter and exit all ports in the Dengzhou-Laizhou area. Australians may freely organize and train village braves in the Dengzhou-Laizhou-Qingzhou area and receive nominal status for them. Sun Yuanhua may not arbitrarily transfer troops subordinate to the Australians. He can communicate with Lu Wenyuan only through the liaison officer at his side. Sun Yuanhua is to subsidize some grain and pay for the village braves the Australians organize. Regarding the final item, Lu Wenyuan magnanimously expressed that, considering Sun's present circumstances, no specific figure would be stipulated. Supplies could be provided as situation permitted. At the same time, Lu Wenyuan stated that all Australian village braves and naval forces would fly no Australian flag, operating instead under the name of local village braves. Sun Yuanhua considered these 5 conditions carefully and found none of them excessive. He agreed to all of them on the spot. With agreement reached, they drank and conversed happily. Lu Wenyuan reminded him, before departing for Laizhou, Sir should write letters to Grand Secretary Su and Grand Secretary Zhou. I will arrange a ship to proceed immediately to Tianjin Wei. Yes, yes, I am confused. Sun Yuanhua exclaimed, repeatedly cursing himself. In his excitement, he had forgotten this crucial matter. Su Guangqi was his mentor and relative by marriage. Zhou Yanru was the man Sun had fed well with silver, his greatest backer at court. He had to inform them of the situation immediately so they could speak on his behalf before the imperial court. His capture, of course, could not be mentioned, nor his private discussions with the Australians. But his future whereabouts and plans could be explained in detail. After careful deliberation, Sun Yuanhua composed letters to Su Guangqi, Zhou Yanru, Minister of War Xingminjiu, and 10 other court officials with whom he had connections and could claim as backers. He sealed them and handed them to Lu Wenyuan. I will arrange for special personnel to deliver these directly to their residences, Lu Wenyuan said. If there are replies, those will be brought back as well. I fear the replies won't come quickly. No matter. Sir need only add a note on the envelopes. Instruct them to give their replies to the Kipway Escort Agency in the capital for delivery. The letters will surely arrive within 3 to 5 days. Good. Sun Yuanhua nodded repeatedly. The Australians handled matters with impressive precision. Lu Wenyuan instructed his people to pack Sun Yuanhua's luggage and prepare a fast ship to transport him to Laizhou at first light. He also summoned the advisor assigned to Sun and said, "Hereafter, if the Lord has any matters, he may instruct this gentleman to relay them. If I have news to report, it shall likewise be conveyed through him." Knowing that Sun Yuanhua could not fully trust this advisor, he saw fit to simply identify the man as a liaison. That way, Sun would not dare treat him lightly. At that moment, Cheng Lingsu approached holding a package and presented it. Sun Yuanhua examined it with suspicion. "Please open it, my lord," Lu Wenyuan said with a grin. Inside was the seal of the governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou. Sun Yuanhua's shock was profound. His governor's seal had been lost when the city fell, presumably taken by the rebels. He had never expected to see it here. How had they obtained it? Upon closer examination, however, this seal was not the original. Though the entire piece was crafted with remarkable fidelity, even the serial number from the Ministry of Works casting was exact, complete with the gaps near the number and wear on the strokes. He could sense that it was a forgery. This, he looked at Lu Wenyuan. Losing the Great Seal brought many inconveniences and was itself a crime, but using a forged seal carelessly could backfire disastrously once exposed. Lu Wenyuan instructed someone to bring Qimu paper and stamp the Great Seal upon it. Seeing the cinnabar-ed imprint on the snow-white paper, Sun Yuanhua was shocked once again. No carver, however brilliant, could replicate the weight of strokes and wear of a forged seal to perfect exactitude. Yet the impression made by this seal was virtually indistinguishable from the original. In anticipation of the moment when Sun Yuanhua would be rescued, intelligence personnel inside Dengzhou City had spent months collecting his various notices and documents. The seals on those documents were scanned at high precision, saved as digital files, and sent to Lingao by fast ship. Zhou Dongshan's printing factory processed them by computer, then carved replacements using a combined processing center. The Great Seal's form came from historical materials. Huang An had managed to photograph the various details with a digital camera. After manufacture, all details were complete. Finally, the seal was artificially aged based on the photographs. Lu Wenyuan merely smiled slightly. He was confident Sun Yuanhua would raise no objections. Now that he had escaped trouble with the seal of the governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou in hand, he was like a tiger given wings. Sun Yuanhua finally cupped his hands in thanks. With the seal in hand, everything would proceed far more smoothly. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, escorted by Qimu Island village braves, Sun Yuanhua arrived in Laizhou by ship. The prefect of Laizhou had been in a state of panic. Rumors abounded, some claiming Sun Yuanhua was dead, others that he had been taken prisoner. He had dispatched messengers to report the emergency to Yuanhua, But upon receiving news of Dengzhu's fall, Yuanhua had retreated helplessly to the governor's yamen and taken to chanting scriptures. Servants and officials privately called him the White Lotus Censor. The messengers from Laizhou received neither instructions nor reinforcements. Just as the prefect despaired, Sun Yuanhua suddenly appeared. Joy and surprise mingled in equal measure. Joy at finally having a pillar of support, surprise at where this Sun Yuanhua had emerged from. Fortunately, the prefect had met Sun Yuanhua many times before, and Sun arrived with dozens of followers. The city gates opened immediately, and arrangements were hastily made to clean the prefecture school to serve as Sun Yuanhua's temporary governor's headquarters. The moment Sun Yuanhua settled in, he wrote to Yuanhua and dispatched it by mounted courier immediately. He understood well that once this rebellion erupted, he and Yuanhua shared a common fate. They had to coordinate their stance in responding to the crisis. Yuanhua bore at most indirect responsibility for Kang Yao's rebellion. So long as he responded properly, disciplinary punishment with retention in office remained highly possible. With Yuanhua in Shandong, Sun Yuanhua would have far more room to maneuver. Subsequently, he began composing his memorial to the throne without delay. End of chapter. Chapter 1070, Exoneration. The memorial's composition required considerable deliberation. Sun Yuanhua bore undeniable primary responsibility for Kang Yao's rebellion. That stain could not be washed away after losing Dengzhu. The memorial would inevitably involve a plea for punishment. God bless. His rescue by a fellow believer, the Australian, had erased the most dangerous charges, falling to the enemy and colluding with the enemy. What remained were matters such as employing people unclearly, failure of oversight, and indulgence. However one phrased them, these were not extremely grave sins, not matters of fundamental principle. Yet his situation was far from simple. Losing the military stronghold of Dengzhu was also a severe charge. Civil and military officials had lost their heads for lesser failures to hold territory. How to avoid that fate demanded meticulous calculation. Fortunately, Kang Yao's mutiny had not occurred within his defense zone, not even within Shandong. The soldiers had already entered Jili when they revolted. Moreover, at the time of the mutiny, Kang Yao had already been transferred to Jilil and was no longer under Sun's command. The logic might seem forced, but at least it provided room for exoneration. Essays could be written on this aspect. Another matter required immediate communication of his stance, the Wang family. On Qimu Island, Liu Yang and Liu Wenyuan had explained the entire sequence of Kang Yao's mutiny to him in detail. For the first time, Sun Yuanhua possessed a comprehensive and reliable understanding of events. Previously, he had known only scattered and contradictory fragments. With accurate intelligence in hand, he could weigh court relationships and adopt appropriate attitudes. Sun Yuanhua reflected carefully. Though the triggering incident involved chicken theft, the underlying cause had direct connection to the closing doors and striking markets in Wuqiao County. The reasons behind that closure were clear to him. Beyond the soldiers' poor discipline and repeated harassment of the locality, the leadership of Wuqiao Magistrate Bai Zian had been the main factor. Magistrate Bai and Sun had always been unhappy with one another, the tension related to Liaodong affairs. Bai Zian harbored deep hatred for Liaodong people. When his brother Bai Zisu served as governor of Liaodong, he was bound and tortured by Liaodong soldiers demanding their pay during the Ningyuan mutiny in Changzhen's first year. Bai Zisu later committed suicide in shame. Sun Yuanhua's heavy reliance on Liaodong people in Dengzhu and Laizhou, his repeated advocacy for Liaodong interests, essentially serving as their spokesman, had long drawn the Bai brothers' resentment. Now that catastrophe had struck, if the matter were investigated seriously, Bai Zian could not escape charges of inciting chaos and provoking conflict. Similarly implicated was the Wang family of Xincheng. Sun Yuanhua understood precisely why Kang Yao had executed the soldiers who stole the chicken. The Wang family was supremely successful in the imperial examinations, famous throughout the realm. 3 consecutive generations bearing the characters Guang, Zhai, and Xiang had produced 14 Jinshi degree holders. The Xiang generation alone accounted for 10. Wang Xiangchun had risen to director of the Bureau of Evaluations in Nanjing's Ministry of Personnel. His cousin Wang Xiangqian had served twice as Minister of War. In Changjin's first year, he supervised the armies of Xuanfu and Datung with the titles of Junior Preceptor, Grand Preceptor of the Crown Prince, Minister of War, and Censor-in-Chief of the Right. He retired only in Changjin's second year. Among Wang Xiangchun's brothers of the same father, many had also served as civil and military officials. More importantly, when Sun Yuanhua passed the provincial examination in the 40th year of Wanli, his examiner, his Zuoshi, was none other than Wang Xiangchun. Su Guangqi and Wang Xiangjin were graduates of the same year, Tongnian. Fellow religious senior Yang Tingyun was Tongnian to Wang Xiangji. From this perspective, though Wang Xiangchun belonged to the Donglin party and thus to a different faction than Sun Yuanhua and Su Guangqi, the two sides maintained quite close relations, especially ties like examiner and Tongnian. Kong Youde understood the special relationship between the Wang family and Sun, which was precisely why he punished his subordinates so severely, to satisfy the Wang family. On this point, Sun Yuanhua had actually felt some satisfaction with Kong Youde, believing he understood the larger picture. At the beginning of the mutiny, Kong had repeatedly sent letters explaining his difficulties. The Wang family was deeply entangled in this affair. Sun Yuanhua reflected that they too could be charged with inciting change. The Donglin party's power at court was growing unstable. Many people would use this as ammunition. Furthermore, the Wang and Bai families had generations of intermarriage. Both reasonably and emotionally, the Wang family needed to clear themselves of the charge of inciting change. The Wang family might attempt to scapegoat him, shifting the blame entirely onto his shoulders, but upon careful consideration, this seemed unlikely. First, such a move would only drive Su Guangqi's faction to oppose them, offering no benefit to the Donglin party. Second, regarding whether it was inciting change, Sun Yuanhua, as governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou, obviously possessed the most authoritative voice. If he firmly insisted the Wang family bore significant responsibility, they could not exonerate themselves. So long as he explained the situation clearly, even if the Wang family would not actively help when the time came, they would at least avoid striking a man who was already down. Of course, all this still required the grandees at court to exert themselves on his behalf, which meant substantial expenditure on bribes. Money he certainly possessed. Sun Yuanhua was not a clean official in the traditional Chinese sense. He had ability, but he was far from incorruptible. He had entered officialdom through recommendation as an advisor and risen to the crucial post of governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou in less than 10 years. Beyond his own capabilities, this ascent owed firstly to the protection of his teacher and relative Su Guangqi at court, and secondly to the money he lavished on Zhou Yanru. Sun Yuanhua had done plenty of office buying and position purchasing. In an environment where government comes from bribery had already become standard at court, anyone's political views and insights required substantial spending to gain recognition and implementation. This money, naturally, did not come from his personal purse. He could not have afforded it. Though the governorship of Dengzhou and Laizhou had filled his purse, most of his wealth was lost in the city when Dengzhou fell. Once his memorial was submitted, he would need to spend a large sum on activities. Fortunately, before the catastrophe, he had arranged for the Shanxi house to remit silver to the capital. Combined with funds already saved in the capital and at home, it should prove sufficient. If not, teachers and friends in the capital would have to raise the remainder on his behalf. The memorial was written but not officially dispatched. Instead, it was sent as a private letter by special messenger riding a fast horse to Su Guangqi's residence in the capital, asking for his review and revision before formal submission. Sun Yuanhua knew nothing of the current court situation. He feared that an inappropriate word in the memorial might create problems rather than solve them. While Sun Yuanhua engaged in his tense maneuvering, the Shandong Forward Command simultaneously dispatched a telegram. Upon receipt, Su Qi immediately issued instructions to intelligence agencies in the capital, Hangzhou and Nanjing. The apparatus established the previous year began to turn. The Engine Forward Command's order to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau was clear. Keep Sun Yuanhua in his official position if at all possible. Strive for retention in office despite dismissal. If impossible, strive for Sun Yuanhua to serve in the army to atone for his crimes after dismissal. In short, keep Sun Yuanhua in Shandong. When Leng Ningyun received the telegram, he was calculating accounts with an abacus in the study of his money house, wrapped in a thick fur robe. His current appearance and manner, pigtail aside, resembled the Jin merchants of television dramas. Including the heated kang beneath his buttocks, winter in 17th century Beijing was truly no joke. A teapot left in the room at night would freeze solid by morning. Fortunately, his thick hair bun served as a kind of hat offsetting considerable chill. Thinking of those Manchu warriors with their gold coin rat tails surviving in even higher latitudes during the Great Qing, Leng Ningyun had to admire their cold resistance. "Damn it," he muttered, shivering as he picked up the telegram. He resolved to undertake some infrastructure construction this spring, heating, a proper sanitary bath something. He had had quite enough of the dry toilet in the courtyard and bathing in a wooden bucket. He had been in the capital for half a year now, opening shops, cultivating connections, attending endless social engagements. From beginning to end, he had spent large sums, public funds that needed to be properly accounted for and reported. The confidential clerk brought him the telegram, and he studied it carefully. This task had actually been assigned months ago. Leng Ningyun's role was to work through Eunuch Yang's relationships and take the eunuch route. Wang Dihua, Gao Kikian, and their ilk were currently red-hot figures. If they could speak a few words for Sun Yuanhua and assist covertly, Sun Yuanhua would not only survive but might possibly remain in office in Dengzhou and Laizhou. The closer a dynasty drew to its end, the easier it became to invert black and white. Leng Ningyun had no doubt about this. What troubled him was how to effectively connect with Wang Dihua's circle, a considerable challenge. Eunuch Yang managed the Directorate of Imperial Music, the bell and drum office, but he was not a direct subordinate of Wang Dihua and his faction, nor was he a dragon-following eunuch from the Prince of Xin's residence. Though he had been re-employed by currying favor with Wang Dihua, he remained outside the core power of the palace. His request, in terms of motive, would not seem suspicious. The shopkeepers of large commercial firms in the capital almost universally served as request agents, and high-ranking officials routinely used major commercial establishments as firewalls and introducers for receiving bribes. The risk lay in Eunuch Yang potentially playing the old trick of taking money without doing work. Leng Ningyun understood. Even if Eunuch Yang could not help at all, he would still adopt an unfathomable expression and swallow the silver without shame, then sigh with false compassion. What a pity, after Sun Yuanhua's head fell. Eunuchs are unreliable. This was the conclusion Leng Ningyun had summarized after his months running a money house in the capital. A similar insight. Officials are equally unreliable. His first task was to confirm whether Eunuch Yang actually possessed the ability to help. Leng Ningyun pondered for a moment, then summoned Wu Kaidi and discussed the matter to be handled. Go ask around. Can Eunuch Yang get through to Wang Dihua? Can we ask him for help? Understood, Wu Kaidi nodded. Eunuch Wang has been very popular recently. Eunuch Yang should be quite diligent in his attentions. Asking him to do things isn't as simple as just being attentive. The chief is right, Wu Kaidi said, but as they say, requesting favors comes down to one word: money. Spend enough and the job gets done. This matter is more complicated than simply spending money. We're working through a middleman. Lang Ningyun explained his concerns to Wu Kaidi. End of chapter. Chapter 1071. Business in the capital. Wu Kaidi had, after all, spent a decade accompanying his master in the capital. Running errands had given him considerable experience, and through whispered exchanges among servants, he had learned no small number of corruption and fraud techniques. These eunuchs are masters at eating men without spitting the bones. If he swindles tens of thousands of taels without lifting a finger, wouldn't we still have to pay him his dividends here without a penny less? We're making concessions for the greater interest. He considered for a moment. Perhaps the master worries too much. Your relationship with Eunuch Yang is no ordinary one. How much silver has he deposited in this house alone? Besides, he still holds shares here. What benefit does he gain from cheating you? Furthermore, when he approaches Wang Dihua on our behalf, he's sending silver to Wang Dihua, and Wang Dihua must appreciate the gesture. Eunuch Yang would welcome such an opportunity to earn outside silver. Otherwise, how else does he curry favor with his superiors? True enough. Lang Ningyun pressed a hand to his forehead. Wu Kaidi made a fair point. But I remain uneasy. In his previous life, Lang Ningyun had worked in finance. He had witnessed entire cohorts of brokers in the shadow of the capital who pulled tiger skins as banners, buying and selling empty air. They could swindle hundreds of thousands, millions from provincial marks without doing a thing. What the master says also has merit, Wu Kaidi replied. I'll go out and ask around right now, get you some solid intelligence. Running out to buy the Dibao, the capital gazette, was an essential part of Wu Kaidi's daily schedule. Afterward, he would make rounds to the gates of various officials and major businesses with connections, chatting with doorkeepers, listening for news. Much of the capital intelligence Lang Ningyun collected actually came through these channels. Also, anything about the Dengzhou mutiny, ask around more. Yes, understood. While Wu Kaidi went out to gather information, Lang Ningyun swung his numb legs off the heated kang. Massaging his legs and feet, he walked with evident displeasure to a hidden door secured by a combination lock. Through the door lay a windowless room, the local safe house. Its area was substantial. By traditional Chinese architectural standards, this was a space 3 bays wide. Rows of large red sandalwood cabinets lined the walls. In the center stood a substantial painting table, flanked by several chairs. Blackboards occupied strategic positions throughout. Lang Ningyun lit the gas lamp on the table. The room flooded with brightness. Only 3 people had access to this place: himself, his assistant Wu Kaidi, and his confidential secretary who doubled as radio operator. He approached a numbered red sandalwood cabinet. Opening the door revealed densely packed binders. These cabinets contained all intelligence materials on the capital. Officials of every rank in various yamen, clerks, owners and managers of major businesses, right down to shop assistants, servants, maids, gatekeepers, and cooks. The list was comprehensive. Key figures also had brief biographies. Beyond that was black material on these individuals, any damaging information, whether hearsay or fact. Wu Kaidi reported to him in detail every day, and he would summarize it into case files. What great figures believed were closely guarded secrets were often known to lower levels early on. This phenomenon was equally common in the Ming Dynasty. The servants and petty officials surrounding dignitaries were practically born leakers. Recorded in these notebooks were the fruits of his months in the capital. Intelligence work begins with gathering sufficient basic data, and public data is the primary source of intelligence. This was the concept Li Yan had emphasized during his training at the farm. For Lang Ningyun, who had made his living in finance, this concept was hardly novel. The financial industry also maintained intelligence collection systems. During his time in the key account department, the team had kept detailed customer files for all major clients, down to birthdays, hobbies, even the food preferences of wives, children, and mistresses. Lang Ningyun knew these cabinet documents intimately. He quickly located materials on currently influential eunuchs like Wang Dihua, pulled them one by one, stacked them on his desk, and began to read. His days running a bank in the capital gave Leng Ningyun the distinct sensation of having returned to his former bank employment, except the most prominent feeling was, "This is damned boring." How was this different from working in the key account department back then? At least the old job had been in a high-class office building, a 24-hour climate-controlled environment. The restroom was spotless, the flush toilet gleamed, and the air carried the scent of jasmine essence. Since parting with Zhao Yingong in Hangzhou, he had said a complete goodbye to direct contact with senators. His communication with the Senate was limited to a few letters and radio transmissions. Though conditions in Lingao were tough, years of construction had greatly improved living facilities for senators. Sanitary bath equipment at least was now fully standardized in Bern City. Here, his most accustomed hygiene method was heating water for a daily bath. Wu Kaidi had warned him more than once. Doing so in winter was dangerous. Either he would catch cold and die, or he would succumb to charcoal poison, carbon monoxide, from the coal brazier used to keep warm during bathing. After actually catching a cold and developing fever post-bath on one occasion, he had been forced to reduce bathing to once weekly. Fortunately, the capital did sell paper for wiping, called dour paper, a rough straw variety. It became passable after meticulous processing by the local maid he had purchased. Spraying it with water first, then pressing it with a charcoal iron rendered it considerably softer. Leng Ningyun occasionally regretted his application to come to Beijing. Originally, as just another face in the Senate crowd, he had boldly submitted his request with vague hopes of accomplishment and career distinction. It had actually been approved. He would sometimes recall with shame how, during the battle defending the camp against Huang Xiaodong, he had emptied his entire magazine in one panicked burst, dropped his rifle, and fled. Wang Liubin had witnessed the whole thing, and it became a major stain on his record. He had always hoped to wash it clean through some heroic action. When he left Lingao and organized his pack, picking up that Glock pistol had brought a moment of self-mockery. What use is carrying this? If something happens, counting on the Foreign Intelligence Bureau for rescue would be far too late. At most, I could use this modern weapon to end my own life. After actually arriving in Beijing, the work's difficulties far exceeded his imagination. Though he had received comprehensive training at the farm, and though the Historical Data Research Group of the Grand Library had specifically crammed him with information on capital officials and concepts of political struggle, all of it proved useless when he actually started working in Beijing. High-ranking officials disdained meeting a small merchant like him. Whether you were the Bill Gates or Buffett of the Ming Dynasty, in the eyes of scholar officials, you were merely a tool for extracting wealth. More problematic still, having come to Beijing through Eunuch Yang's connections, his business carried Eunuch Yang's backing. Many scholar officials were highly dismissive of this. It created resistance to his work. Privately, Leng Ningyun had heard senators joke that he only did two things in Beijing: kowtowing and giving money. The trouble was, for certain people even wanting to give them money, there was nowhere to give it. Bribery, Leng Ningyun reflected, is a profound branch of study. According to his original plan, his work in Beijing had two main components. First, contacting high-level officials, expanding the intelligence network and cultivating connections. Second, establishing Delong bank outlets and expanding financial influence toward profitability. On the first task, Leng Ningyun felt he had somewhat failed the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's trust. Though Jiangshan, River Mountain, had not harbored high expectations for his mobility, he had made no progress worth mentioning in approaching high-level officials. Clearly, using Eunuch Yang's route alone was insufficient. They urgently needed new high-level figures with enough influence to broaden the social network. The second aspect showed more promise. Delong Bank had opened smoothly. The current Delong Bank Beijing branch in name, was actually also the Senate's communication station and intelligence point in Beijing. The bank had been established according to Delong's standard branch system. Leng Ningyun considered himself conscientious in his professional field. Relying on DeLong's existing influence in Guangdong and the Jiangnan region, the remittance business had developed substantially since opening. DeLong drafts could previously be cashed only at Li Luoyu's Laizhou firm in the capital, at a relatively high discount rate and with monthly quota limits, causing considerable inconvenience. Since DeLong's opening, remittances from Lianguang, Guangdong and Guangxi had been essentially monopolized by DeLong, and remittance business from Jiangsu and Zhejiang was flourishing. This expansion had driven substantial deposit growth. In Leng Ningyun's ledger, recent daily turnover exceeded 100,000 taels. Fixed-term deposit business with established interest was also being conducted in small amounts, but the loan business, crucial to any bank, had yet to unfold significantly. From a certain perspective, lending was a highly profitable financial activity in 17th-century Beijing. First, there was no limited liability in this era, only unlimited liability. Second, interest rates here were outrageously high, calculated monthly. Annual interest below 30% was considered charity. Moreover, demand for loans was substantial. Whether traveling merchants conducting major business here or failed scholars and dismissed officials scrambling for some half-official position, all had great need for loans. In recent months, he had issued only one large loan, 500 taels of silver. The project involved lending to a Mongol goods merchant traveling to Mongolia to purchase brick tea and sundries. The business had been introduced by the Kipway Escort Agency Capital Head Office. Merchants took brick tea to Mongolia, exchanged it for furs, horses, and cattle, then brought them back inside the pass. Profits from Mongolia trade could reach several 100% per trip. Leng Ningyun judged this risk worth taking. Even so, he remained anxious about this large loan of his. He knew very little about risk control in Ming Dynasty conditions, but he sensed this step had to be taken sooner or later. Everything had to begin somewhere. End of chapter. Chapter 1072, defending Laizhou to issue his first commercial loan. Leng Ningyun had invested considerable effort. He conducted a comprehensive credit investigation on the merchant, his past business status, credit history, and assets. In 17th-century Beijing, no specialized private investigation agencies existed, and the government's control over personal information fell far short of later generations. All such intelligence had to be unearthed by Wu Kaidi and his men. I need to expand my investigative capacity, Leng Ningyun reflected. In the 21st century, a bank can hire an investigation company. In the 17th century, I have to run one myself. The investigation company need not be subordinate to DeLong, he reasoned. It could operate entirely according to the concept of a tertiary industry. If problems arose, he could immediately distance himself. While on the subject, he also needed a security team. Currently, the bank's security fell under the Kipway Capital Head Office. They had dispatched 4 nursing home guards to sit in the shop and keep watch at night. Leng Ningyun remained uneasy. Is this number too few? Moreover, the weapons the escorts carry are quite simple in my eyes. They have virtually no deterrent value. He returned to his study amid these scattered thoughts. On the table lay cash flow charts and various diagrams, all drawn by his own hand. DeLong's business was quiet enough that he had ample time for professional work in this area. The loan figures looked rather poor on the report. Recent months had seen mainly microloans. Leng Ningyun sighed. Compared to the Shanxi merchants who wielded enormous power in the capital, his own activities fell far short, 10,000 8,000 li from his vision. For DeLong's Beijing branch, Leng Ningyun had developed a complete conceptual framework. In his original design, soliciting savings and commercial loans were merely the first steps. DeLong's work in Beijing would not only compete with the Shanxi merchants for loans and deposits, but would also eventually enter the nascent insurance industry, including the mutual funds and joint stock systems he had once envisioned in Lingao, however impractical. But in terms of lending, especially official loans, A breakthrough was essential. Lang Ningyun had even contemplated entering the national debt business of the great Ming government. His plan had received strong support from senators in the finance and economic system, but to the industrial party led by Director Ma, these were nothing more than crooked ways and wicked paths. In Morning Star, the theoretical journal edited and published by the propaganda department, he had once read an article titled "Be Vigilant Against Virtual Economy Bubbles," written by some cadre senator. It called for vigilance against engaging in virtual economy in financial and economic fields, lest it destroy the large economic environment. The article criticized various financial businesses one by one, all except insurance. Though Lang Ningyun considered most of the content layman's nonsense taken for granted after reading a few books, it represented a powerful anti-financial current of thought within the Senate. By comparison, the voice of his own system remained too weak. Senators controlling finance and economics were generally low-key, showing little enthusiasm for developing financial products and businesses, mainly serving as accountants. His work in Beijing served two purposes. First, to achieve actual economic benefits and results. Second, to increase the prestige of himself and other financially oriented senators. Wu Kaidi ran around the city all day and returned to the bank that evening to report. He had visited more than a dozen government yamen and lingered in tea houses frequented by yamen clerks and officials' long-term followers. The general news, word of Kang Yao's capture of Dengzhou, had already appeared in the Dibao. The court was questioning Shandong Governor Yude about the whereabouts of Sun Yuanhua and other Dengzhou Laizhou officials, demanding an immediate response. Yude hasn't replied yet. They say the emperor is furious about this, repeatedly calling Yude incompetent. Wu Kaidi spoke vividly, as though he had personally witnessed the Changzhen emperor saying this, reminding Lang Ningyun of taxi drivers in Beijing from another era. What are the officials of various factions saying? Minister Qimu of the Ministry of War remains unchanged, still strongly advocating appeasement, Wu Kaidi said. Though Grand Secretary Su and Grand Secretary Zhou haven't said much, everyone senses they favor appeasement as well. Sun Yuanhua is, after all, Grand Secretary Su's man. In general, though Dengzhou had already fallen, court opinion still leaned toward appeasement. Who advocates suppression? Lang Ningyun asked. The most radical is Li Zhijiang, a director in the Bureau of Operations at the Ministry of War. He once opposed Minister Qimu's appeasement theory during a ministry meeting, demanding that elite troops be transferred from Liaodong for suppression. I heard they parted on bad terms. Director Li Zhijiang will likely leave his post soon. He listed additional names, and Lang Ningyun noted a few personal reminders. Wu Kaidi would write a detailed report covering specifics. What are people saying about Sun Yuanhua at court? No one has good words, but Governor Sun's fate remains uncertain. Even those who wish to impeach him have no target. If he truly died for the country in Dengzhou, wouldn't impeaching him just hand ammunition to their opponents? Lang Ningyun thought. Once news reaches the capital that Sun Yuanhua has arrived in Laizhou, he'll face fierce artillery fire. He examined the Dibao Wu Kaidi had brought. He had received specialized training in ancient Chinese for reading the Capital Gazette. Still, though the memorial's writing style was not exactly elegant, neither was it ancient vernacular. Reading it proved a struggle. Summon the advisor later. Lang Ningyun employed several advisors to help handle documents. For content in the Dibao especially, he often relied on their explanations. These advisors were not naturalized citizens, so they dealt only with affairs and never participated in secret matters. Impeachment would come not only from Sun Yuanhua's direct political opponents. The various factions dissatisfied with Su Guangqi, Zhou Yanru, Xiong Minjiu, and even the Liaodong clique would use this incident as ammunition to attack their rivals. The situation Sun Yuanhua faced looked exceedingly grim. Protecting him from harm appeared extraordinarily difficult. Lang Ningyun felt troubled unknowingly. This task is too hard, yet to prove his worth, he had to handle things properly. Anyone could manage easy tasks. After reflection, he concluded he still had to work through the eunuchs. What is the eunuch's current inclination? Wu Kaidi reported that he had specially visited the residences of old eunuch Yang, junior eunuch Yang, and several other eunuchs with whom he regularly dealt, chatting with familiar little eunuchs and servants to test the inner minister's views. Overall, Sun Yuanhua had no bad reputation among the eunuchs. He was generally smooth in his official dealings and conduct, and he was not a member of the Donglin party, handling the eunuchs reasonably well. Though no great friendship existed, at least there were no signs of enmity. In that case, maneuvering would be much easier. As they say, Lang Ningyun thought, things that can be settled with money are not difficult things. After further consideration, Lang Ningyun decided to continue gathering intelligence for a few days while telegraphing Center that he planned to use Eunuch Yang's channel to seek help from Wang Dihua and others. This would require using some special Australian goods in stock as gifts for bribery. He requested Center's approval. While Lang Ningyun racked his brains in Beijing considering how to assist Sun Yuanhua had already settled many matters in Laizhou. First came organizing Laizhou's defense. Laizhou prefect Zhu Wannian was decisive and capable. In the original historical trajectory, Zhu Wannian had contributed greatly to Laizhou's defense. In the end, he was lured into a trap and captured by the rebels, eventually dying in Dengzhou. Now that Sun Yuanhua had escaped, Zhu Wannian had his pillar of support. Under Sun's direction, he immediately strengthened Laizhou's defenses. Magistrate Hong of Yi County was also quite capable. Laizhou's defensive posture improved dramatically. The most critical figure was Shandong Regional Inspector Wang Dayachun. This man had held a suppression stance from the beginning. Sun Yuanhua visited him immediately after his escape, declaring that he had suddenly repented and was now determined upon painful suppression. Thus Wang Dayachun, who had bitterly criticized Sun Yuanhua's appeasement policy throughout the Dengzhou-Laizhou incident and was himself a censor, became Sun's ally. At least until the situation stabilized, he would cease impeaching the Sun Yuanhua now presiding over counterinsurgency operations. The Engine Forward Command estimated that once Sun Yuanhua reached Laizhou and assumed the posture of painful suppression, his previously passive situation would improve substantially. Especially officials who harbored deep hatred for the rebels would shift their attitudes toward him to some degree. Sun Yuanhua's second step was rapid visits to local gentry. The gentry were not only wealthy but commanded significant local influence. Some were themselves leaders of village militia, local power brokers with grain, pay, and soldiers. In ancient society, securing the support of local gentry was crucial to defending any city. Though Laizhou was not wealthy, Yi County, the head county, possessed some notable rural officials. Jia Yuxiang, the former vice-censor-in-chief of the left, and Zhang Xin, a Jinchi of Tianqi's fifth year, were both locals. Sun Yuanhua visited them individually and received their support. Zhang Xin especially, whose family possessed abundant assets, immediately expressed willingness to donate a substantial sum to recruit village braves and reward soldiers. Next, Sun summoned the students of the prefecture school and county school, calling on them to work together in preparing for the city's defense. The city's garrison, however, was limited, only 3,000 men, some of whom were merely drilling troops of the local guard. Fortunately, Laizhou Guard also contained some Tartar troops, Dagwen Bing, descendants of Semu military personnel from the Yuan dynasty. Tartar troop combat effectiveness had traditionally been relatively strong in the Ming Dynasty. But Sun Yuanhua knew too well that this military strength could scarcely withstand a rebel assault. He understood intimately the troops he had personally built, equipped, and trained. No army in Great Ming was as proficient with firearms, not to mention that Dengzhou City was filled to bursting with firearms and gunpowder, the fruit of years of painstaking effort. Except for elite border troops transferred from Liaodong, The various armies distributed across Zhili and Shandong were simply no match for the rebels. Forget field battles, even defending a city might fail. End of chapter. Chapter 1073. Suppression and Appeasement. By now, Sun Yuanhua grew increasingly desperate for reinforcements. He dispatched messengers to every place he might call on for help, mobilizing troops wherever possible. Simultaneously, he issued a summons for Huang Long's subordinates in Dongjiang to come to Laizhou's aid. He also urgently requested reinforcements from Youde. He estimated Youde would not refuse. Though Youde had initially favored appeasement, the immediate priority was holding Laizhou and blocking the rebels' path of expansion, preventing the chaos from poisoning all of Shandong. So long as Youde grasped this, he would not deny the request. Youde was, at that very moment, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Word had come from his memorial reading study in the capital that court opinion was shifting dangerously against him. Dismissal and arrest for questioning loomed as real possibilities. Recently, he had received a court letter instructing him to effectively investigate the whereabouts of Sun Yuanhua and others. After Dengzhou fell, Youde had lost all trace of Sun Yuanhua. Now, suddenly receiving Sun's urgent request for help, he learned the man was not only safe but actively defending Laizhou. A great sigh of relief escaped him. Matters would be far easier to manage with Sun Yuanhua accounted for. In his letter, Sun Yuanhua briefly described his escape. The account inevitably contained artistic processing. He could not, of course, admit to having been rescued by anyone. Lu Wenyuan had specifically reminded him that he must absolutely never acknowledge his capture. Sun Yuanhua understood for himself that this was the vital point. Fortunately, now that he was free, he could shape the narrative as he wished. As for Dengzhou Intendant Song Guanglin, Surveillance Commissioner Wang Zheng, Governor's Command Brigade Commander Zhang Tao, and others captured alongside him, Sun Yuanhua followed the suggestions of Liu Yang and his associates. He claimed they had broken out separately when the city fell, their fates unknown. Since Sun Yuanhua had already been rescued, whether Kang Youde would release Song Guanglin, Wang Zheng, Zhang Tao, and the others, as he had in the original history, remained uncertain. For now, claiming ignorance was safer. If they were killed, the matter was simple enough. If Kang Youde still released them, the special reconnaissance team would intercept them at the first opportunity and dispose of them according to circumstances. Among these captives, Wang Zheng had personally witnessed Sun Yuanhua's failed suicide attempt and subsequent capture. Others had probably heard of it too. They had to be detained to prevent leaks. Their identities and status differed from ordinary soldiers and civilians. Once they stated that Sun Yuanhua had been captured, cleaning up that stain would become exceedingly difficult. Beyond requesting reinforcements, the question of suppression versus appeasement was also discussed. What surprised Youde was Sun Yuanhua's changed attitude, from full advocacy of appeasement to painful suppression. One had to remember that when Kang Youde besieged Dengzhou, Sun Yuanhua had specifically written asking Youde to lobby Qimu on his behalf, seeking a way to appease Kang Youde's troops. He had even sent a box of gold, silver, and jewelry of considerable value for lobbying purposes. Youde held no strong opinion on suppression versus appeasement. He harbored no particular feelings toward Kang Youde and company, nor any burning desire to see them dead. For him, appeasement simply represented the lower-cost approach. The court was in dire straits, needing troops everywhere. Suppression was easy to say, but where would the soldiers and horses come from? Not to mention the massive quantities of grain and pay that would need to be raised locally. Nevertheless, Youde decided he no longer cared about suppression or appeasement. Since Sun Yuanhua had survived, the burden of dealing with the rebels fell first upon his shoulders. Let him suppress or appease as he pleased. Youde immediately summoned his advisor to consider how to dispatch reinforcements, and an even more pressing matter, how to compose his memorial to the court. But Yuanhua's fate could no longer be altered. Not long after his memorial was dispatched, on the 13th day of the first lunar month, the rebels captured Huang County. Yuanhua was dismissed from office and subsequently arrested for punishment. By this time, however, Sun Yuanhua had already established himself firmly in Laizhou. His memorial had been officially presented to the court. Sun Yuanhua possessed keen political instincts. After Dengzhou fell, Kang Youde, Li Jiaqing, and others had attempted to pull him into their band, hoping he would raise the banner of rebellion alongside them. After being inspired by Lu Wenyuan and his associates, he realized that appeasement not only could not resolve this rebellion but would create countless enemies for him at court, especially officials from Shandong origins. If he continued to insist on appeasement, they who had previously held neutral attitudes would inevitably attack him with concentrated intensity. Therefore, in his letters to Su Guangqi, Zhou Yanru, Xingminjiu, and others, after briefly recounting his breakout and escape, Sun Yuanhua reversed his previous stance on future countermeasures. He now proposed painful suppression. Not merely should troops from Zhili and other regions be deployed, some elite forces should be transferred back from Liaodong to join the campaign. This shift to painful suppression arose not solely from consideration of his political survival, but also contained an element of genuine hatred. He had consistently trusted Kang Youde and the other Dongjiang veterans, and they had betrayed him. Lu Wenyuan and his associates monitored the situation in Laizhou constantly. Because radio equipment was limited and precious, Lu Wenyuan had established a pigeon loft shortly after arriving on Qimu Island and built a carrier pigeon communication system. Before accompanying Sun to Laizhou, the assigned team had specifically carried a group of carrier pigeons. Reports arrived on Lu Wenyuan's desk every day. Old Sun is quite capable. His skill at being an official is really not bad. Lu Wenyuan reviewed the team's reports. Combined with intelligence from Leng Ningyun's side, he could clearly trace the evolving situation in Shandong. He rose from a mere jurin recommended as an aide. In 10 years he became governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou. How could he lack skill in officialdom? Lu Yang sighed. Old Sun is a capable man. Given enough time, perhaps the Manchus really would have been wiped out by his new army. Those words are too naive. In the late Ming situation, the great Ming court has no solution, unless there were a strong emperor, not necessarily Zhu Babex, but at least a strong man like Yongle. Sun Chengzong and Xing Tingbai had actually both possessed opportunities. Even Yuan Changhuan, whose reputation in the Senate was mixed, might have recovered Liao. Given the disparity in strength between Great Ming and later Jin, so long as any reasonably capable minister set his mind to achieving that strategic goal, the task wouldn't have been too difficult. Their teammates were too dismal, not merely pig-like teammates but ones who dug pits for you constantly. No matter how capable you are, without a strong emperor like Yongle or Zhu Baba covering you, no one can accomplish anything. Lu Wenyuan said. Look at the surrendered officials and generals of Great Ming. Before surrendering, every one of them was fatuous and afraid of death. After surrendering, everyone was decisive and skilled in battle. As he spoke, he monitored the latest situation on the map. Huang County had been captured by the rebels yesterday. Within a day or two, the surrounding area would descend into chaos. What the 21st century would call a humanitarian disaster was unfolding. Invite Chief Zhu, Lu Wenyuan instructed his secretary. Zhu Mingxia had essentially devoted himself to one thing these past days, training troops. Besides the northbound detachment's daily training and targeted exercises, he also organized and trained the Qimu Island Village Braves, an auxiliary armed force. The Qimu Island Village Braves had been expanded from Lu Wenyuan's original Village Brave team, supplemented by many local refugees and others sent by Taoist Zhang from Jeju. Since the Qimu Island refugee camp opened, refugees had arrived in waves. Selecting suitable soldiers from a mass of dark complexion, skeletal figures was no easy task, but the population base was large enough. He had ultimately selected 800 men to serve as the local auxiliary force. The refugees chosen for the Qimu Island village braves were all young men between 18 and 22 years of age. According to the view of the French army before World War I, men over 20 made poor soldier material. The best cannon fodder came from the 1820 age range. The result was that before 1914 ended, France had lost a generation. Zhu Mingxia considered the French view sound. At low technological levels, young soldiers did possess advantages. They had spirit, were easily aroused, lacked understanding of death, and dared to fight and risk their lives in battle. The selected soldiers messed separately, their nutrition specially enhanced. Young people possessed strong vitality. Good nutritional support and moderate physical exercise could restore fitness quickly. The Education Administration Department had assigned him a designation, Peace Preservation Corps Provisional Shandong 1st Advance Column. The unit was organized according to Peace Preservation Corps establishment, equipped entirely with cold weapons. Auxiliary forces were essential for the northbound detachment. Personnel numbers were limited, and some had to be detached for Jeju Island. Subsequent operations would require troops to be spread across multiple locations for containment and defense tasks. Without locally expanded forces, the mission could not be accomplished. Zhu Mingxia divided the auxiliary force into two parts. Those who performed best in training were incorporated into the northbound detachment as auxiliary soldiers, committable to battle as circumstances required. The remainder would serve as garrison for the Qimu Island base. "So, is there action?" Zhu Mingxia asked the moment he entered. He too had received news of Huang County's capture. Lu Wenyuan nodded. "That's right. Since Huang County has fallen, our recovery team is about to move out." Over the past 10 days or so, with rebels frequently active around Huang County, Qimu Island had suspended organized foot recovery teams to avoid direct armed conflict. Only scouts had been sent out. Now that Huang County was captured, the rebels would inevitably conduct large-scale burning, killing, and looting inside and outside the city. The small stockades within Huang County's territory could not withstand such an organized army, and a large number of refugees would inevitably flee toward the safe direction of Qimu Island. This was precisely the opportunity to dispatch the recovery team. Without going out to receive them, refugees fleeing on foot through icy first-month snows would have little chance of survival, especially the old, weak, women and children. Moreover, large groups of refugees were prone to attracting rebel attacks. Though Lu Wenyuan had decided to deploy the recovery team, concerns still troubled him. What if they encountered rebels? If enemy numbers were small, superior firepower would disperse them easily enough. But if a large force appeared, cavalry especially, Zhu Mingxia's recovery team might not be able to fight while simultaneously covering a large group of fleeing refugees. Refugee mobility and organization were the worst imaginable. Once chaos struck, they could not be controlled at all. He hoped they would not end up like Lord Liu Bei, rooted at Chengbanpo. End of chapter. Chapter 1074, Refugee Recovery Team. "I've already sent scout cavalry to search toward Huang County," Zhu Mingxia said. "After capturing the city yesterday, the rebels are conducting organized looting, burning, and killing in the county seat. Most villages and stockades near the walls have been broken. A first wave of refugees has likely already formed. If we move out now to recover them, we'll encounter at most scattered small groups of roving rebel cavalry, not the main force." Lu Wenyuan remained uneasy. "But a large refugee group moves very slowly, perhaps 2 or 3 kilometers an hour, and the column will stretch long. It doesn't matter. As long as I maintain military order, the recovery team can act as a cohesive whole. Should we encounter a large enemy force, I'll immediately close formation to resist. Huang County seat isn't far from here. You can reinforce at any time." Zhu Mingxia and Lu Wenyuan agreed on communication protocols. Then he jogged all the way to the drill ground, where the recovery team had already assembled according to his orders. The recovery team resembled an armed caravan more than a military unit. Zhu Mingxia had invested considerable effort in planning large-scale armed refugee recovery operations in Shandong, especially regarding how to protect slow-moving, numerous refugees. He had developed several different plans, experimented with various troop organizations and equipment configurations. Eventually, a system emerged. This system drew roughly from the wagon train concept employed by Eastern European armies in the 16th and 17th centuries. Since the Hussite Wars, Eastern European forces had universally adopted wagon forts. Initially, baggage wagons served simply as mobile fortified bastions, defensive shelters during encampment. Over time, these evolved into wagon forts capable of fighting while moving. The armies of the Cossacks, Poland, and Russia grew increasingly skilled in this tactic through their conflicts with the Tatars. When attacked, the large wagon convoy deployed firearms and long spears from vehicles on the army's flanks to counter high-mobility Tatar light cavalry, covering the movement of foot infantry, non-combatants, and baggage. The system was not universally applicable. It worked effectively only on the flat terrain of Central and Eastern Europe. Though Huang County's territory consisted of hilly ground, considerable flat land stretched along the coast, and rivers were few, wagon forts could indeed prove useful here. Zhu Mingxia, however, lacked a proper supply of large wagons, and even if he possessed them, he could not find enough oxen to pull them. So his wagon fort was composed of purple lightning handcarts, somewhat similar in purpose to the wagon fort Sun Yuanhua had created. But Sun Yuanhua's version had relied on an immature firearms system. Whether his light artillery or bird guns, all suffered from slow loading, short range, and poor accuracy. Of course, Europe faced the same problems, but the tragic firearms habits of the Great Ming Army, firing as soon as enemy charges began, then fleeing, meant that the astonishing quantity of firearms Great Ming possessed never effectively fulfilled their potential. Zhu Mingxia had no such problem. Not only did he command sufficient excellent firearms, far superior to the British Brown Bess that had devastated the Eight Banners elite in 1840, but his army had undergone rigorous training. Finally, he possessed a secret weapon. Several typewriters, removed from naval warships, had been temporarily mounted on Gale-style two-wheeled handcarts. Once this weapon opened fire, even hundreds of Manchu Bayara charging together could be suppressed. The recovery team comprised three main components. First, the guard team, responsible for armed protection, composed of northbound detachment army soldiers. Second, the civil affairs team, all local dialect speakers, most of them recently recovered refugees. Civil affairs personnel worked continuously to comfort refugees and maintain order within refugee ranks. Third, the transport team. They brought vehicles and livestock to transport the old, young, women, and children, accelerating the entire group's march. Zhu Mingxia's instruction to them was clear: load nothing, prioritize loading people, especially children and women. The transport team and civil affairs team consisted primarily of Qimu Island village braves. Everyone carried a standard machete. Some also bore standard spears, capable of close combat when necessary. Though Lu Wenyuan felt long spears were rather cumbersome, Zhu Mingxia believed them highly useful. First, spears in formation could effectively counter cavalry. Second, they served as walking sticks, invaluable when traversing snow, and could be assembled into stretchers when needed. Beyond weapons, each recovery team member carried 3 portions of rations and drinking water to replenish refugees on the march. Bulk portable rations, of course, traveled on the transport team's vehicles and livestock. To facilitate eating while walking, the rations consisted of biscuits from the relief supplies, similar to rice crackers, baked from a mixture of rice flour, sweet potato flour, salt, and sugar. The texture was crisp and loose, easy to digest, requiring little water when eaten. Providing safe drinking water to a large mass of refugees during March was extremely difficult. The recovery team carried a radio station, transported on a Lingao-made military four-wheeled light carriage, maintaining constant contact with the base. Given its value, a cavalry squad was specially assigned to protect it. Zhu Mingxia scrutinized the recovery team assembled on the drill ground. Everyone was dressed neatly in complete cold-weather clothing. Though most refugees could not obtain adequate garments and survived barely through fires, anyone selected into the Village Brave team received cotton-padded jackets, cotton trousers, cotton hats, and gloves. He randomly inspected equipment, checking that puttees were securely tied. Northbound detachment soldiers wore warm military boots, but Village Braves had to make do with reed catkin straw sandals. Even so, this was considered fortunate. How many refugees had walked hundreds of li barefoot through bitter cold to reach Qimu Island? Clothing conditions were his primary concern, especially for the northbound detachment. Though Northerners had been drawn from across the army to reinforce the unit, Southerners still predominated. Since winter's onset, frostbite had caused significant personnel losses. "Have the troops eaten breakfast?" Zhu Mingxia asked Guanxiang, who followed closely during the inspection. Guanxiang served as a company commander in the northbound detachment. Because he too came from the former Dengzhou military, his company had been selected as the guard team's backbone, and he served as its captain. "Report to head, we have eaten." Guanxiang raised a hand in salute, wearing his gray military greatcoat. "How is the men's condition?" "Report to head, very high. Can we set off immediately?" "Report to head, anytime, anywhere." "Very good." The soldiers had thoroughly lightened their loads. Except for weapons, ammunition, and cold-weather clothing, they carried only one day's rations and water. The military flag remained in camp. Per instructions, they also carried no identification documents or papers. Zhu Mingxia had issued orders that all soldiers killed in action, together with their weapons and equipment, must be recovered. Abandoning or burying them on the spot was forbidden. He continued inspecting for a while without finding any major problems. Just then, scout cavalry returning from outside brought fresh intelligence. A group of 2,000 to 3,000 refugees was moving toward Qimu Island. No large rebel activity had been detected nearby. The rebel main force is operating around Huang County. Part of them are transporting looted materials and grain to Dengzhou, the scout reported. They've abducted large numbers of women and young adults to go to Dengzhou, making the young adults carry materials. Are there small rebel groups active nearby? Report, no. Small groups are mostly active around several towns near Huang County. No one is coming toward the coast. Your mission was completed very well. Go rest first, Zhu Mingxia ordered. Troops prepare to set off. Departure in 15 minutes. At 0800, the armed recovery team, more than 400 strong, moved out through the Willow Palisade. The troops advanced in column formation. The cavalry company deployed 3 times the usual number of search riders ahead. Beyond providing early warning of enemies, they were also tasked with discovering refugee groups in time. If they encountered small groups of refugees, the cavalry would lead them directly to the main force. From Qimu Island to Huang County seat, the straight-line distance was just over 20 kilometers. Well-fed people in good health could walk it in 7 or 8 hours. But considering the refugees' condition, the journey would require at least 2 days. Zhu Mingxia decided to risk advancing to within approximately 10 kilometers of the Huang County seat. To facilitate reception, he planned to establish a village at the journey's midpoint as a temporary camp. Personnel and grain would be left there as a reception point where refugees could rest overnight. At current temperatures, a night in the open would kill many refugees. He wanted to minimize the death rate as much as possible. This camp would also receive scattered refugees along the road without requiring them to undertake a long march. The troops moved across ice and snow-covered land. Though the weather was clear, the severe cold created major difficulties. The heavily loaded handcarts required several village braves pulling ropes to advance each one. Zhu Mingxia ordered the organization recovery team to follow at the very rear of the column. He felt the northbound detachment posed no problem, but large-scale straggling in the newly formed advance column remained a real concern. The land of Huang County outside Qimu Island stretched bleak and lifeless. After more than 10 li, not a sound of chicken or dog could be heard. The villages they passed were dilapidated, completely devoid of living souls. Dead bodies appeared from time to time on roads and in open fields, mostly frozen or starved to death. Zhu Mingxia did not ride but walked in the middle of the column. He carried an SKSD equipped with a 30-round magazine. Unlike many senators who disdained semi-automatics, he felt genuine affection for this weapon. The cold wind stung his face, but Zhu Mingxia did not feel cold at all. He stopped periodically to check map and compass, ensuring their route did not deviate from the path he had chosen. End of chapter. Chapter 1075, Cavalry Conflict. Throughout the march, Zhu Mingxia wore a gloomy expression. Guanxiang muttered uneasily in his heart, uncertain what the chief was thinking. Having served as an old Dengzhou soldier, he habitually tried to divine his superior's intentions. Whenever a superior's face went dark, he grew anxious. It wasn't proper to ask directly, so he could only follow quietly alongside. Guanxiang, do you think the force I brought out is too small? Hearing Zhu Mingxia's question, Guanxiang perked up and replied immediately. Report to detachment leader. This recovery team consists of 2 infantry companies, 1 baggage company, 1 village brave company, 1 cavalry squad, and a work team. 470 personnel in total. It is not few. Enough to recover refugees. Zhu Mingxia glanced coldly at Guanxiang. But if we wanted to do something other than recover refugees, this number wouldn't be worth looking at. What plans do you have, detachment leader? HMPH, I just wanted to gripe about it. Guanxiang naturally didn't understand what gripe meant, but he sensed there was meaning in Zhu Mingxia's words. When a superior wanted to vent, a subordinate had best listen patiently. Any interruption was asking for trouble. So he kept his head down and followed closely, listening intently, afraid of missing even a word. Guanxiang, our army is brave and skilled, capable of fighting 1 against 10. You were personally trained by me. You are soldiers forged from iron. Zhu Mingxia gestured toward Dengzhou. Far beyond what that rabble in Dengzhou can contend with. My northbound detachment has 2,000 men. Don't let the small number fool you. If we wanted to crack Dengzhou City, we could do it just the same. And yet, we can only turtle up on Qimu Island because we must avoid direct military conflict. Guanxiang had once been a Dengzhou soldier. After news arrived of the rebels massacring local soldiers and civilians upon breaking the city, he had felt considerable anguish. But the chiefs kept holding the troops back, and as a minor officer he could say nothing. Hearing Zhu Mingxia speak thus, he could not help but sigh. We can't even attack Huang County. That's the rebels' barrier, their defense against us. Once we attack Huang County, we've started a proper war. Kong Youde and Li Jiacheng would have to mobilize a full army to fight us to the death. Beating them is nothing, easy as flipping a hand. But my current mission isn't to fight rebels. Otherwise, taking Huang County would be far simpler than wandering around collecting refugees. The Senate's intervention in the Jiaodong Peninsula had significantly altered history. Though the refugee camp on Qimu Island did not outwardly resemble a military installation, thousands upon thousands of people had gathered there. To speak kindly, they were refugees. To speak harshly, they were a potential bandit horde in waiting. In the eyes of people in this era, such a massive gathering, even if not bandits, could not be good birds. Should they ever run short of food and surge outward, they would become human locusts. Shortly after occupying Dengzhou, the rebels had attacked Huang County immediately, preparing to use it as a stronghold to secure their rear. Their offensive toward Laizhou aimed to broaden their operational scope. Capturing Huang County ensured a reliable support point on Dengzhou's periphery. If the court ever launched a suppression campaign, the first wave of government troops would certainly strike from the Huang County direction. Because a large refugee concentration had formed on Qimu Island, the rebels attacking Huang County this time came in greater numbers than recorded in history. After capturing the city, they more actively pressed able-bodied men into service. If Zhu Mingxia did not go out to actively receive these refugees, he feared none could escape, all would be caught. He jokingly called this collection effort Operation Plunder Little Brothers. His goal was to plunder population from under the enemy's nose with minimal or no combat. Wouldn't it be simpler to just crush those rebels? He howled inwardly more than once. Amid Zhu Mingxia's griping, the recovery team arrived at an abandoned village. The buildings here were relatively intact, with dilapidated fences and barely recognizable earthen walls. If water could be obtained locally, this would be a suitable campsite. Zhu Mingxia immediately ordered a search team to enter the village. No one in the village. There's a well, the scout hesitated. Someone threw a corpse in the well, it can't be used. Wang Qisuo, the scout sent to search the village, delivered his report. He came from a local salt smuggling background, spoke the dialects of Dengzhou and surrounding areas, and was quite clever. His training results had been excellent, so Zhu Mingxia selected him as a scout in the advance column to assist regular army scouts with local operations. It seems the rebels have been here. Zhu Mingxia nodded. Throwing corpses into wells was equivalent to destroying the essential conditions for local survival, forcing inhabitants to scatter. Even those lucky enough to avoid rebel capture could not remain in the village. Zhu Mingxia had no doubt that if recent snowfall hadn't made fire starting difficult, the rebels would probably have burned the village to ashes. Still, this was a suitable relay campsite. Without a clean water source, collecting snow from the ground would barely suffice. As for fuel, they would have to tear down houses. Anyway, Zhu Mingxia thought, the people of this village won't be coming back. He ordered some personnel to remain for defense. Refugees collected along the way were settled into empty houses to make fires and rest temporarily. Others piled village debris and some baggage to form a makeshift street barricade blocking the east and west approaches. Landmines were buried on the north and south sides to guard against sneak attacks. He himself led the main force forward. All cavalry in his command were deployed to actively contact the largest refugee group and annihilate any small enemy groups encountered. Zhu Mingxia estimated the rebels would very likely dispatch cavalry to harass refugees, slowing their march to facilitate capture by follow-up forces. Of course, some might simply be stragglers out robbing. On the frozen Shandong earth, more than 100 refugees huddled together. Several lay motionless on the ground, blood gurgling from their wounds. More than a dozen executioners sat on horseback, happily surveying their spoils. They were rebels under Kang Youde. Dozens of similar cavalry groups were scattered about, their sole purpose, robbing refugees. Young and beautiful women were abducted, belongings were snatched, whether others lived or died was of no concern. This kind of plundering sometimes yielded good treasures with minimal risk. Many rebels were happy to participate. A bald-browed man at the head was first to dismount, intending to carefully examine the women among the refugees. But everyone had their heads lowered, huddled tight. He grabbed hair to force faces up, but the features were too smeared with soot to see clearly. Rage instantly consumed him. He raised his sword and hacked down 2 more refugees, then grinned widely and roared. "Grandma's bear, women come over to Granddaddy here right now. Dawdle any longer and I'll hack one with every swing, cut through all of you." He raised his sword to strike a third victim. Before the blade could descend, someone shouted, "Cavalry!" Bald Brow followed the voice. More than 100 zhang away, a small squad of cavalry was trotting toward them. He dropped the refugee and hurried to raise his sword and mount. Visibility was better from horseback. Bald Brow had once been a cavalryman in the Liaodong garrison, had faced the Manchus in Liaodong. Though they lost every battle, he had relied on horsemanship and an unerring instinct for the optimal moment to flee, always staying safe. This survival skill had earned him promotion to commander, though Mao Wenlong had granted official titles far too freely on Pai Island, so after his death, the ranks of Dongjiang generals were downgraded several levels. Bald Brow was merely a squad leader now. Years of flight-based survival had made him cautious about enemies, especially mounted enemies. Pursuing cavalry posed the greatest threat to fleeing cavalry. Rising in his stirrups, he surveyed the newcomers. These cavalrymen wore no armor. Their attire was completely unfamiliar, gray cloaks, tall hats, advancing toward him in a double column. The approaching force was hostile. Numbers appeared roughly equal on both sides. Bald Brow and his rebels had seen battle formations after all. Observing that the enemy had no numerical advantage and wore no armor, they did not scatter but gathered together, preparing for a cavalry charge. Though Liaodong cavalry performed poorly against the Manchus, they could at least put up a fight. Inside the pass, they were known as Iron Cavalry. Neither Bald Brow nor his subordinates took the dozen or so cavalrymen before them seriously, even with roughly equal numbers. But the other side did not draw swords and charge. Instead, they reined in their horses 70 or 80 zhang away. Except for 3 or 4 riders, everyone else dismounted. They formed a line. Bald Brow pulled down his iron helmet, confused. Did they dismount to prepare for archery? He had seen Tartars do this in Liaodong, but this distance was excessive. Even Tartars renowned for powerful bows and hard arrows would not dismount to shoot from so far. He waved his hand. Everyone charge! Cut them down! More than a dozen cavalry drew their swords simultaneously and spurred their horses to gallop fierce. Given the small numbers on both sides, Bald Brow did not order any formation. They simply charged headlong. Almost the instant they spurred their mounts, crisp cracking sounds reached their ears. "Too early," Bald Brow roared. Firing guns from such distance was merely making noise. He lowered his head, clamped his horse's belly with his legs, and continued charging wildly. A second volley rang out almost immediately. A rebel cavalryman's horse suddenly collapsed. Another fell right after. The gunfire grew increasingly dense. The enemy's bird guns seemed capable of continuous fire. Before they had covered 20 zhang, 3 or 4 men had fallen. When another dropped, everyone wheeled their horses in unison without waiting for orders, lashed their horses' rumps wildly, and chose to flee without a word. The rescued refugees stared at these cavalrymen in terror, uncertain of the newcomers' intentions. Fortunately, their languages were mutually intelligible. After some communication, they learned that the others had come from Qimu Island specifically to escort them to refuge there. Qimu Island had not been their original destination, but before these cavalrymen who had just killed men, they had no other choice. End of chapter. Chapter 1076. Refugee group slinging the short-barreled Minié rifle onto his back. The cavalry corporal tossed his reins to a subordinate and trudged with difficulty through the snow toward a corpse. He flipped it over with the tip of his boot. The deceased had a dark, coarse face weathered by the elements, age indeterminate. The body wore rough iron armor. A helmet had rolled some distance away. The corporal studied the dirty, worn uniform and equipment carefully. They seemed oddly familiar. 3 years ago, he had served as a cavalryman in Guanxiang town. When the Tartars first breached the pass, he had followed the army to the capital to serve the king, then scattered to the central plains after a mutiny over unpaid wages. The changing winds of fate had ultimately carried him across thousands of li to become a Fubo army cavalry corporal in a cavalry cloak. The enemy had carried only a long sword, no bow and arrows, clearly not prepared for armed conflict. They had simply been out robbing. The corporal surveyed the scene. His soldiers were gathering the horses the rebels had abandoned. The chiefs valued horses highly. Bringing back these few would count as adequate credit. He removed the long sword from beside the corpse and threw it onto his horse. The blade still held some value. Cavalry weapons remained in critically short supply. Lingao had never manufactured cavalry sabers, so their equipment consisted of standard machetes. Though the blade quality was good, machetes were ultimately unsuited to mounted combat. Zhu Mingxia had therefore ordered special attention to collecting Ming army cavalry long swords. After rescuing the first batch of refugees, the cavalry squad continued searching for the large group of refugees mentioned in their intelligence. Finding them was not difficult. In clear weather, the snow dust raised by a large mass of walking people could be seen from considerable distance. Soon, they located them. Their position had not shifted much from the initial reconnaissance. The immense, disorderly mass moved slowly, covering less than 2 kilometers per hour. The scout cavalry paused carefully at a moderate distance to observe. The refugee column was huge and chaotic. Though it appeared to be a gray, disordered crowd, certain organization existed within. Generally, with their own village or clan as the core, they formed a group-within-group structure. Young adults walked on the periphery. Old, weak, women and children occupied the middle, interspersed with wheelbarrows carrying broken furniture and grain. Those who could no longer walk or were weak could sometimes ride the carts briefly. Others had been marginalized, completely squeezed to the crowd's outer edge, receiving no rest or assistance. Except for the particularly strong among them, they gradually fell behind and became prisoners of the rebels or corpses in the snow. The corporal was in no hurry to spur forward. A dozen men could not control so many refugees. If the crowd panicked and scattered, matters would become even more unmanageable. At that moment, however, he suddenly noticed snow plumes raised by galloping horses alongside the mass. He shouted, "Situation! Observe!" All soldiers straightened, scanning their surroundings. Through gaps in the crowd, cavalry could be vaguely glimpsed passing rapidly around the perimeter. Each time they swept close to the crowd's edge, shouts and screams erupted. The corporal understood. Rebels had entangled these refugees. The rebel numbers were too few. Even with several thousand people gathered together, they dared not close in to drive them. So they harassed from the flanks, periodically launching raids to scatter refugees at the edges, delaying the group's speed, consuming their strength. They were waiting for larger rebel forces to arrive before slowly carving up this prize. The two sides remained in this stalemate. The refugees understood perfectly that the longer they delayed, the more rebels would gather, the harder escape would become. Eventually, disaster would be inevitable. Some villages had once organized armed braves. With weapons in hand, they had organized attempts to drive off the roving rebel cavalry. But such loose attacks achieved little beyond sacrificing a few lives. They temporarily scattered the rebels, who would soon resume trailing them. The column could not move. Yet small groups breaking away to advance quickly could not ensure safety either. No single clan or village group could maintain cohesion under assault from 50 or 60 cavalrymen, even with several hundred people. In this slow progress punctuated by occasional small conflicts, many had already exhausted their strength. Some simply sat on the ground, closed their eyes, and waited for death. The scout cavalry immediately turned back to find the main force and report the column's precise location. Zhu Mingxia immediately ordered the entire force to seize favorable positions and intercept the refugee group head-on. By the time the main force arrived, the refugee column had completely halted. Approximately 100 rebel cavalry were now circling the refugees. Periodically, someone would loose an arrow into the crowd. Like wolves watching a flock of sheep, the situation looked extremely dangerous. "Guanxiang, form ranks," Zhu Mingxia shouted. "Yes," Guanxiang sprinted out. "Two-row line." At his command, non-commissioned officers at all levels rapidly transmitted the order. One infantry company deployed a 75-meter-wide two-row battle line on the slope before a small hill. 2 typewriters were positioned on the flanks. Though the 12-pound mountain howitzer was light enough, its ammunition was inconvenient to carry by manpower, so Zhu Mingxia had not brought it. The village brave company and baggage company formed behind, guarding the work team and refugees collected along the road. This formation was unprecedented in this era, especially the strange thin battle line. With contemporary firearms, such a weak formation could not be supported. Just as the gathering rebels wondered what sort of bullshit formation this was, Zhu Mingxia raised his SKSD and fired the first shot. One round struck a rebel. The 7.62 mm.43 bullet passed clean through and hit another rebel behind. This rifle, after modern modification, was remarkably comfortable to shoot. A senator unfamiliar with military matters had once mistaken it for an AK-47. The semi-automatic firing mode also delivered sufficiently fierce firepower. In this era, automatic fire usually meant wasting ammunition. After the first shot was fired, Guanxiang immediately ordered a volley. The battle line discharged 2 consecutive rounds according to drill manual requirements. The massed cavalry instantly dissolved into chaos. Though the distance of more than 200 meters significantly reduced accuracy, the rebels' concentration allowed the Mini-A rifles to exploit the advantage of mass target firepower. 2 waves of lead swept through the rebel ranks. Screams and horse neighs merged into a chaotic mess. Men struck and thrown from their mounts were immediately trampled to death by wounded and panicking horses. Fire at will. At Zhu Mingxia's command, more than 100 rifles erupted in competition. Subsequently, 2 typewriters also spat tongues of flame. Rebels were hit and fell from their horses one after another. Some who were not hit saw the situation turning and spurred their horses to flee. Zhu Mingxia fired half a magazine continuously, but dropped only 1 more man. Hitting moving targets at 200+ meters relied heavily on luck. He did not waste more ammunition. "Cease fire," he ordered. "Cavalry go collect horses, move fast. Work team, village brave company control the refugees." He had noticed commotion among the refugees during the battle. A tendency to move again appeared. The situation had to be controlled immediately. Otherwise, if the crowd scattered, the objective would be lost. His deployment of such a lavish lineup and imposing display just to drive off a few dozen rebels served 2 purposes. Partly to stabilize the situation quickly, partly to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, routing the rebels through thunderous means to stun the refugees into submission. After dispersing the rebels, the recovery team moved swiftly to control the refugees. Zhu Mingxia ordered soldiers to guard them with weapons. The massive typewriters also aimed menacingly at these wretched people. He did not believe these thousands would follow him obediently. To have walked this far, they had effectively become an organized armed refugee mass. He noticed many young adults carrying sticks and sharpened wooden spears, some bore farm tools serving as weapons. Too many variables remained on this road, the rebels' watchful presence being the most critical. He had to employ some tactics to complete the mission. They were less than 20 li from the Huang County seat. If the main rebel infantry in Huang County moved out, they could arrive within 2 hours without delays. Cavalry would be even faster. According to scout reports, however, the main rebel force in Huang County was still busy raping, looting, and enjoying their spoils inside the city. Outside the walls, only scattered small bands roamed. A large-scale pursuing force would not form soon. "Guanxiang, have people get ropes and tie these refugees up for me. Watch how I scatter beans to become soldiers." After the cavalry fired repeatedly and killed several refugees attempting to escape in the confusion, the entire refugee column came to a halt. The work team and village braves roared through megaphones. Everyone kneeled down. Hands on head. Zhu Mingxia's scatter beans to become soldiers plan was simple. First, select relatively strong refugees from among them. According to his requirements, as long as a person was solidly built and alert, they were divided into groups of 20, men and women mixed. Their right hands were tied to a rope at 60-centimeter intervals. In this manner, they could only walk single file. A village brave then led the rope, controlling stride and pace. These village braves had all been carefully selected, physically strong, with excellent training results and developed formation awareness. Having them lead refugees effectively created orderly queues. With order in the column, they moved faster. All items on the wheelbarrows except strictly necessary grain and cotton clothes were discarded. The old, weak women and children rode in their place. They were sandwiched in the column's middle. Because wheelbarrows were limited, some children had to be carried by relatively strong men and women. The work team neither persuaded nor coaxed. With soldiers holding bayonet-fixed rifles behind, any refusal or delay earned a merciless rifle butt plus a gleaming bayonet. Consequently, the chaotic refugee mass was swiftly organized. According to Zhu Mingxia's estimate, reaching the transfer point before dark would pose no problem. When they arrived, letting these refugees crowd together to rest would also provide some warmth. After daybreak, even if a large enemy force pursued, he could rely on the village stockade to fight a battle and repel the enemy without difficulty. End of chapter. Chapter 1077. The subtle situation of Kang Yao. Zhu Mingxia positioned the baggage train along with the elderly, wounded, and infirm at the center of the column. Guanxiang commanded a company to guard the rear while Zhu Mingxia himself led the vanguard. Cavalry squads patrolled ceaselessly between front and back. He had prepared dozens of large banners beforehand, and now ordered them raised high. With so many flags snapping in the wind above the neat ranks, the column appeared from a distance like an army of thousands on the march, an imposing sight, so long as no one drew close enough to see the truth. This was Zhu Mingxia's stratagem of scattering beans to conjure soldiers. He intended to masquerade as a force formidable enough to dissuade the Huang County rebels from any rash actions. Should the rebels attack regardless, the refugees, their movements already constrained, would not obstruct military operations. They could be driven forward as cannon fodder or simply abandoned without risk of triggering a catastrophic rout. Pay attention to recovering stragglers. Zhu Mingxia issued the order, and the entire column began its slow crawl across the frozen, snow-covered earth. Their first objective was to reach the relay point before nightfall and shelter within the village stockade overnight. Zhu Mingxia mounted a captured warhorse. During his time in Lingao, he had trained weekly at the cavalry training unit in the Guanxiang area. While he might not yet wield a saber from horseback with any proficiency, commanding a battle from atop a horse posed no difficulty. The wind cut sharply against his face, stinging his skin raw. Yet surveying the rolling current of humanity and horses beside him, he could not suppress a swell of pride. They were haggard now, these refugees, gaunt and hollow-eyed. But in a few years' time they would forge into an army of tigers and wolves. The column advanced slowly, managing perhaps 3 or 4 kilometers per hour. Zhu Mingxia judged that reaching the relay station before dark should present no great difficulty. Along the way they encountered scattered refugees and roving rebel cavalry, the latter in considerable numbers, ranging widely across the territory. Kang Youde clearly attached great importance to Huang County and had deployed extensive scout patrols to monitor the region. Zhu Mingxia understood the strategic calculus. Southwest of Huang County lay Laizhou. If the rebels wished to expand their reach, they must first seize Laizhou and break free of their constraints. Otherwise, they would find themselves trapped between the mountains and the sea in Dengzhou, slowly strangled. History, both his original timeline and the reality of this one, confirmed that the rebels' dispatch of troops to attack Huang County in the first lunar month followed an invariable pattern. No matter the timeline, an enemy's fundamental behavior would not diverge too far from expectation. Since the fall of Dengzhou, the initial chaos had given way to a semblance of order. Rebel troops gathered in vast numbers, their vigilance exceeding anything the city had known before. The traces of the native massacre had been scrubbed away, leaving only blackened bloodstains dried upon the streets and splashed along the walls. After Li Jiacheng, Kang Youde and the other rebel leaders had inventoried the warehouses and reorganized the scattered soldiers and surrendered troops, they had locked down the entire city. Each gate was personally commanded by a 1,000-man commander leading substantial garrisons, all Liaodong men of Dongjiang origin. Beyond the walls, every strategic point, including Mishen Mountain, bristled with infantry and cavalry. Not only was every household billeted with soldiers, but tent encampments lined the 4 suburbs, horses corralled in great herds. Once night descended, drums and horns sounded in mutual response, the constant neighing of horses punctuating the darkness. No one could say with certainty how many rebels there truly were. Any traveler moving north or south faced layers of interrogation. Because the slaughter during the city's fall had been so savage, Li, Kang, and the others feared that surrendered troops and civilians who were not old Dongjiang men might harbor resentment and serve as inside agents for government forces. Control within Dengzhou had therefore grown extreme. Locals and Southerners were forbidden from walking the main thoroughfares. Anyone discovered doing so was beheaded on the spot. Recently, internal defenses had tightened further still. Sentries multiplied during the nightly curfew, and even during daylight, people required road passes to move about the city. On the walls themselves, vigilance had intensified to the point where arrows were passed day and night as warning signals. Anyone who failed to respond to the passing of an arrow was executed without inquiry. The whole of Dengzhou had become a fortress of suspicion. A few days prior, the rebel leaders had privately cast the seal of Grand Marshal, electing Li Jiacheng to that title, Kang Youde as Vice Grand Marshal, and Zhang Zhangming as Commander-in-Chief. The rebel marshal's mansion, which also served as the operational nerve center for the entire army, now occupied what had once been the Dengzhou governor's yamen of Sun Yuanhua. Most of the rebel generals were men long experienced in military affairs. Li Jiacheng himself had served as vice-regional commander of Dongjiang. He possessed his own methods for managing an army and preparing for war, and affairs proceeded in orderly fashion under his direction. At that moment, Kang Youde stood with hands clasped behind his back in one of the marshal's mansion halls, contemplating 2 great trees in the courtyard. He was not old, only 30, but his origins as a miner combined with long years of military service had forged a robust and powerful frame. On the surface, his expression remained calm, betraying neither tension nor worry. But deep within, his thoughts circled endlessly around his own fate and the future of Dongjiang. The rebellion had never been Kang Youde's original intention. It was more Li Jiacheng's vision. Yet once the banner of revolt was truly raised, Kang Youde had resolved to see it through to whatever dark end awaited. Neither Kang Youde nor Li Jiacheng harbored ambitions of becoming emperor themselves. The great Ming Dynasty, for all its signs of terminal decay, remained a behemoth. Rebellion carried perhaps a 30% chance of success against a 90% probability of death. Though they had schemed to draw Sun Yuanhua into their faction, this was merely to amplify their momentum. As for how far the rebellion should ultimately extend, the rebel high command had reached no unified understanding. The door to appeasement remained open. Li, Kang, and Zheng all recognized that the court was presently in desperate straits. Any mutiny or civil unrest that achieved sufficient scale almost invariably saw the court inclined toward appeasement. Looking no further than the recent past, the string of mutinies at the end of the Tianqi era and the beginning of Changzhen's reign had almost all concluded with appeasement. When Huang Long was beaten by rioting soldiers on Pai Island, beaten so severely they broke his leg, even that had ended in appeasement. So in general terms, they intended to leverage the rebellion to extract the most favorable appeasement conditions possible. From the outset, they had continuously expressed their willingness to accept such terms through every available means. Initially, this served as a delaying tactic, a way to postpone the arrival of government suppression forces while they expanded their territory and consolidated their strength. With sufficient power established, they could dictate terms to the court, and those terms would be what many Dongjiang generals had long sought to achieve. That was to transform Dongjiang town into a third force, nominally belonging to the Great Ming, yet in practice able to maneuver between the Ming and the later Jin as circumstances required. Such a pattern had already begun to emerge faintly in Guanxiang town, where military families commanding troops were transforming into warlords. Not only did they receive enormous sums in military pay while sitting idle, but the court was increasingly failing to command their obedience. Compared to Guanxiang town, Dongjiang town occupied the Liao Sea. Advancing, it could contain any later Jin attempt to enter the pass. Retreating, it could threaten the Great Ming's capital and the Shandong coast. To counter the later Jin and secure its flank, the court would have no choice but to continuously funnel military pay and grain to them, allowing the formation of a military group that was, in practical terms, an independent regime. This was the old scheme of allying with the Manchus and leveraging Korea that Dongjiang soldiers had long plotted, establishing themselves as a third force in the space between the two great powers of Ming and Qing. The Liu Xingzhuo brothers, who had wielded influence over Dongjiang town after Mao Wenlong's death, had harbored precisely such a plan. But the Liu brothers were not Dongjiang veterans who had followed Mao Wenlong from the beginning. Their limited appeal had ultimately doomed their ambitions. By contrast, men like Li Jiacheng and Kang Youde were almost all old subordinates who had followed Mao Wenlong in raising the original army, men who had built Dongjiang from nothing with their own hands. Li Jiacheng had also served as vice-regional commander of Dongjiang and commanded high prestige among the Dongjiang veterans. If only the court would agree to appeasement and appoint Li Jiacheng as regional commander of Dongjiang, the old Dongjiang subordinates could finally rid themselves of Huang Long, that outsider, and move freely with their hands unbound. The calculation seemed sound. But Kang Youde knew well that matters would not prove so simple, particularly after what had happened a few days prior, when Sun Yuanhua had inexplicably and bizarrely vanished from the surveillance commissioner's yamen, where he'd been held under house arrest, disappearing without a trace. The guards watching him had either died or professed complete ignorance. Though the garrison guards at the surveillance commissioner's yamen were all Liaodong men, their interrogation under torture had yielded nothing. They had either been asleep or claimed to have heard and seen nothing. Losing Sun Yuanhua meant losing their greatest bargaining chip. Of all the officials captured, Sun Yuanhua held the highest rank, maintained the widest connections within the court, and served as the supreme authority over the Dengzhou-Laizhou region. His every word carried immense influence. Li Jiacheng and the others had originally planned to use him as their spokesman in negotiating appeasement with the court. Sun Yuanhua's bizarre disappearance also brought with it a far more terrible potential threat. Who on earth possessed the capability to spirit him away unnoticed from within the heavily guarded confines of Dengzhou City? The next day, it was discovered that all the guards on a certain watchtower had been killed, suggesting the infiltrators had entered by scaling the walls. Yet neither Li nor Kang, nor virtually anyone else, believed that any human being truly possessed such ability. Even if figures like the legendary Hongxian existed in the world, what she had stolen was merely a small box. Sun Yuanhua was a living man of considerable bulk, and it was not only Sun Yuanhua who had vanished. 2 servant boys and a family guard who attended him had also disappeared. No one could bring themselves to believe that 4 grown men had been spirited out of Dengzhou City by way of the city walls in the dead of night. Orders forbidding the spread of any information about the incident were issued that very day. Every surviving guard who had been present at the surveillance commissioner's yamen that night was silenced, permanently. But the affair bred suspicion within the rebel high command. Many believed the abduction to be the work of some high-ranking general within the city, who had hidden Sun Yuanhua away as capital for a future defection to the Ming loyalists, and Kang Youde was the man under deepest suspicion. Nearly everyone agreed. If anyone would do such a thing, Kang Youde was the most likely candidate. First, he had received tremendous favor from Sun Yuanhua, and more than that. The relationship between Sun Yuanhua and Kang Youde was not as simple as mere patronage. Many had heard rumors that Sun Yuanhua's appointment as governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou was connected to Kang Youde's secret bribing of powerful figures at court. And after Sun Yuanhua assumed the governorship, he had indeed treated Kang Youde with marked generosity. Second, Kang Youde's authority and influence within the rebel high command were second only to Li Jiaqing's. If he intended to defect, he occupied the most advantageous position of anyone. If he could eliminate Li Jiaqing, the chief evil, he would not merely escape punishment but might even earn merit. These factors combined to place Kang Youde in an exceedingly precarious situation. End of chapter. Chapter 1078, Crisis on Qimu Island. Though no one openly questioned Kang Youde, he could already feel a miasma of distrust permeating those around him. This was a dangerous signal. The army was a place where killing came as easily as cutting grass, and this was doubly true in a rebel army born of chaos. In troubled times, human life was cheap. A trivial reason could lead to death. And nothing was more despised than a man who straddled two boats. Li Jiaqing had shown no outward suspicion toward him, yet the excessive displays of trust from Li Jiaqing and his son in recent days seemed to confirm his darkest fears. They had already begun to suspect him. It had to be said, this was a very dangerous signal. Difficult. How could he possibly prove his innocence? Kang Youde heaved a deep sigh. He certainly trusted his own loyal subordinates, but they numbered only a few hundred. If most of the generals came to believe he harbored disloyalty, those few hundred men would simply be buried alongside him. Were it not for his considerable prestige among the Dongjiang veterans in Dengzhou, were he anyone else, he might have been killed already. How to regain everyone's trust had become the most pressing problem Kang Youde now faced. For this reason, he had been forced to demonstrate by every possible means that he harbored no second thoughts. He had voluntarily vacated his original residence to dispel any suspicion of sheltering Sun Yuanhua. Fortunately, a few days prior, they had received an intelligence report. Sun Yuanhua had suddenly appeared in Laizhou and officially begun attending to administrative duties and organizing the city's defenses. This had done much to clear Kang Youde of suspicion. However, the mystery of how Sun Yuanhua had escaped remained unsolved, and so Kang Youde's position was still somewhat delicate. Laizhou had now been reorganized under Sun Yuanhua's direction until it was tight as an iron barrel. Spies also reported that Youde, who had previously been dispirited and cloistered in his yamen chanting sutras, had suddenly rallied after Sun Yuanhua's arrival. He had not only dispatched reinforcements but also transported large quantities of grain and military supplies to Laizhou. The implications were clear. Sun Yuanhua's stance on appeasement was shifting. The advantages the rebels had gained through professed willingness to negotiate were slipping away. In particular, their original plan to have Sun Yuanhua continuously pen letters expressing their willingness to accept appeasement, thereby delaying court suppression efforts while they expanded their power, had now completely collapsed. What followed was inevitable. The rebels would face the court's military response. Time waits for no man. The window remaining to them was shrinking rapidly. At the military council 2 days prior, all had agreed. They must take Huang County immediately and besiege Laizhou as soon as possible. Capturing Huang County would secure Dengzhou. Occupying Laizhou would grant the army greater room to maneuver, the ability to advance to attack or retreat to defend. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would find themselves strangled between the mountains and the sea by government forces. Yet to further confuse the court and embolden those ministers who advocated appeasement, it remained necessary to continue expressing the sincerity of accepting appeasement. Though Sun Yuanhua had escaped, they still held a group of officials. These people were useless to keep, so at yesterday's military council, it was decided to release them all, Song Guanglin, Zhang Tao, Wang Zheng, and others. At the same time, they would carry a letter jointly signed by the principal rebel generals, expressing their desire for appeasement. Because Kang Youde had maintained relatively good relations with the Dengzhou officials, This task had fallen to him. On the surface, this suggested trust, a vote of no suspicion. But in reality, Kang Youde knew he had still not cleared himself of the accusation of colluding with Sun Yuanhua. There was no foolproof plan at present. He could only take things one step at a time. Matters have not yet reached the point of showdown, Kang Youde thought, but I must capture Laizhou as soon as possible. While he was lost in contemplation, a personal guard arrived to report that Grand Marshal Li Jiacheng had summoned him to a military council. "Return and inform the marshal I shall attend immediately." Kang Youde issued the order. He knew today's council would certainly address the deployment of troops against Laizhou. They had already captured Huang County a few days prior. Taking it had required almost no effort. But attacking Laizhou was another matter entirely. The Ming garrison there was limited, and ordinarily the assault would not have been difficult. But now that Sun Yuanhua had entered the city, its defenses would inevitably be greatly strengthened. With him presiding over Laizhou as governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou, and with Shandong governor Youde coordinating his efforts, the provincial army would certainly be mobilized to reinforce the city. "Come, bring my armor," he called. A personal guard approached. "Today is not a formal assembly for roll call. Is armor truly necessary?" "Of course it's necessary," Kang Youde declared loudly. "One must not slight a military council either." He allowed his guards to dress him in full armor. Save for the absence of bow and quiver, his appearance matched the formal bow and quiver ceremony. Though Kang Youde was vice-marshal, his prestige in the army second only to Li Jiacheng's, he remained scrupulously careful, never betraying a trace of arrogance, always maintaining the humble bearing of a subordinate. Fully armored now, he departed the yamen. A fine Mongolian horse had already been prepared for him. Kang Youde vaulted into the saddle and rode to the Grand Marshal's mansion surrounded by his guards. The streets of Dengzhou had fallen into silence. Those moving along them wore soldiers' uniforms. Occasionally there were commoners pressed into labor for the rebels, but few made any noise. Kang Youde and his retinue rode down the center of the road. People scattered from their path. The festival hall in the former governor's yamen now served as the festival hall of the Grand Marshal's mansion. From the main gate onward, fully armored guards and warriors stood in rows. Kang Youde, resplendent in his armor and bearing an air of martial vigor, strode through the second gate. He passed between two ranks of solemn, silent guards whose swords, spears, and halberds gleamed in the light. Bowing as he walked, he entered the festival hall and knelt approximately 5 kai from the official desk, announcing his rank in a ringing voice. "Vice Grand Marshal acting for heaven, Kang Youde, pays his respects to your excellency." Li Jiacheng nodded with a smile. "Please rise." The festival hall had filled with the principal rebel generals. Most had attained ranks of regional assistant commander or mobile corps commander in Dongjiang town. All commanded corps troops of their own. After capturing Dengzhou, the rebels had incorporated local Dengzhou soldiers and remnants of the southern soldiers, conscripted large numbers of able-bodied men from among the local Liaodong commoners, and absorbed many local bandits and desperados. The army had swelled to tens of thousands. Yet the truly reliable and battle-worthy troops remained the original Dongjiang veterans. The rabble could serve only as cannon fodder to bolster their apparent numbers. They fought well enough when the wind was at their backs, but the moment they encountered hard fighting, they would collapse into soft eggs. Therefore, Li Jiacheng and the others had dispatched men early on, carrying pay silver seized from Dengzhou, to the various islands of the Liao Sea to induce Dongjiang generals to lead their troops in raising the great banner together. These men might not excel at fighting Tartars, but crossing the sea to Shandong to fight government troops was well within their capabilities. This recruitment effort was proceeding smoothly. Several Dongjiang generals had already expressed their intention to join the uprising, but at today's military council, beyond the planned attack on Laizhou, a new situation had emerged. Mao Chenglu, dispatched to Huang County, had sent a messenger back with a report. A large force of village braves was currently active within Huang County's territory. They were aggressively gathering refugees around the county seat. Rebel troops sent to seize refugees had already clashed with them and suffered significant losses. The previous day, rebels pursuing a group of several thousand refugees whom the village braves had taken had fought a battle at Beimatang. Not only had they failed to prevail, but they had suffered 400 or 500 casualties. The survivors had rooted back to the county seat. Whose village braves are so bold? Kang Youde was genuinely surprised. Village braves typically focused on protecting their territory and keeping the peace, rarely taking the initiative to provoke. They concerned themselves only with the safety of their own stockade. Moreover, given the rebels' current military power and their abundant firearms, ordinary stockades had no recourse but to surrender at first sight and submit to whatever was demanded of them. "It's a stockade near Longkou," Li Jiacheng said. "Chenglu reports they have firearms, very powerful ones." Kang Youde lost his composure. "It's Master Lu of Qimu Island." Li Jiacheng raised an eyebrow. "You know of this?" "Yes," Kang Youde nodded. "This Master Lu is a southerner and believes in the Lord of Heaven, as Governor Sun does. Sun therefore looked upon him with special favor from the beginning, and once allocated him a considerable quantity of weapons and gunpowder." It was not surprising that Master Lu had established a stockade on Qimu Island. Everyone was doing so these days. But why would he seek to gather refugees on such a large scale? The land around Longkou was hardly fertile. He could not be recruiting refugees to reclaim wasteland. Besides, in this season of turmoil and chaos, in the depths of winter, there was absolutely no possibility of land reclamation. The only explanation was that they, like the various folk religious sects throughout Shandong, were preparing to exploit the great chaos in Dengzhou to raise their own banner of rebellion. In ancient times, anyone intending to revolt always began by coercing the populace and sheltering refugees. The rebels had raised stockades and burned houses throughout Huang County partly to collect as much grain and property as possible and strengthen their position by clearing the countryside, but also partly to coerce large numbers of refugees into their ranks for army expansion. Did this Master Lu harbor similar designs? The generals in the festival hall exchanged glances. If so, the situation had become considerably more complicated. These generals had been in Shandong long enough to know something of the province's folk religious sects. They understood perfectly well that once believers were incited, they became fanatically devoted. If this Master Lu truly launched an uprising under the banner of responding to the tribulation within Huang County's territory, the rebels would need to expend considerable effort to suppress it. "This stockade must be destroyed as soon as possible," Zhang Zhangming declared. "Once they rise up, our attack on Laizhou becomes far more difficult." "The Laizhou matter cannot be delayed either," Li Jiacheng said. "If we don't take Laizhou, none of us brothers will sleep soundly in Dengzhou. We'll proceed on two fronts, one to attack Laizhou and another to destroy this Master Lu with all haste." Li Jiacheng decided immediately to reinforce Mao Chenglu with 3,000 elite soldiers, ordering him to attack Qimu Island at once and breach the stockade. As for Master Lu and his followers, anyone with a foreign accent was to be killed entirely. If the locally accented refugees in the stockade refused to obey orders, they too were to be killed entirely, to prevent future complications. Because the enemy possessed many firearms, Li Jiacheng decided to allocate a portion of artillery to Mao Chenglu as well. End of chapter. Chapter 1079. SClass. More than 2,000 rebels already occupied Huang County. With 3,000 reinforcements and a large number of conscripted local able-bodied men added to their ranks, their military advantage was overwhelming. Mao Chenglu was a veteran general. No matter how powerful the enemy's firearms might be, they would struggle to resist such odds, particularly with artillery now attached to the force. Having reached this decision, the assembled generals turned their attention to discussing the assault on Laizhou. On Qimu Island, the atmosphere was jubilant. Several leading figures of the Shandong office gathered around a brazier, all beaming with satisfaction. Zhu Mingxia had returned to the Beishan relay camp after recovering a large group of refugees. His scattering beans to conjure soldiers' formation had not only frightened off the small pursuing force tailing them, but had also gathered additional refugees along the way. That night, he led the army to shelter at the Beishan relay camp. Early the next morning, they were besieged by more than 1,000 rebels who had chased them from Huang County. The result: over 200 enemy dead and several hundred captured. After returning to Qimu Island, a rough count revealed the stunning scale of their success. This single operation, counting both recovered refugees and prisoners, had brought in more than 3,800 people, their largest single harvest since arriving in Dengzhou. Better still, the composition of the population was ideal. Because most of these refugees had fled in groups organized by clan and village, the ratio of men to women was relatively balanced, and there were also large numbers of children. This was precisely the demographic the Senate valued most. After a preliminary inspection of the group, they had found quite a few women whose height conformed to the original aesthetic preferences, which only further elevated morale among the senators stationed at the Qimu Island Forward Command. Though the women were presently disheveled and hunched with exhaustion, adequate food and rest would reveal that most were excellent stock. Not only could the Ximing Tower in Lingao expect an influx of new technicians, but the life secretaries serving the Senate might soon see upgrades as well. These considerations alone were enough to make the senators of the Shandong office proclaim that braving wind and snow to reach this remote island had been entirely worthwhile. Beyond the not-so-noble goal of satisfying their own physiological needs, the credit for providing high-quality life secretaries to the majority of senators would undoubtedly add considerable points to their prestige. This would profoundly affect their future standing within the Senate. It seems coming to Shandong was the right choice. Lu Wenyuan wore a particularly lascivious grin. I'll have to select carefully for myself first. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. That absolutely won't do. Zhu Mingxia shook his head vigorously. If that lot in the Senate finds out, they'll eat you alive. There are plenty of fine women to be had. Let's not sit with our backsides crooked. It won't end well if people catch us by the pigtails. Chen Sijin chuckled. Little Lu, you're still too young, too simple. Just then a bell rang outside. Ah, the card distribution bell. We're about to begin processing the new refugees. I should head over. Once we've finished with this batch, we need to send more ships to Jeju Island as soon as possible. There are too many people on this island. If we don't transport them out, management will become impossible. 3,000 people had been shipped to Jeju just 2 days prior. Currently, counting those just recovered, nearly 8,000 refugees crowded the island, overflowing the refugee camp. Moreover, 1,000 or 2,000 more were flooding in daily. Facilities were severely overtaxed. For now, they could only guarantee that women, children, and the elderly were housed indoors. Many others had no choice but to sleep in the open within the camp, surviving by huddling around fires. This placed enormous strain on the camp's safety, sanitation, and administration. Zhu Mingxia departed the fortress, mounted a horse, and rode to the temporary relay station of the refugee camp, guards in tow. The continuous transfer of refugees had made the island dangerously overcrowded, and management increasingly difficult. Lu Wenyuan had cordoned off a separate area specifically for issuing refugee cards. Newcomers to Qimu Island assembled here first. There were no buildings, just a patch of ground enclosed by simple wooden fencing. They did not need to spend the night here, merely resting briefly while registering and collecting their refugee and meal cards before moving on. The refugee card system had been Zhu Mingxia's proposal. Soldiers carried dog tags. Refugees should have their own identification cards. This facilitated management, allowed them to track the refugee population at all times, and most importantly, enabled accurate headcounts. Special groups received special card codes, making it easy to locate particular individuals. Maidservants, for example. Most senators showed considerable interest in the potential maidservant wave. The executive committee had also intended to use this opportunity to distribute benefits to everyone. Under informal authorization, Zhu Mingxia had taken on the task of identifying high-quality maidservant candidates. Finding young beauties among thousands of sallow, emaciated, dirt-smeared refugees was no simple matter. Most people's eyes glazed over after a while, and they ended up concluding there was nothing but a sea of potatoes. But in Zhu Mingxia's view, even with faces smeared with charcoal dust and bodies wasted by hunger, he could pick out the candidates one by one. According to him, one had to evaluate beauty from the perspective of human anatomy, the height of the brow bone and nasal bridge, the distance between the eyes, the position of the hip bones, and so forth. Only through such methods could effective quantitative management be implemented. Otherwise, beautiful appearance remained a standard that varied too wildly from person to person, but combing through thousands of refugees one by one was too inefficient. Hence, the refugee card system. Only with a refugee card was one recognized as a refugee of Qimu Island. Only Qimu Island refugees qualified for meal cards. Only with a meal card was food provided. Long queues had formed at the card distribution site. Refugees lined up according to age and sex, maintained by village braves wielding wooden sticks. First, refugees were divided into 3 groups by gender: men, women, and children under 12. The men's and women's groups collected refugee cards separately and were then further subdivided by approximate age: 12 to 25, 25 to 40, and over 40. Each subgroup proceeded to designated locations to collect meal cards. After obtaining their cards, they moved to assembly points to reunite with relatives and friends, becoming formal refugees. Distribution proceeded village by village. When one village finished, the next stepped forward. Scattered refugees without village affiliations were gathered by naturalized citizens before collecting cards. To maintain order, Zhu Mingxia deployed large numbers of Qimu Island village braves, supported by soldiers of the northbound detachment standing with fixed bayonets to project authority. He also assigned work team members with kind faces from among the naturalized citizens to help calm the people. Zhu Mingxia stationed himself at the position where women aged 12 to 25 collected their meal cards. When he spotted a potentially suitable woman, he would give a nod, and the card distributor would issue a meal card beginning with the letter Z. Behind him stood 3 naturalized citizens. He had explained the essentials of candidate selection to them in detail, using himself as a demonstration. While he remained on Qimu Island, he handled the task personally while the naturalized citizens observed and learned. Eventually, when he was too occupied for such duties, these men would take over the selection process entirely. The female refugees holding Z cards underwent secondary screening and were classified into B, A, and S-class maidservant candidates. Those below B-class would be screened again after transport to Jeju. The continuous screening of refugees was beginning to make Zhu Mingxia's eyes swim. He rubbed them vigorously. This was the final check. He would see it through. For the sake of the Senate's collective brotherhood, he could endure a bit more. After several dozen more women passed, a slender figure caught his attention. A thin young girl clutched a pipa taller than herself, the instrument's body obscuring most of her own. Her face pressed tightly against the pipa, hidden from view. Zhu Mingxia studied her. Judging by her frame, she was still quite young. The position of her hip bones, however, piqued his interest. He approached and rapped his knuckles against the pipa. "Look up." The girl timidly raised her small head, revealing eyes wide with terror. Her gaunt, sallow cheeks called to mind E.T. the extraterrestrial, the standard refugee appearance. Zhu Mingxia examined her carefully and judged her promising, with potential yet to be developed. Moreover, her feet were unbound. The cheekbones were slightly high, which was unfortunate, otherwise she would have been even better. "How old are you? Can you play the pipa?" "Why, yes. 15, master." The girl was clearly frightened, her words coming out in a slight stutter. Through a few simple questions, Zhu Mingxia learned more about the girl. She belonged to a small street-singing opera troupe. Because their numbers were few, they had been grouped with other unaffiliated individuals for card collection. Other members of her troupe were behind her. Zhu Mingxia glanced back and indeed spotted a woman holding a bamboo flute. Unfortunately, her looks were unremarkable. No matter. He urgently needed people who could play instruments, and now he had found them. Under the girl's guidance, Zhu Mingxia located the troop leader. The woman was surnamed Liu, somewhere in her 30s. A lifetime of wandering had etched deep lines into her face, and her graying hair made her appear nearly 50. Zhu Mingxia was not wearing his feudal army uniform at present, only a fur coat manufactured in Lingao. Liu hesitated over how to address him and finally settled on general. The title pleased Zhu Mingxia, and his gaze softened slightly. Liu's rich life experience allowed her to catch this momentary shift. She launched into an eloquent promotion of her opera troupe. She spoke with a heavy southern accent, though fortunately Zhu Mingxia could understand her. From her narrative, a blend of truth and embellishment, he pieced together a general picture of these people. Troop leader Liu had once been a courtesan in a Nanjing brothel. Sold into the establishment as a child, she had compensated for her unremarkable looks by devoting herself entirely to music. She became proficient in blowing, plucking, strumming, and singing, eventually becoming the brothel's signature performer. After years of selling her body, she had accumulated considerable savings. But her success bred envy. Rivals conspired with officials to seize the property by force. Logically, the change in ownership should have mattered little to her. The brothel would simply have a new master. But other courtesans who had always resented her seized the opportunity to maneuver against her through the new owner. She lost most of her savings and was disfigured by her enemies. Only her mastery of music saved her. She managed to scrape together a small street opera troupe. Otherwise, she would likely have starved to death. Over the following decade, by adopting street urchins and purchasing daughters from impoverished families, the troupe had grown from a handful of performers to more than a dozen. Having heard that wealthy merchants congregated in the Dengzhou area and business was easy to find, she had taken a ship from Songjiang. Not long after settling in Dengzhou, Kang Yao's mutiny erupted. Troop leader Liu, understanding that cities offered no safety during such upheavals, had fled to a stockade with which she was acquainted. End of chapter. Chapter 10. 80 Alarm. The stockade, crowded with refugees, had become a hell on earth. In the chaos of war, no one cared to listen to songs. Even selling their bodies brought no patrons. The troop had barely survived on their meager savings, sleeping exposed to the elements, enduring constant hunger. They had hoped the military chaos would end soon so they could return to Nanjing. But the stockade proved no sanctuary either. Not long after news of Dengzhou's fall arrived, word came that the rebels had conquered Huang County and were raising stockades throughout the region. Panic swept through the local stockades, and one after another began purging outsiders who lacked guarantors. A wandering opera troupe like theirs naturally found no one willing to vouch for them. They were driven out into the ice and snow. Fortunately, the stockade was not far from Beimatang. Their small troop had been taken in shortly after fleeing. Otherwise, they likely would not have survived a day or two on the road before collapsing from exhaustion and starvation. "Does the general wish Ruhua to serve him?" Liu asked softly, her half-lifetime of observing expressions and reading moods lending a practiced smoothness to the inquiry. Ruhua. The name struck Zhu Mingxia like a physical blow. His mind conjured an image of that formidable woman from a certain comedy, picking her nose beneath heavy stage makeup. His expression remained controlled, but his stomach executed several violent somersaults. "She's the woman who guided the general just now." "Ah, how could that clumsy, big-footed thing possibly serve the general? She's getting old, too, a broom-star fate. My daughter Siyu, though, I trained her from childhood. She plays the pipa beautifully. She's only 13 this year, a virgin. if the general doesn't find her beneath him. Liu, sensing Zhu Mingxia's lack of interest in Ruhua, immediately pivoted to promote another option. The girl was not her biological daughter, of course. To attach herself to the great tree of the Australians, to survive, it was necessary to gild her words somewhat. Zhu Mingxia interrupted her sales pitch and asked her to bring Ruhua. As an atheist, he was genuinely curious about why Ruhua had been labeled a broom star. He wanted to ask her directly. He was pondering whether he should first purify Ruhua by changing her name to something that wouldn't trigger unfortunate associations, then have a proper heart-to-heart conversation, when suddenly a naturalized cadre hurried to his side and whispered urgently, "Chief, Chief Lu requests your immediate presence. It's extremely urgent." Oh. Though Zhu Mingxia had been exhibiting early symptoms of blood rushing to his lower brain, he still retained enough presence of mind. Hearing that the matter was extremely urgent, he dared not delay and immediately ordered, "Separate this troop's members and detain them individually." Yes, Liu, a woman who had spent decades navigating the world of wind and dust, had long since perfected her analysis of male behavior and speech. Recognizing that Zhu Mingxia had already developed a strong interest in Ruhua, and hearing that the troop was to be separated, she understood she had latched onto an eminent patron. For the next few months at least, food, drink, and shelter were no longer concerns. Her little life would probably be saved, and with luck she might even earn a few taels of silver. She immediately performed a curtsy. "Many thanks for the master's grace." When Zhu Mingxia returned to the stockade, Chen Sijin and Lu Wenyuan were already standing before the sand table in the war room, their expressions grave. "What is it?" Zhu Mingxia had already guessed the general shape of things. "Could the rebels be moving on Qimu Island?" "Wang Qisuo just returned," Chen Sijin said. Wang Qisuo had performed excellently in the Battle of Beishan. Though the overall engagement had appeared one-sided under the firepower advantage of the Minié rifles and Gatling guns fielded by the two infantry companies, the fighting had not been intense. He had displayed remarkable bravery. He had not only undertaken aggressive field reconnaissance beyond Beishan, but had also killed and captured several rebels during the pursuit. Chen Sijin was highly satisfied with his combat performance, and believed the man's comprehensive qualities merited selection for the Special Reconnaissance Team. However, Wang Qisuo had not yet undergone the evaluation and specialized political training required by the General Bureau of Political Security. For the time being, Chen Sijin had simply provided him with some reconnaissance training and assigned him as a scout for the advance column. A few days earlier, he had dispatched Wang Qisuo along with some other locally born scouts from the advance column to operate in the vicinity of Huang County. Their mission was to cooperate with the Special Reconnaissance Team in monitoring rebel movements. The sentry escorted Wang Qisuo in. He wore a tattered padded cotton jacket beneath a white snow camouflage cloak, his face and hands caked with grime. "Report what you saw again," Chen Sijin ordered. "Reporting to the chief," Wang Qisuo said. "At noon today, a large enemy force arrived from Dengzhou, fully 2,000 or 3,000 men, all combat soldiers. An army of tens of thousands held no real terror. Huang County currently gathered more than 10,000 troops, but most were civilians recently impressed into service. The number of fully equipped combat soldiers was what truly mattered." He reported that the arriving troops all wore cotton armor and were fully equipped. They had also brought many firearms. Of particular importance, the rebels had used oxen to tow 6 giant cannons to Huang County. Based on historical records, the rebels had historically deployed artillery in multiple engagements against government troops, including the siege of Laizhou and several field battles. They typically employed culverins. The barrel weight alone ran to 2,000 or 3,000 jin. Combined with the heavy gun carriages, maneuvering such weapons under primitive road conditions presented enormous difficulties. That the enemy had actually brought heavy artillery to attack demonstrated that the Battle of Beishan had left a deep impression regarding the island's firepower. The main general in Huang County, Mao Chenglu, is preparing meals, making ready to attack Qimu Island tomorrow. He then relayed several fragments of additional intelligence. Good, you may go. Zhu Mingxia nodded. This news was not entirely unexpected. Though Qimu Island's location was remote, tucked away by the seaside, it still lay within Huang County's territory, and Huang County served as the rebels' passage to Laizhou. Had the village braves on Qimu Island remained passive, the rebels would indeed have been unlikely to target this coastal stockade specifically. But now they were gathering refugees on a massive scale within Huang County, appearing to have grown into a major local force. If Li Jiacheng and Kang Youde wished to ensure the security of their road to Laizhou, they could not tolerate such a force on their flank, particularly after suffering a sound defeat just days earlier, which had given them a taste of the island's combat effectiveness. "I've withdrawn all the scouts from the advance column," Chen Saijin said. "They lack the professional skills to survive out there. Staying longer would just mean throwing their lives away. For now, only the cavalry will handle peripheral reconnaissance." He indicated the sand table. "If Mao Chenglu's troops set out today, they'll arrive at Qimu Island by tomorrow noon at the earliest." Huang County had originally held about 2,000 rebels. Adding the 3,000 reinforcements, the total now reached 5,000. It was unlikely they would commit every last man. After all, someone needed to garrison the county seat. At most, 4,000 would come. Naturally, the rebels would also impress large numbers of able-bodied men to accompany the army as porters and cannon fodder. The total force might well exceed 10,000. 10,000 men, plus artillery and ammunition. Arrival tomorrow at noon was the fastest estimate. After arrival, they would need to establish camp and set up gun positions. Any actual attack could not come before the morning of the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Chen Saijin did not believe the rebels capable of mounting a night assault. The three of them studied the defense system of Qimu Island. The island's fortifications were formidable. On the long causeway connecting to the mainland, a willow palisade had been constructed with painstaking care. Beyond trenches and dense abatis, coils of barbed wire and large numbers of standard bamboo spikes shipped from Lingao had been laid. The simple stockade gate at the causeway had been rebuilt into a bastion of earth and timber, equipped with artillery of various calibers. Any rebel attempt to rush headlong onto the island via the causeway would pay an appalling price. Beyond the frontal willow palisade defense line, the refugee camp, the pier, and the mountain stockade on the island formed a defense system that was both self-contained and mutually supporting. Artillery and rifles could deliver crossfire between all three positions. "The main defensive problem we face is the freezing of Longkou Bay," Zhu Mingxia said. "This greatly complicates our defense." Regarding the ice conditions of Longkou Bay, they possessed only hydrological data from the 20th century. January through February was typically the peak ice period, lasting approximately 20 to 40 days. Average ice severity rated 2.2, with density levels of 5 to 7, having no impact on ship navigation. During maximum annual ice conditions, floating ice in Longkou port measured only 10 to 15 centimeters thick at most. Ships berthing on the south side required high-horsepower tugboats for ice breaking. Berthing on the north side was largely unaffected. Crushed ice accumulated in the channel but had minimal impact on navigation. According to 20th century data, being ice-free and silt-free year-round was Longkou Port's defining characteristic. Selecting Qimu Island as a transfer base had partly reflected this consideration. Of course, the harbor was not completely ice-free. In some years, severe freezing occurred. Even icebreakers could not maintain port access under such conditions, but this was the Little Ice Age. Freezing conditions in Longkou Bay might prove far more severe than the 20th and 21st century records they possessed. Thus, Thorpe had strongly advocated equipping the northbound detachment with an icebreaker at the logistics meeting. After all, even Lingao in this timeline received winter snowfall. Accordingly, A Type 621 tugboat had been urgently modified as an icebreaking vessel at Bapu shipyard. The Type 621 was a tugboat by design. Its overall structure was solid and the hull robust, making it suitable for icebreaking conversion. The modification project had reinforced the bow's exterior with steel plates, then used steel beams to buttress the bow's interior. Additional steel beam reinforcement had been applied throughout the hull to ensure it would not tear apart when breaking ice. By the time the modified tugboat was completed, it was already late December. It was immediately dispatched to Shandong, and conversion work began at once on a second vessel. Large-scale floating ice had begun appearing in the bay around Qimu Island in January. By now, an extensive ice sheet had formed, extending nearly 3 kilometers from shore and connecting entirely with the coast. By mid-January, the trestle bridge had become completely unusable. The Special Service Boat Squadron moored at the Qimu Island pier was forced to retreat to the ice-free waters 3 kilometers from the bridge. Refugees boarding ships now used floating piers. They departed from the island and reached the vessels by walking across the frozen surface. The arrival of the modified icebreaker had greatly improved this situation. Fuel consumption for heating fires on the island was substantial, producing large quantities of plant ash and coal cinder. Lu Wenyuan had ordered refugees to pave a channel across the ice each day using ash and slag, after which the icebreaker would clear the route. End of chapter. Chapter 10, 81, Mao Chenglu using this method. The channel leading to the Qimu Island trestle bridge could just barely be kept operational. The icebreaker's daily passages essentially maintained clear passage, ensuring uninterrupted transport of refugees. But such measures could only guarantee the channel to the pier remained open. They did little to address a far more serious problem, the safety of the island itself. After Longkou Bay froze, Qimu Island was no longer connected to the mainland solely by a sandbar. Instead, it had effectively become part of the Longkou Bay coastline. Beneath the blanket of snow, it was nearly impossible to tell this was an island at all. Small islands near Bohai Bay's shores, once frozen over in winter, became flat land with no natural defenses. Similar lessons had accumulated throughout the late Ming Liaodong Wars. Because the later Jin army possessed no navy, they frequently exploited the extensive freezing of the Bohai Sea to dispatch troops against islands garrisoned by Ming forces, often achieving total victory. The Dongjiang army had suffered this fate often enough. Now that they were the attackers, they would certainly make full use of this same advantage. Though the ice thickness in Longkou Bay was not extreme, and gaps existed between the ice floes, people and horses could traverse it without difficulty. This meant that Qimu Island, which had originally relied on special service boats to guarantee maritime security on 3 sides facing water, now faced considerable vulnerabilities. Under these frozen conditions, our ships lose their mobility. Lu Yang, who had rushed from the Daishuang after hearing the alarm, spoke grimly. Warships in the channel can only serve as fixed batteries. The combined firepower of your 5 ships will be sufficient, Zhu Mingxia replied. The disadvantage is the lack of maneuverability. We can only provide fire support within the channel, and accuracy will suffer somewhat. Since ice now surrounded the island, the enemy might not necessarily choose the sandbar as their sole avenue of attack. They could easily detour across the frozen surface to assault Qimu Island from any direction. If so, every facility on Qimu Island might face direct enemy attack. I'm not overly concerned about the enemy breaking through. Our greatest weakness is the refugee camp. Its defenses are the weakest, and nearly 10,000 people are backlogged there now. If fighting breaks out, it will be extremely difficult to manage if the camp erupts into chaos. Lu Wenyuan's brow furrowed deeply. The refugee camp did have walls, towers, and artillery, but far too many refugees had accumulated within. Under fierce siege conditions, keeping their emotions stable would prove challenging. Moreover, the camp's own fortifications were the weakest of all positions. Many sections consisted of nothing more than earthen embankments topped by wooden fencing, designed less for external defense than for containment and control. 3 pairs of eyes converged on Zhu Mingxia. As chief officer of the northbound detachment, defensive operations fell under his responsibility. "It doesn't matter," Zhu Mingxia said. "The enemy may not even be able to land on the island under our firepower, and even if they do, we can defeat them before they can launch any siege." He paused. "Not to mention, we have quite a few pieces of valuable equipment on this island. It would be troublesome if they actually broke through and damaged something." Zhu Mingxia judged their troop strength to be quite adequate, with firepower to spare. There was no need to remain trapped within defensive works. His plan called for village braves and a small number of regular troops to hold the various fortresses, while he personally led 4 infantry companies in a mobile defense across the island. Coordinating with artillery from the fortresses and warships, they would intercept whichever direction the enemy attacked from and drive them off the island directly. The enemy approaching over the ice will inevitably move slowly. We'll pummel their marching columns with continuous artillery fire. I doubt they'll hold together long enough to reach the island's edge. Zhu Mingxia's voice carried easy confidence. "Don't worry, the enemy will certainly be defeated. The only difficulty is capturing many prisoners. If we capture too many prisoners, this place will become a hell on earth." Lu Wenyuan shook his head vigorously. "Just drive them away." "Prisoners aren't the priority," Chen Saijin said. "What matters is hurting the rebels badly enough that they understand their position." They immediately divided responsibilities. Lu Wenyuan would remain at the Qimu Island stockade to oversee overall operations. Chen Saijin would defend the Willow Palisade. Zhu Mingxia would lead 3 companies in mobile defense. Liu Yang would return to the fleet. The northbound detachment and the Peace Preservation Corps of the Shandong Advance Column slept in their clothes that night, weapons never leaving their hands. All guard posts were reinforced with double sentries. Zhu Mingxia ordered every cannon on the island brought out and installed in firing positions, previously, to avoid shocking the public. Some artillery pieces had sat in prepared positions but remained unmounted. Immediately, he instructed the various kitchens to begin cooking, boiling water in large quantities and preparing dry pancakes. The battle might last all day. Dry rations alone would not suffice. Moreover, once the enemy landed, cooking and boiling water at the various camps would become impractical. Reserves had to be prepared in advance. Zhu Mingxia directed Liu Yang to remove several additional Gatling guns from the warships to reinforce the Willow Palisade. He also installed several naval short cannons from inventory onto the Palisade's bastion. "Are you arming my bastion a bit excessively?" Chen Saijin could not help objecting. "The ice has opened routes onto the island from every direction. The enemy doesn't have to attack through the Willow Palisade." "Your Willow Palisade will face the greatest pressure," Zhu Mingxia told him. "The sandbar is the most convenient path onto the island, and the road conditions there are best. The enemy will definitely drive large numbers of refugees to smash directly into the Willow Palisade via the sandbar. When that happens, I'm only worried you might grow soft-hearted from all the killing." Chen Saijin looked skeptical. "You're that certain?" "Absolutely. Let's consider this from the enemy's perspective. If you were a rebel general, how would you plan the assault on Qimu Island? With numerical superiority, I would obviously attack from multiple directions simultaneously, forcing the defenders to divide their strength." "Correct. After the sea froze, breach points can be selected at will. Detouring across the ice to strike our weaker flank would be ideal, but maneuvering a detour across sea ice is no simple undertaking. If most of my subordinates were refugees conscripted at sword point, asking them to execute such complex tactical movements would be impossible." Zhu Mingxia indicated the sand table. "If I were Mao Chenglu, I would drive masses of refugees to strike the Willow Palisade head-on, drawing our attention and firepower. Then I would select elite troops to detour on foot across the ice and attack from the flank." Chen Saijin nodded slowly. "But if that's the case, Isn't strengthening the Willow Palisade like this playing right into their hands? If we were an army of comparable quality, Mao Chenglu's plan would pose a genuine threat, Zhu Mingxia said. But a generational gap separates our forces. The Dongjiang army couldn't match the Tartars in Liaodong, and they're even less a match for the Fubo army on Qimu Island. On the other hand, the Willow Palisade must withstand a tidal wave of thousands of refugees. Deploying enough firearms to disperse the cannon fodder quickly is also a way to minimize casualties. I understand. There's one more thing I must warn you about, Zhu Mingxia added. Intelligence indicates the rebels have conscripted large numbers of able-bodied men. Many are ordinary folk from Huang County. They will very likely employ tactics of driving civilians as the vanguard cannon fodder to fill the trenches and exhaust our ammunition in their assault on the Willow Palisade. You'll need to stay steady when that moment comes. Chen Saijian's face paled slightly. He clenched his fist. I understand what you mean. Rest assured. Having arranged the defense, Zhu Mingxia immediately dispatched personnel from the Engineer Training Unit, accompanied by the Peace Preservation Corps, to the shores of Qimu Island. There they buried simplified directional mines, laid additional barbed wire, and emplaced landmines around all fortresses. He ordered double ammunition issued to the 4 infantry companies assigned to mobile defense, both bullets and grenades. With all preparations complete, Zhu Mingxia deployed every special reconnaissance team member and scout cavalryman at his disposal. Their mission: track Mao Chenglu's movements at all times. Mao Chenglu's army did not depart Huang County until the 21st day of the first month, in the 5th year of Changzhen, a Rentian year. The entire force numbered nearly 10,000, more than half of whom were conscripted civilians from Huang County. Some had been issued weapons. Many had been driven to the battlefield without so much as a wooden stick. The roads were snowy and difficult to traverse. Though the rebels had looted large numbers of livestock, cattle, horses, donkeys, and mules, their march remained slow. The main column, burdened with 6 heavy cannons and numerous firearms of various sizes, did not reach the Longkou area until that night. Mao Chenglu had initially not known where Manor Lord Lu's stockade was located, only that it lay somewhere in the Longkou region. Along the march, he had dispatched several waves of night scouts before finally confirming the manor's position on Qimu Island. En route, they captured more civilians and extracted a rough understanding of the situation. A stockade existed on Qimu Island. A palisade wall had been erected across the sandbar, with village braves inspecting all entry and exit, maintaining strict guard. Mao Chenglu had visited Qimu Island before and knew the approximate terrain. After making Camp 10 Li from the island that evening, he immediately dispatched several waves of night scouts to probe the surrounding area, particularly the ice conditions on Longkou Bay. That night, the Special Reconnaissance Team and the rebel night scouts clashed repeatedly around Qimu Island. Gunshots and screams punctuated the blackness at irregular intervals. The night scouts were virtually annihilated. Of the several dozen sent out, fewer than 8 returned to the main camp. Early the next morning, surrounded by his subordinate officers, Mao Chenglu climbed the Longkou Beacon Mound overlooking Longkou Bay. From this vantage point, he commanded a clear view of Qimu Island. Mao Chenglu raised a telescope, a European instrument Sun Yuanhua had once commissioned missionaries to purchase especially, and studied the terrain around Qimu Island. The sandbar, the only channel onto the island, was defended with evident care. Beyond it, 3 isolated stockades dotted the island, each protected by walls and watchtowers. Looking at these fortifications, Qimu Island was clearly no easy fruit to take. Mao Chenglu drew in a sharp breath of cold air. He recognized the stockades as Western-style beacon towers, the red barbarian cities that Governor Sun had long advocated constructing. As a general, he had communicated with the Frankish, Portuguese, West workers in Dengzhou and possessed a rough understanding of Frankish tactics and methods. "Goodness," he muttered, This stockade will be no simple matter. He handed the telescope to Commander Chen Guangfu beside him. The man had been ordered to lead 3,000 reinforcements to support Mao Chenglu, and now held the rank of Regional Assistant Commander. End of chapter. Chapter 1082, Frontal attack and flanking. Chen Guangfu was likewise experienced in battle formations. After studying the island for some time, he too found the prospect thorny. This would prove far more troublesome than taking Huang County. The county seat had been lightly defended, its garrison demoralized from top to bottom. It had fallen easily. These village braves, by contrast, had just won a victory at Beishan. Whether measured by combat power or morale, they were at their peak. He doubted this battle would go well for them. Clearly, they would have to gnaw through a hard bone, but if they could not crack this bone, they could not attack Laizhou in peace. Easy or difficult, Qimu Island had to be fought. Mao Chenglu and Chen Guangfu conferred briefly and settled on launching the attack early the following morning. Mao Chenglu would lead the main force in a frontal assault via the sandbar to fix the village braves' attention, while Chen Guangfu would take the elite troops across the ice to strike Qimu Island from the flank. If we take Qimu Island, brother, the first credit goes to you. Mao Chenglu grinned broadly. I've heard the island has enormous quantities of population, grain, and valuables. Once we've taken it, we brothers can make ourselves a fortune. Mao Chenglu was playing games. He had already suffered badly at the hands of the Qimu Island village braves during the Battle of Beishan. Though he had not personally commanded that engagement, the survivors who fled back had all told the same story. The enemy's firearms were devastatingly sharp. They fired far and fast. After just a few volleys, his soldiers had been unable to hold. Had only one man said this, Mao Chenglu might have dismissed it as excuse-making. When dozens spoke in unison, the words carried considerable weight. So Mao Chenglu encouraged Chen Guangfu to lead the flanking surprise attack while he himself commanded the frontal assault. No matter how sharp the enemy's firearms might be, they could not match his 6 red barbarian cannons. When 12 Jin shells came crashing down, no matter how strong the enemy's fortress, it would crumble under the bombardment. Then he would drive the conscripted refugees forward to charge the works and fill the ditches. The enemy would naturally lose their footing, and he would have his opportunity. As for Chen Guangfu, if he managed to fight his way onto the island, so much the better. If not, it hardly mattered. Chen Guangfu naturally failed to detect this calculation. He assumed that, as the commander of the reinforcements, Mao Chenglu wished to offer him a favor. He agreed enthusiastically, promising that once Qimu Island fell, they would divide the spoils equally. Brother Mao would certainly not be shortchanged. With the plan settled, both men returned to organize their forces. Of the nearly 10,000 men Mao Chenglu had brought, only 1,500 could truly be called combat soldiers. The Huang County rebels combined with Chen Guangfu's reinforcements totaled 5,000. Though the rebels had conscripted nearly 10,000 people in Huang County and claimed an army of 100,000, actual combat troops numbered no more than 3,000. Mao Chenglu left half to garrison the county seat and took the remainder, along with 2,000 auxiliary soldiers, to attack Qimu Island. The rest consisted mostly of impressed refugees. Because Dengzhu's granaries had been exceptionally well stocked, these 1,500 combat soldiers were fully equipped, all wearing iron armor. Quality varied, but at least everyone was armored, which was rare indeed for a Ming-era army. Many of the auxiliary soldiers had also managed to obtain cotton or leather armor. Their firearms were the most impressive element. Beyond the 6 red barbarian cannons, the 1,500 combat troops were equipped with 800 guns of various types. In terms of firearms distribution, this was world-class for the era. These miscellaneous weapons and their ammunition were either loaded onto wheelbarrows or carried on shoulders and backs by conscripted refugees. The 6 giant cannons were pulled by looted plow oxen, creeping slowly toward the sandbar. Walking at the front were the newly recruited refugees. To call them soldiers was generous. Among them were able-bodied men, the elderly and infirm, and even women. As for weapons and equipment, most clutched wooden sticks, and some had nothing at all. The rebels intended these refugees as cannon fodder and beasts of burden. They had no intention of arming or training them. Only after several battles, once most had died anonymous deaths, would the surviving veterans be absorbed into the army and become true members of the force. This was the most common growth model among the various rebel armies at the end of the Ming Dynasty. Those who survived to the end emerged as soldiers hardened by 100 battles, the toughest of the tough. To prevent refugees from fleeing, mounted house guards patrolled constantly around the great mass of humanity, driving them forward with whips and forcing them toward the designated objective. Chen Guangfu's force separated quietly from the main body. He brought only 500 men. Aside from his house guards, personal soldiers, and a handful of night scouts, the rest were veteran army ruffians of many years' service. Every one of them was a fierce character who would risk his life for silver. Hearing that Qimu Island stockade held tens of thousands of refugees, their eyes had lit up. If they could break through, they would not want for dozens of taels of silver and a few pretty women. Human markets had formed under Dengzhou and Huang counties' walls. Rebels returning from raids sold their captured women to comrades at these markets. Business was brisk. Everyone had a horse. These men all possessed experience riding on ice, and their horses' hooves were wrapped with anti-slip cloth strips. Chen Guangfu's purpose in mounting them all, however, was not to charge on horseback, but to cross the ice surface rapidly. Upon reaching the island, they would immediately dismount and fight on foot, mounted infantry, in effect. Though dragoons were a European creation, mounted infantry had always existed in China. Maneuvering on horseback and dismounting to fight on foot was common enough in late Ming warfare. Because they would be traversing the ice and had heard reports of the enemy's many firearms, these men had all changed into cotton armor, relatively light yet effective against gunfire. Their boots were wrapped with straw rope for traction. Beyond personal sabers and shields, each man carried a javelin. Besides serving as a throwing weapon before the assault, the javelin doubled as a self-rescue tool in case anyone fell through the ice. The Dongjiang army had operated among the islands of Liaodong for years and possessed considerable experience fighting on frozen surfaces. In addition to weapons, everyone carried several small earthenware bottles filled with fierce fire oil and slow-burning tinder. They needed only to break onto the island and immediately set fires everywhere. In Chen Guangfu's view, no matter how many people occupied the island, his 500 elite soldiers landing would throw the village braves into chaos. At that point, Qimu Island would fall into their hands with ease. The column halted at the entrance to the sandbar. The squad leaders and patrol leaders under Mao Chenglu's command busied themselves reorganizing the disorderly mob, barely managing to maintain a semblance of order. Mao Chenglu rode forward on horseback, approaching the motley crowd surrounded by house guards. He bellowed, "Everyone risk your lives and kill your way into the stockade. Silver, silk, and grain, take as much as you please. Steamed buns enough to fill your bellies." A commotion rippled through the crowd. Mao Chenglu sneered and raised his voice again. "There are several thousand women in that stockade. Take as many as you can carry, as many as you can get. In troubled times, human life is cheaper than paper. We live today not knowing if there'll be a tomorrow. If you're a man, don't die with your cock pointing at the sky without ever having touched a woman's tits." From the crowd, which had seemed somewhat dispirited moments before, several voices rose in approval. Someone shouted, "When a man dies, his cock points at the sky. If he doesn't die, he lives 10,000 years. Even if you're going to die, at least eat your fill and play with enough women before you go." The surrounding mob erupted in wild shouts. Under the incitement of these few phrases, the primitive instincts lurking in the hearts of poor men, many of whom had been ordinary citizens less than half a month ago, surged to the surface. Eyes reddened, morale soared. Mao Chenglu knew his words had achieved their purpose. He immediately ordered the entire army to advance onto the sandbar. The sun climbed gradually higher. The wilderness lay bathed in cold white light. On this winter morning in the first lunar month, the wind cut to the bone. The vast rebel horde rolled toward the sandbar of Qimu Island like a flood. The white plumes of breath exhaled by tens of thousands of marching men created a spectacle of its own. Chen Sijin stood on a watchtower atop the Willow Palisades bastion, observing the advancing rebels through a telescope. The sheer density of the approaching crowd made his scalp tingle. What struck him even more was seeing those at the very front, exactly as Zhu Mingxia had predicted, ragged, emaciated commoners with faces the color of wilted vegetables. They were in tatters. Many walked barefoot through the snow, their skin frozen blue. They knew perfectly well they were marching to their deaths, all for a handful of empty promises. Recalling what Zhu Mingxia had said to him, he understood that the captain did not mind how many poor commoners died today. If anything, Zhu Mingxia worried that Chen Sijin might grow soft-hearted. Even if I wanted to be soft-hearted, I couldn't afford to be, Chen Sijin thought. With a formation like this bearing down on us, blood will flow like a river before this willow palisade. The palisade's defenses had been urgently reinforced. The original willow trees had their crowns cut off and their tops sharpened. The pruned branches, selected for thickness and straightness, were lashed horizontally between the trees. Smaller pieces had been fashioned into abatis and erected at grenade-throwing distance. Simply crossing this barrier would exact a heavy toll. The artillery on the bastions had been positioned with emphasis on the flanks, following Chen Sijin's instructions. The guns could concentrate fire on the enemy approaching from the front or sweep the ice surfaces on either side. After all, the sea on both flanks of the sandbar was now frozen. The enemy could simply descend onto the ice, bypass the Willow Palisades obstacles, and attack the bastions directly. Accordingly, steep slopes roughly the height of a man had been carved into the coastline near the bastions. These were natural erosion features, merely trimmed by the detachment. Water had been poured over these slopes, freezing them into slick ice. Chen Sijin noted that 6 red barbarian cannons had been positioned approximately 800 meters from the Willow Palisade. Judging by their appearance, they were culverins firing 12-pound cannonballs. Such guns had an effective range of nearly 2 li, formidable weapons indeed. He had learned from intelligence reports that the rebels were highly experienced in employing firearms and had maneuvered heavy artillery on multiple occasions, repeatedly defeating government forces. Throughout the entire Dengzhou rebellion, the rebels' use of artillery had been brilliant. Here, the gunners under Mao Chenglu were hard at work. These 6 red barbarian cannons had all been captured from within Dengzhou city. The gunners had been trained by the Portuguese. A patrol leader supervised from nearby, constantly issuing commands. The soldiers performed their duties with evident skill, setting up gun positions, loading artillery, every motion practiced and efficient. A gunner raised a wooden ruler, closing one eye to observe the Willow Palisade. They were employing relatively simple, primitive parallax rangefinding. Even so, this was rare among Ming armies of the era. End of chapter. Chapter 1083 Bombardment. Then came the loading of gunpowder. The Dengzhou army gunners used fixed charge bags, each weighing 1 jin. They loaded according to the range required. A soldier then tamped the powder tight with a ramrod. There was considerable art to this. Pack it too tightly and the powder might smolder, causing a misfire. A loading spade would then be needed to loosen it, but during loosening, the powder might suddenly burn rapidly, with catastrophic results. These gunners had all received Portuguese training, and their gestures and movements were highly standardized. A soldier inserted a wad into the bore, then a large ball wrapped in red cloth was sent into the chamber. Subsequently, a bag containing 12 smaller shot was loaded behind it. The patrol leader took another measurement with the gun ruler, adjusting the cannon's elevation according to the range. This methodology represented high technology for the late Ming. The Dengzhou army had been trained entirely by the Portuguese. Ordinary Ming army gunners had no conception that firing a cannon involved so many essential steps. Ma Lingxi was moving cannonballs. A 12-pound ball was not particularly heavy, but for a man who had subsisted on nothing but swill water and pot scrapings for days, it was still too much. Just as he was holding his breath to carry a ball, someone kicked him hard in the backside. He pitched forward instantly, performing a dog-eating mud faceplant. The cannonball rolled away. Wild laughter erupted around him. Ma Lingxi scrambled up without daring to raise his head and ran straight for the ball. These cannonballs were precious. According to the gunner masters, each one cost several mace of silver. With tremendous effort, he carried the ball back. The rebel gunners did not permit coolies to roll cannonballs along the ground, supposedly because scratching the surface or allowing mud and sand to adhere were both taboo. By the time Ma Lingxi returned, his face was drenched in cold sweat, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A petty boss supervising the coolies sneered lazily from nearby. Fast enough when it's time to eat, but can't muster any strength for work. Truly useless. He drew his waist saber with a metallic rasp. Ma Lingxi was so terrified he dropped to his knees, begging for mercy repeatedly. Several coolies nearby collapsed to their knees as well, pleading frantically. Fortunately, the boss was merely intimidating them. Seeing them trembling with fright one by one, he threw back his head and laughed. The coolies hurriedly rose and resumed moving cannonballs and powder. Ma Lingxi had been at this labor for more than 10 days now. He had once been a carpenter, wandering through Huang County's countryside with tools on his back, repairing farm implements for people, building furniture, helping out when houses were constructed. Though he slept rough and earned hard money, at least one person eating his fill meant the whole family was not hungry. After the rebels came, his entire village was razed to the ground. Ma Lingxi had no choice but to join the gang along with the other refugees. Thanks to his craft, he had been assigned to the artillery team. They always needed repairs. In others' eyes, Ma Lingxi had gained an enormous advantage. First, he could eat on a regular schedule. Whether the refugees assigned to infantry units had food depended entirely on luck and fists. The rebel soldiers tossed each team of refugees only a few baskets of black steamed buns, made from who knew what each day. Mealtimes invariably devolved into brawls, claiming several lives. Though in the artillery team he worked harder than an ox and ate less than a dog, the rebel soldiers used the coolies as slaves and beasts, whipping and tormenting them constantly, dragging men out to be beheaded with a single saber stroke for the slightest mistake. At least the work was marginally safer than the front lines. A few days ago, on the road hauling cannons to Huang County, a cannon had become mired in mud, and the oxen couldn't pull it free. To motivate the coolies, the artillery team's 1,000-man commander had beheaded several men in quick succession. Ma Lingxi had suffered nightmares every night since. Now Ma Lingxi's mind was empty of everything but mechanical obedience to orders and a desperate focus on survival. If he could live, he would do whatever was demanded of him. Seeing the gun positions fully established, Ma Lingxi and the other artillery team coolies could catch their breath momentarily. They lay or sat wherever they stood, heavy panting filling the air. But no one dared speak. Speaking could get you killed. They had learned this lesson the hard way. The artillery team's 1,000-man commander had no more interest in toying with them. He ordered the gunners to pierce the powder bags and heat the slow matches and firing probes red-hot. They awaited only the order to fire. Near the shore, the first wave of refugees had barely managed to form up under the rebels' driving. Each team of 50 refugees was accompanied by 3 or 4 guards. These guards were all bandits and desperados whom the rebels had recruited locally. Most wore no armor, carrying only sabers and shields. They stationed themselves behind each refugee team, specifically tasked with driving and supervising the assault. The guards and team leaders continuously encouraged the refugees. Break the stockade and the whole army gets rewarded with wine and meat. Kill an enemy soldier, 1 white steamed bun and 1 tael of silver. Anyone who dares retreat will be beheaded on the spot. Ma Lingxi knew that of those charging in the first wave, perhaps 3 or 4 in 100 might survive. He had seen too much these past days. The rebel soldiers treated commoners' lives as nothing more than fuel for consuming the defenders' ammunition and arrows, using corpses to fill the trenches. Fortunately, his craft had saved his wretched life. He was lost in anxious thoughts when suddenly a cannon report split the air. Everyone froze. Ma Lingxi looked up and saw a plume of smoke rising from the sea surface. A graceful arc traced through the sky, coming straight toward the sandbar. He stared, slack-jawed, for perhaps a second. Then, as if struck by sudden understanding, he threw himself to the ground and scrabbled behind a low mound on hands and knees. Almost simultaneously, a cannonball fell from the sky and struck the ice beside the artillery team. It detonated with a tremendous bang. Shrapnel from the exploding shell and shattered ice sprayed in all directions. Rebel soldiers and refugees who had not dodged in time screamed and collapsed, covered in blood. Then more cannon fire erupted from the sea and from the fortress on the island. Against the clear blue sky, cannonballs trailing white smoke cut through the air, whistling as they fell in continuous succession onto the sandbar. Shells rained down around the 6 red barbarian cannons. Explosions were deafening, one overlapping another. Thick smoke and fierce flames engulfed the artillery team's entire position. The 1,000-man commander, who moments before had been so majestic, so decisive in his killing, who had chopped men down like slaughtering chickens, was now blasted into a dozen pieces of minced meat in the first bombardment. One of his arms landed on Ma Lingxi's head, nearly scaring him to death. Heavens above! These village braves' cannons are terrifying. The thought had barely formed when a hissing 68-pound spherical explosive shell, sparks spurting from its fuse, fell directly onto a wheelbarrow loaded with ammunition. A flash of fire, and several gun carriages fully loaded with powder detonated simultaneously. The massive blast wave lifted Ma Lingxi bodily from the ground. For a moment Ma Lingxi was certain he had died. He could not breathe at all. His vision went black. A long time seemed to pass before he regained awareness. The world was spinning. His ears buzzed with a high whine. He could hear nothing. Before his eyes, everything was black and red and burning hot. When he could finally orient himself, he saw Caiyan Leng, the coolie who had been working beside him, lying motionless beneath a blown-off wheel, drenched in blood. Caiyan Leng had once given him half a bowl of noodle soup. They had been friends in adversity. Ma Lingxi crawled over frantically and pushed at him. Caiyan Leng rolled over with a soft gulu sound, tumbling down from the sandbar, leaving a trail of blood and scattered intestines across the ground. Only the half above his chest remained, as if some giant hay cutter had sliced him in two. Ma Lingxi did not know if he screamed. He could hear nothing. He could only see vehicles, cannons, and human corpses mixing with soil, constantly hurled upward, torn apart, falling again. He let out a silent scream and drove his head hard into the earth. On the bridge of the Daishuang, Lu Yang searched the sandbar through a telescope. In vain. Thick black smoke rolled over the target area. Cannonballs fired from the warships and from the willow palisade bastions had completely blanketed the zone. At such distance, he could not assess the bombardment's effect at all. Still, given this volume of fire, the rebel artillery team, fully exposed on the open ground, should no longer exist. Through the telescope, he had observed at least 3 powder mass explosions. A cease-fire signal rocket rose from Qimu Island. "All ships cease fire," he ordered, striding quickly to the radio. As expected, Chen Saijian was calling. "The artillery position has been eliminated. Shift fire to Area 2976 in 5 minutes. Use shrapnel. Shift fire to Area 2976 in 5 minutes, shrapnel shells." Lu Yang repeated the order. The gunnery officer and several sergeants bent over the plotting table, working tensely with slide rules and dividers. To save calculation time and accommodate artillery command personnel with limited education, they had adopted a numbered grid firing system. The area surrounding Qimu Island had been divided into numbered grids, each with its own specific range table. This ensured they could concentrate fire on any sector within the shortest possible time. The 130 cannons on gunboat 901 trailed wisps of white smoke. Gunners were swabbing the bores at maximum speed, clearing residue from continuous firing to cool the barrels as quickly as possible. Cone-shaped shrapnel shells and cylindrical silk powder bags had already been hoisted to the deck by pulleys, awaiting loading. Chen Saijian lowered his telescope. The sea breeze had cleared the distant smoke. Though the burning gun carriages continued to emit rolling black clouds, not a single intact cannon, not a single living person, could be seen through the lens. The power of massed explosive shell fire was truly astonishing. With the greatest threat neutralized, what remained was merely a rabble. He looked down from the observation platform to the gun emplacements below. 2 naval 68-pound carronades had already returned to horizontal positions, and gunners were rapidly swabbing their bores. The direct fire range of these weapons was extremely short, only about 50 meters. But their shells carried devastating power, and their effect against wooden ships was terrifying. Chen Saijian had no ship targets available, so he had employed them in a mortar-like role. When firing in a high arc, a carronade's trajectory resembled a mortar's, naturally extending its range considerably. The 68-pound explosive shells fired continuously moments ago had demonstrated power that far exceeded Chen Saijian's most optimistic estimates. The effect of densely packed black powder charges was remarkable. A few more rounds of shrapnel, and he was confident the enemy would rout. "Load shrapnel, all guns," he issued the command. Every cannon on the Willow Palisade bastion, including the 2 68-pound carronades and 4 24-pound smoothbore chase guns, began loading this terrible munition. End of chapter. Chapter 1084. All the cards. The bombardment had not merely annihilated the rebel Red Barbarian artillery team. Several shells had also landed amidst the dense rebel formations waiting nearby, instantly killing 50 or 60 men and wounding over 100 more. The ground was carpeted with fragments of flesh and blood, and the screams of the wounded rose in a chorus of agony. The rebel troops, who had barely managed to form ranks, dissolved into chaos. Some refugees tried to turn and flee. Fortunately, no more shells followed. Mao Chenglu's subordinates closed in from all sides, beheading more than a dozen men before the formation could be stabilized. Mao Chenglu's expression had turned ugly. Though these few salvos had not killed vast numbers, the destruction of the Red Barbarian artillery team, his critical advantage, had dramatically complicated the task of taking this stockade. What surprised him most was the power of the enemy's artillery. He had seen explosive shells before, but never with such devastating effect. Even the massive 10,000-men enemy fortress bombs, so heavy they required 2 men to move, were not so formidable as the shells that had just fallen, let alone ordinary cannonballs. The explosive shells the Great Ming Army typically fired were actually a form of poison gas munition. The shell contained a small charge of powder as detonator, with the remainder consisting mainly of sulfur, lime, and various toxic medicinal substances like croton. Upon detonation, they dispersed noxious smoke. Another type was indeed a grenade, but its charge was minimal. After landing, it merely split into 2 halves. Neither approached the power of solid shot or grape shot. Consequently, such weapons saw limited use. It seemed the enemy's bird guns were not the only things that were sharp. Their cannons were also far superior to his own. Mao Chenglu felt a cold knot forming in his stomach. The enemy had ceased fire. Evidently their intense barrage had overheated the guns, and they must be resting them now. 16th and 17th century cannons, constrained by primitive smelting and casting techniques, possessed low barrel strength. This necessitated heavy barrel weights and limited rates of fire, at most 12 to 15 rounds per hour, and no more than 60 to 80 rounds per day, even with large quantities of vinegar available for forced cooling. Mao Chenglu did not know the quality of the enemy's cannons, but the concentrated fire moments before led him to believe the enemy's guns must now be in their cooling phase, an excellent opportunity for his forces to launch an assault. "Beat the drums," he commanded loudly. "First wave, advance." The drums hammered out a rapid cadence. The refugee soldiers of the first wave began to stir. They had been terrified witless by the dense artillery fire moments before. Whatever courage they had mustered was long gone. Many had been moved only by that momentary surge of blood and bravado. Now that death had been presented so simply and bloodily before them, nearly everyone shrank back. More than 1,000 people pressed together, refusing to advance. The rebel soldiers were experienced with this. Without waiting for orders, the moment the second drum roll sounded, the supervising soldiers raised their great sabers and beheaded several men at the rear of the column. "Those who do not advance, beheaded!" Screams erupted behind them. The supervisors' roars thundered in their ears. The crowd at the rear surged forward, forcing those in front to move as well. On the Willow Palisade Fortress, reports arrived from every quarter. The cannons were ready and could open fire at any time. Chen Sijin raised his telescope. The first wave, composed of refugees, had already mounted the sandbar. Watching the chaotic mob surging densely toward the Willow Palisade, those wretched figures being driven to their deaths, he felt increasingly unable to bear it. Yet the gun positions had already been assigned targets. He hesitated a moment, then gave the order, "Fire!" A signal rocket climbed into the sky. Every cannon on the Willow Palisade Fortress and in the Qimu Island detachment fleet fired simultaneously. Because targets had been predesignated with range tables, the first salvo struck the target area with precision. This time, the guns were not aimed at the refugees rushing at the very front, but at the main body of troops waiting to join the assault behind them. Chen Sijin hoped that shelling the rear would directly trigger a rout, minimizing the number of deaths. The thunder of cannons alarmed Mao Chenglu and his subordinate officers observing the formation. "What? They're firing again. How many cannons do they have?" Even as the thought formed, smoke trails arced from the island battery and the bay, streaking toward the shore. But this time the shells did not fall directly. Instead, they burst in midair, instantly spraying dozens to hundreds of small iron balls toward the ground. The pellets descended like a steel rainstorm. Wherever they fell, flesh and blood flew, severed limbs scattered, and impacts on the ground kicked up dust half as tall as a man. The disorganized refugees at the formation's front rooted immediately, but even the rebel combat soldiers waiting to join the assault were terror-struck and fled in all directions. Some simply rolled off the sandbar onto the ice, scrambling wildly toward the shore. Mao Chenglu's face went pale. Dengzhu's gunners were reputed to be the finest in the Ming military, both in rate of fire and concentration. Yet in his current experience, the enemy's artillery seemed to pour forth in an unbroken stream, never ceasing. Wave after wave of iron ball storms swept across the already disintegrating formation. Weeping, shouting, screaming, and meaningless shrieks of panic filled the air. Even in those military units not yet directly affected, soldiers were visibly agitated, trembling with fear. The first wave that had approached the Willow Palisade was awed into paralysis. Though only a few shells had fallen among them, every man turned and fled as one. Even the supervising rebel soldiers forgot to swing their sabers and ran along with the crowd. In an instant, countless discarded rags littered the sandbar. Here in the Central Army, Mao Chenglu's house guards and combat soldiers were stirring uneasily. Fear had taken root in every heart. Death by sword or spear, these veteran ruffians could accept. But standing here, being killed alive without even glimpsing the enemy, this was a feeling of pure despair. Mao Chenglu and his officers exchanged grim looks. though this barrage had only routed the formation of several thousand refugees, with relatively few rebel combat soldiers among the casualties. Watching nearly 10,000 men collapse into chaos the moment the enemy opened fire made one thing clear. This battle could no longer be fought. Many could be an advantage, but it could also be a liability. Mao Chenglu understood this principle well. If this army of 100,000 truly fell into uncontrollable chaos, he might be trampled to death before he could even attempt to flee. His face ashen, he cracked his horse whip. "House Guard squad forward, restore order to this rabble and get them charging again." The mounted guards galloped out, intercepting routed soldiers everywhere. The refugees were easy to manage. Unarmed, they had no choice but to halt and await reorganization once a few had been beheaded. The veteran army ruffians were another matter. They did not hesitate to resist with drawn sabers, and in many places brawls broke out among themselves. On Qimu Island, many village braves from the advance column were helping transport ammunition at the Willow Palisade Fortress. They had never witnessed the power of heavy cannon fire. Though they knew the master's bird guns were devastatingly effective, a bird gun was still just a bird gun. They had not expected the great cannons to be even more formidable. 20 or 30 shots had routed the enemy before they could even approach. The entire fortress erupted in beaming smiles and loud cheering. Just then, a messenger arrived in haste with important news for Chen Saijian. The observation post had just confirmed through the battery telescope that the rebel Central Army was positioned at azimuth 4471. Chen Saijian consulted the plotting board and raised his telescope again. That position was quite distant from Qimu Island, a full 1,800 meters in a straight line. In this era, no cannon could reach such a range. It seemed Mao Chenglu had tricks of his own. Chen Saijian gave another order. "All guns cease fire. Load explosive shells. Target azimuth 4471 in 5 minutes," he added. "Prepare for rapid fire." With range extended to 1,800 meters, accuracy would be significantly degraded even though the distance remained within effective range for all guns. Chen Saijian decided to execute rapid fire, projecting a massive volume of shells onto the target position in a single burst, so that Mao Chenglu and his Central Army would be completely engulfed before they could react. While cannons thundered around Qimu Island, Chen Guangfu's 500 men had quietly reached a forest by Longkou Bay. This starting position had been carefully chosen. Descending onto the ice from this small wood, the journey to Qimu Island was longer than from other locations, but the ice here was solid and suitable for horses. Mounted movement was swift, so an extra half li or even a full li mattered little. If they encountered ice crevasses during the advance, that would cause real trouble. 500 riders held their breath as one awaiting his command. Gunfire boomed constantly from the sandbar. Chen Guangfu rejoiced inwardly. The fighting started over there. He immediately shouted, "Brothers, forward!" With a crack of his whip, he was the first to burst from the forest. 500 riders surged from the trees almost as one, pouring onto the ice of Longkou Bay. Hooves thundered. Snow smoke billowed in their wake. 500 cavalry shot toward the exposed underbelly of Qimu Island like arrows loosed from the string. The shrill alarm sounded on Qimu Island almost simultaneously. Zhu Mingxia, who had been sitting on the ground with his soldiers, sprang to his feet. He glanced at the signal station. The flags indicated the enemy was approaching from the west of Qimu Island. "Beat the drums," he shouted. Rapid combat readiness drums rolled out. Soldiers who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, resting, leapt up as one. They fastened helmet straps, checked weapons, and slapped dust from their uniforms even as they moved. 4 companies snapped instantly into combat readiness. Zhu Mingxia's voice rang out deep and commanding. "Light Infantry Company, battle line 3rd and 4th Companies. Follow me in company columns. Grenadier Company remains in reserve. All companies, run." 3 companies surged toward the shore. This stretch was entirely sandy beach, ideal for enemy landing, so barbed wire and abattis had been laid across the frozen surface in advance. The 3 companies led by Zhu Mingxia raced to the water's edge. Deploy into double-line column by company. He was first to reach the shore. Cavalry were galloping across the ice toward them. So this is the enemy's hidden card, Zhu Mingxia thought. Sight 300 meters, prepare to fire. He raised one hand, watching the cavalry's movement. Fire. End of chapter. Chapter 10, 85. Curtain call. The rifle volley shook the entire ice field. The leading ranks of the 500 dragoons seemed to slam into an invisible wall, tumbling down in a chaos of overturned men and horses. The fallen beasts and riders instantly became obstacles for those behind. More men and horses crashed to the ground. By the time Chen Guangfu's troops absorbed a second volley, 50 or 60 riders had already fallen. The infantry loaded and fired with calm precision, following the sergeant's commands in methodical cadence. Though deployed in only a double-line formation, their fire density far exceeded that of the 3-rank formation used by matchlocks of the same era. Charge quickly. Chen Guangfu pressed himself so low against his mount he was nearly lying flat on its back. But aside from his personal soldiers and house guards, who possessed genuine riding skill, his subordinates were passable horsemen at best. Under this dense rain of bullets, they dared not urge their mounts to gallop. They could not control their horses to make evasive maneuvers. They had become targets on the bare, exposed ice. Volley after volley crashed out. More and more men fell on the frozen surface. In the chaos, some reined in and tried to flee. Others were carried spinning across the ice by panicked horses, utterly helpless. The scene dissolved into pandemonium. Chen Guangfu knew the flanking assault across the ice had become impossible. The enemy had been prepared all along. A large number of well-trained village braves clearly occupied the island. Even if he drove his men ashore, they would gain no advantage. He gave a sharp whistle. What remained of his force wheeled their horses and fled toward the shore in panic. Those with poor horsemanship, unable to control their terrified mounts, simply abandoned them and ran on foot. Fire at will. Rifles pursued the fleeing rebel soldiers with sporadic shots. Men continued to fall on the ice at intervals. Boring, Zhu Mingxia muttered. Then fierce artillery fire erupted behind him. He turned and saw the sandbar ablaze with bombardment, thick smoke blotting out the sun. The great mass of rebels crowded onto the causeway was avalanching down, men rolling and scrambling without regard for life or death, fleeing madly across the frozen surface. This artillery strike was rapid fire, lasting less than 3 minutes. Every gun had bombarded azimuth 471 at maximum rate of fire. That position vanished into the inferno. Amid the black and crimson explosion flames, fragments of armor, weapons, banners, and vehicles were hurled skyward. Fragments of men and horses could no longer be distinguished. The great horde of rebels massed on the sandbar, whether combat soldiers, auxiliary troops, or conscripted refugees, plunged into desperate panic in that instant. Seeing the Central Army's banner swallowed by artillery fire, even though not a single arrow or bullet had been fired from the frontal willow palisade, the entire formation collapsed. The crowd on the sandbar exploded like a bursting pot. Because shells continued to fall behind them, many simply slid down from the causeway, attempting to detour across the ice to reach the shore. But this section of ice had not frozen solidly, crevasses threaded through it. The bombardment moments before had shattered much of the surface further. It could not withstand the trampling of thousands of feet. With several sharp crack sounds, the ice gave way. Men descending onto the surface were caught off guard. Many slipped instantly into the gaps. Before they could struggle or cry for help, they were engulfed by drifting floes. Screams and desperate shouts for help rose toward the heavens. Bodies drifted everywhere across the floating ice and in the crevasses. Ma Lingxi had also descended onto the ice in the chaos. Amid the tumult, someone shoved him and he fell into an ice hole. The water was piercingly cold. His entire body went numb with the shock. But he had been extremely cautious and had grabbed a carrying pole before venturing onto the ice. Though he had plunged into the hole and his body was freezing, he desperately braced himself against the floating ice with the pole and avoided drowning. He drew a deep breath, summoned every last ounce of strength, and finally clawed his way out, collapsing onto the ice surface and gasping for air. The refugees were weak, but at least they wore no armor. Those who fell into the holes and crevasses had some chance of climbing out. The rebel soldiers wore armor. The combat troops wore full iron plate. Once they went in, the weight dragged them straight down. A few who reacted quickly enough hurriedly shed their armor and managed to escape with their lives. "Cease fire. Prepare to sortie." Chen Saijin lowered his telescope. The enemy had collapsed. Continued firing would only pile up more corpses. Watching the shattered ice field strewn with floating bodies, he saw no point in perpetuating a meaningless massacre. He immediately ordered a line infantry company and a village brave company to open the Willow Palisade Gate and begin pursuit. Zhu Mingxia's 3 companies would also sweep across from the ice surface to strike the routed troops' flank. Chen Saijin intended to intercept the bulk of the enemy on the sandbar and capture them all. The stirring melody of the charge bugle rang out. More than 10 buglers blew simultaneously. The companies surged forward like tigers descending from a mountain, storming toward the routed crowd with bayonets fixed to their rifles, bellowing the slogan, "Spare those who surrender," until the cry echoed across the sky. The counterattack accelerated the disintegration and rout of the rebel forces. Thousands of men threw down their weapons and sticks, howling and running desperately with every ounce of strength they possessed, the desperate shrieks of animals before death. Men fell constantly in the shoving and fleeing, only to be trampled alive by those behind. Some hacked at the people ahead with sabers and spears to carve a path. This frenzy of survival left Chen Saijin dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a brutal battlefield. Though he had once routed government troops completely at Chiang Mai, that had been an open field, nothing like nearly 10,000 people crammed onto this sandbar, all fleeing for their lives. "Everyone run!" Zhu Mingxia waved his saber, commanding 3 companies in an all-out sprint. He was desperate to seal the entrance to the sandbar before the routed troops could escape. Though the causeway, nearly 10 kilometers long, was now bordered by passable ice on both sides, as long as they blocked the entrance, most of this rebel force could be captured. How many enemy dead was not the goal. How large a benefit they extracted was what mattered. Zhu Mingxia knew the Senate's character intimately. In the final analysis, fighting and killing had to yield returns. Being content merely with battle honors like beheaded XX heads was hardly sufficient. Zhu Mingxia finally reached the junction of sandbar and mainland with the fastest company, the Light Infantry Company. Because they had run with such speed, the Gatling guns meant to reinforce the infantry had been left far behind. Still, he was a step too late. Before they arrived, a portion of the cavalry and troops positioned at the column's rear had already broken free, galloping at full speed toward the Huang County seat. Zhu Mingxia could not spare attention for pursuit. He ordered his forces to immediately seize the enemy camp. Mao Chenglu was not without cunning. Recognizing this junction's vital importance, he had established a camp here before launching the assault, leaving 500 combat soldiers, 500 auxiliary troops, and numerous firearms to defend it, safeguarding his line of retreat. But at this moment, with the Central Army destroyed and the entire force in collapse, the rebel soldiers garrisoning the stronghold were already in a state of panic. Some had begun leaping from the stockade walls to flee. The Mobile Corps commander holding the position was one of Mao Chenglu's trusted subordinates. Understanding the location's importance, he desperately tried to keep his troops under control. The Light Infantry Company deployed a skirmish line while advancing. They fired a volley, then charged the stronghold without pause. A cannon roared from the stockade wall. Hundreds of firearms along the ramparts discharged simultaneously. Smoke filled the air, but few Fubo army soldiers fell. Zhu Mingxia sneered with contempt. It seems this problem of firing too early at extreme range would never change. Though the rebel soldiers on the stockade wall had fired their volley, watching this group rush forward with bayoneted bird guns regardless, and with screams and wails echoing from the sandbar behind, their already panicked resolve finally shattered. The remaining few hundred men rooted with a single crash. Zhu Mingxia commanded the entire force to storm the stronghold, clearing rooted soldiers on one hand, ordering the star and fist red flag raised on the other. In the blink of an eye, the main body of the rooted troops arrived. Hundreds of fast-moving men had already escaped past the road in front of the stronghold. Block the intersection with fire. Bring the amplifier. Zhu Mingxia planted his command saber in the ground with visible excitement. He picked up the microphone of the electroacoustic amplifier amid the suddenly erupting volleys and roared, "Those who surrender will be spared death." The Battle of Qimu Island drew to a close just like that. Battlefield cleanup and prisoner collection continued into the night. Apart from most of Chen Guangfu's force escaping, the rest had either died or surrendered. Fewer than 2,000 had fled. More than 6,000 rebels were now prisoners. Countless supplies and firearms had been captured. The greatest haul was a large number of horses, donkeys, mules, and cattle. More than 10 rebel officers, including Mao Chenglu, had been killed. All were 1,000-man commanders or higher. Zhu Mingxia ordered the captured rebel soldiers to identify corpses one by one. Every recognizable officer's head was severed and preserved with lime. These would be prepared as gifts for son Yuanhua. Old Sun desperately needed trophies to rehabilitate himself before the court. Rebel prisoners were stripped of their armor and tied together with ropes, then temporarily detained in the open-air stronghold camp. There was no housing. The island truly could not accommodate so many people. Regarding disposal of the prisoners, the three leaders held differing views. Conscripted refugees would naturally be shipped to Jeju Island, but controversy arose over how to handle the veteran army ruffians. The simplest option was to ship them to Sanya to labor in the mines. A slightly better alternative was incorporating them into road construction teams to work off their crimes, as had been done with He Rubin's captured soldiers. Zhu Mingxia, however, believed the prisoners should be released. This would avoid reducing the rebels' combat power too drastically and allow the Dengzhou chaos to continue longer. At the same time, they could make contact with Kong Youde. Both sides could reach a non-aggression agreement. They might even have rebel soldiers gather refugees on their behalf. After all, the rebels were skilled at this work, and the Australians would not have to dirty their own hands. Lu Wenyuan objected. Coercing refugees is fundamental to the rebels' strategy. Handing refugees over to Qimu Island means surrendering part of their gains. That inevitably involves an exchange of interests. "What do you plan to trade for refugees?" he asked. "Why would they hand over refugees they've seized by attacking cities and stockades? Grain, firearms, gunpowder, all things the rebels needed, but Lu Wenyuan felt reluctant to part with them. They were in short supply themselves. Trade." Zhu Mingxia's smile was cold. "The trade is guaranteeing the safety of rebel communication lines within Huang County." End of chapter. Chapter 10, 86. Post-war. Lu Wenyuan and Chen Sijin still disagreed with releasing the prisoners, considering it a sign of weakness. In the end, both sides reached a compromise. Only the 400-odd combat soldier prisoners would be released. The auxiliary soldiers would be transported back to Lingao and handed over to the labor camp for assignment. As for the corpses littering the ground, Zhu Mingxia had wanted to incinerate them on the spot, but there was simply not enough firewood. Burial proved equally difficult. The ground was frozen solid. In the end, they decided that Liu Yang would dispatch Dafa boats to transport the bodies to open water for sea burial. All recovered wounded were placed in the care of Zai Yao and his team of medics. Though Zhu Mingxia had instructed Zai Yao to spare no medicine so long as the patient could be saved without severe permanent disability, Shi Nioran had specified before departure that naturalized medical officers needed more practical experience. But the abilities of Zai Yao and his subordinates remained limited. In short, dozens died each day. Still, those who survived, whether missing arms or legs, would find a place for their talents in Lingao. Ma Lingxi was picked up and brought back. After climbing onto the floating ice from the sea, he had been blasted by the freezing wind while soaking wet, and his body had grown nearly rigid. He managed to crawl onto the sandbar through sheer will to survive, then grabbed a fallen rebel banner to wrap around himself. But his body temperature gradually dropped, and he began to drift into a daze. If someone had not kicked him hard, he would likely have frozen to death. The laborers from the refugee camp collecting survivors were extremely thorough. Whether a body lay face up or face down, so long as it formed a roughly complete human shape, they kicked it. Any reaction at all meant loading onto a wheelbarrow. Manor Lord Lu had said, 1 biscuit for every living person brought back. Those biscuits had become hard currency in the refugee camp. Though their masters were kind, they never let the refugees eat their fill. So during collection duty, everyone worked intently to find as many survivors as possible. The masters had said that so long as the person was still breathing when delivered to Dr. Zai's post, it counted. Ma Lingxi was loaded onto a wheelbarrow in precisely this fashion. Beside him lay a combat soldier who had been shot through the chest and was bleeding continuously. Blood dripped onto him the entire journey. In this manner, he arrived at Zai Yao's temporary infirmary. Dr. Zai's infirmary resembled a slaughterhouse, floor awash with blood, severed limbs scattered everywhere. Dr. Zai himself emerged covered in crimson, bloody pliers in hand. Ma Lingxi nearly fainted from fright, but Dr. Zai merely instructed his subordinates to cut away the rags clinging to Ma Lingxi's body. After a careful examination and a few questions, he announced loudly, "Frostbite, prepare the large pot." Ma Lingxi was convinced they were going to boil a living man. Before he could open his mouth to beg for mercy, 2 strong young men came over, lifted him up, and walked briskly for a dozen paces. Before them stood a shed containing an enormous pot, probably from the kitchen of some great temple. Fire burned beneath it, steam rising thick inside. Before Ma Lingxi could scream, the 2 men lowered him into the water. Ma Lingxi had been prepared for his skin to peel and his bones to rot, but unexpectedly the water in the pot, though hot, was not scalding. He lay on a bamboo platform within, feeling his numbed body gradually regain sensation. The 2 young men soaked him for more than 10 minutes, then fished him out. They let him dry himself by the fire, then gave him a lined robe made of recycled cloth, stuffed with reed flowers and a pair of reed sandals. Though wearing these was not exactly warm, at least he would not freeze to death. Ma Lingxi was then taken before a man who appeared to be a clerk. He reported his name, age, and native place. Upon learning he was a carpenter, he received a C card. This card was specially issued to refugees with technical expertise. According to the classification table developed by Yang Yun, director of the Labor Department of the Civil Affairs People's Commission, craftsmen among recruited and recovered refugees were divided into 13 categories and 51 types. Anyone matching one of these 51 types qualified for the C-card supply standard. This standard was slightly higher than the A-card standard for ordinary refugees and slightly lower than the Z-card standard. C-card holders also formed a separate camp within the refugee facility. When transportation was arranged, they were also prioritized for early departure. Taiwan and Jeju currently required large numbers of technical personnel such as blacksmiths and carpenters. Ma Lingxi had no idea he had received special treatment, but seeing that he had clothes and shoes, and had received a bowl of warm porridge after registration, his eyes welled with tears of gratitude. At least he looked human again. Zhu Mingxia summoned several captured 1,000-man commanders and patrol leaders. Quite a few of these lower-ranking officers had been taken prisoner. Several had been kicked and beaten by other refugees the moment they entered the camp, and beaten to death on the spot. Zhu Mingxia had instructed his soldiers not to interfere, allowing the refugees to vent to their heart's content, a demonstration of the Senate's glorious commitment to delivering justice to the people. Zhu Mingxia selected 7 or 8 officers of higher status or men who had served as trusted aides to major rebel generals, instructing them to carry a message to Li Jiacheng, Kang Youde, and the others. He then turned over 400 combat soldier prisoners to their care and allowed them to return to Dengzhou. The officers had expected certain execution. Learning they were permitted to return to Dengzhou and could bring back 400 combat soldiers, they were moved to tears. Just as they were about to be escorted out, one man suddenly rose and saluted with clasped hands. "The master's benevolence and righteousness I shall never forget. May I also humbly request that General Mao's remains and head be returned. When Marshals Li and Kang learn of this, they too will appreciate the master's virtue. You people raised troops and invaded without cause. That I have not yet launched a punitive expedition against Huang County and Dengzhou is already mercy." Zhu Mingxia's voice dripped with scorn. "Still asking for remains and heads? Better worry about your own heads first." The men trembled, glaring with resentful eyes at the officer who had dared request Mao Chenglu's corpse. Fortunately, the master said nothing further and waved for them to be led away. Zhu Mingxia ordered the remaining dozen officer prisoners, along with a large collection of heads preserved in lime, rebel banners, and captured documents, loaded onto a ship. Lu Yang would dispatch men to deliver them to Laizhou for son Yuanhua, a fresh injection of stimulation for the dispirited city. Zhu Mingxia calculated that after this major battle, Li Jiacheng and Kang Youde faced only 2 choices. Either muster their entire strength for a massive assault to flatten Qimu Island in one stroke, or swallow their pride and accept the northbound detachment's freedom of movement within Huang County and beyond, perhaps even proceeding to cooperation. Zhu Mingxia judged the first possibility unlikely. At their peak, the Dengzhou rebels, counting both Dongjiang veterans who had crossed the sea and conscripted able-bodied men, had numbered no more than 90,000. Now they had perhaps 30 or 40,000, of whom those with genuine combat power were mainly the original Liaodong Dongjiang men and the remnants of Shandong and southern soldiers who had surrendered. These troops numbered no more than 10,000. The force Mao Chenglu had brought represented a substantial portion of the rebels' true strength. If even these men had been utterly routed, Li Jiacheng and the others would never commit their entire army in a hot-headed assault. Doing so might take Qimu Island, but only at catastrophic cost to their own forces. They would not need the court to dispatch troops. Sun Yuanhua alone could finish them off. This clearly did not serve the rebels' interests. Moreover, their primary objective was capturing Laizhou to gain maneuvering room, not fighting a life-or-death battle here. The Dengzhou rebels, in the final analysis, possessed no true strategic vision. What they sought was immediate gain. Long-term planning was beyond them. Their subordinates harbored divided minds. Consequently, they were unlikely to fight to the finish against the northbound detachment. Room for coexistence existed between the two sides. HMPH. Let me see if you dare refuse my terms. Zhu Mingxia felt quite satisfied with himself. Beyond capturing large numbers of prisoners, this engagement had netted many horses. His scout cavalry could now be equipped with double or even triple mounts, vastly improving their mobility and increasing their sortie frequency. After completing his immediate duties, Zhu Mingxia bathed. His thoughts turned to Ruhua. He immediately instructed someone to bring her and the others from the Z camp. When Zhu Mingxia saw Ruhua again, she had bathed, rested for several days, and received adequate rations. Her complexion had recovered considerably. By the standards of the era, Ruhua could hardly be called a beauty embryo. Her height, her build, her large feet, none conformed to prevailing aesthetic tastes. But in Zhu Mingxia's eyes, Ruhua easily scored 85 points. Her figure in particular reminded him strongly of a female classmate he had once pined for. He felt his judgment had been brilliant. To be prudent, he decided to first inquire about her background and history. Ruhua's life story was not particularly unusual in late Ming society. It could not even be called especially miserable. It was simply a small microcosm of countless ordinary people struggling through troubled times. Ruhua was born in a small village at the foot of a mountain in northern Jiangsu. She was the eldest in her family. Her father had been a local hunter. The family owned little land, but her father was skilled, and they lived reasonably well on the furs he brought in. Perhaps because she had eaten more meat than most from childhood, by age 12 she was taller than the average girl. Last year, bandits had begun causing trouble near her hometown. The county yamen organized village braves to suppress them. Because her father could draw a bow and shoot arrows, he was conscripted. A few days later, the bandits were quelled. Her father returned home with an arrow wound. Soon he developed a high fever and fell unconscious. Her mother sold every family possession but failed to cure him. They were left with crushing debt. Her only option was to sell herself to a large household in a neighboring village as a domestic slave. For reasons no one understood, this household had taken a fancy to this big-footed woman and intended to make her a concubine. They had been waiting for an auspicious day to formalize the arrangement when the master of the house drowned while playing in a river. The first wife decided Ruhua was an inauspicious woman who had cursed her husband to death. She had her beaten half to death and thrown out of the house. Ruhua wandered for months before being taken in by troop leader Liu. Because she was too old to begin foot binding, she took the name Ruhua and devoted herself to learning the pipa to accompany Siyu's singing voice. When Ruhua finished telling her story, snowflakes had begun drifting from the sky once more. Zhu Mingxia stepped outside and watched the falling snow for a time. Then he turned to Ruhua and said, "The name Ruhua is too ugly. You are not to use it hereafter." He paused, considering. Frogs croak for 1,000 li in the bright summer. Snow drifts for 10,000 li in the quiet cold. From now on, you shall be called Jinghin. Tell your troop leader that all of you have been purchased by the Senate. Go sign the indenture contracts. Zhu Mingxia required Jinghin to keep her original surname, transforming Ruhua into Zhao Jinghin. After Zhao Jinghin departed, Zhu Mingxia summoned a messenger and gave him a few quiet instructions. End of chapter. Chapter 10, 87, Removing Hidden Dangers. According to the Civil Affairs Cadre's reports, the traveling performers troupe contained both men and women. The Senate had use for the women, but none whatsoever for the men lurking in their shadows. Whether in the old timelines when Zhou hair salons or the nightclubs scattered across every province, the pattern never changed. Every prostitution ring answered to pimps who pulled the strings from behind the curtain. Without such protection, these operations simply could not function. Here in the 17th century, itinerant musical troupes were little more than mobile brothels, and the handful of middle-aged men traveling with them served as handlers for the troupe's female performers. Years of oppression had instilled in these women a bone-deep fear and dependence. Such men would have to disappear. "Take them away," Zhu Mingxia instructed his orderly. "Hand them over to the military court." The charge is organizing banditry. Gallows had risen on Qimu Island the moment they began processing refugees. The arbitration tribunal had issued 2 authorization warrants, empowering the northbound detachment to establish military courts on both Qimu Island and Jeju Island, a legal foundation for summary justice in these temporary holdings. The court existed for one purpose alone: intimidation. With nearly 10,000 souls crammed together in the camp, only the naked promise of violence could maintain order. Since the gallows went up, they had never stood empty. Each hanged corpse swayed in the wind until the next condemned soul required the noose. An hour later, a messenger returned bearing the written judgment. As chief military officer, Zhu Mingxia also served as presiding judge of the military court. He leafed through the documents. Clear logic, conclusive evidence, indictment, testimony, and confessions all present and accounted for. Beyond the primary charge of organizing banditry, the prosecutors had appended a litany of additional crimes: human trafficking, intentional injury, illegal detention, unlawful torture, and inciting group violence. Unsurprising, really. It would have been far stranger if such a troop lacked such transgressions. Zhu Mingxia nodded with satisfaction. The young officers had memorized their legal articles well. Following proper procedure lent an air of legitimacy to the proceedings. Rule by law could not simply be discarded. In the name of the Senate and the people, I order the necessary disposal of the following personnel. He signed his name beneath these words and returned the document to the messenger. Execute immediately. Once the men who shouldn't exist had been eliminated, Zhu Mingxia found his mood much improved. Gazing through the window at the small square beside the stockade, he watched as dead cattle, horses, and mules were being skinned. Tonight, this butchered livestock would finally provide the northbound detachment a proper meal. The soldiers had been eating hardship for far too long. Their rations might fill bellies, but offered little difference from refugee fare. Even fresh vegetables had become a rarity, to say nothing of meat. Even Zhu Mingxia himself hadn't tasted fresh meat in ages. Rather than turning his stomach, the sight of the slaughterwork made him swallow with anticipation. He immediately called out to his orderly, "Tell the cooking squad to prepare some steaks first, then make radish beef meatballs. And beef tendon, add plenty of pepper, Sichuan peppercorn and cumin." While he was still speaking, Lu Wenyuan and Chen Saijin arrived. Both were in high spirits, having just finished drafting a telegram for Lingao reporting this major victory and requesting increased shipping frequency. The message could be sent under the Jeju Island Forward Command's authority once Zhu Mingxia reviewed and signed it. While the battle hardly qualified as some glorious triumph, it demonstrated that the northbound detachment had secured a firm foothold in Shandong, and that engine action was operating smoothly. If the ships don't arrive in time, a few hundred people will certainly freeze to death when the next snow comes, Lu Wenyuan said with a note of regret. Would be a waste after catching so many prisoners. Last telegram, Zhao Yingong mentioned he was working on a solution, but what solution? Zhu Mingxia shared this concern. It wasn't easy getting all these people. I'd hate to see another large batch die needlessly. He had no objections to the telegram's wording. As commanding officer, even without embellishment, the commendation of commanded with proper methods would naturally belong to him. After signing, Liu Yang arrived with a report. All corpses had been disposed of. Finally finished, got blood stains all over my Dafa boats. Going to need a thorough scrubbing. He grumbled, if you ask me, why not just bury them? Call it fertilizing the land. The ground's frozen solid, Zhu Mingxia shook his head. Digging pits would be backbreaking work. Besides, if done poorly, we'd face plague and groundwater contamination. Better to dump them at sea. Think of it this way, burial makes fertilizer, sea disposal feeds fish. Either way, once the senators establish themselves in Jeju and Shandong, large-scale fishery development goes straight onto the agenda. Solves a significant portion of our grain shortage while supplementing our desperate need for protein. Everybody wins. Lu Wenyuan laughed. Sir Zhu, your comprehensive utilization skills are lacking. Had the planning commission been here, they'd have shaved the corpse's hair and woven it into cold weather felt mats and insoles after high-temperature steam disinfection. They dumped the bodies into biogas digesters, generating fuel for heating and cooking, slurry for fertilizing fields, residue for feeding pigs, and then if they still couldn't use it all up, throw it to the fish. Develop fishery production as a last resort. Stop, I'm going to be sick, Chen Saijin grimaced. After listening to that, I've lost all appetite for fish. All right, enough roasting the planning commission. Tomorrow, let's have little Lu send a ship to contact Sun Yuanhua, Zhu Mingxia said. First to present gifts, second to see if we can help strengthen Laizhou's defenses. Kang Yao's forces suffered such heavy losses, they'll attack Laizhou with even greater fury now. Headquarters already sent word, Lu Wenyuan replied. They're dispatching a senator specifically to handle Laizhou's defense and liaison with Sun Yuanhua. They want us to find an appropriate opportunity to facilitate introductions. Oh, you mean it won't be me? Liu Yang's face fell with disappointment. You'll be busy soon enough. Chen Saijin regarded him with a malicious grin. You're the naval detachment commander, not a diplomat. What are you thinking, hanging around old Sun instead of doing your actual job? Fine, fine, I understand. Liu Yang conceded with a reluctant nod. I have the utmost reverence for Mr. Huadong. Reverence is unnecessary, respect will suffice. Zhu Mingxia waved dismissively. Since that's the situation, we need to find the right moment. Perhaps we should hold off on delivering our gifts until the new liaison arrives. Send everything together. Make sure Sun Yuanhua owes us the favor. Agreed, timing is everything. Lu Wenyuan nodded. Today is January 24th. In a few days, the rebels will clash with government forces under Yang Yufan and Wang Hong at Xincheng. Better to wait until after the imperial army's defeat, when Laizhou city drowns in panic. Our gifts will carry far more weight then. Another advantage. Yang Yufan and Wang Hong's loss, combined with Sun Yuanhua's victory in the same report, would do wonders for mitigating Sun's guilt. Didn't expect you to have such a keen mind for strategy, Chen Sijin praised. I think this is workable. Zhu Mingxia concurred, and together they resolved to deliver gifts only after the government troops met their defeat. Zhu Mingxia also ordered the formation of a commando unit, prepared to scavenge the battlefield after the January 30th engagement. Even salvaging some dead horses and mules would prove worthwhile. Following the skirmish with the rebels, several quiet days passed. While the Qimu Island trio awaited contact from the enemy, their special reconnaissance team returned from Dengzhou reconnaissance, bringing prisoners in tow. Seeing the ragged figures huddled in the courtyard, wrapped in filthy cotton robes, their spirits utterly broken, Lu Wenyuan immediately recognized them. These were the Dengzhou officials captured when the city fell. Dengzhou Intendant Song Guanglin, Liaodong Coastal Supervising Censor Wang Zheng, Governor's Brigade Commander Zhang Tao. According to the reconnaissance report, they had discovered during surveillance that the rebels were releasing these men. The gesture was surprisingly courteous, not only providing escort out of the city, but furnishing each prisoner with several mules, servants, and personal luggage. The special reconnaissance team had standing orders for precisely this scenario. They shadowed the group, waited until they were well clear of the city, then struck. The rebel cavalry escort was eliminated, and all remaining personnel taken into custody. Preliminary interrogation of captured rebel soldiers and servants confirmed these were indeed the missing Dengzhou officials. Excellent work. Lu Wenyuan clapped a team member firmly on the shoulder, then turned to Chen Sijin. Give them merit citations. Absolutely. Chen Sijin smiled broadly. Beautifully done. Capturing these officials eliminated one of Sun Yuanhua's greatest vulnerabilities. The so-called unification of narrative was a matter of considerable importance. Have them all brought into the stockade to bathe and change clothes, then give them physical examinations. Prepare a banquet to help settle their nerves afterward. Lu Wenyuan instructed his subordinates. Return their luggage and servants, but no free movement. Keep them all under house arrest. When Dengzhou fell, most civil and military officials either surrendered to the rebels or took their own lives. Those like these men, who did neither, were the rare minority. This very distinction made them prime evidence for court suspicions of surrendering to the enemy and joining the rebellion, once the rebels released them. But for the senators, the reason these men refused suicide was no mystery. Most were Catholics. Suicide was a grave sin in their faith, unforgivable unless personally pardoned by the Pope after death. That so many high-ranking Catholic officials had congregated in this small city of Dengzhou was remarkable indeed. Sun Yuanhua had clearly regarded his fellow believers as his most reliable allies. In effect, he had cultivated something of a Dengzhou Catholic clique. Zhu Mingxia understood the practice well. The reforms Sun Yuanhua had championed were not concepts ordinary Ming officials and scholars could easily understand or accept. Forming a tight-knit faction was entirely excusable. Though these officials were of little practical use, they represented Sun Yuanhua's most natural allies, colleagues in his administration, brothers in faith, and now partners in crisis. They would be easily persuaded to cooperate. Helping Sun Yuanhua meant helping themselves, a principle they would readily grasp. Once they understood the current situation, they would speak exactly according to the prepared script. End of chapter. Chapter 10, 88 Laizhou City Laizhou Prefecture School, the highest institution of learning in the prefecture, now served as the temporary residence of the governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou. Here, Sun Yuanhua had established his headquarters. He sat rigid in his office, his features etched with worry. The tea on his desk had long since gone cold. After fleeing Dengzhou, Laizhou had become the linchpin of everything remaining under Sun Yuanhua's control. Whether the rebellion could be contained within the 3 eastern prefectures, whether the rebel soldiers could be prevented from devolving into yet another uncontrollable wave of roving bandits, and whether Sun Yuanhua's own future and very life could be turned from peril to safety, all hinged on whether this city could be held. Day after day, Sun Yuanhua exhausted himself planning the defense, yet nothing came easily. As governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou, he did not possess the sweeping authorities his counterparts in the Ming Dynasty would later enjoy, commissioning prefectural and county officials to administer an entire province. His duties were largely military. Sun Yuanhua's substantive rank was merely Right Assistant Censor-in-Chief, 4th rank, 1st class, and his appointment formally styled Governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou areas assisting in military affairs. He lacked even the concurrent title of Vice Minister of War. Compared to Yuan Kelly, who had held the same governorship with the additional designation of assisting in expeditionary military affairs and supervising grain and pay, his powers were considerably diminished. By Qing standards, he would have been little more than a Dengzhou defense intendant, with scant ability to interfere in local personnel or finances. He certainly could not compare with Shandong Governor Youde, though Yu himself had already been dismissed and summoned for interrogation by the court. In terms of rank alone, Laizhou Prefect Zhu Wannian was also 4th rank, his equal. Should the prefect choose not to cooperate, he could easily feign compliance or simply ignore him altogether. Fortunately, Zhu Wannian proved to be a man of broad vision and considerable competence. Since Sun Yuanhua's arrival in Laizhou, the prefect had deferred to him in all matters. Yi County Magistrate Hong likewise demonstrated sound character and ability. Working together, they had raised grain and funds, trained local militia, and restored some measure of morale among the city's scholars and civilians. Yet the defensive force remained dangerously thin. Counting original garrison troops, military households, routed soldiers retreating from Dengzhou Laizhou, and newly recruited village militiamen, the entire Laizhou garrison numbered no more than 3,000 men. Among them, professional soldiers capable of actual combat were precious few. Though some military households contained able-bodied fighters, most were vulnerable and poorly equipped, scarecrows in all but name. More critically, Sun Yuanhua lacked experienced, battle-hardened officers to lead them. While guard officers like Centurion Bai Zhongren displayed commendable loyalty, they had no real combat experience. Sun Yuanhua had been exerting every effort to transfer fresh troops into the city. So far, not a single reinforcing army had reached Laizhou. Though Huang Long had promised soldiers, when they might actually arrive remained unknown. Sun Yuanhua lay awake each night consumed by this problem. Ill tidings piled upon one another. First Huang County fell, then word arrived from Jinan. Yu Dasheng had been dismissed and ordered to appear for questioning. Su Kengzhai, the former Shandong Wud intendant, was taking over as Shandong governor. This latter news proved especially unsettling. In terms of culpability, Yu Dasheng's failings paled before Sun Yuanhua's own. If even Yu faced dismissal and interrogation, his own fate would likely be no better. Though Yu Dasheng could hardly be called a political ally, he had rendered considerable assistance after Dengzhou's fall, and their coordination had been smooth enough. A new Shandong governor might not prove so accommodating. Sun Yuanhua knew of Su Kengzhai, but beyond the name, Specifics regarding his temperament and whether they could work together remained open questions. Moreover, once the court resolved upon suppression, Su Kengzhai would inevitably come to Laizhou to direct strategy. The matter of cooperation between them loomed large. After years on the Liaodong front lines, Sun Yuanhua understood intimately how much depended on one's colleagues. Countless Ming officials and generals had been destroyed by their own supposed allies. Unfortunately, he had lost all his advisors here in Laizhou. Even his personal secretary had been arranged by Youde initially. Now, when he needed counsel, he found no one at his side. It was too late to recruit advisors. More to the point, with his own safety and future so uncertain, who would willingly serve him now? As for the various officials and local gentry participating in the defense, they cared only about holding Laizhou. Governor Sun's personal fate concerned them not at all. With anxieties pressing from within and without, Sun Yuanhua grew ever more devout in his faith. Since the Lord had used the hands of the Australians to rescue him from the abyss of eternal damnation, perhaps he would also see Laizhou and its governor through this trial. Though he still harbored some wariness toward Master Lu and his people, after much deliberation, he concluded they were the only ones who might help him now. Steeling himself, he composed a letter to Master Lu, requesting either a personal visit or an envoy to Laizhou to discuss critical matters face to face. Among the servants Lu Wenyuan had initially sent him was one who specialized in pigeon correspondence, carrying cages of messenger birds. There was even a dedicated amanuensis. Master Lu had asked Cheng Lingsu to continue serving him, and should he wish to write letters, Cheng Lingsu would pen them on his behalf. Sun Yuanhua would never have committed such confidential matters to paper in his own hand anyway. A lost letter could spell disaster. Each time Cheng Lingsu communicated with Qimu Island, she employed some form of concealing agent. After writing, the paper appeared completely blank. This was nothing novel. Sun Yuanhua was familiar with alum writing. But even watching her write, he could not decipher the message. She wrote not characters but strange symbols, one after another. Just as he was about to summon Cheng Lingsu to write on his behalf, his servant Sun Yuan entered with a report. Village militia from Lu family village of Pinglidian have arrived to help defend the prefectural city. Sun Yuanhua waved dismissively. Send them to Prefect Zhu first. Tell them not to worry about grain and pay. I will personally review them tomorrow. Militia from various localities had been arriving constantly since Laizhou Prefecture began recruitment. He paid little mind to any particular group. Begging the Lord's pardon, but the militia leader claims he was entrusted by Master Lu of Qimu Island to deliver a letter to the Lord. Sun Yuanhua's spirits surged. Show him in immediately. The visitor was a young man of perhaps 30, wearing a six-panel cap lined with cotton and a plain cotton robe. But despite the humble attire, his tall, powerfully built frame, the sideburns visible beneath the cap's brim, and the confident way he strode in, raising wind and dust with every step, told Sun Yuanhua everything he needed to know. This was a kunzai, a short hair. Yet the moment the man opened his mouth, it was in the authentic Laizhou dialect. This commoner Lu Ziyang, deputy regiment commander of the Lu family village militia of Pinglidian, pays respect to the Lord. He bowed deeply. That demeanor alone confirmed it. Sun Yuanhua knew with certainty the man was a short hair. Still, Lu family village of Pinglidian was a substantial settlement in the local area. Though the Lu clan were not gentry, they were a great native lineage, having dwelt here for nearly a millennium. Famous figures had emerged in every generation, particularly during the Song dynasty, when Prime Minister, level statesmen like Lu Mengzheng and Lu Yijian had brought the family considerable prestige. They commanded significant local influence. How had this man assumed the name of Lu family village? And that name, it aroused his suspicion. Lu Yang didn't look like this. That had been a handsome young lad. Strong man, no need for such ceremony. Sun Yuanhua raised his hand. Your surname is Lu. Could you be Lu Yang? "This humble one is Lu Ziyang," the man replied loudly. "Not Lu Yang. I am a native of Laizhou, so they were not the same person after all." Sun Yuanhua wondered how many short hairs had infiltrated here. This Lu Ziyang spoke with an authentic local accent and claimed to hail from Lu family village. He must have been lurking here for quite some time. These pirates had quietly laid such groundwork right under his nose. The realization sent a chill down his spine. Yet the fact that this man arrived with armed militia demonstrated that Manor Lord Lu was deeply committed to Laizhou's safety. Sun Yuanhua immediately softened, nodding with a smile. "The strong man is indeed a descendant of a famous family. How many troops did you bring?" 100 able-bodied militiamen. Sun Yuanhua's smile faltered slightly. What could 100 men accomplish? Still, the forces on Qimu Island were strong and well-equipped. These 100 must surely be elite soldiers. 100 elites would still provide meaningful assistance. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Lu Ziyang added, "Every one of the 100 village militiamen under my command is equipped with a bird gun. The Lord may rest assured." Sun Yuanhua had seen the cannons mounted on the Qimu Island ships. Moreover, after the Battle of Chiangmai, he had managed to obtain diagrams of the pirates' firearms and learned they were extraordinarily lethal. Their bird guns in particular were said to be 100 times superior to the Great Ming's own. Hearing that all these men carried such weapons, his heart eased somewhat. Lu Ziyang then presented a letter. Upon opening it, Sun Yuanhua found only ordinary writing. He stared in confusion for a moment before understanding dawned. He called for Cheng Lingsu and asked her to decode the message first. The opening content was unremarkable. Master Lu informed him that Lu Ziyang had been dispatched jointly to defend Laizhou, and that Qimu Island would do everything in its power to ensure the city's safety. Reading further, Sun Yuanhua's pulse quickened. The letter reported that several days prior, they had eliminated a rebel unit, invading Huang County, killing the rebel general Mao Chenglu along with more than a dozen subordinate officers. Some 2,000 rebel soldiers had perished. The severed heads of the slain officers, captured documents, seals, and banners had all been transported to Laizhou with Lu Ziyang's party. Sun Yuanhua was invited to make good use of them. He could scarcely believe his eyes. He read the passage again from top to bottom, and only after confirming its accuracy did he manage to ask, suppressing his emotion, "Is this truly so?" "Not a word of exaggeration," Lu Ziyang nodded. "Everything stated in the letter is on my cart," he added, anticipating lingering doubt. "The Lord must have met General Mao." "I believe it." Sun Yuanhua could no longer contain his excitement. He rose and paced several steps back and forth. This victory had come at the perfect moment. With the entire Dengzhou-Laizhou region shrouded in gloom and despair, a stirring triumph could not only rally morale, but greatly improve his chances of exoneration before the court. Manor Lord Lu was not only capable but supremely reliable. Sun Yuanhua's estimation of the short hairs rose dramatically. Even his impression of this impostor deputy regiment commander grew favorable. He whispered, "Such great kindness lies beyond mere words of thanks. Sun will never forget this debt." Lu Ziyang nodded. "The Lord speaks too generously. We wish only for the Lord's advancement and a long life of prosperity." Sun Yuanhua smiled slightly and said aloud, "Strong man Lu, where does your unit intend to station? Have you any particular requests? Whatever lies within my power, I shall certainly do my utmost." Lu Ziyang thought to himself that Lu Wenyuan had judged rightly. These heads were precisely what Sun Yuanhua needed most. Accordingly, he proposed that his unit be stationed independently. Note: as pointed out by readers, the historical Mao Chenglu was not in Dengzhou at this time, but should have been in Dongjiang. Also, some have pointed out errors in geographical directions in the text. Indeed, there are such problems due to not checking the map carefully when writing. Thank you for pointing them out. End of chapter. Chapter 1089, Southgate Guanxiang Laizhou City teemed with officials. Beyond Sun Yuanhua and the local authorities, Prefect Zhu, and Magistrate Hong. Along with the garrison military officers, there was also Shandong Regional Inspector Wang Dayachun. According to the historical trajectory, February would bring an influx of officials and generals to Laizhou. Commander-in-Chief Yang Yufan, rooted at Xincheng, newly appointed Shandong Governor Su Kengjai, and by rights, Zai Lian as well, though with son Yuanhua still alive and in position, whether the latter would take over as governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou remained uncertain. Additionally, the army supervising eunuch Su Daishi and Zhai Sheng would arrive in due course. Among the rural gentry, a group of retired luminaries had also gathered. Foremost among them was Jia Yuxiang, former vice-censor-in-chief of the left. Somewhat lower in standing was Zhang Xin, a jinchi from the 5th year of Tianqi, now dismissed and idle at home. All of them had joined the defense of Laizhou. These men were shrewd observers. His column of village militia inevitably bore too many traces of the short hairs. Though the great Ming lacked CCTV news, officials kept reasonably well informed. They likely held some vague notion about the firearms-wielding pirates operating out of Guangdong. Both in principle and in practice, excessive exposure before such eyes was inadvisable. Sun Yuanhua was no fool. Hearing Lu Ziyang's words, he immediately grasped the implication. Though ignorant of what history held in store, he had already received intelligence that Su Kengjai would soon be entering the city. He entirely agreed that the newcomer ought to avoid unnecessary complications. Where does strong man Lu wish to station his troops? Sun Yuanhua nodded his assent to the request. Lu Ziyang had already considered this question during the journey. Remaining inside the city meant mingling with the various host and guest armies that would soon converge. Historically, relations between such forces were rarely harmonious. Even with officials keeping order, his 100-odd men would inevitably find themselves entangled in petty conflicts. Balancing relationships with every faction would prove exhausting. Moreover, intelligence projections from the Great Library's History Research Group indicated that Sun Yuanhua would likely lose his governorship. Even if he retained the post, Su Kengjai's presence in the city would make it difficult for Sun to maintain absolute authority. Lu Ziyang's force was small. Without Sun Yuanhua's backing, they risked being expended as cannon fodder. By every consideration, stationing outside the city walls was the wisest course. Yet the location could not be too distant. Isolated and unable to intervene at critical moments, he would defeat the purpose of coming to Laizhou in the first place. After careful deliberation, he expressed his willingness to lead his troops to the Guanxiang, the suburban district immediately outside the city gates. Specifically, the Guanxiang beyond the south gate. Compared to the suburbs of the other 3 gates, the area outside the south gate was relatively desolate. The grounds beyond the walls were dominated by ancestral halls and cemetery courtyards belonging to wealthy households, leaving many buildings empty and well-suited for quartering troops. More importantly, this position lay closer to Hutuya, Laizhou's primary harbor, convenient for coordination with the navy at sea. In Ming Dynasty siege warfare, defenders invariably sought to establish camps outside the walls when conditions permitted, forming forward positions to directly protect the gates. Lu Ziyang's offer to defend the south gate Guanxiang was entirely consistent with standard defensive practice. Stationing at the south gate Guanxiang is acceptable, Sun Yuanhua said. But with only 100 men, how do you intend to hold it? He appreciated the young man's courage in volunteering for the position, though it struck him as rather overconfident. By his own calculations, defending the south gate Guanxiang would require at least 500 combat soldiers, supplemented by militia and conscript laborers, and even that might prove insufficient. A great quantity of firearms from Dengzhou would likely be transported by the rebels for their assault. When that time came, 500 men might not be enough to plug the gaps. Surely the Lord is aware that our firearms are formidable. Lu Ziyang made no attempt to hide the truth. Against us, rebel soldiers are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. Such brazen arrogance was bound to provoke displeasure. Just as Sun Yuanhua began to frown, Lu Ziyang added, "Should the city have some surplus strength, transferring several hundred able militiamen to assist in battle would be greatly appreciated." The implication was clear. He wanted militia, not government troops. Sun Yuanhua understood perfectly. Yet the thought of entrusting the South Gate Guanxiang to a few hundred militiamen made him hesitate. On reflection, however, he acknowledged that he possessed precious few combat-capable soldiers. The Guanxiang would likely fall regardless. Perhaps it was better to conserve his professional troops for the direct defense of the city walls. Though Lu Ziyang called these men village militia, their actual fighting capacity would surely match or exceed the regular soldiers of the Great Ming. Otherwise, how could they have defeated Commander-in-Chief He's army in Hainan? "Very well," Sun Yuanhua nodded. "You shall be stationed at the South Guanxiang." He paused to consider. "The defense of the South Gate shall be personally overseen by this student." The Lord's wisdom shines. Lu Ziyang thought Sun Yuanhua a sensible man indeed. During Ming Dynasty sieges, it was convention for the principal officials in a city to each assume responsibility for one gate. In the historical defense of Laizhou, Su Kengzhai, Zai Lion, and others had each commanded a gate. Su Kengzhai was even killed by rebel artillery fire during the siege. If another official took charge, there would inevitably be awkward questions about the origins of this militia unit. With Sun Yuanhua directly responsible, matters became far more convenient. As for the militia assigned to support them, Lu Ziyang was confident he could bring them under his control, employ them first as laborers, and ultimately absorb them entirely into the advance column. However, the South Gate still lacks a commanding general. Sun Yuanhua remembered another problem. After all, Lu Ziyang was merely a commoner without official rank. As defender of the South Guanxiang, he lacked proper title, making coordination with other units in the city decidedly awkward. With no trusted generals at his disposal, Sun Yuanhua found himself in a bind. "Might I suggest General Zhang Tao for the South Gate Command?" Lu Ziyang offered. Seeing Sun Yuanhua's astonishment, he lowered his voice and shared the news of Song Guanglin, Wang Zheng, Zhang Tao, and the others having been rescued. "The Lord may rest assured, we have temporarily accommodated them on the island. Once they have rested a day or two, we shall escort them to Laizhou." He added meaningfully, "These gentlemen managed to fight their way out of the chaos when the city fell. Naturally, they are all men who deeply understand righteousness and know how matters stand. The Lord need not worry." "Excellent." Sun Yuanhua's joy overflowed. The rescue of these men was welcome news to someone who had become all but a commander without an army. Yet they knew, at least partially, about his capture. Lu Ziyang's words carried a clear subtext. These officials were prepared to conceal what had transpired. Everyone was on the same line now. As long as narratives remained unified, there was no need to worry about the capture being exposed. Sun Yuanhua immediately gave further instructions, then summoned an advisor to take his handwritten order and escort Lu Ziyang to meet with Zhu Wanyan. All militia entering the city to assist in defense had to register at the prefectural yamen, reporting their numbers and weapons so that grain and military pay could be properly issued. Supplemental weapons would be distributed as circumstances required. Walking along the main north-south avenue of Drum Tower Street in Yi County seat, gazing at the weathered facade of Laizhou Prefectural Yamen in the near distance, Senator Lu Ziyang could not suppress a strange sense of dislocation. Though Lu Ziyang and Lu Yang differed by only a single character, they shared no kinship whatsoever. Lu Yang hailed from Ningxia. Lu Ziyang's family came from Shandong, more precisely, from Laizhou city of Yantai, Shandong. This was none other than Yi County, the seat of Laizhou Prefecture where Sun Yuanhua now resided. It was precisely this connection that had prompted the Senate to liberate him from the crushing audit work of the Cheka and dispatch him to the Laizhou front when engine action reached its critical phase. When it came to familiarity with Laizhou's landscape and customs, no one in the entire Senate could surpass him. Setting aside everything else, the authentic Laizhou dialect spoken by the Special Reconnaissance Team warriors and undercover intelligence agents had been personally taught by Senator Liu Zhang himself. While some naturalized citizens, refugees or deserters from the three eastern prefectures, like Huang'an, did exist among their ranks, most had come from Dengzhou Prefecture further east, corresponding to the later Weihai and Yantai regions. The dialect there and Laizhou speech diverged to such a degree that one could distinguish speakers by ear alone. This had proved a considerable headache for the executive committee during the engine action planning phase. When they simply could not locate naturalized citizens of Laizhou origin, they were forced to bring Senator Liu in as a last resort to train the operatives. Fortunately, Laizhou's population composition had remained largely stable from late Ming through the entire Qing dynasty, and the dialect was well preserved. According to feedback from the Engine Forward Command, Senator Liu's dialect instruction had produced excellent results. In truth, during the preparation phase of engine action, Senator Liu had yearned to return to his hometown, at least in the geographical sense, to see it with his own eyes. Regrettably, he was neither military personnel nor expendable background actors. As a professional accounting graduate from Xiamen University, Senator Liu represented scarce financial and accounting talent even within the well-staffed finance and economics department. Moreover, he was one of the few who had worked in both the National Tax Bureau and the Inspection Bureau, intimately familiar with organizational structures. Cheng Dong and Yifan had always relied on him as primary labor. During the founding stages of departments like the Cheka and the General Administration of Taxation, Senator Liu had charged at the front lines, and the launch of engine action happened to coincide with year-end tax accounting season. Senator Liu had practically relived his days as an intern at the accounting firm, cup after cup of coffee from dawn to midnight, buried in mountainous year-end reports in a smoke-filled office, battered and bleary-eyed. Senator Liu, busy until his eyes turned bloodshot, had missed the opportunity to join the first batch of personnel dispatch. He held strong personal opinions about this. After all, the reason he had abandoned his ordinary civil servant life to join the crossing was precisely to forge a career. Senator Liu harbored a grand ambition: to take TV Soong as his model, that legendary god of wealth, and establish a Senate version of the Tax Police General Regiment, or as he preferred to call it, an armed financial guard. Tax police were powerful departments established for anti-smuggling and combating tax evasion, existing in nations with substantial local authorities like Russia and Italy, but not in modern China. The Tax Inspection Bureau possessed only auditing powers. Combating tax evasion fell to the Economic Crime Investigation Division of the Public Security Bureau, which wasn't even as well equipped as Customs. At least they had dedicated anti-smuggling police. Of course, the ultimate tax police remained brother-in-law TV Soong's Tax Police General Regiment. Under the Senate system, this was naturally impossible. But following Italy's example and establishing a small-scale, quasi-military armed financial guard, had found considerable favor with several finance and economics department leaders. As their influence expanded, Yifan had increasingly felt that his department needed to keep a grip on the gun barrel, otherwise, the name Cheka would be wasted. End of chapter. Chapter 1090. Southgate Pillar Senator Liu's proposal aligned perfectly with his own ideas, yet under the current tendency of engineers ruling the government, the odds of a proposal passing directly through the Senate were slim. The finance and economics department's reputation ranked only marginally higher than that of the few litigation tricksters in the law club. Better to take a roundabout path. Liu Zhang's plan was straightforward. He would go on field assignment to Shandong, leverage his local background to establish himself within engine action, cultivate strong relationships with the intelligence agency and the military, build the status and influence of the finance and economics department within the Senate, and ultimately strike when the iron was hot. Yifan pondered this, then spent half a day planning with Cheng Dong before finally agreeing. Thus Senator Liu was borrowed to the Foreign Intelligence Agency for 2 weeks of training. A few days after Sun Yuanhua reached Laizhou, he followed. The Senate's guiding philosophy for Laizhou's defense was clear: hold the city, but not so successfully that the rebels despaired and abandoned the siege. The ideal outcome would see the rebels massing troops for a protracted investment, while scattered bands plundered the surrounding countryside. When the court's main army finally arrived, finding the entire 3 eastern prefectures in chaos and power in a state of vacuum, conditions would be ripe for engine action's expansion. Under these circumstances, committing the northbound detachment's main force to the city's direct defense was out of the question. Local bureaucrats and gentry within Laizhou might not accept such an arrangement, and Sun Yuanhua certainly could not bear responsibility for it. However, positioning a small detachment carrying heavy firearms on the walls, prepared to strike the rebels decisively at critical moments, remained both feasible and necessary. This would prevent the city from actually falling and spiraling into chaos, while simultaneously placing Sun Yuanhua deeply in their debt. After deliberation, the Engine Forward Command decided to detach a company equipped with mountain howitzers and typewriters for heavy fire suppression, tasking them to ascend Laizhou's walls and provide direct support. Liu Ziying would command this unit, bearing full responsibility for Laizhou's defense and liaison operations. For this mission, Liu Ziying had paid a personal visit to a village where the Liu clan concentrated. Echoing the style of veteran soldiers returning to Taiwan to visit relatives in years past, he presented himself at the clan leader's home, bearing a genealogy forged by the Great Library, establishing connections from the outset. With his authentic dialect backed by a round of silver bullet diplomacy, he swiftly convinced the bewildered clan elder to acknowledge this clan nephew. Special reconnaissance team members, disguised as household servants, then quietly took control of the entire households of the clan leader and the principal elders. Then, holding the clan leader hostage to command the whole village, Liu Ziying was announced as deputy regiment commander. Just like that, Liu family village fell into Liu Ziying's hands. He recruited a few local youths from the village militia, camouflaged the gun carriages with canvas, and the Laizhou detachment of the northbound detachment transformed openly into native village militia from Liu family village. Liu Ziying followed the advisor to report to Zhu Wanyan. The prefect knew of Liu family village, and hearing the visitor speak pure local dialect, harbored no suspicions. He immediately registered the troop's strength. Militia and soldiers entering the city received grain and fodder allotments per head, plus a reward of 1 tael of silver per person. Naturally, most arriving units inflated their numbers. Zhu Wanyan turned a blind eye to such practices. These were times when soldiers risked their lives. One could not be stingy with silver. Laizhou had been held in no small part because the city's gentry and wealthy households had opened their purses to lavishly reward the defenders at the outset. The original garrison had been tempted by rebel agents and was preparing to betray the city from within. Zhu Wanyan had mobilized the local elite to generously reward the troops while conducting a purge of potential traitors, and so Laizhou had been spared. Liu Ziying had brought a company of men, plus gunners, special reconnaissance members, and Liu family village militia. The total came to over 140. He promptly reported 150, a remarkably modest inflation. Zhu Wanyan immediately ordered his clerks to disperse silver and 10 days' worth of grain and firewood for 150 men, issuing documentation for ongoing supplies. He inquired whether supplementary weapons were needed. Liu Ziying declined. Their equipment was quite sufficient. Hearing that this man had volunteered to defend the South Guanxiang, Zhu Wanyan's eyebrows rose in surprise. Holding an outpost beyond the walls was a perilous undertaking, essentially serving as an expendable pawn. Should the situation turn desperate, the gates would slam shut, and not one soldier in the outer garrison would survive. Yet observing this newcomer's calm composure and easy manner, Yuanhua could not help but admire him silently. So the Lu family actually has such courageous and loyal sons. Truly, tigers and dragons hide among the common folk. Yuanhua offered his praise. Noticing that Lu Ziyang wore no armor, he suggested providing a suit of cotton armor. Many thanks for the Lord's generosity, but this commoner has no need of it. Lu Ziyang waved dismissively. Armor restricts movement and hampers fighting. Yuanhua praised him a few more times, then sent an escort to guide him to the South Guanxiang to take over defensive positions. The Guanxiang had already been subjected to strengthening the walls and clearing the fields. Civilians and valuables had been brought inside the city. Able-bodied men had been organized into squads under the direction of the South Guanxiang Pagia, the community head. The street entrances facing outward had been sealed with bricks, stones, and sandbags, a measure of limited utility, but enough to delay an enemy assault. Firewood and vegetable oil had been stockpiled in various buildings, ready to be set ablaze should the Guanxiang fall. Though the suburbs fell within the mandatory defense zone, no one truly believed they could be held for long. The able-bodied men and the Pagia all wore grim expressions. As conscripts of the South Guanxiang, their odds of retreating safely into the city were slim. 9 out of 10 would likely be buried here alongside the soldiers defending the outer perimeter. The advisor called over the local Pagia, Fan 12, instructing him to follow strongman Lu's orders in all things. Fan 12 was the owner and cook of a small eatery in the South Guanxiang, a man of modest means. He knew some rudimentary martial arts, enough to get along with the yamen runners and clerks, and had thereby landed the Pagia position. Being a Pagia came with certain benefits, and Fan 12 had inevitably engaged in some dirty work that earned him curses behind his back. Still, his transgressions remained within local tolerance. He was also willing to stand up for residents in official matters, so his reputation remained passable. He had made a little money on the side. Then came the rebels threatening Laizhou. As reports of atrocities spread, Fan 12's heart fried in oil. He had a family, old parents, and young children. Though they had been sent into the city, no one could guarantee Laizhou would hold. Moreover, should he die defending these walls, his son was still young, and whatever property remained would either be destroyed by war or seized by others. The family could easily end up as beggars and refugees. These thoughts had left him utterly dispirited for days. Observing this Pagia with his look of a man awaiting death, Lu Ziyang offered a few words of comfort and boasted of his own capabilities, assuring the man that the South Guanxiang would be absolutely safe. As long as my men are in the Guanxiang stands. We will fight to the death to ensure it is not lost. Lu Ziyang declared with soaring conviction. Since the strong man says so, this small one will trust it. Though Fan 12's expression suggested rather less than full trust, he managed to rally his spirits somewhat. Lu Ziyang's guarantee meant little to him. These 100-odd men carried only one blade and one gun apiece. Though everyone bore a bird gun, not one wore armor. Their appearance hardly suggested elite, battle-hardened soldiers. Besides, they were merely village militia from Lu family village. Still, they had been brought in under Governor Sun's personal authority. The officials in the city clearly attached considerable importance to them. Fan 12 dared not be negligent. Take me on a tour of the Guanxiang, inside and out, Lu Ziyang instructed. I need to survey the terrain. Under Fan 12's guidance, Lu Ziyang walked through every corner of the South Guanxiang. In the end, he selected the Wang family cemetery of a prominent local household as his base of operations. The cemetery occupied high, dry ground atop an elevated mound. It was divided into yin quarters for the dead and yang quarters for the living. Dense groves of tall trees ringed it on all sides, and a small river circled the base. The compound already possessed high walls. With minor modifications, it would make an excellent fortress. Moreover, its position directly commanded the road to the Moon City Barbican. Any rebels hoping to assault the south gate would find themselves caught in flanking fire from the Wang family cemetery. They would struggle even to penetrate the Guanxiang. Less than 1 li south of the South Guanxiang flowed the Yan'an River. Currently frozen solid, it offered no defensive value. Liu Ziying planned to ask the Pagia to have his men dig a trench outside the Guanxiang and erect chevaux de frise to slow the rebel advance. Once arrangements were complete, Liu Ziying led Fan 12 back to the Wang family cemetery. A command post had already been set up in the ancestral hall. A large map of Laizhou hung on the wall. On the table, a sand table model of the Laizhou area, transported in cases, was being assembled. One large-scale model of the entire city and one small-scale terrain model of the wider region. A fire crackled in the room, burning in a lightweight iron stove they had brought along. The tall, gloomy main hall of the ancestral temple was instantly warm as spring. Fan 12 examined the stove with curiosity. What a fine-looking piece of equipment. So light too, where had it come from? Liu Ziying invited him to sit. We are in the same boat now, we must look after one another. Fan 12 leapt to his feet, his expression earnest. Master Liu, what are you saying? You are our backbone now. The commoners of this entire Guanxiang are counting on you. Not at all, I'm no court official. Liu Ziying recognized these as flattering pleasantries, but such words always served their purpose. A smile crept across his face. How many men are in your able-bodied squad? His tone grew serious again. This is essential for defensive planning. I need complete details on everything. You are the host here. I am the guest. I know my place in all matters. Employing workers had its drawbacks in any era. Liu Ziying spoke deliberately to allay any suspicion. Conscript squads composed of ordinary men between 16 and 50 offered little combat power in a siege, but they made excellent labor. The exact number, I'm afraid I can't say precisely. Fan 12 smiled apologetically. Quite a few have run off these past few days. Let me be honest with you. 320 able-bodied men were reported to the county yamen, but in reality, we probably have about 280. Pocketing rations for 40 men every day, Liu Ziying thought this fellow had quite the dark side. Please understand, venerable sir, it's not by choice. Fan 12 launched into a familiar litany of complaints. Everyone knows there are benefits when a Pagia manages an able-bodied squad, which god or petty person from the various yamen dares to be offended. Everyone must get their share. It doesn't matter, Liu Ziying smiled. That was to be expected. Master Fan, put it out of your mind. End of chapter. Chapter 1091. Hutuya. Liu Ziying's Laizhou dialect dispelled much of Fan 12's wariness. Observing that this regiment commander from Liu family village was both sensible and possessed of a general's calm composure, Fan 12's mood lifted somewhat. Liu Ziying knew his numbers were small and his strength limited. He would inevitably need the able-bodied squad's assistance for many tasks. He employed a few winning gestures to cultivate favor. Fan 12 was, after all, merely a man who made his living on the streets, lacking deep cunning. After several interactions, their relationship grew harmonious. Fan 12 explained that the Guanxiang's able-bodied squad was billeted in several nearby ancestral halls and cemeteries. The government had issued some weapons, but the conscripts had received no training, rendering the arms largely useless. Liu Ziying offered a few more words of encouragement, then summoned acting company commander Qian Duo. Qian Duo had enlisted somewhat later than Huang and. The two had carried guns and stood watch together. Qian Duo's performance in the ranks had never been particularly distinguished. He had experienced the baptism of the Chiang Mai campaign and the subsequent security warfare, and by seniority had risen to second lieutenant. Originally just a platoon leader, he had been promoted after the northbound detachment arrived in Shandong. Frostbite had depleted their numbers, and the 3rd Line Infantry Company commander remained on Qimu Island, his frozen feet making movement difficult. Caiyan Duo had stepped into the role as acting company commander. Despite wearing a coarse homespun cotton robe, the spirit and discipline forged through years of military life could not be concealed. He strode into the hall with a precise 75-centimeter step, snapped to attention and saluted crisply. Acting Company Commander of the 3rd Line Infantry Company, 2nd Lieutenant Caiyan Duo, reporting to you. Chief, please instruct. At ease, Liu Ziyang ordered. The entrance and those sharp movements startled Fan 12. This young fellow had real spirit. Fan 12 had observed many incoming militia and local soldiers in the South Guanxiang, most shuffled about with dispirited expressions. Rarely did he encounter anyone with such vitality. Not only spirited, a faint killing aura emanated from him as well. Running an eatery outside Laizhou City, Fan 12 had encountered his share of passing soldiers. Men who had seen battle and taken lives carried a distinctive killing intent, utterly different from the raw courage of ordinary brawlers. This is Master Fan, the local pagia, Liu Ziyang introduced. Seek him out if you need anything. Master Fan is the local guardian spirit here. We'll be relying on his assistance while stationed in this area. Fan 12 hastened to show a smiling face. My duty, my duty. Fan 12 and Caiyan Duo then withdrew to discuss matters of garrison placement, sentry positions, and fortification construction. Caiyan Duo would handle these items one by one. As a 2nd lieutenant officer who had endured 3 months of intensive 16-7 training in the training corps, his capabilities in these matters surpassed those of the half-trained Senator Liu. With immediate tasks delegated, Liu Ziyang gathered several special reconnaissance team warriors and departed the Guanxiang, heading toward Haimil port west of the city to conduct preliminary survey work. His calculation was this: if he merely assisted son Yuanhua in defending the city, he would fail to demonstrate his true value. Only by achieving greater accomplishments in the engine operation could he effectively elevate his own status and that of the Finance and Economics Department within the Senate. Now was the time to exercise subjective initiative. As the war developed, both sides would inevitably wage a tug-of-war centered on Laizhou's defense. The epicenter of rebel devastation would shift from the Dengzhou vicinity to the Laizhou region, what would later become Weifang and western Yantai. If refugees in this area were expected to walk overland all the way to Qimu Island, the distance would be prohibitive. Refugee foot travel was simply too slow. Finding a suitable port near Laizhou to serve as a transfer point became the logical next step. His plan was to use Haimil port, west of the city, as that transfer point. This was a renowned fishing port on Bohai Bay, blessed with excellent conditions. In later generations, countless Shandong commoners, braving the journey to the northeast, had departed from Haimil, as had the 8th Route Army when advancing into the northeast. Better still, the port lay only 10 kilometers from the prefectural city, making overland transport to Laizhou relatively convenient. Once fighting began, great numbers of refugees would inevitably flee toward the walled prefectural city, creating pressure on the defense. Sun Yuanhua would almost certainly welcome the Senate's offer to ship these grain-consuming burdens away. Once a pier is built at Haimil port, with Laizhou City as bait, won't the population come pouring in? The credit would be enormous. Senator Liu, wrapped in a thick military overcoat and mounted on horseback, could not help wiping the drool from his lips at the thought. But when he arrived at Haimil port to assess the site, his heart sank. The sea was frozen solid. He had lost Jingzhou through carelessness. In later generations, Haimil port regularly appeared on CCTV news as a textbook example of Bohai Bay's winter freezing. During the Little Ice Age of the Great Ming, conditions would only be more severe. Senator Liu had been so fixated on Haimil port's geographical advantages that he had unconsciously overlooked this critical detail. Now he could only scratch his ears in frustration. What was to be done? After circling Haimil port in vain, Senator Liu found himself without a solution. Defeated, he mounted his borrowed Mongolian horse from the cavalry team and headed back in low spirits. Throughout the return journey, Lu Ziying racked his brain for ways to salvage his plan. Manor Lord Lu in Huang County had already dispatched armed work teams deep into the Jiadong Peninsula, and the people collection effort was proceeding vigorously. Yet his own initiative here had barely begun, and now the wretched weather had ruthlessly snuffed it out. This would inevitably leave the big shots in the finance and economics department with an impression of exaggeration. Senator Lu deeply regretted the boasts he had made to Cheng Dong and Yifan over wine before departure. Field work, it seemed, was not like accounting after all. He had thought too simply. Returning to his base in the south pass of the county seat, Lu Ziying stood before the large-scale map of Laizhou Prefecture, comparing it against the data from his field survey, and pondered. According to the map, besides Heimei Port, 2 other locations in Laizhou offered sea access, Sanshandao to the north and Hutuya to the south. In Lu Ziying's recollection, Sanshandao had been heavily developed by the local government in later years. He had even visited once or twice. Though geographically closer to the north, it remained ice-free in winter due to ocean currents, a significant advantage. The drawback was distance, a 25-kilometer straight line to Laizhou's prefectural city. Refugees would require 2 or 3 days to walk there. The land route was long, and the sea route to Qimu Island measured only 20 nautical miles, too short to justify building a temporary pier economically. Senator Lu shook his head and swung his compass needle toward the second candidate, Hutuya. Compared to Heimei Port, Hutuya lay further south. This was effectively the terminus of viable shipping. Along the entire Laizhou Bay coastline, only the stretch from Qimu Island to Hutuya consisted of sandy and rocky shore suitable for ship docking. Nearly everything west of Hutuya was impassable mudflat. From an economic standpoint, Hutuya offered maximum value for transferring disaster victims. However, the problem mirrored Heimei Port's ice. Freezing. Lu Ziying grew increasingly vexed. Turn it over however he might, he returned to this unsolvable obstacle. In truth, based on personal experience, winters on the Shandong Peninsula were not especially harsh. Laizhou rarely saw temperatures drop below -5 degrees. One year playing the hero, he had gone the entire winter without long underwear. Now it was already the first lunar month of the 5th year of Changzhen. With optimism, the sea might thaw within 1 or 2 months. The Senate could afford that much patience. The problem was that this was the Ming Dynasty. Reliable climate and hydrological data for Laizhou Bay simply did not exist. If conditions matched his estimate, then during this frozen interval he could use the time to construct facilities near the port and complete preliminary preparations. Refugees could be accommodated temporarily within the city. If grain ran short, Qimu Island could supply son Yuanhua with an emergency shipment. Once spring warmed and flowers bloomed, Laizhou City could begin population exports in earnest. Yet actually doing this raised the issue of refugees departing the city. In the original historical timeline, the rebel main force had camped beneath Laizhou's walls, besieging the city for over half a year. Though ancient sieges rarely achieved complete encirclement without letting water leak through, the rebels could hardly fail to notice thousands or tens of thousands of people streaming from the city toward the coast. Still, Lu Wenyuan had mentioned he would try to resolve this matter. As for how, Lu Ziying could hazard a guess. 9 times out of 10, it meant reaching some agreement with the rebels. Fan 12 was directing men to carry door planks to the Wang family cemetery for constructing bunks. Watching this group of militiamen work efficiently on their own tasks, assigning quarters, building bunks, repairing fortifications, he was quietly impressed. No one shirked duty, no one clustered together to gossip. Though people moved constantly between courtyards, there was no unnecessary noise. Everything proceeded in orderly fashion. Fan 12 marveled silently. What manner of village militia were these? They were plainly first-class soldiers. He wandered into a courtyard where a strange 2-wheeled cart was emitting blue smoke, Fan 12 had seen many carts in his life, but never one with a chimney. Drawn by curiosity, he approached for a closer look. There was actually an iron stove mounted on the cart, fire burning beneath a pot of boiling water. Several cooks busied themselves nearby. Beside the cart lay stacks of wooden crates, Chinese cabbages, radishes, and grain sacks that had just been delivered. Several baskets of seafood stood in the courtyard as well, still redolent of seawater, probably freshly caught. The able-bodied workers who had accompanied him to deliver bunk boards also found the sight novel and gathered around to gawk. A stove mounted on a cart, truly a first. Quite the spectacle. Seeing them crowd close, the cooks did not object, though they forbade anyone from getting too near and strictly prohibited approaching the water buckets and preparation tables. The cooks all wore cloth aprons with sleeves rolled high, and a strange scent clung to their arms. Fan 12 was still examining the setup with curiosity when he noticed Cayenne Duo entering the courtyard and beckoning him over. "Any orders, Vice Master Cayenne?" The chief, "The master wants sea intestines and mackerel dumplings. I hear you used to be a cook. Can you make them?" Certainly, those are famous local delicacies," Fan 12 thought, so Master Lu enjoyed this sort of thing. Though the dish was delicious, few high officials and nobility ever requested it. A poor man's joy, as they called it. End of chapter. Chapter 1092. The situation in Laizhou. Master Lu wished to eat, and naturally Fan 12 was eager to oblige. As proprietor and chef of a modest eatery, preparing such fare was second nature. Common folk could rarely afford decent fish or meat, making these delicious yet affordable ingredients staples of establishments like his. That said, sea intestines remained rather lowly fare. In prosperous years, even commoners rarely consumed them. The creatures were typically used as pig feed or fishing bait. Yet Fan 12 knew that despite their humble status, they enhanced flavor superbly. He routinely dried sea intestines into powder for seasoning, passing it off as rich stock. He agreed enthusiastically and hurried to the Wang family cemetery kitchen. A substantial portion of the cemetery complex consisted of living quarters. When the master and mistress came for 12th-month tomb sweeping or spring outings, they would inevitably lodge here for several days. Consequently, the living quarters facilities rivaled those of an ordinary wealthy household. The kitchen was particularly well appointed, not only fully equipped with stoves but stocked with every variety of pot, pan, and ladle. The equipment exceeded even the tools in Fan 12's own eatery. The kitchen had been scrubbed to a degree that made Fan 12 feel he couldn't set foot wrong. It was almost too clean. These militiamen from Lu family village displayed a breathtaking obsession with cleanliness from the moment they arrived at the Guanxiang. Everyone had set down their packs, and except for those on sentry duty or assigned to tasks, the idle hands had swept the streets and courtyards, clearing away rubbish. They cleaned not only their own station, but also the lanes and alleys of the entire Guanxiang. Garbage heaps and accumulated dust vanished from the streets. Even potholes were filled and leveled with soil and broken bricks. The whole district suddenly seemed reborn. Fan 12 had lived in Laizhou his entire life and witnessed many things. Aside from occasions when the prefect organized the pagia to clean and repair streets in anticipation of imperial envoys or visiting superiors, no one ever swept the roads. Street hygiene fell to the street-watching, refused soldiers, whose duties extended only to occasional water sprinkling and corpse removal. Garbage on the ground was the norm. Public urination and defecation were hardly uncommon. Take the exterior wall of his own eatery, for instance. People regularly relieved themselves there, leaving a persistent, unbearable stench. Fan 12 rubbed his feet outside the kitchen door before stepping carefully inside. He saw someone busy at work and assumed it was one of the cooks brought by the militia. Looking closer, he discovered it was Commander Lu himself. Commander Lu wore an apron with sleeves rolled high, laboring industriously. Fan 12 was so stunned he could not find words. This Master Lu was cooking with his own hands. From his experience, Anyone who could command an entire village and lead over 100 fierce fighting men ranked as a figure of considerable local importance. He had never expected to find such a person toiling in the kitchen. It defied comprehension, especially given the commander's appearance, with that fine skin and refined complexion, which suggested anything but a rough upbringing. Seeing Fan 12 enter, Lu Ziying called out, "Come, help me clean these sea intestines." One of Senator Lu's secondary objectives in visiting Hamil port had been to procure food. He had achieved his aim, obtaining the two delicacies he had long craved, sea intestines and Spanish mackerel meat. Though the sea was frozen, the timing happened to coincide with peak sea intestine harvest season. Senator Lu had yearned for this taste for ages, but Lingao neither produced the ingredient nor harbored anyone who knew how to cook it. He had made do with jelly worms, but the flavor was simply not the same. Now that he had been dispatched back to the Jiadong Peninsula, he intended to gorge himself properly. Engine work could wait until he was full. Lu Ziying instructed Fan 12 on the cooking. Modern culinary techniques differed somewhat from Ming Dynasty methods, particularly regarding heat control and seasoning. He directed Fan 12 in wielding the knife, chopping fish, and mixing the filling. Fan 12 intended to curry favor with Commander Lu, so beyond the sea intestines, he stir-fried several additional dishes. He had expected the commander to request wine, but instead the man asked for nothing, shoveling an entire basin of stir-fried sea intestines with leeks directly into his stomach. Still unsatisfied, he ordered Fan 12 to boil over 50 mackerel meatball dumplings as a snack. "Bring them to the main hall shortly," he instructed, then retired with his maps, calipers, and notebook to his bedroom to contemplate grand strategy. "Right away. Just watch." Fan 12 tapped the edge of the pot with satisfaction, recapturing the feeling of being an eatery proprietor once more. Lu Ziying had selected a room adjacent to the main hall as his personal quarters. This was the residential section of the Wang family cemetery, and the housing facilities were quite elegant, equipped with an underground heating system. Once his orderly lit the fire, the entire room grew warm as spring. Unfortunately, his life secretary had studied accounting and could not double as a multi-skilled female attendant. This thought led him to consider selecting one or two strapping young women from his fellow villagers in the other timeline to serve as guards when he returned to Lingao. A sentry stood watch outside the door. Senators were extremely cautious with their lives. Senator Lu belched, patting his belly as he paced the room. His mood had improved considerably after eating and drinking his fill. He even began to feel optimistic about the future. Since it was heaven's will, waiting a month was simply waiting. The urgent priority was to commit his ideas to paper and transmit them back to Lingao as swiftly as possible, securing support from key figures in the finance and economics system at the Executive Committee expansion, meeting to facilitate his proposal's passage. With this in mind, Lu Ziying stuffed 2 more dumplings into his mouth and called out indistinctly to the orderly outside, "Brew some tea. This is too salty." Curled up on the heated platform, he worked until midnight. At last, his report on shipping conditions in Laizhou Bay, over 30,000 words, was complete. With this document in hand, he would have abundant material for presentations, and his performance at the expansion meeting would appear exceptionally competent. As the saying went, whether the work is good depends mainly on the report. Senator Lu massaged his sore thighs with an expression of deep satisfaction. A burden had finally been lifted. From here, it would depend on Cheng Dong and Yi Fan's maneuvering abilities within the Senate. As for himself, he still had to help Old Man Sun defend Laizhou City. With Caiyan Duo's heavily armed company guarding his flank, Lu Ziying harbored no concerns about Laizhou City's safety. Historically, with only 1,000-odd scattered reinforcements trickling in at intervals, Zhu Wanyan and the 2 governors had held the city using a makeshift force of 4,000 or 5,000 old and weak troops. Now that he had resolved to use Laizhou City as a temporary winter settlement for refugees, he would inevitably need to invest some effort in the defense, at minimum, preserving the core of Laizhou city, the 4 Guan and 4 Yu. According to the map, Laizhou's prefectural city was a north-south rectangle. The area enclosed by the walls corresponded roughly to the zone bounded by Wenhua East Street, Wencheng South Road, Wenquan East Street, and Laizhou South Road in later times. Outside each of the 4 city gates, east, west, north, and south, thriving Guanxiang districts had developed. These had now been subjected to Sun Yuanhuas, strengthening the walls and clearing the fields. Most residents had been gathered inside the city, leaving many vacant buildings suitable for refugee camps. The prerequisite was that they remain under the protective umbrella of artillery range, though currently only 2 mountain howitzers were available. 36 great general cannons stood mounted on Laizhou's walls. Though they could not compare to red barbarian cannons, they had played a significant role in historical defensive battles. With these guns in position, rebel soldiers would not dare approach too closely. Zhu Mingxia had also promised that reinforcements would be dispatched by sea at Lu Ziyang's call if necessary. Maneuvering 1 or 2 companies from the sea to land at Hutuya or Haimel port could easily catch the rebels off guard. If conditions proved favorable, the opportunity to fight an annihilation battle and capture prisoners was not out of reach. Compared to Sun Yuanhua's anxiety, the senators harbored considerable contempt for the rebels' combat effectiveness. From the moment they raised the banner of rebellion, whatever organizational discipline this force had originally retained had long since evaporated. Of course, serving under the great Ming's banners, they had always been nothing more than hardened old soldier ruffians fighting only for their next meal. Strip away the superficial veneer of fine equipment and the large numbers of horses, and what remained was merely a band of ordinary bandits, raping and looting for personal gain. Though some harbored deep hatred for the Shandong commoners and the Ming government, far more were simply out for gold, silver, and women. Such an army could bully common people or triumph in easy battles against corrupt government troops, but when confronted with a tough nut like Laizhou City, strictly defended and resolute, no one would volunteer to throw their life away. Originally, Laizhou had withstood tens of thousands of rebels and massive quantities of firearms with only a few thousand old and weak remnants, holding out for half a year. This feat owed nothing more than the defend the homeland spirit of the people and gentry within the walls, united in bitter hatred of the enemy. As long as the rebels were bloodied and their initial momentum and spirit blunted, subsequent assaults would lack fury or ruthlessness. To maintain morale and secure their subordinates' loyalty, the rebel generals would have no better recourse than to unleash their men upon the Laizhou countryside. This, in turn, would multiply the Senate's opportunities to collect refugees. Of course, specific combat arrangements still required discussion with Qian Du and his officers. Sun Yuanhua would also need to be notified so both sides could coordinate their actions. This amounted to openly flexing military muscle before the eyes of great Ming bureaucrats. If some loyal and patriotic official dispatched a memorial to the capital, trouble would inevitably follow. Such narrative unification work still required Governor Sun's assistance. Accordingly, Lu Ziyang resolved to minimize contact with local bureaucrats other than Sun Yuanhua. Even with Sun Yuanhua, meetings should be infrequent to avoid drawing attention. Wang Dayachun posed a particular concern. This man held an extremely poor opinion of Sun Yuanhua, believing the governor to be the principal culprit behind the Dengzhou mutiny. Historically, in a memorial submitted on the 18th day of the first lunar month in the 5th year of Changzhen, Wang Dayachun had written, Kong Youde created chaos in Shandong, capturing 7 counties in less than 6 days, and Dengzhou fell on the 10th day. This was entirely caused by the rebellious minister Sun Yuanhua collaborating from the inside and Governor Yu Dasheng's bribery and indulgence. This accusation had arisen because, when Dengzhou first fell, rebel soldiers stole the seal of the governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou and issued proclamations everywhere demanding grain and pay be sent to Dengzhou, leading everyone to suspect that Sun Yuanhua had himself rebelled. Now, owing to the Senate's intervention, Sun Yuanhua had escaped in time and demonstrated an active posture of encirclement and suppression. Wang Daichan had not submitted this memorial, a development of critical importance for Sun Yuanhua's survival. End of chapter. Chapter 1093. Mr. Beishan. Despite this favorable development, Wang Daichan remained a lurking danger. Consequently, Senator Liu had been charged with another mission, eliminating anyone who might prove detrimental to Sun Yuanhua and the northbound detachment. In the chaos of fierce urban defensive battles, it was perfectly natural for high-ranking officials visiting the front lines to be killed in action. During the defense of Laizhou, Su Kengzhai had fallen to cannon fire. Among the special reconnaissance team members in the Laizhou detachment were snipers entrusted with this secret mission, prepared to carry out necessary, targeted eliminations, as circumstances dictated. Red firecracker debris littered the ground, quickly churned by pedestrians and horses into part of the black mud lining the roadside. Though recent years had brought poor harvests, natural disasters, military chaos, banditry, and eastern barbarian invasions, with ill tidings pouring in from every direction, the New Year atmosphere persisted. Beijing remained the capital, the finest place in the realm, and the markets were still lively. These were the days of the Lantern Festival, and the streets teemed with bustling crowds, scholars and ladies drifting like clouds. Only the refugees and beggars sprawled everywhere cast a gloomy pall over the festive scene. Leng Ningyun sat in his sedan chair, returning to the business house outside Qianmen. He had spent these days making calls, visiting both commercial partners and contacts relevant to his mission. His financial expansion plans had been temporarily shelved. Ensuring Sun Yuanhua's survival was no longer especially difficult. Sun had escaped in time, clearing himself of suspicion of having joined the rebels. Still, judging from the current state of affairs, retaining his official position presented considerable difficulty. After Sun Yuanhua assumed the Dengzhou and Laizhou governorship, he had, according to late Ming official circle conventions, watched his reputation plummet. From the supervising secretaries and censors of various sections to sundry members of the Qingliu faction, impeachment memorials rained down incessantly, painting him as an unpardonable villain. Every minor matter was magnified to absurd extremes. Freedom of speech reached unprecedented heights, from the Grand Secretaries of the Grand Secretariat to dispatched regional high officials. None escaped being savaged by the speech officials. The Changzhen reign saw 51 Grand Secretaries, and while the emperor's own personality flaws certainly contributed, the constant noise from outside had seriously affected his judgment. To remain steadfast in one's assessment of a person amidst such a cacophony of condemnation required exceptional fortitude. Perhaps only Yang Sicheng had achieved it. Hong Chengchu might also be counted, though his final hasty dispatch of troops to relieve Jinzhou could not be entirely divorced from fear that court public opinion, and the Qingliu might sway the emperor. Ultimately, it could be said that during the Changzhen reign, nearly every minister of competence who dared accept responsibility was destroyed by this bizarre atmosphere of freedom of speech. During his training at the farm, Leng Ningyun had been repeatedly cautioned to monitor the public opinion of the speech officials. This force could not only sway the emperor's judgment, but also generate a powerful climate of partisan attack within the court, silencing dissenters. Most terrifying of all, this public opinion was often politically correct, occupying the moral high ground so thoroughly that even the emperor found it difficult to rebut. The Qingliu's public opinion effectively controlled court administration to a considerable degree, contributing to the ultimate tragedy of the Great Ming. In the end, the Changzhen emperor would rather sit and await death in Beijing than relocate the capital to Nanjing. He dared not even secretly send the crown prince away, forfeiting the last opportunity for a backup plan. This outcome, it must be said, was largely produced by the politically correct public opinion of the Qingliu. They opened their mouths proclaiming they act for the country and the people, full of awe-inspiring righteousness, yet in reality they proved to be male thieves and female whores. Lang Ningyun, knowing the subsequent course of history, understood that many of these late Ming civil officials with their astonishingly correct values had failed to maintain their integrity in later years. Quite a few had even become slaves of 3 surnames. Looking at their current faces, he found them utterly contemptible. Lang Ningyun had just visited an important personage, one whose status was not high, even quite low, a domestic slave. Yet in the capital, he was a resounding figure. Many court officials had to address him respectfully as Mr. Beishan. This particular domestic slave was no ordinary servant. Even Eunuch Yang, whom Lang Ningyun had always regarded as an imposing figure, displayed politeness, even excessive courtesy, when meeting this man. This was none other than the personal servant of Zhang Yixian, the current director of the Directorate of Ceremonial within the palace. Starting in the 4th year of Changzhen, the practice of dispatching inter-palace eunuchs as army supervisors, previously abolished, had been restored, and eunuch power was rising once again. Among them, Zhang Yixian, who controlled the Directorate of Ceremonial, enjoyed the greatest imperial favor. Proficient in calculation and possessing economic talent, he had been ordered by the emperor to audit the income and expenditure of both the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works. A special official office called the Superintendent of Revenue and Works had even been established for him, wielding authority comparable to a governor-general among external officials. People in the capital likened this to Tu Wenfu during the era of the 9,000 years, Wei Zhangxian. Consequently, the appointment had stirred considerable controversy at court since the end of the previous year. Officials of the original ministries of Revenue and Works in particular felt shamed at the prospect of serving under a eunuch, and had submitted memorial after memorial arguing strenuously against it. However, Lang Ningyun knew that civil officials would not change the emperor's mind on this matter. Thus he had unhesitatingly accepted Wu Kaidi's suggestion to approach Zhang Yixian through Eunuch Yang. Zhang Yixian was a palace favorite and now served as Superintendent of Revenue and Works. Not only was his status elevated, but his affairs were exceedingly demanding. Forget a mere merchant like Lang Ningyun, even a eunuch like Eunuch Yang, who lingered on the periphery of court power's core, could not easily secure an audience. Fortunately, power exists to be rented. This had been true since ancient times. Since the principal lacked time and energy, naturally a coterie of confidants handled such matters on his behalf. Mr. Beishan was the domestic slave Zhang Yixian employed specifically for this purpose. Lang Ningyun had considered going directly to Su Guangqi, Zhou Yanru, and others. However, his own status was awkward. Moreover, among the Grand Secretaries, both Zhou Yanru and Su Guangqi were staunch supporters of Sun Yuanhua. Su Guangqi's son was related to Sun Yuanhua by marriage, and Zhou Yanru had personally championed Sun's appointment as governor, having received lavish gifts of sable furs, gold, and pearls in return. Sun Yuanhua himself had long since dispatched emissaries to seek connections and cultivate these channels. Rather than expending excessive effort himself, it was better to exert influence quietly and provide supplementary support. By comparison, the eunuch channel proved far more convenient. Upon hearing his request, Eunuch Yang appeared surprised but did not refuse. After inspecting the precious gifts presented, he pondered briefly and sent a young eunuch to escort Lang Ningyun to young Eunuch Yang. Young Eunuch Yang then conducted him to Mr. Beishan's residence. This establishment was quite imposing, no less grand than Eunuch Yang's own. The gatehouse overflowed with all manner of people waiting to be received, including many officials. Lang Ningyun warmed a cold bench for nearly 2 hours before obtaining an audience. Judging from the envious glances of others, being seen within 2 hours was certainly thanks to the 2 eunuch Yangs. Leng Ningyun continued his principal work in Beijing, kowtowing and spending money. After presenting a batch of rare Australian treasures, Mr. Beishan listened to his request, then very politely served tea to see him out. Though he had met the man and spent the money, Leng Ningyun had no idea whether it would prove effective. The Australian treasures he had gifted, while not rare in Lingao, commanded a value in the Great Ming of nearly 3,000 taels of silver, an enormous sum. When Zhou Yanru was reinstated and re-entered the Grand Secretariat, his entire court maneuvering budget had amounted to only 10,000 taels. Using treasures worth 3,000 taels to help Sun Yuanhua retain his official position was truly no small investment. Should the effort fail, although he was acting under orders, he would inevitably leave an impression of ineffective handling of affairs. What do you make of this matter? Though Leng Ningyun was determined to reduce his reliance on Wu Kaidi, he could not help but ask the man who stood attending him inside the sedan chair. Wu Kaidi was silent for a moment. 50-50. That low. Leng Ningyun always felt that anything with less than 80% certainty was essentially doomed. The master wishes to protect Sun Huadong, Wu Kaidi whispered. Entrusting the inner minister Zhang alone is insufficient. The outer court must also be attended to. I know that. I'm asking whether the inner minister Zhang will actually render us this favor. Master may rest assured. Since Mr. Beishan accepted your card and the gift list, it indicates that the inner minister Zhang harbors no taboo regarding this matter. Otherwise, you likely would not have laid eyes on Mr. Beishan at all. So the inner minister Zhang has agreed. Whether he agrees or not, he must also wait to see how the situation develops. Wu Kaidi's voice dropped lower still. This meant nothing was settled. Leng Ningyun sighed inwardly. Yet he also understood that the Zhang Yixian channel could only accomplish so much. The next step was to explore other avenues. Leng Ningyun's sedan chair returned to the Beijing branch of Delong Bank outside Qianmen. The premises had originally been a pawn shop, and after conversion to a bank, they had largely retained the original layout. Only the screen wall bearing the massive character pawn had been removed from the entrance, replaced by a gold-lettered plaque above the main door reading Delong Bank. Below was a 3-bay frontage, with only the central bay opened as the main gate. Inside, stone counters and iron bars were visible. Those who drew closer could hear the indistinct sounds of abacus beads and voices. Glass skylights installed in the roof flooded the interior with light, but iron bars were everywhere. Even the ceiling was constructed of iron bars. Security measures were very much in place. 7 or 8 clerks worked busily behind the counter. This was the storefront of Delong's Beijing branch. The counter's business was straightforward: deposits and withdrawals, interbranch remittances, and small loans. Volume was modest, but profits remained stable, sufficient to cover all the bank's expenses. Adjacent to the storefront counter was a small courtyard specifically designated for receiving wealthier and higher status guests. Normally, upon returning from outside, Leng Ningyun would first make a circuit of the storefront to check for problems. Today, however, he had no mind for it. He ordered the bearers to carry the sedan in through the side door by the bank's main gate, directly through to the moon gate of the inner residence, then led his confidants immediately into the inner study courtyard dedicated to handling confidential matters. End of chapter. Chapter 1094. Court struggle. The various rooms in the inner study courtyard possessed different access levels, so the deeper Leng Ningyun ventured, the fewer people accompanied him. By the time he stepped into the warm pavilion of the inner study, only Wu Kaidi remained at his side. The table was already laid out with Dichao transcripts and various documents that the advisors had organized and translated. Dedicated personnel collected and compiled these materials daily. With the Sun Yuanhua matter currently consuming so much attention, intelligence gathering in this domain had grown increasingly intensive. Wu Kaidi was indispensable to Leng Ningyun and often handled sensitive matters on his behalf. Consequently, some basic intelligence collection work had been reassigned to local servants. During the winter, vast numbers of refugees from North Zhili, Shandong, Henan, and other provinces had poured into the capital. These wretched souls slept in the streets, barely surviving on the thin porridge provided by Shunshan Prefecture. Many froze or starved to death each day. Leng Ningyun had taken in dozens of orphans from among them. After screening, he kept 7 or 8 of the cleverer and more reliable ones specifically to run errands each day, purchasing dichao and gathering news in tea-houses. The children deemed unsuitable were transferred back to Lingao. These children could all recognize at least a few characters. They departed early each morning with a few biscuits and returned around 3 in the afternoon. Upon arriving back, they related what they had seen and heard to the advisors, who compiled the information into drafts. Every week, the Beijing Intelligence Station dispatched a Beijing Weekly News summary to Lingao via Kipway Escort Agency. Once this intelligence reached Lingao, it served not only the Intelligence Analysis Division, but also as important reference material for the historical data group of the Great Library. Leng Ningyun changed his clothes with the assistance of his life secretary and took a few sips of tea. He browsed through the day's compilation of materials. Naturally, he was most concerned with anything touching on the Dengzhou situation. Judging from the dichao materials, the dispute between pacification and suppression had gradually begun to fade, and both the court and the public were inclining toward suppression. This shift owed less to the lobbying of Shandong officials than to changing attitudes among the original pro-pacification faction. Xing Minjiu, Su Guangqi, and Zhou Yanru had all begun shifting direction. Clearly, Sun Yuanhua's letters had reached the capital, prompting these formerly pro-pacification figures to change course. Yet to avoid too abrupt a reversal, they proposed slow suppression. Sun Yuanhua's memorial had also arrived in the capital several days earlier. Leng Ningyun had already seen the full text. Beyond describing his escape and current military and administrative actions, Sun earnestly critiqued his previous pacification policy and proposed primarily suppression, supplemented by pacification. This harmonized perfectly with the current stance of Zhou Yanru, Xing Minjiu, and others. Obviously, both sides had coordinated in private. As a result, the once fierce debate over suppression versus pacification at court had calmed. The factions now quarreled only over urgent suppression versus slow suppression, and the court's focal point of contention had returned to the question of how to handle Sun Yuanhua and his associates. Youde had fallen completely from power. His downfall stemmed not only from his ineffective response to the Dengzhou Rebellion, but from legacy problems of the past, particularly his inaction in suppressing the White Lotus Society uprising, his blind advocacy of pacification, his petitions requesting the court grant official titles to uprising leaders, and even rumors that he had sworn brotherhood with their chiefs. Small wonder he had been demolished by concentrated fire this time, because Sun Yuanhua enjoyed the protection of Zhou Yanru and others, and because he had escaped in time. He did not suffer the accusations of defection that had plagued him in the original timeline. Nevertheless, court opinion remained distinctly unfavorable toward him. Leng Ningyun had attended lectures during his training at the farm, and understood that those attacking Sun Yuanhua possessed ulterior motives. Rather than genuinely pursuing Sun's accountability, they were using this opportunity to strike at Zhou Yanru. Whenever a major event occurred, the various court factions would exploit it to attack dissidents and purge political opponents, launching grand inquisitions to exclude and suppress rivals. After the Yuan Chenghuan case, former members of the eunuch faction, suppressed since the Donglin Party took charge, had used that event to sentence Grand Secretary Qian Longxi, one of the Donglin Party's principal generals, to death. Though his life was ultimately spared through the strenuous rescue efforts of Donglin members like Wen Zhenmeng and Huang Deizhu, he was still exiled to Dinghai Guard until the Great Ming's fall, only pardoned by the southern Ming regime. Though Zhou Yanru was not a member of the eunuch faction, he too had manipulated that event for private gain, driving out Senior Grand Secretary Cheng Jiming and seizing the Senior Grand Secretary position himself. The major event of the Dengzhou Rebellion naturally became a prime opportunity for various political forces at court to seize the moment and stir trouble. Striking Sun Yuanhua was, in effect, striking Zhou Yanru. Zhou Yanru had many enemies, but his greatest was Wen Taiern, a fellow Grand Secretary. Though Wen Taiern had been introduced into the Grand Secretariat with Zhou Yanru's assistance, after they had jointly driven out the Senior Grand Secretary, their relationship shifted from conspiracy to rivalry. Beginning in the spring of the 4th year of Changzhen, Zhou Yanru and Wen Taiern had engaged in both open and covert combat. Under Wen Taiern's instigation and incitement, speech officials submitted memorials impeaching Zhou without cease. After Zhou Yanru consolidated great power, he acted with increasing arrogance. Even his domestic slave had become a regional commander. Many at court and among the public harbored resentment against him. By November that year, impeachment of Zhou Yanru had reached a climax. Attacking Sun Yuanhua, the governor of Dengzhou and Laizhou whom Zhou had promoted, served as an important weapon in the campaign against Zhou himself. The Dengzhou mutiny provided abundant ammunition for the anti-Zhou faction, and attacks against Sun Yuanhua grew ever fiercer. The impeachment charges ranged from wasting military funds to corruption, to smuggling Liaodong goods and beyond. There was a clear trend toward branding Sun Yuanhua a sinner against the state. This matter, Lang Ningyun reflected, was less about protecting Sun Yuanhua than about protecting Zhou Yanru. Sun Yuanhua was not truly the key, Zhou Yanru was. From the Senate's perspective, whether Zhou Yanru or Wen Taiern held power mattered little. Yet for Lang Ningyun, executing his mission on the front lines, preserving Sun's position required starting from the political struggle between Zhou and Wen. The History Research Group of the Great Library had drawn similar conclusions. Though Lang Ningyun did not know what the External Intelligence Bureau planned next, judging from various signs, they had obviously already begun their work. The clearest indication, starting from the middle of the 4th year of Changzhen, a flood of placards exposing Wen Taiern and his associate Zhu Guoguan had appeared. Though the texts, largely accusing them of being remnants of the eunuch faction, seemed to be Donglin party handiwork, Lang Ningyun knew perfectly well that 9 times out of 10, these placards were the product of the Truth Office. Ruining Wen Taiern's reputation on a mass scale, of course, that reputation was never good to begin with, was obviously intended to manufacture ammunition for the Donglin party. The Donglin would not let this opportunity to strike at Wen Taiern slip away. This involved operations at the macro level. Lang Ningyun wondered, would directly assassinating Wen Taiern not be the simpler choice? With the current operational capabilities of the External Intelligence Bureau and the Special Reconnaissance Team, eliminating Wen Taiern without a trace was no longer a difficult task. The only question was whether doing so was necessary. All of this required careful weighing. Forget it, let Jiang Shan, Li Yan, and the others rack their brains over this. Lang Ningyun decided to stop thinking about it. He would follow the External Intelligence Bureau's instructions and focus first on winning over the major eunuchs. A few words from a eunuch at the critical moment could outweigh lengthy arguments from outside ministers. As for the deeper political maneuvering, let others handle it. Lang Ningyun's report was transmitted via radio to the Lingao Central Telecommunications Station. The naturalized citizen operator receiving the telegram recognized it as coded, and from the call sign at the beginning, identified it as a message from Department 13. Following regulations, she immediately registered the telegram number and filed it into Department 13's confidential folder. That evening, the messenger on the middle shift collected the folder from the Central Telecommunications Station. The telegram was then delivered to the confidential section for decoding. Based on the header code, The female confidential clerk knew this was important intelligence sent from an overseas station. The text was placed into a locked red folder and immediately delivered to the desk of Li Yan, chief of the 1st Division, the Domestic Division, also known as the Great Ming Division. Li Yan read the report and immediately sought out Jiang Shan. Subsequently, Jiang Shan convened a working meeting in the conference room of the External Intelligence Bureau, attended by Li Yan, Wang Ding, invited general researcher of the Great Library Historical Research Room Yu Hui, and director of the Truth Office Zhang Haigu. The meeting concluded that Leng Ningyun's analysis was largely accurate. Though the latest Beijing Weekly News Summary had not yet arrived, judging from previously obtained intelligence, saving Sun Yuanhua's political life still required addressing the big picture and clearing away the anti-Zhou Yanru forces. Assassinating Wen Tian presented no technical difficulty, but after discussion, the group concluded that killing him would accomplish little. Wen Tian's death would only result in Zhou Yanru's sole dominance, and the Donglin party would inevitably redirect their attacks toward Zhou. Zhou Yanru was no ally of the Donglin either. In the earlier struggles to bring down Qian Longxi and drive out Qian Qiani, Wen Tian and Zhou Yanru had conspired together. The Donglin might well seize this opportunity to drive Zhou away by leveraging the strike against Sun Yuanhua. Only by keeping Wen Tian alive could the Donglin party be induced to cooperate with Zhou Yanru. Though Zhou Yanru had attacked the Donglin, a certain karmic connection remained between them. In the metropolitan examination of the 4th year of Changzhen, it was precisely under Zhou Yanru's secret machinations as chief examiner that a large number of Fush scholars, including Fush leader Zhang Pu, had passed the examination. Whether a secret deal existed between the two was difficult to say. Fush and Donglin are essentially one and the same, Yu Hui observed. Zhang Pu's power already seems to exceed that of the old Donglin grandees. When Zhou Yanru disregarded established protocol and elbowed aside Wen Tian to become chief examiner, beyond ensuring his good friend's son attained the Huiyuan rank, he also intended to recruit famous scholars as disciples to expand his influence at court. From this perspective, though Fush and Zhou Yanru do not walk the same path, a foundation for cooperation exists between them. After all, Zhou Yanru's second reinstatement to the Grand Secretariat later owed much to the Fush's covert operational support. They are not like him and Wen Tian, incompatible as fire and water. End of chapter. Chapter 1095, Tianshui Society. You're suggesting we rope in the Donglin party? Li Yan asked with interest. Precisely, Yu Hui nodded. Strictly speaking, the Fush controls the King Liu's public opinion. As long as they cease their large-scale attacks on Sun Yuanhua, his political career will be saved. Is that your meaning? Exactly, Yu Hui confirmed. Though the speech officials are not directly controlled by the Donglin, the Fush's reputation as King Liu already carries tremendous weight both at court and among the public. Before his death, Zhang Pu possessed an implicit ability to sway public opinion across the realm. The power of this King Liu cannot be underestimated. But will the Fush actually assist us in this? Wang Ding remained skeptical. What they were doing now amounted to lobbying work, akin to American interest groups, with the Fush serving as the equivalent of a powerful political party. For lobbying to succeed, one had to either explain the pros and cons persuasively or offer an exchange of interests. Wang Ding suspected that from the perspective of pros and cons, the Fush might not stick its neck out to help Sun Yuanhua merely for the sake of protecting Zhou Yanru. After all, neither Sun Yuanhua nor Su Guangqi belonged to the Donglin lineage. Sun's downfall would strike a heavy blow against Zhou Yanru, but whether Zhou's fall would seriously damage the Donglin was a matter on which the Donglin and Fush might not internally agree. From the perspective of interest exchange, the Senate could offer nothing the Fush cared to trade for. What the Fush desired most was securing power at court and in the provinces. Toward this end, They did not hesitate to rig examinations to obtain academic degrees for their own members. By comparison, the Senate's current influence on the court was pitifully negligible, unless they resorted to war. No, the probability of the Fush saving Zhou Yanru is actually quite high, Jiang Shan declared. Wen Tian is the Donglin's sworn enemy. If Zhou Yanru is driven out, the Fush loses all influence in the cabinet and central government, a disaster for a society dedicated to the great Ming's rejuvenation and administrative reform. Historically, after Wen Tian drove out Zhou Yanru and seized the senior grand secretary position, the Donglin's power at court suffered a devastating blow. Not only did Wen Tian oppose the Donglin at every turn, but the eunuch faction, branded under the case of the rebellious faction, also mounted constant counterattacks. To reverse this decline, the Fush had spared no effort 7 years later to restore Zhou Yanru to the Grand Secretariat. Clearly, Zhou Yanru was the Donglin's principal ally in the central government. Especially given Zhou's great contributions to the Fush in the metropolitan examination of 1631, Zhang Pu could not fail to appreciate the value of a benevolent senior grand secretary. Jiang Shan believed that if the pros and cons were properly explained to Zhang Pu and his associates, cooperation between both sides was entirely achievable. Li Yan spoke up. This task can be assigned to Zhao Yingong. He has already cultivated friendships with key Fush members in Hangzhou. He can leverage these relationships to approach Zhang Pu and conduct the persuasion work. Wouldn't it seem strange for him to come forward? What would be his motive? Don't forget that Zhao Yingong is also a core member of the Hangzhou Church. Son Yuanhua is a Catholic. Helping out of religious fellowship makes perfect sense, both emotionally and rationally. Send a telegram to Hangzhou immediately. Hangzhou in the first lunar month lay gripped by the Little Ice Age. Most small rivers had frozen over, and even the West Lake bore a thin crust of ice. Though the weather was cold, the streets remained lively. After the 5th day of the new year, every shop had reopened, while families with grain to spare busied themselves visiting relatives and friends for New Year's greetings. Zhao Yingong had become something of a celebrity in Hangzhou City. Since visits by Zhang Dai and Fang Yizhai, his Wanbai bookstore had transformed into a famous cultural salon. Not only did literati great and small from inside and outside the city frequent it, but even ordinary citizens knew Wanbai bookstore as an interesting good place. Fush scholars in Zhejiang were particularly drawn to the establishment. Led by Fang Yizhai, they often gathered there to explore the science of investigating things. Zhao Yingong had achieved excellent results through works like the Treatise on Light for Beginners that he had presented to Zhang Dai, successfully attracting scholars interested in Jew studies to Wanbai bookstore, thereby accomplishing his goal of approaching the Fush's core figures. The new year is almost over. When Gao Xuan stepped onto the bookstore's entrance steps, he sighed with feeling. Compared to his first visit early the previous year, his complexion had improved markedly. His clothing had grown neat and proper, and clutching a bamboo folding fan that never left his hand regardless of season, he looked every inch the Ziyukai. Evidently, he had been well fed and warmly dressed of late, living quite a comfortable little life. Since accepting employment at Wanbai bookstore as a contracted writer, with an income of 2 taels of silver per month, Gao Xuan's formerly straitened circumstances had greatly improved. His voice had grown considerably louder in the presence of his father-in-law and brother-in-law. As an editor and bookstore staff member, Gao Xuan was not greeted by the door clerk but walked straight through the main hall to the editorial department in the back. The editorial department occupied Wanbai Tower, an Australian-style 3-story blue brick building with a garden. A dozen rooms upstairs and downstairs housed the complete reading, writing, editing, and proofreading team. Zhao Yingong had specifically established the Tianshui Society within Wanbai bookstore. This publishing house's primary task was not editing the books printed by Wanbai bookstore. Those used paper matrices shipped from Lingao and required no editorial work. Apart from proofreading some paper proofs of traditional books shipped from Lingao, the publishing house's main work was editing various popular readings, especially magazines. These popular readings were all printed using lithography. The technique allowed for quick plate making and accommodated both text and images, making it ideal for small-scale multi-batch printing operations. China's first popular magazine, Dianchijai Pictorial, had used lithography. Zhao Yingong's publishing business ideas drew inspiration from that very publication. However, his business scope far exceeded it. 3 types of periodically published magazines targeted different demographics. First came Tianshui Life Weekly, aimed at scholars like Zhang Dai and Fang Yizhai. Most possessed degrees such as Juren or Ziyukai. Some were even Jinchi who had served as officials. They lived in comfortable circumstances, many enjoyed established literary reputations, and ranked as upper-middle members of the scholar class, with considerable appetite for spiritual enrichment. Tianshui Life Weekly was divided into 4 sections: current affairs commentary, reading thoughts, culture and entertainment, and strange news and anecdotes. Its positioning roughly followed the approach of Sanlian or Phoenix in the old timeline, maintaining a certain grade and depth without sacrificing its nature as popular reading. Zhao Yingong understood that though the target demographic was the middle and upper class, they wielded fame and influence among the intellectual stratum. The reading habits of this group would inevitably influence many others. Just as white-collar workers unconsciously imitated business elites, building prestige among the target demographic would allow the magazine to radiate throughout the entire scholarly class. As for introducing science and technology, Zhao Yingong had temporarily categorized such content under strange news and anecdotes. Transforming the concepts of scholar officials could not happen overnight. Moreover, popularizing entirely new ideas for traditional intellectuals, who lacked basic scientific foundations yet considered themselves masters of knowledge, presented enormous challenges. Better to start from a humanistic perspective and gradually shift their worldview first. The second publication was Wanbai Studio Pictorial, essentially a pirated version of Dianchijai Pictorial from another timeline. It mixed text and images, with emphasis on the visual. Content focused on overseas curiosities, social anecdotes, and natural science popularization. The target demographic was urban citizens with some economic capacity. The content was accessible and easy to understand. Both pictorials used 16 Kai pages and featured beautiful printing. Because they targeted higher-level audiences, their prices were correspondingly elevated. Addressing the lower-class commoners, Zhao Yingong launched a third magazine, Classic of Mountains and Seas Pictorial. This publication compressed paper and printing costs to the minimum, using cheap paper and simpler lithographic plates. The format was reduced to 32 Kai. The content consisted mainly of social news, folk legends mixed with social novels, supplemented by small amounts of practical common knowledge. It was presented primarily as serial pictures, very little text, only brief sentences rendered in vernacular Chinese and vulgar characters. This made excellent leisure reading for ordinary people who knew few characters or were completely illiterate. Hangzhou was a commercial city with a large population engaged in the tertiary industry. Citizen culture flourished, and urban commoners had enormous demand for leisure and entertainment. Comic strips like Classic of Mountains and Seas Pictorial fit their requirements perfectly. Zhao Yingong had hired a group of down-and-out literati to staff the publishing house at the cost of 1 to 2 taels of silver monthly, grandly titling them editors. Some worked on text, others specialized in illustration. Gao Xuan walked into the courtyard. The servant guarding the entrance was sweeping the ground. Seeing him enter, the man hastened to call out respectfully, "Mr. Gao." Gao Xuan nodded politely and asked, "Has the master come?" Zhao Yingong visited the editorial department to guide work once every 3 mornings. By calculation, today should be his day. "The master didn't come today," the servant replied. This surprised Gao Xuan somewhat. Though Master Zhao exhibited certain peculiarities in speech and behavior, he was extremely disciplined in matters of routine and would not change habits without special cause. Gao Xuan made his own way into the small building and proceeded to his public office. The sign hanging at the door read, Social Affairs Department. This department specialized in writing social news and street stories and contained the most local scholars. The room had been scrubbed until the windows gleamed and the tables shone. Several rows of desks arranged in the old timeline style stood face to face and back to back, giving any senator who walked in an immediate sense of familiarity. However, lying atop the desks were the four treasures of the study. Several editors had already arrived at the office. Everyone exchanged greetings. The moment Gao Xuan sat down, a servant brought breakfast. Master Zhao was a very good person. Since most of the editors came from impoverished backgrounds, he provided breakfast each morning for the editors who came to work. Though it was nothing more than fried dough sticks, white porridge, and ziosh and dried radishes, for these poor scholars, it was enough to warm their hearts to the core. End of chapter. Chapter 1096. Going to Taicang, Gao Xuan drank the porridge and consumed 2 yuzhegui, then cast a longing glance at the fried dough stick belonging to Master Huang beside him. Master Huang invariably ate only one, saving the second to enjoy with tea in the afternoon. Gao Xuan was young and possessed a healthy appetite after all. A single stick felt insufficient to sustain him, so he wrapped several more dried radishes in paper, preparing to have them with his afternoon tea. The servants waited until everyone finished eating and collected the utensils. Then the staff got down to work, some reviewing drafts, others writing. Gao Xuan had been recruited as a creative writer, and his job was specifically to write novels for the classic of mountains and seas pictorial. He had been assigned a particular topic. Zhao Yingong wanted him to write about strange phenomena. In the classification system of the old timeline, this would be fantasy fiction. Gao Xuan had never written a novel before, but the editorial department maintained a library collecting various storytelling texts dating back to the Tang Dynasty. Most had been purchased by Zhao Yingong's people from bookstores in Nanjing and elsewhere. Some rarer volumes had been shipped from Lingao's printing house. What most captivated Gao Xuan were several locked bookcases. These cabinets housed Australian rare editions, unavailable anywhere else. These books could not be borrowed. They could only be read in the reference room, and copying required a special application. Among these treasures, the work that most enchanted Gao Xuan was a sword immortal novel by someone called Master of the Huanju, which he simply could not put down. So consuming was his fascination that Gao Xuan rushed to the library to study during every lunch break. The bookcases also contained many notebook novels specifically featuring ghosts and foxes. His favorites among these were the works of 2 Australian great Confucians, Zhai Ziaolan and Pu Songling. Not only that, but Gao Xuan frequently drew nourishment from their writings. In truth, many of the so-called fantasy novels he now produced were expansions and retellings of these short stories. Generally speaking, strange stories from a Chinese studio, notes from the hut of closed scrutiny, and what the master would not discuss served as thematic sources, while Legend of the Swordsman of Shu Mountains and 19 Swordsmen of Qingcheng served as writing material and stylistic textbooks. Gao Xuan spread out the square grid manuscript paper specially provided by the publishing house and began drafting. His quota was 3,000 words daily, 60,000 words monthly. The magazine's appetite was enormous, and the texts he produced could not only appear in the classic of mountains and seas pictorial but also be printed as pamphlets. The Tianshui Society irregularly published a 16-kai pamphlet called Story Session, dedicated exclusively to various street news and ghost stories, rendered entirely in vernacular Chinese and vulgar characters. It enjoyed tremendous popularity among the citizenry. Mr. Gao, tomorrow is the deadline for this issue. The editor-in-chief asks whether your manuscript for 3 battles of zombies in the back garden can be ready by noon. A child responsible for running errands and relaying messages for the editors came to inquire. Zhao Yingong had installed speaking tubes made of thick bamboo between floors to convey simple messages, but within the department, communication relied on human messengers. Tell the editor-in-chief I'll have the first episode ready before noon. I think this project could work as a serial. Gao Xuan sent the child away and resumed his zombie war. Just as he wrote about zombies rushing into the garden and the green bean hero obtaining the repeater grass, capable of firing 4 flying swords at once and beating the zombies into a flowing rout, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted outside, like a cannon shot. A red-eyed giant monster came from beyond the wall. He sighed as he wrote. Though he did not hate this work and earned a considerable income from it, finding himself feeding both himself and his family with words for the first time, he still felt what he was doing was low class and insulting to gentility. By comparison, he envied the editors in the neighboring Current Affairs department. As the name suggested, the old gentlemen staffing that department were all masters of the 8-legged essay. Their compositions were brilliant flowers. Their examination poems rhymed to perfection. Though these old gentlemen had observed the field multiple times and remained ziyukai, their writing and commentary on current affairs essays were superlative. Thus Zhao Yingong had hired them specifically to compile collections of examination essays, gathering papers from the entire examination sequence: child examination, provincial examination, metropolitan examination, and palace examination, for them to organize and critique. Zhao Yingong had delivered a guiding speech to this cohort of old gentlemen. At present, many famous masters compiled such essay collections. Though this group was talented, they could not match the appeal of compilations by Jinshi or Juren. Therefore, Zhao Yingong suggested taking a unique approach. Rather than simply compiling and commenting on winning papers, they would also select failed submissions and analyze why they had not passed. Then they would identify papers that everyone agreed were excellent and should have passed but did not, publishing a separate commentary collection for these. Whenever the prefectural school held an examination, Tianshui Weekly would also publish a special issue of Current Affairs essay commentary, containing analysis of examination topics, biographies of the chief examiner, background environment analysis, and so forth. These old gentlemen had always made their living this way, but their reputations were limited and their incomes modest. Now that someone provided a dedicated venue, complete with good food and drink, for them to pursue this work, their sense of self-importance had grown enormously. They threw themselves into their tasks with enthusiasm. Every day, one could hear them reciting those current affairs essays with their zhai hu ji yi flourishes. Roughly speaking, it was like the college entrance examination exercise sets or civil service examination preparation materials of another timeline. Still, however insulting to gentility his own work might be, it did not quite sink to the miserable level of ghostwriting letters for hire. As for what he produced at the Tianshui Society, he could simply avoid discussing it. While the entire Tianshui Society busied itself commencing the day's labors, Zhao Yingong had already boarded a boat bound for Taicang. Though the Fush's principal figures were scattered across Jiangnan and often gathered in Hangzhou, it was currently the first lunar month. Except for Zhang Dai, those with the closest ties to Wanbai bookstore, Fang Yizhai, had returned to his hometown in Tengcheng, while Sun Chun was at his home in Nangsun. Fortunately, Zhao Yingong had learned from Zhang Dai that Zhang Pu had returned from Beijing for the new year and was currently at his home in Taicang. Zhao Yingong hurried to strike while the iron was hot and asked Zhang Dai to introduce him to Zhang Pu. Zhang Dai was by nature an indolent man, even less inclined to bestir himself during the New Year period. However, having frequently enjoyed the leisure and gatherings at Wanbai bookstore, he felt he could not refuse. So he summoned his own boat and accompanied Zhao Yingong to Taicang. Zhang Dai's vessel was exquisitely appointed. He was a person who valued enjoyment in the extreme. Even every blade of grass and tree around him was carefully selected. The boat's furnishings were particular, the food refined, and even the serving maids and young servants were attractive and perceptive. Zhao Yingong, however, had matters weighing on his mind. How could he pay attention to such things? Observing his solemn expression and heavy heart throughout the journey, Zhang Dai ordered a banquet prepared on shore at a halfway mooring point to drink and dispel his companion's gloom. Zhang Dai was an exceedingly perceptive man. Though he had witnessed Zhao Yingong's various Australian-style luxuries at Wanbai bookstore, incomparable even to those of imperial relatives, he sensed that deep down this Master Zhao, who vaguely claimed descent from the Zhao Song dynasty, was an extremely frugal person, probably not born into a wealthy family. "Brother Yingong, this matter cannot be rushed," Zhang Dai said. He likely understood that the purpose of this journey was to help Sun Huadong, and offered comfort accordingly. Tianru has always respected Grand Secretary Su, and Sun Huadong is Grand Secretary Zhou's man. Presumably, he will certainly lend assistance. Zhao Yingong forced a smile and nodded. The probability of Zhang Pu helping was indeed quite high, but did he truly possess the ability to sway public opinion? Even if he did, could swaying public opinion actually alter the court's current deliberations? These remained unknowns. He sighed immediately. "I am merely doing what is humanly possible." "Precisely. As long as one does what is humanly possible, the mandate of heaven cannot be violated," Zhang Dai laughed. "Sun Huadong's future lies in heaven's hands. We are merely ordinary mortals. How can we peer into creation's secrets?" "Come, let us drink first." Zhao Yingong reflected on these words and felt his mood shift markedly. Rather than agonizing over whether the mission could be accomplished, it was better to relax. He was only a transmigrator, not God. Even with cheats, he might not prove invincible. With this thought, the lead weight that had pressed upon his heart, leaving him disinterested in everything, was lifted. He felt light. Watching the winter scenery of Jiangnan slowly recede beyond the window, his interest in wine suddenly kindled. "Good, let's drink," he said, his tone brightening. "What fine wines have you prepared? Naturally, there is Lanling wine." "That won't do," Zhao Yingong laughed. "I brought wine." "Excellent, excellent." Zhang Dai was also a great lover of wine. Grape wine already existed in the Ming Dynasty, but it was an imported luxury enjoyed by few. Even Zhang Dai rarely encountered it. Zhao Yingong instructed Feng Hua to bring out the wine he had brought aboard. The wine rested in a glass bottle, the crimson liquid shimmering with light and color. Zhang Dai had tasted it at Wanbai bookstore and knew this was the highest grade Australian wine, actually brewed by Zhu Ziliang and Wu Nanhai at the farm as a pastime project. Lingao could not grow wine grapes, so they used table grapes instead. The resulting flavor was sweet and tart, more suited to contemporary palates. Seeing the wine produced, a maid immediately brought out a set of Australian crystal glasses for pouring. This set had been specially purchased by Zhang Dai from Zhizhenjai in Guangzhou through an intermediary. "What accompaniments have you prepared for the wine?" Zhao Yingong inquired. The maid attending them hastened to reply, "There is duck." She set out cups and chopsticks, first serving small dishes to accompany the wine. Then warm dishes followed, a small porcelain jar containing clear stewed duck soup. The meat was fresh, tender, and smooth, the broth fragrant and mellow. A plate of Laizhou steamed whitefish arrived next. No wine lees were visible, yet the aroma of fermented grains filled the air. A few slices of young ginger adorned the fish, and it tasted impossibly fresh and tender. The preparation was masterful. The pleasures of an aristocratic household were indeed extraordinary. The two drank and conversed, mostly discussing matters within the fush. Zhang Dai had no taste for court politics or affairs of state, but he found personnel discussions within the society quite engaging. Zhao Yingong, intending to collect more intelligence on the fush, did not interrupt him. From Zhang Dai's lips, He learned many details about the Fush's establishment and the conduct of its meetings, as well as the political aspirations, personalities, and relationships of its principal figures. This was extremely valuable material for future court operations. A few cups in, Zhang Dai grew slightly tipsy. The farm wine, brewed from table grapes, required the addition of generous white sugar as a fermentation aid. It went down easily but possessed deceptively high alcohol content. When asked about Zhao Yingong's future plans, Zhang Dai advised him to try falsely claiming native status in Jiangnan in order to participate in the provincial examination. End of chapter. Chapter 1097. Zhang Pu. With your present standing in the society, you need only review a few examination essays to secure an excellent ranking in the upcoming provincial examination. Zhang Dai smiled knowingly. He was well aware that Zhao Yingong's Ziyukai credentials were dubiously obtained. Their casual conversations had made abundantly clear that although this Master Zhao possessed learning of impressive breadth, his command of the 4 books and 5 classics was decidedly threadbare. It's precisely the examination essays I cannot master. Zhang Dai's smile deepened, and he lowered his voice conspiratorially. We are both men of the same circle. What need is there for such pretense? So long as the writing is coherent, that will suffice. Zhao Yingong had long heard whispers of the Revival Society's manipulation of the civil examinations. This was practically an open secret among Jiangnan's literati. Ever since the Grand Jingling Assembly, the Society's influence had swelled enormously. With the deliberate patronage of Donglan-aligned officials at every level of government, joining the Revival Society had become a shortcut to examination success. By the time of Zhang Pu's death, when the Society's power reached its zenith, they could not only determine who passed but even prearrange the final rankings. Many celebrated for their moral integrity in the late Ming, showed remarkable flexibility in such matters. Even Wen Zhenming, a man so widely esteemed for his uprightness that the emperor himself honored him as imperial lecturer and grand secretary, had readily obliged Zhang Pu's requests for patronage, quietly arranging the rankings of Revival Society candidates. In Zhao Yingong's assessment, the Donglan loyalists cooperated so willingly because they were driven by the ruthless logic of factional survival. At court, moral integrity alone was insufficient to maintain one's footing, let alone implement one's political agenda. Self-preservation itself became precarious. From the bitter factional bloodlettings of the Tianqi era, both Donglan and the Revival Society had learned this lesson well. To reform governance, one first needed sufficient allies in both the capital and the provinces. Manipulating the civil examinations was simply the most expedient means to that end. And since the Revival Society's core members were accomplished scholars, producing examination essays that met the passing standard was hardly a challenge. A thought stirred in Zhao Yingong's mind. He had long harbored quiet dissatisfaction with his mere Ziyukai status. In social dealings, he invariably felt a subtle inferiority to others, especially when encountering those who held Juren or retired Jinchi degrees. They treated him courteously enough, but once they learned he was merely a blue-gowned scholar, a faint condescension invariably crept into their manner. Yet such arrangements surely required silver, and Zhao Yingong had not yet joined the Revival Society. From a professional standpoint, his joining would be inappropriate. I'm not yet a member of the Revival Society, he ventured. Zhang Dai nodded thoughtfully. He knew the true extent of Zhao Yingong's scholarship. If he were actually to join the society, the two Zhangs would never approve. That would become a genuine embarrassment, but his eyes brightened with sudden inspiration. No matter, Master Zhao can become a society friend. He snapped his fan shut with a flourish. A society friend of your renown is already celebrated throughout Jiangnan. Having Tianru help you ascend another rung would hardly be unseemly. Conversing easily as they traveled, the two made swift passage to Taicang. Taicang was a directly administered prefecture, carved from portions of Kunshan, Jiading, and Changshu counties during the Hongzhi era. Situated along the Yangtze, its terrain was mostly sandy and elevated, making cotton the predominant crop. From the Qing dynasty onward, Taicang would become a prosperous region. Even during the 3 difficult years of famine, many local peasants still had commercial grain to eat, all thanks to cotton. But in the late Ming, the peculiarities of the fiscal system had transformed this cotton-producing region into an area of grinding poverty. The problem was that the locality produced very little grain, yet annual taxes had to be paid in kind. Locals were forced to sell their cotton and purchase grain from elsewhere to meet their obligations. When external grain was cheap, the burden remained bearable. Once imported grain prices surged, it became crushing. Over the past 2 years, Jiangnan's cotton textile industry had gone into severe decline, and Taicang's cotton cultivation had suffered greatly in turn. The villages along their route appeared quite desolate. Their boat arrived at Zhang Pu's riverside landing. The house was new, not an ancestral residence. The flagpole before the gate, inscribed with Metropolitan Graduate, Jinshi Jiti, stood freshly erected, its lacquer still gleaming, exuding an air of recent celebration. Zhao Yingong knew that although Zhang Pu was born a typical second-generation heir to both wealth and officialdom, his early life had been marked by considerable hardship. His uncle had served as Minister of Works in Nanjing, and his father was one of Taicang's most prominent landlords. Yet among 10 brothers, Zhang Pu alone was the offspring of a concubine, disdained not only by his clan but even by his uncle's household servants, who showed open contempt for his father as well. After his father's death, the 15-year-old Zhang Pu and his mother were forced to leave the Zhang household, surviving on what she earned from spinning yarn to pay for his studies. Considered purely as personal narrative, the journey from despised concubine's son to literary leader renowned throughout the realm. His story was not merely a model of success, but would make a compelling novel. Zhao Yingong instructed Kaishi to present their visiting cards while he and Zhang Dai waited ashore. He knew that after Zhang Pu had been selected as a shujishi, his brilliant performance at the Hanlin Academy had displeased Wen Taiern. Under the pretext of caring for elderly relatives, Zhang Pu had taken leave and returned home, remaining in seclusion ever since, never returning to court until his death. Nevertheless, his influence had only swelled during those years at home, at one point reaching such heights that, through the Revival Society's forces at court, he could effectively sway the course of political events. Zhao Yingong reflected that Zhang Pu's approach was essentially to manipulate court politics from behind the scenes. After all, as officials, he and Zhang Kai were too young and lacked the seniority to implement their political agenda directly. They had to work through senior officials of established reputation, and Zhou Yanru was Zhang Pu's chosen instrument. Approaching him from the angle of supporting Zhou Yanru against Wen Taiern should succeed with 70 to 80% probability. My master invites the 2 gentlemen to meet in his study. A doorman who had been waiting at the gate bowed as he spoke, then led them through the entrance hall. Turning right from the courtyard, they passed through a small door and wound along covered corridors until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. Within stood a 3-bay study with a central hall flanked by 2 smaller chambers. Various flowers and trees grew along the walls. In the western corner lay a small pond, surrounded by glazed tile railings, with 2 strangely shaped stone mountains rising from the water amid dense bamboo. Zhao Yingong had no mind for close inspection. He hastily adjusted his cap and robes, and after a servant announced them, he stepped through the doorway with bowed head and clasped hands, passing beneath the curtain a servant held aside. Hanlin Academy Shujishi Zhang Pu was already waiting inside. Zhang Pu was quite young, only 30 years old, the same age as Zhao Yingong. He already wore 3 strands of a thin beard, lending him a mature air. Observing him carefully, Zhao Yingong judged from his demeanor and expression that he was a rather magnanimous person, yet the occasional gleam of steel in his eyes revealed an iron will and decisive temperament. This was by no means a simple, ineffectual man of good intentions. It was said that in Zhang Pu's youth, two arrogant household slaves of his uncle, Chen Peng and Guo Kun, had bullied his father and repeatedly insulted him for his lowly birth. Zhang Pu had written his vow of revenge in blood. Years later, after his success in the examinations, he had Lu Zhenfei arrest the two slaves and bring them to Chongming County, where the magistrates secretly had them executed. Seeing the two enter, Zhang Pu came forward with a smile. Both parties exchanged bows, and Zhang Dai introduced Zhao Yingong. After another round of courtesies, they settled in. "I'll be frank, Master Tianru, I've come today with a favor to ask," Zhao Yingong said directly. "I've already gathered as much," Zhang Pu replied, regarding him with a compelling intensity. As a literary leader capable of influencing court politics from behind the scenes, he possessed considerable presence. Could it be concerning Sun Huadong? Indeed. Zhao Yingong was secretly startled. Though he had discussed his intentions with Zhang Dai, the man had no interest in such matters and would never have sent word ahead to Zhang Pu. That Zhang Pu had guessed his purpose upon first meeting clearly demonstrated he maintained his own intelligence network. "That is correct. It concerns Sun Huadong." Zhao Yingong nodded. Zhang Pu fell silent, apparently weighing something in his mind. Finally he spoke. "What leads you to believe I possess the ability to help Sun Huadong? You personally may not, but the Revival Society and Donglin can." Zhao Yingong spoke with absolute conviction. This too was a form of flattery, conveying the sentiment, "Who else but you for this great undertaking?" "Sun Huadong has marriage ties to Grand Secretary Su's son," Zhang Pu observed. "Why not seek Grand Secretary Su's assistance?" "For that very reason, Grand Secretary Su is not in a position to speak on his behalf." Another silence. Zhao Yingong knew that though Zhang Pu resided in Taicang, he was thoroughly informed about court affairs. He must now be weighing the merits and risks. After a moment's thought, Zhao Yingong spoke with utmost sincerity. "In the calculus of court politics, Sun Huadong is but a minor piece on the board. Those now pursuing Sun Huadong, are they not actually aiming at Grand Secretary Zhou?" He paused to let the implication sink in. If Sun Huadong falls, Grand Secretary Zhou himself may not long remain at court. What would move Zhang Pu was precisely the matter of Zhou Yanru's position. The vitality of Zhou Yanru to the current Donglin and Revival Society. That was something Zhang Pu himself must weigh carefully. "What leads you to such a conclusion?" Zhang Pu fixed him with an intent gaze. Zhao Yingong had prepared thoroughly for this question. He possessed one crucial advantage. Historical materials from later centuries concerning the entanglements between Zhou Yanru, Wen Taiern, and the Donglin faction were extensive, with abundant primary sources from all sides. His command of the complete picture and its subtle nuances might even exceed that of contemporaries. Thus he began with the Qian Longxi case, traced events through to the recent attacks by the censor Zhu Guoguan, acting under instruction, against Zhou Yanru for allegedly arranging Wu Wai's first-rank placement when he served as examiner. Not only were his materials from all parties thoroughly documented, but his analysis was cogent and systematic. The web of interests and conflicts between the various factions was laid out with crystalline clarity. Zhang Pu listened attentively throughout, his eyes occasionally betraying surprise. Only when Zhao Yingong concluded did he speak. "I had no idea you understood court affairs so thoroughly, despite residing in Guangzhou." Zhao Yingong could only respond with a wry smile. This subject was too sensitive for elaboration. Zhang Pu rose and paced a few steps, then turned. "Do you truly believe that if Sun Huadong falls, Grand Secretary Zhou cannot long remain either?" "Yes," Zhao Yingong replied crisply. "The relationship between Sun Huadong and Grand Secretary Zhou is known throughout the realm. In this Dengzhou upheaval, if Sun Huadong cannot redeem himself through meritorious service, how can Grand Secretary Zhou maintain his position?" He immediately pressed the point. Once Grand Secretary Zhou is gone, Grand Secretary Su is already elderly and infirm. Which of the remaining Grand Secretaries could possibly match Secretary Wen? End of chapter. Chapter 1098. The test. Zhang Pu said nothing. He made no commitment, merely cradling his teacup and sipping in utter silence, not even glancing at his guest. A flutter of unease passed through Zhao Yingong. Was his host using silence as rejection? Then understanding dawned. This was a test. China's power holders, projecting inscrutability and exerting pressure, had long relished such psychological gambits. The only counter was complete indifference, silence for silence. After a protracted pause, Zhang Pu spoke again. I hear you have a bookshop in Hangzhou. Indeed, Wanbai Bookshop is my enterprise. This, speaking of other matters, was also a classic conversational technique. Zhao Yingong composed himself and replied evenly, betraying neither arrogance nor anxiety. I've heard Wanbai Bookshop is quite well managed. You must possess considerable skill in the art of Taozhu. My forebears traded for generations before building the family fortune. Though I have entered scholarly life, I dare not forget the toil of our ancestors carrying their wares to market. Zhao Yingong stood as he spoke, his manner one of utmost respect. This bearing earned a nod from Zhang Pu. He had long heard from Sun Chun, Fang Yizhai, and other Revival Society members about this Master Zhao and his Wanbai bookshop. Though Master Zhao cut an elegant, cultivated figure, his actual classical learning was sparse. Among the canons, histories, masters, and collected works, aside from some familiarity with history, he was practically ignorant. In discussions of Song Dynasty events, he spoke with genuine depth and insight, clearly possessing extensive knowledge of that era's figures and affairs. Yet when confronted with the original texts of Zizhai Tongjian or the history of Song, he was largely at a loss. But when it came to miscellaneous learning and investigation of things, others appeared utterly ignorant before him. Fang Yizhai's letter mentioning Zhao Yingong had expressed tremendous admiration for this miscellaneous erudition. In sum, this Master Zhao's knowledge was peculiar indeed. The dubious origins of his Ziyukai credentials were all too apparent. More intriguing still, the merchandise at Wanbai Bookshop was predominantly Australian goods. As it happened, the current Taicang prefect, Liu Shidu, was a native of Nanhai County. He and Zhang Pu had passed the same examination year and was a Revival Society member. Through Liu, Zhang Pu knew a great deal about the Australians in Guangdong and their various activities. Zhao Yingong was evidently one of those Guangdong locals who had risen to prominence through the Australians. Zhang Pu had reached this conclusion long ago, and now he was more convinced than ever. The question remained, why would someone with such deep Australian connections wish to rescue Sun Huadong's career? Sun Huadong might be devoted to Western learning, but there was no word of him having any dealings with the Australians. What do you seek to gain by rescuing Huadong from his predicament? He asked directly. Zhao Yingong was well prepared. He drew the sign of the cross on his chest. Zhang Pu nodded with understanding. Ah, so you and Sun Huadong share the same faith. He then shifted direction. Since you possess the arts of Taozhu, you must be well versed in matters of economics and practical governance. Zhao Yingong found this digression difficult to follow, wondering where it led. I have some modest knowledge, he replied. Taicang Prefecture was carved from portions of Kunshan, Changshu, and Jiading. Its terrain is elevated, and the common people mostly grow cotton with little rice cultivation. Every year when the autumn grain tax and white grain levy come due, they must purchase grain from elsewhere to meet their obligations. Setting aside the hardships of transporting this tribute grain to the capital, each year when they sell cotton and buy grain, unscrupulous merchants obstruct traders from bringing in grain, hoarding to drive up prices. A single shi of rice can fetch 1 tael and 3 or 4 cayenne. The suffering of the people beggars description. Many are utterly ruined by this burden. I wonder what solution you might propose. Zhao Yingong started. Was this a test of his economic acumen? He thought for a moment and understood. Zhang Pu had likely already decided to grant his request, but wanted to assess whether this visitor was worth cultivating. Once this was clear, the situation no longer surprised him. The phenomenon of depressed cotton prices and inflated grain prices was not unfamiliar. Wherever cash crops predominated, similar problems arose. Laizhou had them too. But Taicang's circumstances differed from Laizhou's. Jiangnan was a heavily taxed region under the Ming, with substantial grain levies. The white grain transport to Beijing imposed an especially crushing burden on locals. The so-called white grain transport was the tribute dispatched from the 24 counties and one prefecture of 5 Nanjai prefectures, Suzhou, Changzhou, Songjiang, Jiaxing, and Hezhou, to supply the capital's granaries, the imperial household, the wine, vinegar, and flour bureau, the imperial clan court, and officials' salaries. The annual quota exceeded 210,000 shi, comprising premium varieties such as polished fine rice, polished round rice, and polished glutinous rice. Since this grain was destined for imperial and official consumption, quality standards were exacting, and official exchange rates valued white grain far above common rice. Furthermore, the surcharges for white grain transport exceeded all other categories of tribute. Every prefectural and county gazetteer of the 5 prefectures unanimously declared that whoever served as a white grain transport headman was destined for bankruptcy. After the Wanli era, the situation only worsened. Transport costs grew so enormous that only wealthy households could possibly shoulder the headman role, yet throughout the Ming, this corvée remained the nightmare of local landlords and gentry. Zhao Yingong recalled the materials he had studied. Historically, Zhang Pu had focused intensely on this issue. After all, it concerned his own homeland. His proposed solution was to divert Taicang's capital-bound tribute grain to supply the Taicang and Zhenhai Guards' military provisions locally, thereby eliminating the massive overhead of tribute transport and significantly reducing the people's burden. The proposal was practical and workable. From Zhang Pu's recommendation, Zhao Yingong could see that he had grasped the problem's essence. On the surface, during the cotton-to-grain exchange, someone was manipulating grain supply channels to create cheap cotton and expensive grain, thereby exacerbating the people's burden. The logical solution would be to address grain circulation. But Zhang Pu understood that the root cause lay not in grain prices, but in the enormous waste of the tribute transport system, especially the white grain. White grain transport operated under a system of government-supervised, civilian-operated conveyance. Grain headmen hired vessels, prepared supplies, and shipped the grain by canal to Beijing. From receiving transport subsidies locally, through paying fees at every lock and gate along the route, to finally delivering the grain to the capital warehouses, every step involved endless fees and surcharges. A grain headman transported less than 500 shi of white grain, yet transport costs per shi averaged around 3 shi during the Xuan era, rising to 3 or 4 by Chenghua, 4 to 5 by Zhengde and Jiajing, and commonly 5 to 6 by Wanli, sometimes spiking to 8. By Changzhen's reign, a single grain headman's expenses could reach 1,500 taels. Between standard wastage and gratuities, transport costs per shi of white grain ran several times to over 10 times the actual tax. To meet their quotas, the common people had to prepare vast surpluses of grain, driving up demand for imported grain and further inflating prices. Only by eliminating this excess wastage could the people's burden truly be lightened. To Zhao Yingong's mind, for someone of Zhang Pu's era, this represented the simplest and most effective solution within the existing framework. But Zhao Yingong also knew that this eminently practical proposal ultimately failed in the face of opposition from entrenched transport interests. Not only that, but Prefect Liu Guangxi, who submitted the memorial, was demoted and transferred as punishment for his trouble. At every dynasty's end, vested interests clung stubbornly to their privileges, blocking even the most modest reforms until the situation became irretrievable. Compared to the Qing dynasty's tribute transport organization, equally bloated, corrupt, and wasteful, the Qing had at least reformed to government collection and government transport, liberating Jiangnan's commoners from the misery of personally delivering tribute grain. In transport efficiency, it vastly surpassed the Ming system. During his year in Hangzhou, beyond running Wanbai bookshop, Zhao Yingong had extensively surveyed Jiangnan's economy and people's livelihoods. He had paid particular attention to the region's quite developed civilian shipping industry. Inland waterway transport had achieved considerable scale, and on the coastal routes, Jiangnan's maritime shipping flourished as well. In places like Shanghai County, large-scale shipowners had already emerged, owning a dozen to over 100 sand boats, sailing north to Shandong, Tianjin, even Liaodong, transporting goods between north and south. Of course, these shipowners were still relatively primitive. Most were also cargo owners themselves, not yet pure shipping enterprises, merely handling freight incidentally while meeting their own trading needs. The famous sandboat guilds of Qing-era Shanghai developed precisely from this foundation. In Zhao Yingong's view, the Ming could entirely convert Grand Canal tribute to sea transport. This would not only save enormous transport costs and directly reduce the people's burden, but also eliminate the massive administrative overhead of maintaining the canal system. The comprehensive return on investment far exceeded the savings from disbanding the courier stations. He had long been planning to establish a maritime shipping company for north-south freight. The Shanghai 5 Routes Dayu branch in Shanghai was already using local sandboats for maritime trade with handsome profits. If he established his own shipping company using H-800 class vessels built at Lingao, with their superior performance, the profits would simply pour in. If he could also win contracts for Ming tribute transport, Zhao Yingong would laugh in his dreams. The profits would be staggering. Of course, conducting major trade and great enterprise within the Ming required gentry backing. He had originally set his sights on the Su Guangqi household. Now, hearing Zhang Pu raise this topic, he immediately sensed opportunity. If Zhang Pu and the Revival Society could recognize the benefits of converting from canal to sea transport, his plan to capture the tribute shipping business would have excellent prospects. Zhao Yingong spoke deliberately. In my view, cheap cotton and expensive grain are but minor symptoms. The festering sore lies in the tribute transport system itself. For an instant, he caught a flash of admiration in Zhang Pu's eyes, not merely because his insight was penetrating, but because it aligned perfectly with his host's own conclusions. Zhao Yingong thought ruefully, how shameful, using cheat codes again. He gathered his thoughts and began his exposition. Starting from the problems of Ming tribute transport, he moved to the various corrupt practices and extortions surrounding white grain, explaining how the people's burden lay not in the principal tax but in the endless wastage surcharges. Seeing Zhang Pu listening intently, he gradually aimed his critique at the transport system itself. Having long prepared to advocate abolishing canal, adopting sea, his reservoir of criticism ran deep, pure ammunition, and now he laid it out point by point, painting Ming tribute transport as utterly irredeemable, harmful to both nation and people. End of chapter. Chapter 1099. Court politics beyond the systemic corruption and inefficiency. Simply maintaining the canal transport under normal conditions was extraordinarily difficult, consuming vast quantities of labor and resources. Throughout successive dynasties, aside from river management, the greatest expenditure on water infrastructure was keeping the Grand Canal navigable. From south to north, the canal stretched over 2,000 li, requiring countless locks and reservoirs along its course, with man-made channels dug to regulate water levels and flow. The route was particularly vulnerable after entering Shandong, where it was subject to the ever-shifting Yellow River. Every winter, the waterway north of the Hutuya River froze solid, halting boat traffic and stranding the tribute fleet in enforced idleness. Maintaining canal infrastructure devoured enormous labor and resources, and ensuring transport capacity demanded further expenditure still. The vast core of tribute transport soldiers and their vessels represented yet another massive outlay. The sheer difficulty and expense of the entire tribute system rendered it economically unjustifiable, a pure product of political necessity. Zhu Yuanzhang's decision to establish the Ming capital at Nanjing rather than Beijing surely reflected, in part, considerations of proximity to grain supply, remaining near the empire's fiscal base to reduce transport costs. Zhao Yingong attacked Ming tribute transport from both economic and systemic angles. His facts were irrefutable, his arguments sound, amplified by the research, summaries, and critiques of 20th and 21st century Chinese and foreign historians. Zhang Pu could not help but be impressed. Zhang Pu had long recognized the tribute system's flaws. Otherwise, he would never have proposed diverting Taicang's tribute grain to local military provisions. But he had never systematically studied the issue. Listening now to Zhao Yingong's methodical exposition, he was inwardly astonished. This master Zhao might be woefully ignorant of the 4 books and 5 classics, the canons and histories, yet his mind contained profound strategic insight. When it came to statecraft and practical application, few around him could match this peculiar scholar. The more he listened, the more impressed he became. Only when Zhao Yingong finished did Zhang Pu slowly pronounce, "Sir, you are a man of great talent. I dare not claim such, merely some personal observations." Zhao Yingong felt thoroughly exhilarated. The man before him was no ordinary figure but the illustrious Zhang Pu. To receive praise of great talent from such a luminary was rather intoxicating. Then in your view, if the tribute system's corruption is the root cause, what solution exists for the people's suffering? Zhao Yingong's long-contemplated thesis emerged at once. Nothing less than abolishing the canal and adopting the sea, he declared. The tribute system's accumulated abuses run too deep. Only by starting afresh can it be reformed. The statement carried tremendous weight. Since the Sui dynasty had carved the Grand Canal, and the Tang had made the southeast the empire's fiscal base, tribute transport had become the lifeline sustaining dynastic survival. Every autumn, the ceaseless northward flow of grain determined a dynasty's very life or death. Zhang Pu was a man of vast learning. He knew that abolishing canal for sea was not an original proposal. Others had advanced it before, and Yuan dynasty tribute had indeed been transported by sea. But most people harbored an instinctive fear of the ocean, especially in a traditional continental nation. Apart from coastal inhabitants, the majority believed that venturing to sea was a life-or-death gamble. The thought of shipping hundreds of thousands of she of grain across open water seemed terribly precarious. Zhang Pu was no exception. Having no direct experience with maritime transport, he observed, "The seas are unpredictable. I hear that grain and provisions shipped from Dengzhou to Liaodong suffer considerable losses en route. The tribute grain is the foundation of the realm." Zhao Yingong thought, "Those losses go less to the Dragon King than to a swarm of officials and officers, successive Dengzhou Laizhou governors, Dongjiang commanders, Ministry of Revenue functionaries. They've likely profited enough from those losses to spend for generations. If going abroad weren't considered exile to barbarian lands, they'd have emigrated their families long ago. Losses at sea are indeed unavoidable, but not all are acts of heaven," Zhao Yingong hinted. He then pressed the point. "Consider this. Though the Yuan dynasty was short-lived, it still endured 97 years. If sea transport losses had been truly catastrophic, the Yuan could not have survived even 7. The conversation with Zhang Pu continued for several hours. The depth and breadth of Zhao Yingong's economic knowledge greatly impressed this late Ming literary leader. By its very nature, the Revival Society was not a group devoted to empty theorizing about moral principles and Confucian philosophy. They placed considerable value on statecraft and practical application. Though Zhang Pu ultimately gave no definite answer, Zhao Yinggong sensed that the objectives of his visit had largely been achieved. In the Cavalry Palace, lights still burned deep into the night. The palace drum tower had already struck the third watch, yet the attendant eunuchs continued quietly trimming candle wicks. Evidently, the emperor intended to work through yet another night reviewing memorials. In the brightly lit warm chamber, piles of memorials and dispatches lay stacked neatly atop the imperial desk. These had all arrived that afternoon from the Office of Transmission, nearly covering half the writing surface. The emperor sat behind his desk. In the lamplight, his complexion appeared sallow, the characteristic pallor of one who chronically worked through the night with a taxed spirit. Endless memorials to read, endless matters to handle. In terms of diligence, the Changjian emperor surpassed not only his father, brother, and grandfather, but ranked among the most industrious of all Ming sovereigns. Yet like a student who studied with utmost dedication but perpetually failed his examinations, his diligence brought not the slightest improvement to Ming fortunes. Indeed, the situation only deteriorated further. Natural disasters from every quarter, droughts, floods, epidemics, earthquakes, banditry, memorials requesting tax relief and disaster aid flew in like snowflakes from all regions. Even the normally prosperous southeast, the empire's fiscal mainstay, suffered continuous calamities. The already dire financial situation had become nearly unsustainable. Military pressures mounted relentlessly, beset from within and without. Not only were the Shanxi bandits growing into a serious threat, but the invasion of the eastern barbarians across the frontier had shaken him profoundly. As if Ming's situation weren't dire enough, just when the Xian rebellion was finally subsiding, Guangdong reported a massive pirate force, the crop-headed raiders, who had invaded Qianzhou and reached the very walls of Guangzhou. When Governor-General Wang Xun dispatched forces to suppress them, Regional Commander He Rubin had suffered a catastrophic defeat at Qianzhou, virtually annihilating the provincial forces. Then came a blizzard of dispatches documenting the raiders' devastation of Guangdong. Fortunately, the crop-heads' month-long siege of Guangzhou had failed, and they had retreated to sea. Though local damage was reported as severe, at least no prefectures or counties had fallen. He had decreed tax exemptions for several of the ravaged districts, which eased his mind somewhat. Guangdong was now the second largest source of revenue after the southeast. If Guangdong were laid waste, the situation would truly become unsustainable. When Governor Li Fengji reported that the crop-heads had retreated beyond the bog and their whereabouts were unknown, the emperor finally breathed easier. From the evasive phrasing and circumlocutions in the memorials and dispatches, he gathered that local forces had likely suffered yet more defeats with heavy losses and widespread devastation, in the end probably just escorting the raiders' departure. Even this outcome satisfied him. At least the crop-heads hadn't become yet another pestilence, and the lost counties of Qianzhou Prefecture had been recovered. The Ming had bled too much against the eastern barbarians and the bandits. It could ill afford another enemy in the crop-heads. Though Guangdong's forces had been mauled, at least no lasting threat remained. For that alone, he thanked heaven. Yet such reassuring memorials were rare. What arrived daily at his desk was an endless torrent of bad news. For the past several months, the Dengzhou mutiny had been his most vexing concern. Military mutinies themselves were no longer extraordinary. Since the late Tianqi era, the armies had grown increasingly unruly, demanding pay at every turn, erupting in riot over any slight, assaulting civil officials and murdering their own commanders with alarming regularity. Dongjiang in particular, since Mao Wenlong's execution, had never known peace. Yet now Dongjiang veterans had mutinied at Dengzhou itself, openly seizing counties and slaughtering officials. The situation spiraled beyond control. Reports claimed the mutineers had captured 7 cities in succession. The fall of Dengzhou especially alarmed him. Dengzhou was the key naval fortress of the Liaodong front, linking Dongjiang with Shandong and serving as the portal for communications with Korea. Over the years, the court had invested heavily, especially after son Yuanhua became governor, spending 800,000 taels annually on training new troops and casting artillery. Now all of it had gone up in smoke. How could he not feel anguish? In his fury, he had several times contemplated dismissing son Yuanhua and bringing him to justice, but each time he had hesitated. After son Yuanhua broke out of Dengzhou and escaped, he had been organizing defense and counterattack from Laizhou. Removing him now, with no suitable replacement available, seemed ill-advised. Moreover, the Dengzhou-Laizhou region's troops had largely served under son Yuanhua. Appointing a new governor might destabilize their morale. If that triggered another incident, it would only compound the disaster. Furthermore, Grand Secretaries Su Guangqi and Zhou Yanru were exerting themselves to shield son Yuanhua, petitioning the emperor to let him atone through meritorious service. Both Grand Secretaries were men the emperor respected and relied upon. Their opinions could not be ignored. At the moment, what vexed the emperor most was the fierce debate this crisis had sparked. Initially, the argument centered on suppression versus pacification. Gradually, the attacks concentrated on Xing Minjuan and Zhou Yanru. Impeachment memorials piled up on his desk like snowdrifts. Xing Minjuan was one matter, but Zhou Yanru was capable and efficient, an indispensable figure in the cabinet who could share his administrative burdens. Now, because of son Yuanhua, all the memorials were targeting Zhou Yanru. That son Yuanhua's appointment as Dengzhou governor had been arranged by Zhou Yanru. That son Yuanhua had sent Zhou Yanru gifts of liadong sable pelts and ginseng. These were no secrets to an emperor who controlled the Eastern Depot and the embroidered guard. These officials claim they want to punish son Yuanhua, but in truth, they're targeting Zhou Yusheng, he mused, a hint of suspicion stirring. Could there be factional maneuvering behind this? Nothing did the emperor dread more than factionalism. Yet the recent blizzard of impeachments directed at Zhou Yanru had gradually eroded his original trust in the chief grand secretary. End of chapter. Chapter 1100. The benefits of factional strife. The emperor first skimmed through the endorsement summaries of the memorials. Most of this batch concerned the Dengzhou situation and included a large number of impeachment documents, many targeting Zhou Yanru and son Yuanhua. The Changjian emperor had long harbored suspicions about Zhou Yanru's corruption and bribery. He had quietly ordered the Eastern Depot to investigate, but the reports came back as allegations with cause, but lacking concrete evidence. This left the inherently suspicious emperor even more troubled. In recent years, as state affairs grew increasingly intractable, he constantly hoped his ministers would serve wholeheartedly. Yet from the mountains of memorials, what he perceived, beyond the empire's pressing crises, was the endless mutual denunciation among officials. By comparison, although Zhou Yanru faced continuous impeachment, he remained effective in handling affairs, able to satisfy the emperor's administrative needs. Moreover, the emperor vaguely sensed that behind this latest wave of attacks on Zhou Yanru, someone was pulling strings. You all say Zhou Yanru is corrupt and incompetent, but if you replaced him, would you not bungle things just as badly? He sneered inwardly, yet felt utterly helpless. Whether in court deliberations or memorials, most were empty talk. He was well aware that many current policies were merely stopgap measures that solved nothing, even amounted to drinking poison to quench thirst. But what else could be done? Zhou Yanru had several times indicated his willingness to resign and withdraw from the controversy. Each time, the emperor had issued decrees of reassurance, but facing the relentless flood of impeachment memorials, he found himself wavering once again. Next came several more impeachment memorials, but these were not aimed at Zhou Yanru or son Yuanhua. Rather, Liu Zhangzhu was impeaching Minister of Revenue Min Hongsu. Min Hongsu was one of Wen Tairan's men. This the emperor knew perfectly well. Liu Zhangzhu's attack on Min Hongsu was clearly aimed at Wen Tairan. The emperor noticed that in recent days, the memorials from various quarters had undergone a subtle shift. Impeachments of Wen Tian and his allies had noticeably increased, mostly submitted by Donglin partisans. These memorials tirelessly reminded the emperor that Wen Tian had once attached himself to the rebel faction. Since entering the cabinet, he had attempted to rehabilitate the rebels and overturn the imperially defined list of traitors. Some memorials enumerated in excruciating detail the various words and deeds of Wen Tian and his confederates. Beyond targeting the Wen Tian faction, various officials implicated in the Dengzhou mutiny had come under fierce attack. County Magistrate Beishan of Wuqiao had been dismissed for condoning a market strike that allegedly provoked the mutiny. His elder brother Beishan was also under heavy fire. Additionally, several officials of the Xincheng Wang clan currently at court were likewise being blamed for the provocation. Is there not one good man among them? The Changjian emperor set down the memorials in exasperation. He dimly perceived that the Dengzhou mutiny was no longer simply a mutiny. It had unmistakably become an opportunity for court factions to wage political warfare. Head propped in his hands, he fell silent, unwilling to open another memorial. The surrounding eunuchs and palace women stood mute as cicadas in winter, daring not utter a word. As he brooded, Cao Huachun, the supervisor of ceremonies on watch, brought in another stack of documents. The topmost was a confidential military dispatch from Shandong. His heart clenched. He almost couldn't bear to break the seal. The news from Shandong lately had been one disaster after another. Just half a month ago, the court had discussed deploying Tangzhou soldiers under Yang Yufan, appointed military governor-general with authority over all Shandong armies. Tianjin forces under Commander-in-Chief Wang Hong and Beiyang forces under Commander-in-Chief Liu Guozhu were also ordered to march. Deadlines were set for the campaign to annihilate the mutineers. On the 25th day of the first month, Yang Yufan had led his personal guards along with the Duo, Yi, and Qing battalions towards Yuqiao town. That evening, Wang Hong's Tianjin troops arrived as well. On the 28th, they advanced together towards Xincheng. On the 29th, the mutineers sallied forth from Dengzhou to meet them in battle, but the Tianjin troops broke and fled first, with Wang Hong escaping in the rout. Yang Yufan's forces were surrounded. By midnight he managed to break out and flee toward Laizhou, his army scattering in all directions. Yang Yufan reached the Laizhou walls with only 300 personal guards and was nearly refused entry. He barely managed to get inside. Had Laizhou now fallen as well? Terrible premonitions crowded his mind. Though uninitiated in military matters, the avalanche of dispatches concerning Dengzhou had taught him Laizhou's importance. Sun Yuanhua's memorial had stated his intention to hold Laizhou to the death, lest the mutineers spread across the province and cause all Shandong to collapse and disaster to reach the metropolitan region. Yang Yufan's catastrophic defeat with the Tianjin troops just days earlier seemed to presage that the Dengzhou mutiny would not be easily quelled. It might even spawn yet another roving horde. Sun Yuanhua deserves death, the Changjian emperor muttered. Reluctantly, he picked up the confidential dispatch and broke the seal. Then he noticed the memorial was from Sun Yuanhua himself. His spirits lifted slightly. Sun Yuanhua already bore the crime of losing Dengzhou. If Laizhou fell too, he would surely die with the city rather than break out again. If so, then Laizhou still held. He hurriedly scanned the purpose summary at the head. Disbelieving, he read it again, and a smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. He read the entire text, and color returned to his face. With a great exhalation, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. Still not fully convinced, he quickly unsealed the reports from Censor Wang Daichun, the new Shandong Governor Su Kengjai, and Commander-in-Chief Yang Yufan. When he finished reading them all, a smile spread across his face. As if to release his excitement, he rose and paced back and forth within the hall. All the reports carried the same news. Sun Yuanhua had defeated the mutineer Mao Chenglu's forces at Guanxiang, killing several thousand and slaying the rebel officer Mao Chenglu. He had then repelled an assault on Laizhou city walls, beheading several hundred more. Government casualties were light. Who would have thought Sun Yuanhua still had some capacity? He recalled that several memorials in recent days had argued that Sun Yuanhua, having long administered Dengzhou, was familiar with Shandong's situation and Dongjiang affairs, and still commanded respect among the Liaodong soldiers. They had recommended allowing him to atone through meritorious service. He had been prepared to dismiss and arrest Sun Yuanhua, but the current situation gave him pause, particularly now that the Shandong front had its first victory. Though furious at Sun Yuanhua for losing Dengzhou, he reflected that the man's ability to halt the mutineers' momentum with Laizhou's few thousand demoralized troops likely stemmed from the residual authority he had built as Dengzhou Laizhou governor. Just days earlier, a confidential memorial on the Shandong situation had strongly urged no change of commanders mid-campaign. If he removed Sun Yuanhua now, a new governor might not gain the soldiers' trust and loyalty, might even trigger another mutiny. The emperor understood his armies all too well. Since the late Tianqi era, they had grown increasingly insolent, demanding pay at every turn, erupting in riot over the slightest provocation. With fires breaking out in every direction, troops were needed everywhere to maintain order. Thinking thus, he decided not to replace Sun Yuanhua for now, leaving him to atone for his crimes through merit at Laizhou. He had already demoted him 3 grades at year's end. This time he chose not to record his achievement. For Yang Yufan, having just been demoted for his recent defeat, this merit would cancel the penalty. For Su Kengzhai, Prefect Zhu Wangxing of Laizhou, the Yi County Magistrate, and others, rewards and promotions would follow. The memorial also listed local gentry and commoners who had contributed to the defense. These too would receive appropriate recognition. The emperor did not scrutinize the details, issuing an edict directing the Ministry of Rights to handle the matter. Even so, he remained uneasy. Lately he had grown to distrust his external officials, feeling his own eunuchs more reliable. He therefore decided to select 2 trustworthy and military-savvy eunuchs to go to Laizhou as supervisors for Sun Yuanhua and Su Kengzhai, respectively. Among the imperial stable's eunuchs, he pondered who might be suitable. The ideal choice was Gao Qiqian, one of the rare eunuchs with genuine military knowledge. He felt Gao should be reserved for more critical assignments. Once the Dengzhou campaign was properly organized, he would dispatch an eunuch to supervise there as well. As he deliberated, he noticed Cao Huachun of the Directorate of Ceremonies about to withdraw. A thought struck him. Cao Huachun was a eunuch from his princely residence days who had served him long ago. During the Tianqi era, Wei Zhongxian had exiled Cao to Nanjing, making him a fellow sufferer from those dark years and a companion since before his enthronement. The emperor therefore trusted him implicitly. He asked, "While you were outside, have you heard anything concerning Zhou Yanru and Wen Tian?" Cao Huachun bowed and replied, "This slave attends upon your majesty within the palace all day. I only occasionally hear rumors of external affairs. Moreover, these are weighty matters of state. How would this slave dare speak of them? Just speak frankly to me." Some days earlier, Cao Huachun had already received a request from eunuch Yang and accepted various favors. He had also received silver and a petition from Qian Qiani, the Donglan partisan residing at home, asking him to intercede for Zhou Yanru. His relationship with Qian Qiani was special. Cao Huachun had been mentored by Wang Gen, and Qian Qiani had written Wang Gen's tomb inscription. Thus he had long been prepared to speak on behalf of Zhou Yanru and Sun Yuanhua, but ordinarily he had no opportunity to raise such matters directly. Now that the emperor asked, he seized the chance and knelt to make his submission. The memorial's contents he had already carefully considered. The core strategy was to play upon the emperor's deepest aversion, factional strife, and hint that the attacks on Sun Yuanhua and Zhou Yanru were driven by the factional rivalry between Wen Tian and Zhou Yanru's camps. These words indeed had their intended effect on the Changjian emperor. Since ascending the throne, nothing had disturbed him more than court factionalism, and nothing did he detest more fiercely than cliques. Though the Donglin faction had been rehabilitated under his reign, throughout the Changjian era, with the brief exception of the early years when righteous ministers filled the court, Donglin partisans never secured dominant positions in central government. His long toleration of Wen Tian, whom others reviled as a remnant of the eunuch faction, as chief grand secretary was in part a counterweight to Donglin influence. He had already suspected factional maneuvering lay behind the current crisis. Now Cao Huachun's veiled implications put him on heightened alert. He dismissed Cao Huachun. Having decided not to replace Sun Yuanhua, these words only strengthened his resolve. Yet he was not entirely willing to let Sun Yuanhua off so easily. Dengzhou, after all, had consumed 800,000 taels annually as a military stronghold. For Sun Yuanhua's loss of troops and territory, even capital punishment would not be excessive. After much deliberation, he decided to have the officials who had broken out from Dengzhou punished instead. Wang Zheng, the army supervisor, and Song Guanglin, the Dengzhou Laizhou intendant, were dismissed and exiled to Datong garrison. Zhang Tao was dismissed but retained at the Laizhou front to render meritorious service. All others were dismissed and stripped of their official status. End of chapter. Chapter 11. 01 Battalion Commander Lu Zhang sat in Fan Shier's little eatery. The modest establishment, unremarkable and roadside, now served as the forward command post for the Laizhou detachment. The walls of broken brick and lime mortar were pockmarked with irregular holes. The floor lay covered with earth and brick fragments. Tables and chairs had been stacked to one side, leaving only 2 square tables pushed together in the center. Upon them sat a kerosene lantern and a map. The windows had been smashed and were now blocked up with rubble. The doorway was barricaded with sandbags. The whole scene looked like something from an anti-Japanese war film set. Lu Zhang wore a thick cotton robe beneath a coarse cloth outer gown, both dusty, stained, and torn in places. On his head sat a Fanyang-style straw hat. Around his waist was buckled a standard Fupo army canvas belt with 2 holstered Type 30 revolvers, Lingao manufactured, crossing at his hips. A regulation Ming military saber leaned against the table. Fan Shier stood respectfully at his side. Ever since the great battle 7 or 8 days prior, his veneration of battalion commander Lu knew no bounds. Commander Lu was no mere man. He was a god, a war god. In Fan Shier's limited frame of reference, only the legendary Lord Yue, whose divine valor had rooted the Jurchen and preserved the Song dynasty, could compare. But even Lord Yue had fought his way to victory one blade stroke at a time. This Commander Lu had barely left the Wang family ancestral hall throughout the entire engagement. From the initial probing attack by the mutineers' mounted scouts to the final infantry cavalry assault, Commander Lu had remained on the rooftop of the Wang family compound, observing through 2 cylindrical tubes and occasionally giving a few words to the guards at his side to relay. When Fan Shier first heard that the mutineers had reached the city walls, he was terrified half to death. He stuck to Commander Lu like a shadow, figuring the commander surely had some means of escape, and when the time came, he could flee alongside him. He never expected that before the mutineers even began their assault, the government troops defending the south gate would hastily slam the gate shut, cutting off several hundred of their own men outside. Many of the militia panicked, scattering toward the gate, wailing and begging for entry. Those above simply ignored them, no matter how they pleaded or cursed. Fan Shier was certain he was done for, trapped in the south suburb, but as soon as combat began, he watched the 100-odd militiamen on rooftops and behind barricades open fire. White gunsmoke nearly blanketed the entire neighborhood. The air crackled with endless musket fire, ping ping pang pang, and red muzzle flashes flickered everywhere through the haze. When the smoke cleared, the ground beyond the suburb and at the street entrances was already littered with mutineer corpses. In the fighting that followed, Gusts of sea wind periodically parted the thick smoke, letting Fan Shear clearly observe how the militiamen formed volley lines. From remarkable distances, they cut down wave after wave of mutineers with their muskets. Multiple times, the attackers were routed before even reaching the suburb. Commander Lu also had two-wheeled cannon carriages, small, dainty things requiring only a few men to push around. At first glance they seemed too delicate to be of any use. The big guns mounted on Laizhou's walls, which Fan Shear had helped supply with powder and shot, looked far more imposing, massively heavy. But once the fighting started, these little cannons proved ferocious. Their shells flew far and struck true, exploding on impact, strewing devastation, causing the mutineers to cry for their parents. Often their formations dissolved before even reaching the suburb. When the mutineers made their final push on the south suburb, several thousand infantry and cavalry surging forward, so dense they couldn't be held back, Fan Shear watched the black mass of attackers, heads bobbing, pour into the street. Like mercury spilling across the ground, they flooded in. No more than a few dozen militiamen stood in the street to oppose them. Fan Shear's legs trembled. He felt himself about to lose control of his bladder. Then, from inside a building, men pushed out a wheelbarrow with a flat box mounted on top. They wheeled it across the street. The militiamen in front immediately scattered, and from the box erupted continuous streams of fire, crack, 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 in unbroken bursts that sent the incoming mutineers tumbling and rolling across the ground. The most astonishing thing was that after one volley, it fired again, and again, ceaselessly. Then several dozen militiamen charged forward with bayonet-tipped muskets and stabbed their way through, physically driving several hundred men back out of the street. Those in the leading wave threw off helmets and armor, shoved and elbowed each other, tumbling and fleeing in panic, while a few dozen bayonet-wielding militiamen chased them from behind. The scene left Fan Shear utterly dumbfounded. What kind of fighting was this? After the mutineers were driven off, the tally revealed over 200 bodies just inside and outside the street, many trampled to death in the rout. The fields farther out, which they hadn't dared sweep for fear of lingering cavalrymen, likely held another 200 or 300 dead. They also captured several dozen prisoners, men who had fainted from being trampled during the panicked retreat. The officials inside the city, Governor Sun and Governor Su, learned of the great victory at the south gate. After verifying the submitted heads and captured banners and weapons, they specially sent silver to reward the troops and showered Commander Lu with praise. Even Fan Shear received commendation. The messenger announced that Governors Sun and Su were drafting a memorial listing the names of meritorious personnel. When the imperial rewards arrived, even commoners could receive titles. The restaurant owner Fan Shear was beaming with joy. Commander Lu, by contrast, seemed indifferent to such honors, though he showed considerable enthusiasm for the silver, liquor, and meat sent from the city. From that point forward, Fan Shear was utterly devoted to Commander Lu, revering him as a divine being. Before, his own life had seemed forfeit. Now he hadn't suffered so much as a scratch. Just by listening to the clamor of battle, he stood to receive imperial honors. This Commander Lu was absolutely his lucky star. Lu Ziyang, too, was quite satisfied. Only one man had died in combat, killed by a musket ball. A few others were wounded. The losses were negligible. They hadn't even expended much ammunition. From the captured prisoners, he conducted preliminary interrogations. Those with local accents were all drafted into the militia. Fan Shear had become his shadow and yes-man, obeying every command without hesitation. Those with Liaodong accents he handed over to Prefect Zhu Guanxiang. These were mostly cunning old Dongjiang veterans, and keeping them on hand posed some risk. Following this great battle, the mutineers shifted their assaults to the north, west, and east gates. Nearly every day brought the thunder of cannons attacking the walls. Lu Ziyang, besides strengthening his own defenses, dispatched scouts to observe conditions at each gate. If government forces appeared unable to hold, he was prepared to bring his troops to assist. Historically, Laizhou had held out with very few defenders. Lu Ziying wasn't overly concerned. He merely took standard precautions. His scouts reported that fighting at each gate was fierce, with the mutineers' artillery bombardment heavy day and night. City wall parapets and crenellations had been battered into rubble. Casualties were high everywhere. Still, morale seemed decent. Inside the city, the gentry and wealthy households, led by Zhang Xin, had contributed substantial funds and provisions to reward the troops. In the late Ming, the principle was simple. Whoever could pay, the soldiers would fight for. Otherwise, even the emperor couldn't move them. When the Changjian emperor summoned the Ningyuan army to Zhuxian town for the decisive battle against Li Chuang, the court's failure to provide pay meant the army simply refused to march. What worried Lu Ziying most were the motley officials and troops crammed inside the city. Laizhou now overflowed with officials, 2 provincial governors in civil posts alone, and even more military officers. On the 30th day of the first month, after Commander-in-Chief Yang Yufan's defeat at Xincheng town, he too had fled into Laizhou. The city now housed the remnants of Sun Yuanhua's Dengzhou Laizhou garrison, Yang Yufan's Tangzhou, Tianjin and Shandong troops, and the local Laizhou garrison, different units jumbled together in crowded confusion. Despite the officers' efforts to maintain discipline, minor clashes kept erupting. When the mutineers attacked the south gate, the garrison commander there had simply shut the gate, leaving his own men outside. This made crystal clear to Lu Ziying that government troops were unreliable not only as allies but even as bystanders. He had to guard against them constantly. Sure enough, no sooner had they repelled the mutineers than government soldiers surged out to seize heads and weapons. Lu Ziying unhesitatingly ordered a volley that cut down the looters, finally teaching them their place. Lu Ziying cared nothing for such merit, but he feared they might cause trouble behind his lines during a firefight. Fortunately, before long, Zhang Tao arrived from Dengzhou and was appointed by Sun Yuanhua as Southgate commander. The city's defense had been divided into sectors under a 4-gate responsibility system. Sun Yuanhua held the south gate, Su Kengjai the north gate, Yang Yufan the west gate, and Wang Daichun the east gate. Lu Ziying was assigned to Sun Yuanhua's sector, sparing him countless complications. Otherwise, given the south suburb victory, those who coveted his small force and its ordnance would already have been reaching for it. Even so, visitors constantly requested to inspect Commander Lu's superior weapons. Yang Yufan even offered to purchase some of the militiamen's muskets and cannon, a request Lu Ziying naturally declined. He made no mystery of the weapons' origin, explaining they were overseas ordnance purchased from Guangzhou. Yang Yufan promptly asked for introductions, intent on procuring superior weapons for himself. Zhang Tao was likewise fascinated by their armaments. He and Sun Yuanhua were co-religionists, both enthusiastic promoters of Western firearms in China, so he understood perfectly well that Commander Lu's ordnance was the very same used by the crop-headed raiders of Guangdong. In particular, the musket that could mount a bayonet and fire in bursts, only the crop-heads possessed that. This so-called battalion commander Lu, despite speaking the Laizhou dialect, almost certainly had deep ties to the crop-heads. But he and Sun Yuanhua had long since reached an understanding. So Zhang Tao played dumb about the whole affair. To minimize complications, the troops originally guarding Laizhou's south gate were gradually replaced by the remnants of the Dengzhou garrison. The numbers were somewhat thin, but Sun Yuanhua, knowing the fighting strength of Lu Ziying's men, was unworried. Lu Ziying now found everything satisfactory except for one disappointment. His refugee collection plan was not as fruitful as he'd hoped. Just now, an officer had come to report on current refugee intake. Because the mutineers had advanced with such speed, very few refugees managed to reach Laizhou before they arrived. Once the mutineers reached the city walls, the refugee stream ceased entirely. All told, he had sheltered fewer than 500 people, housed in vacant buildings around the south suburb. As soon as the coastal harbor thawed, they would be shipped out. End of chapter. Chapter 1102. The agreement. Lu Ziyang realized he had also overlooked the issue of grain shortages. The grain reserves inside Laizhou city could only sustain the entire military and civilian population for roughly 6 or 7 months. Given the pace at which the court mustered and dispatched troops, it would be at least 3 or 4 months before a substantial relief force arrived, and whether they could lift the siege in a single engagement remained far from certain. Both Sun Yuanhua and Su Kengjai were well aware of the court's actual operational capacity and had accordingly prepared for a protracted siege. As for local officials like Prefect Zhu Guanxiang and the county magistrate, who needed to maintain order in their territories, they also required sufficient grain reserves. None of them would willingly allocate provisions for Lu Ziyang to support refugees. Fortunately, I only took in a little over 500 people, otherwise this would have become a farce, Lu Ziyang reflected. With the mutineers pressing their assault so fiercely, if he had gathered several thousand refugees across all 4 suburbs, he would either have had to fight desperately to protect them, or else watch helplessly as the mutineers slaughtered them, rendering all his collection efforts pointless. A painful realization dawned on him. If Laizhou was to serve as a refugee collection center, the siege had to be lifted first. Otherwise, refugees would never flee toward an active combat zone, especially when the fighting was this intense. Even if someone told them there were mountains of rice and flour here, it wouldn't help. Still, he was unwilling to give up entirely. He had already decided that when the time came, he would spirit away Fan Shier's militia crew along with their families. Fan Shier was an excellent cook of Jiadong countryside dishes, far more satisfying to Lu Ziyang's Laizhou palate than the food from Lingao's executive committee cafeteria. He was already planning to bring Fan Shier back as his personal chef. He'd have to make him sign an indenture contract. While he was lost in these idle thoughts, Fan Shier and the others assumed he was deep in strategic contemplation. No one dared make a sound. Just then, a messenger arrived to report that Zhang Tao requested an audience. "Show him in," Lu Ziyang said, rising to greet him. Though Zhang Tao had been stripped of his vice-commander rank, he remained the South Gate commandant and one of Sun Yuanhua's core subordinates. Whether viewed from the perspective of Laizhou's defense or the broader situation across eastern Jiadong, this was a man worth cultivating. Zhang Tao had been cashiered as vice-commander, but military ranks in general weren't worth much. Since he had been allowed to remain at his post, one victory could restore his fortunes. In the chaos of the late Ming, military officers rose quickly. Zhuo Liangyu had been a minor, unranked officer at the start of the Changzhen era, yet within just over a decade he commanded over 100,000 troops as a regional warlord. So Zhang Tao harbored no great worries about his future. He had learned from Sun Yuanhua that this operation had received tremendous support from Manor Lord Lu at Qimu Island, including the fact that he and Sun Yuanhua had been allowed to remain in Jiadong to atone through service, which owed something to Lord Lu's behind-the-scenes efforts. He was therefore very courteous toward this battalion commander Lu, who came from Lord Lu's organization. When Fan Shier saw such a senior officer arrive, he was so intimidated that he slipped away. Zhang Tao exchanged pleasantries with battalion commander Lu, then lavished praise on his excellent command of troops. Lu Ziyang offered modest responses in return. Seeing that Vice-Commander Zhang was speaking only in polite generalities, he understood the man was uncomfortable with others present and ordered everyone else to withdraw. Only then did Zhang Tao speak openly. First he conveyed Sun Yuanhua's thanks to Manor Lord Lu, then expressed his own gratitude. "Were it not for Lord Lu's strenuous efforts on our behalf, far from being permitted to atone through meritorious service, we might not have kept our heads," Zhang Tao said quietly. "Such great kindness speaks for itself. From now on, wherever this general can be of use, I shall repay it with all my strength." Lu Ziyang hastily replied, "You're too kind, too kind." He thought to himself that generous words at the outset usually heralded some request. Sun Yuanhua and Zhang Tao's remaining in Jiadong was certainly advantageous for future operations, but from another perspective, their side would become increasingly entangled in Shandong's bureaucratic struggles, in some ways, not entirely a good thing. Sure enough, Zhang Tao's next move was to convey Sun Yuanhua's wishes. He hoped Liu Ziying would speak to Manor Lord Liu about arranging a shipment of Australian firearms and artillery. Liu Ziying was taken aback. Sun Yuanhua truly was the Ming's quintessential westernizer, still a criminal under indictment, his new model army already annihilated, yet already scheming to obtain foreign guns and cannons. Though exporting weapons to various parties was already a planned next step for trade, the Fupo army's own equipment was absolutely forbidden for export. However much the committee supported Sun Yuanhua, there was no possibility of selling him Minié rifles or Napoleonic field guns. The weapons that could be sold were already under development, so that shouldn't pose a major problem. The Southern Seas pattern rifle, in particular, was revolutionary compared to the Ming's abysmal fowling pieces and three-eyed guns. The only concern was that the Ming, which functioned as a supply sergeant for its enemies, was so efficient at losing equipment that the planning committee worried selling weapons to the Ming would ultimately affect the export market to the Qing. However, Sun Yuanhua was now on probation. Whether he could continue as Dengzhou Laizhou governor remained uncertain. Without an army, the 800,000 taels annual military budget would vanish, and as a governor without local administrative authority, where would he find the funds? In a flash, countless thoughts raced through Liu Ziying's mind. Zhang Tao, an experienced official, could read from Liu Ziying's expression roughly what he was thinking. This was only to be expected. He added softly, "Battalion Commander Liu need not worry. Please simply convey to Manor Lord Liu that Military Commissioner Sun has already dispatched agents to Beijing. Regarding the Jiadong situation, there may yet be possibilities." Liu Ziying nodded, though he remained skeptical. In his view, Sun Yuanhua had already gambled away his capital. Without the committee's intervention, he would have lost his head long ago. Yet here he was, already planning a comeback. Still, this wasn't for him to decide. Let the executive committee worry about it. He nodded. "I shall certainly convey the message." The two chatted further about the military situation. Zhang Tao was rather anxious. Since the mutineers had established their camp outside the city on the third day of the second month, they had been besieging it for over 10 days. Despite the victory at the south gate, the other gates were under severe pressure. Yang Yufan was a veteran general with his personal guards as a core force. His defense of the west gate seemed sustainable. By contrast, Wang Dayachun and Su Kengjai commanded mostly local garrison soldiers and civilian militia. Though they fought bravely, they lacked combat experience and suffered heavy casualties. Only because Wang Dayachun and Su Kengjai personally braved the arrows and stones to command from the walls did morale hold. As for the south gate, without Liu Ziying's victory that had broken the mutineers' momentum, Zhang Tao's Laizhou defense forces alone would have been utterly inadequate. "Without reinforcements, I fear Laizhou's prospects are grim," Zhang Tao said. "Who knows when Commandant Huang's relief force will arrive?" "It should be any day now," Liu Ziying replied. "According to history, Huang Long's relief force should arrive by sea within the next few days." A thought suddenly struck him. If the reinforcements were coming by sea, that meant the ice around Haimil Harbor and elsewhere must have broken up. Otherwise, the relief force couldn't land. If so, the time was ripe to establish a pier at Hutuya near Laizhou. Once they set up a fortified outpost at Hutuya, they could attract refugees from the vicinity who dared not approach Laizhou. But this would necessitate dividing his forces. The handful of men under Liu Ziying couldn't possibly be split between two locations. Qimu Island would have to supply the manpower. Liu Wenyuan and Zhu Mingxia had been recruiting locally and had already organized a sizable militia. using a small contingent of regular troops augmented by militia to establish a stockade at Hutuya as a refugee transfer point should present no difficulty. However, given current conditions, establishing another refugee camp at Hutuya was impossible. They could only use a ships waiting for people approach, letting refugees board directly and departing as soon as a ship was full, like a minibus route. After the mutineers' defeats at Qimu Island and again at Laizhou South Gate, the Northern Expedition Detachment's mission became temporarily simpler: fortify Qimu Island and its surroundings into an impregnable stronghold, and ensure son Yuanhua could hold Laizhou. Zhu Mingxia had no intention of extending too much protection to the surrounding areas. Doing so would mean Qimu Island would no longer be refugees' only option. Following the Executive Committee's directives, he had a map produced in Ming-era style, showing which areas could be attacked and which must be bypassed across the Jiadong Peninsula. When releasing the 400 combat prisoners from Mao Chenglu's force, he summoned several of their leaders and ordered them to carry a message to Kang Youde. He also gave them this map. The message was simple: we're all men with stakes in this. You pursue your rebellion, I'll defend my Qimu Island. Best if we don't come to blows, let's keep our distance. The letter also specifically reminded Kang Youde to follow the map's requirements, avoiding the prohibited zones. Otherwise, they would immediately capture Huangxian county seat and sever the supply line to Laizhou. Zhu Mingxia was quite confident Kang Youde would obediently comply with the letter's demands and avoid the forbidden areas. This wouldn't significantly affect Kang Youde himself. The survivors of Mao Chenglu's force would never forget the Fupo army's firepower. Artillery had mowed down wave after wave of mutineers before they'd even had a chance to fire their own cannons. As long as Kang Youde's head wasn't caught in a door, he would consider accepting the letter's terms. The letter also subtly conveyed another important message to Kang Youde. The Australians could be negotiated with. They weren't implacably hostile. Lu Wenyuan expressed doubts about whether Kang Youde would accept the proposal, asking what they would do if he ignored the threat. Zhu Mingxia made a grabbing motion in the air. Then we crush his balls. For a long time after the captured Liaodong soldiers were released back to Dengzhou, there was no word. Only after Lu Ziyang's great victory at the south suburb did a response arrive from Dengzhou, bearing a letter from Kang Youde. After reading it, Zhu Mingxia laughed and tossed the letter to Lu Wenyuan. Lu Wenyuan was astonished. Kang Youde wants to ally with us. Exactly. In Kang Youde's view, we have few men but superior firearms. They have inferior weapons but numbers. If combined, they could establish themselves as regional hegemons. Do we accept or refuse? Lu Wenyuan rapidly assessed the potential benefits and drawbacks. We reject it outright, of course, Zhu Mingxia replied. End of chapter. Chapter 1103. Freedom of movement. We must maintain neutrality. Kang Youde's rampage through the eastern three prefectures has made him absolutely notorious. Both the gentry and the common people hate his forces to their very bones. We must never associate ourselves with him. Forget alliances. Even the fact that we've reached an agreement with them must remain secret. This political purity is crucial. Zhu Mingxia paused. Little Lu, I'm leaving the verbal sparring with Kang Youde to you. We must reaffirm our position. Besides, this fox is a turncoat who regularly switches sides. What would we want with him? After the Dengzhou side received their reply, their response came swiftly. Within days they sent an envoy to relay their message. Since Manor Lord Lu's side was unwilling to ally, they would not press the matter. The envoy indicated they were prepared to guarantee they would not attack the designated areas, but the Qimu Island side must not interfere with their military operations or resupply efforts. Additionally, they demanded 10,000 shi of grain. Also, Commander Kang instructed me to convey to Manor Lord Lu, please do not dispatch large contingents to roam about in Dengzhou and Laizhou. Just hold fast to your forts. That way we avoid any accidental clashes. Lu Wenyuan had originally intended to affect an air of profundity, but hearing these Dengzhou demands, his face gradually contorted until he couldn't help bursting into laughter, leaving the messenger looking quite bewildered. "Go tell Kang Youde," Lu Wenyuan said once he'd recovered. "War or peace, it's entirely up to him. I have nothing more to say. Off you go." The envoy departed in disarray. Zhu Mingxia immediately ordered the special reconnaissance team and scouts to sortie together, continuously sniping at the mutineers' supply columns along the Huangxian highway. The convoys transporting red barbarian cannons and ammunition from Dengzhou to Laizhou came under constant fire from hidden marksmen along the post road. Oxen and horses were shot down or wounded, forcing frequent halts to wait for replacement animals. The gunners and soldiers escorting the convoys, never knowing when a bullet might fly in to claim their lives, walked in a perpetual crouch, scattering for cover at the slightest movement. The convoys managed barely 4 or 5 li per day. Eventually, soldiers flatly refused to leave the city to escort supply runs. Using coerced refugees as porters was an option since their deaths were of no consequence, but without enough mutineers to guard them, the refugees would scatter as soon as they were any distance from the city. The supply line from Dengzhou to Laizhou was completely severed. The mutineers switched to sea transport. The naval detachment under Liu Yang's command conducted constant patrols in Dengzhou waters, repeatedly sinking or capturing vessels departing from Dengzhou's naval base bound for Laizhou. Liu Yang had originally thought this would prove difficult, but the mutineers' navigation skills were poor. They mostly hugged the coastline. With guidance from local fishermen familiar with the shipping lanes, Liu Yang's detachment established observation posts and temporary anchorages on several small islands off Dengzhou's harbor, effectively controlling the shipping routes in and out. Ships entering Dengzhou or sailing from Dengzhou to Liaodong were allowed to pass unmolested, per the plan. But any vessel headed for Laizhou was seized. Those refusing to surrender were sunk. Though the ships and crews were released after their cargo was confiscated, the detachment's demonstrated ability to board anyone, anytime, anywhere threw the mutineers inside Dengzhou into chaos. Moreover, once the maritime lanes were cut, the mutineers lost all contact with the Dongjiang garrisons on the various islands, let alone any hope of recruiting them. This was practically a matter of life and death for the Dengzhou mutineers. Thus, within days, a new envoy arrived from Dengzhou, and the two sides concluded a non-aggression agreement on Lu Wenyuan's terms. The Northern Expedition Detachment had won the right to move freely throughout the region. For identification purposes, any parties or individuals dispatched from Qimu Island need only fly the Qimu Island banner or wear a red armband bearing the Qimu Island insignia, and the mutineers would neither impede nor interfere with them. In return, Lu Wenyuan guaranteed not to intercept ships entering or leaving Dengzhou, and not to obstruct or harass mutineer operations. Regarding the Laizhou situation raised by the envoy, Lu Wenyuan's answer was blunt. The south gate and the coastal area at Hutuya were off-limits. The other gates could be attacked as they pleased. If they could take them, that was their skill. If not, they couldn't blame anyone else. In return, Lu Wenyuan guaranteed that Lu Ziyang would not attack or harass the mutineers outside the walls. Despite the harsh, almost overbearing terms, the mutineers, having fully appreciated their opponent's formidable strength, agreed to everything. After all, this manor Lord Lu demanded neither their heads nor their cities. With this, the Northern Expedition Detachment could move freely and boldly across the entire eastern 3 prefectures. Especially in the Dengzhou vicinity, where government authority had completely collapsed, collection teams ranged far and wide, gathering and recruiting refugees, spreading word that Qimu Island was a place of safety. Refugees streamed toward Qimu Island from every direction in great numbers. Even those stockade communities that had fortified themselves and not yet been overrun were cajoled and persuaded by the collection teams to pack up their families and head for Qimu Island under the weight of the mutineers' mounting pressure. For a time, the entire Qimu Island region was bursting at the seams. Fortunately, by early in the second lunar month, the seas around Qimu Island had thawed. The harbors, whose capacity had been severely constrained by ice, regained their full throughput. Ships that had previously plied the Jeju, Taiwan, Hong Kong route now began sailing toward Qimu Island instead. The forward command at Hong Kong had issued orders for a comprehensive evacuation of population from Shandong. To reduce the coordination complexity of population transfers and fully utilize ships and favorable currents and winds, Zhang Pu, who was organizing shipping from Hong Kong, ordered all H-800 vessels carrying refugees from Qimu Island to sail directly to Jeju Island. Refugees would be offloaded there rather than continuing with the previous system of partly transferring to Jeju and partly to Guanxiang. Because the distance from Qimu Island to Jeju was short and voyage time brief, physical requirements for refugees could be reduced to a minimum. This meant refugees needed no recovery period, a brief replenishment of food, and they could be shipped out from Qimu Island immediately. This greatly reduced the demands on Qimu Island's housing and supply capacity. During the peak of refugee transfers, incoming refugees received only a cursory health screening before boarding directly. Refugees underwent purification processing on Jeju Island. After 60 days of quarantine, they would be shipped on to Guanxiang. Guanxiang currently held over 10,000 immigrants from southern Shandong and Zhejiang. Since the island had virtually no infrastructure, it could not absorb further population influx for the time being. The purification period on Jeju conveniently provided a buffer for construction at Guanxiang. From the perspective of currents and winds, the East Asian coast had a southward cold current flowing at roughly 2 knots, while the powerful Kuroshio warm current off the Taiwan Strait ran at about 4 knots. Thus the fleet could ride the cold current when sailing south and follow the Kuroshio when heading north. This meant that from Jeju Island to either Tainan or Lingao, no intermediate stops were needed. For steamships traveling at 8 knots plus a 2-knot current boost, that was 10 knots, about 240 nautical miles per day. From Jeju, it was 3 days to Tainan, 5 days to Lingao. HS and other sailing vessels were slower, but still managed at least 4 knots. Northward with the Kuroshio, that meant 6 knots. Assuming 10 hours at 6 knots during the day and 14 hours maintaining 4 to 5 knots at night, a day's travel covered over 100 nautical miles. The northward voyage from Tainan to Jeju took 7 to 8 days. Southward along the coast, with a 1 to 2 knot cold current boost, Jeju to Tainan required roughly 10 days. After a few days' rest in Taiwan, refugees would be distributed according to the Planning Committee's weekly dynamic population requirement tables. To further reduce turnaround time, the Forward Command established a dedicated population transfer center at Guanxiang for direct population allocation. Apart from those retained in Guanxiang, most were shipped to Hainan and distributed to Lingao and other prefectures and counties across the island, including the Sanya district. Even Hong Kong, which was not short of population, received a small allocation of Shandong migrants. This was the Executive Committee's first introduction of large-scale northern population. The committee required dispersing them as widely as possible across various locations, gradually establishing a settler society in Hainan and Taiwan, avoiding concentration of any single dialect group that might disrupt the existing rural and clan-based social structures. A red sun leaped above the horizon. The JS-14 transport convoy, already loaded with refugees the previous day, raised its flags and set sail. Zhu Mingxia was aboard the flagship. The military situation in Shandong had largely stabilized. As detachment commander, he felt it necessary to check on the Northern Expedition Detachment's other component, the Jeju Island contingent. Although the Yi dynasty forces on Jeju had been completely destroyed, comprehensive control over the island's interior had not yet been established. Anticipating that the next phase might involve counterinsurgency operations, Zhu Mingxia decided to begin specialized training on this subject immediately upon arrival at Jeju. To strengthen control over Jeju Island, this voyage carried, besides refugees, a contingent of militia organized at Qimu Island. These militia units would be formally incorporated into the Northern Expedition Detachment at Jeju, receiving the designation Jeju Advance Column, and would undergo standard military training. Upon completion, they would become garrison forces temporarily stationed on Jeju. General Staff planned to eventually use a small corps of Northern Expedition Detachment personnel, augmented by the Jeju Advance Column, to form a National Army Jeju Battalion as the island's standing force. Additionally, the horses, donkeys, mules, and cattle acquired in Shandong, difficult to maintain on the islands, were all loaded aboard for transport to Jeju, except for war horses retained for cavalry use. After 3 days at sea, the JS-14 transport convoy entered Chachin Harbor without incident. Since the Northern Expedition Detachment's occupation of Jeju, transformation projects had commenced immediately. This was the Second Fleet's anchorage, the Committee's Horse Ranch, a refugee transit station, and would also serve as a logistics base for future Northeast Asian trade and military operations. All of this required shipping. Thus, the entire port district was a scene of organized chaos. The naturalized citizen construction teams that had accompanied the Northern Expedition Detachment were working around the clock on infrastructure, while labor service teams, composed of island inhabitants and government slaves, served as laborers. End of chapter. Chapter 1104. The New Jeju, Part 1. Zhu Mingxia wore the Northern Expedition Detachment's gray wool winter uniform and a woolen officer's cloak, cutting a striking figure as he descended the gangplank to the strains of a march playing from the loudspeaker. Port Affairs official Pak Changbium was already waiting on shore to greet him. This official Pak had by now become quite proficient at distinguishing the pennants flown by the constant stream of arriving vessels. The moment he spotted a ship flying the committee member command flag, he would hurry over to receive it, just as he had once greeted officials arriving from the mainland. In the days since, through diligent study and constant observation, Pak Changbium had come to fully grasp the intentions of these crop-headed people who had appeared suddenly from the sea, calling themselves Great Song. They meant to remain on Jeju Island for the long term, establishing themselves with the manner and might of a rival state. For Pak Changbium, who had already thrown in his lot with them, this was actually good news. His initial collaboration with the enemy had been an act of resentful revenge for the Yi Court's long neglect and suppression. Now that his new masters appeared not only powerful but determined to entrench themselves on Jeju in opposition to the Yi Court, this newly minted Korean traitor felt all the more energized. All of Pak Changbium's accumulated grievances, years of unrecognized talent, of humiliation and abuse by his superiors, had been transmuted into boundless work fervor. He cared nothing for money, nothing for women, nothing for anything at all, only to demonstrate what the blind court's contempt for him had earned them. Most of Pak Changbium's subordinates had been replaced by people who shared his outlook, middle-class commoners and government slaves of Yongbin origin who harbored the same resentments. Under this band of vengeful collaborators' tireless, selfless service, the efficiency of the labor service teams assigned to the port district multiplied. The rate of improvement was so rapid that even the naturalized workers from the Lingao construction teams were astonished. What had gotten into them? Were they on drugs? As Zhu Mingxia stepped off the gangplank, Pak Changbium hurried forward, bowing deeply. Your humble servant, Chachin Port Affairs official Pak Changbium, presents himself to your excellency. Zhu Mingxia returned a crisp military salute. I am Zhu Mingxia, Army Major and Northern Expedition Detachment Commander. Yes, sir. Official Feng has already briefed me. Pak Changbium made an inviting gesture. Please allow me to lead the way. Much obliged. At the post station gate, a Dongfeng two-wheeled carriage specially shipped from Lingao awaited Zhu Mingxia, already flying his rank pennant. A 20-man cavalry escort stood in formation beside it. This escort was composed entirely of former samurai from the Public Security Army's Japanese company. Each man wore 2 swords at his hip with a rifle slung across his back. Though men and horses ran somewhat short, they still presented an imposing sight. Seeing Zhu Mingxia approach, all drew their swords in salute. "Quite a reception," Zhu Mingxia muttered, though inwardly he rather enjoyed it. He returned the escort's salute, then boarded the carriage. The post road from Chachin Station to Jeju City had completed initial repairs. Volcanic cinders and coal slag had been mixed and compacted smooth by horse-drawn stone rollers. The massive roller had been specially shipped from Lingao. The improved road dramatically shortened travel time. Before long, Zhu Mingxia's party arrived at Jeju City. Since changing hands, Jeju City hadn't undergone any particularly dramatic outward transformation, only the addition of several watchtowers along the walls. But the moment his carriage entered the gates, Zhu Mingxia realized the interior had essentially become one enormous refugee camp. Jai Runjai, the chief planner for the Lingao Construction Company currently stationed in Sanya, had drafted a redevelopment plan for Jeju's 3 walled cities based on survey maps sent from the island. The population purification camp within Jeju City was his work. Maximizing use of the walls and existing structures, the entire city had been rezoned into 5 areas: reception, purification, quarantine, labor, and administration. Each major zone was further subdivided into smaller sectors for management. The zones were separated by wooden fencing and barbed wire, yet connected by roadways. Additionally, 5 watchtowers were placed at the 4 corners and center of the city. Each tower was manned by soldiers equipped with telescopes and sniper rifles, providing aerial surveillance of the entire urban area. The Jeju refugee camp had a design capacity of 50,000 people, expandable to 100,000 if necessary. Facilities were naturally austere. Given the impossibility of preparing so much building material, aside from a few specialized structures and areas, there had been no large-scale construction of the wooden longhouses used at the Lingao quarantine camp. Instead, they employed cheaper dugout shelters. These had been widely used by homesteaders during the rush to the northeast and Japan's development of Hokkaido. The construction was simple, the insulation excellent, and the material requirements minimal. The drawback was that smoke from heating fires was difficult to vent, and prolonged smoke exposure affected health. However, Jeju's climate was far warmer than Manchuria or Hokkaido. No fires were needed inside the dugouts. Jai Runjai's plan was to use these as temporary measures, then gradually upgrade them to wooden structures. Nevertheless, for certain essential camp infrastructure, latrines, the hospital, and the water supply and drainage systems, he had spared no expense to ship sufficient building materials from Lingao. Jeju, positioned conveniently among China, the Korean peninsula, and the Japanese archipelago, was ideally suited as a transshipment hub for the 3 regions. There would inevitably be far more population transfers passing through here in the future. Investment here would not be wasted. To ensure his designs were properly implemented, Jai Runjai had dispatched his apprentice, Jai Yuan, to Jeju to directly supervise the work. This young man in blue work clothes, carrying a canvas bag and clutching a clipboard of drawings, had effectively become the island's chief architect. Not only did the naturalized workers follow his directions, but even Feng Zong's had to consult him on many technical matters. Along the newly repaved streets, horse hooves clattered rhythmically. Zhu Mingxia gazed out the window at the endless expanse of barbed wire, watchtowers, and crude shelters. Grayish figures moved slowly among them. These shambling, gaunt people would undergo 60 days of quarantine here, then be dispersed to various locations, transformed into healthy and capable soldiers, workers, and farmers for the committee. They would become cogs in the great, efficiently running machine that was the committee. The carriage drove into the Jeju Provincial Administration. This was the Northern Expedition Detachment's Jeju Forward Command. Zhu Mingxia's lodgings were here. Neither Feng Zong's nor Nangong Wudi was present. Their work kept them busy. Only Zhu Ziliang was on hand. He was in the middle of a meeting with his special reconnaissance team personnel. The man who came out to receive him was the local collaborator and interpreter, Pak Diekmeng. Pak Diekmeng led him to a room specially prepared for him, small but containing both a bedroom and an office. Very convenient. Zhu Mingxia expressed his satisfaction, then asked, "Where is the Jeju Island Contingent's command post?" "Reporting, sir. It's in the rear hall here," Pak Diekmeng replied. "I'll go at once to fetch Officer Nangong from outside the city." Zhu Mingxia nodded. His orderly brought in the trunk and backpack and began unpacking. With nothing else to do, Zhu Mingxia strolled out toward the rear hall and the command post. Inside the command post, the Special Reconnaissance Team's meeting had just concluded, and the squad members were filing out. To avoid the tedium of saluting and return saluting, Zhu Mingxia waited around a corner until everyone had dispersed before entering. Zhu Ziliang stood staring at the large map. "Vinny just finished a meeting," he called out. "Oh, it's you," Zhu Ziliang nodded. "Good timing. I was just collating intelligence, preparing for the next phase of operations." Before them hung a large-scale map of Jeju Island, densely marked with various symbols, clearly the result of comprehensive reconnaissance and survey work. "You've done a lot of work," Zhu Mingxia observed. "Very thorough reconnaissance. Of course, my team has been doing nothing else these past months," Zhu Ziliang said with a smile. "Feels a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but consider it training." He snapped his fingers and an orderly entered. "Tea for Major Zhu." A cup of Korean pine tea was brought over. Zhu Mingxia sniffed it appreciatively. "Good tea. You people know how to live." "Not much enjoyment to be had here," Zhu Ziliang shrugged. "It's desolate, there are no women, and even the liquor is poor, a veritable wilderness." "Tell me about the next phase. You mentioned to Nangong Wudi that you were planning counterinsurgency operations. What's the security situation here?" "To be honest, calm as a millpond," Zhu Ziliang replied. "From a pure governance standpoint, the committee's rule over Jeju Island is now beyond dispute. But for the committee, such governance isn't satisfactory. You've come to understand the committee well. I'm a committee member myself now. I need to think like one." Zhu Ziliang smiled, lighting a cigar. "The committee is obsessed with absolute control at the grassroots level, so the current situation is merely a good beginning." Zhu Mingxia studied the various markings on the map closely, secretly impressed by the work. Not only were settlements, pastures, and farmland marked, but the carrying capacity of bridges, roads, rivers, and fords had been annotated as well. With this map, counterinsurgency operations would have better than 80% assurance. Local knowledge was the first priority in counterinsurgency. Though Zhu Mingxia's battalion hadn't directly participated in such operations, he had attended numerous debriefing sessions and special training courses on the subject. It was not unfamiliar to him. "Beautifully done," he exclaimed. "Just average," Zhu Ziliang said with a smile. "We started with a basic map, and the islanders haven't been hostile. Other than fatigue, we've paid no price. So what's next? Hold a Jeju political consultative conference, then eliminate anyone who doesn't fall in line." End of chapter. Chapter 1105, The New Jeju Part 2. "Yes," Zhu Ziliang nodded. "Feng Zong's has already sent people to notify all the villages and stockades, summoning them to Jeju City for a grand assembly in the next few days." "Will they come?" "The vast majority will. They have no reason to openly defy us. First, we haven't done anything to harm these local elites' interests so far," Zhu Ziliang explained. "Second, they're eager to learn what we intend to do so they can formulate countermeasures." Zhu Ziliang elaborated on their reconnaissance of the entire island. In his view, Jeju's social conditions resembled those of Hainan Island, which he had crisscrossed with his special reconnaissance team. The government possessed a degree of influence, but actual governing power was weak. Beyond the 3 cities and 9 towns, The countryside was the local gentry's domain. They occupied vast tracts of mountain land and pastures, commanded many dependent commoners, often built fortified stockades for self-defense, and maintained their own militia forces. As long as their core interests weren't touched, these people didn't particularly care who sat on the throne. So far, there had been virtually no resistance from the civilian population. The handful of armed clashes that had occurred were mostly due to locals who hadn't yet experienced the dwarf crop heads might, attempting to rob outsiders. Apart from the coastal areas, the interior is mostly mountainous, grazing land and forests. The mountain lords wield considerable power, rather like 19th-century Mexican ranchers, Zhu Ziliang observed. Very obedient to the Yi court, and very obedient to us too. Though the Yi court's overall structure gave off a little China impression, visiting Hanxiang felt almost like being in the Ming capital. In reality, local power in the Yi kingdom was very strong, and the court's control over the provinces was far weaker than the Ming's. The two Japanese invasions, during which various regions organized righteous armies, had reinforced this tendency. The Yamban aristocracy in the provinces were practically feudal lords. The common people were severely oppressed, their status approaching that of serfs. After hearing Zhu Ziliang's briefing, Zhu Mingxia had a general picture, but the specifics of the next phase would have to wait until Feng Zong's and Nangong Wudi returned for discussion. "These working conditions are terrible," Feng Zong's grumbled, surveying the smoke-blackened rafters. "The smell is unbearable." Feng Zong's was inspecting Myeongjiak workshop. He was keenly interested in Jeju Island's next stage of development. Beyond supplying horses to the committee, with the habitual thinking of a 21st-century Chinese, he had rapidly initiated commercial activities, seeking opportunities to expand foreign trade. Relying entirely on central allocation of supplies was simply too slow for a local administration thousands of li away. Especially now, with Jeju Island in the midst of a construction boom requiring vast quantities of materials. Feng Zong's and his colleagues decided that, rather than waiting for supplies to be shipped from Hong Kong across thousands of li, it was better to procure materials locally. He had already submitted this proposal to the Executive Committee and received approval from the Colonization and Trade Department. Jeju Island's major products were few, primarily cattle and horses, bows and arrows, and marine catch. Since cattle and horses were strictly controlled by the committee and seafood was a vital food source, bow and arrow production became the most suitable major export commodity. From the moment they had captured the 3 cities and 9 towns and begun establishing their rule, Feng Zong's had started working to restore and expand the archery industry. Due to a shortage of management personnel and unfamiliarity with local conditions and bow-making techniques, he had ultimately decided to contract all the official bow workshops to the local Myeongjiak workshop archery shop. Although authorization for trade with the Northeast hadn't come through yet, Feng Zong's took great interest in expanding arrow production and improving quality. Though he didn't interfere with day-to-day operations, he had begun mandating some simple new processes and quality controls across the various shops, while importing specialized equipment from Lingao. What Feng Zong's found so oppressive were the dozen or so cauldrons currently simmering fish glue, emitting a nauseating stench. The glue rendering process and equipment had just been rebuilt under the guidance of naturalized technicians. The crude fire pits and large pots previously used for boiling glue had been replaced with water bath tanks built of cement and brick, using a more thermally efficient centralized flue heating system. The specialized glue kettles sat within the water baths for heating. This not only saved fuel, but also solved the persistent problem of scorched glue that had plagued the workers. No longer did craftsmen have to watch the kettles every moment, adjusting the fire by adding or removing fuel. Watching the Korean craftsmen busily working inside the workshop, apparently oblivious to the glue's reek, Feng Zong's noted that Korean-style buildings, designed for insulation and material economy, were typically built low and cramped. This glue rendering workshop was no exception. The confined space intensified the concentration of fumes, leaving Feng Zong's dizzy and light-headed. "Your Excellency, this way please." Pak Diaquan, observing his discomfort, quickly ushered him out to the courtyard for fresh air. "This workshop needs to be rebuilt. It's too foul. How do the craftsmen stand it?" Feng Zong's grumbled as he hurried out into the yard. "Your Excellency is right," Pak Diaquan agreed. "I know this humble servant will instruct shopkeeper Zhao to see to it at once." Never mind, Feng Zong's thought. He shouldn't create any more new projects for now. The recent improvements had been numerous, and shopkeeper Zhao was already complaining. Though the forward command covered all equipment costs for changes involving machinery, equipment and installation were borne by the committee, the workshop still had considerable expenses. Issues like worker safety could wait. In the courtyard, a column of labor service team, workers pushing Shidenkai and Shimpu handcarts, was unloading heavy standardized crates. Each crate was stenciled with its weight and bore different arrowhead symbols. Every box had to be opened for inspection and weighed. This was the second improvement Feng Zong's had spearheaded: standardized arrowheads. Feng Zong's had examined the locally manufactured arrows. The arrowheads were all forged by Jeju's own blacksmith shops, crudely made and inconsistent. During assembly, arrow shafts had to be filed and fitted by hand before the heads could be mounted, making the process inefficient. So Feng Zong's had immediately introduced standardized arrowheads. The current standardized arrowheads were manufactured in Lingao. The machinery works engineers had developed several types for different purposes based on modern archery research, then standardized mass production. In the eyes of Yuanhua and his colleagues, these were essentially small hardware items. Once molds were made, stamping equipment could produce them continuously in bulk. It saved both labor and materials. Once the Lingao manufactured standard arrowheads arrived on the island, they immediately replaced local production. Even without administrative mandates, the transition was simple. The craftsmen had never seen arrowheads of such fine workmanship. The filing time during assembly was dramatically reduced. Since arrowheads had always been purchased from outside anyway, this was merely switching suppliers, and the new suppliers' prices weren't higher. Mass-produced small hardware had minimal costs. In fact, Feng Zong still turned a profit on arrowhead sales. Yet Feng Zong's remained unsatisfied. During inspections, he noticed craftsmen still had to file arrowheads during assembly. The problem was that while arrowheads had been standardized, the matching shafts were still handmade. The tolerances were so wide they could be spotted with the naked eye. Looks like the next step is introducing an arrow shaft lathe, he thought, recalling similar equipment he'd seen at Hai Lin's place, originally for making chopsticks and bamboo skewers. It had started as hand-cranked, later converted to steam power. Feed the prepared wood or bamboo into the hopper, and the rotating blades automatically turned them into identical little rods. Adjusting the blade settings could produce different diameters. Steam power wasn't available here yet, but hand cranking would suffice. It occurred to Feng Zong's that the island had adequate water sources. Perhaps he could build a dam for energy storage to power a water wheel, or maybe set up a windmill. Finished arrows were coated with fish oil on the heads for rust prevention, then wrapped in paper bundles of 12, with 10 bundles packed into a shipping crate ready for sale. Current weekly arrow output across all the workshops was 20,000, too few in Feng Zong's view. Arrows were consumables. For the war-plagued Ming and Qing, 100,000 per month might not suffice. Production efficiency was still too low. Even a management layman like him could see the workshops had many areas for improvement. To ensure his various improvements were implemented, and to oversee the current, controlled distribution of archery materials, he had appointed Pak Diaquan as archery superintendent, specifically responsible for coordinating between the Jeju Forward Command and the archery industry, and for various improvement projects. Since his own workload was heavy, he could only settle for this crude management model. The advantage of keeping the archery industry under government supervision with private operation was that they didn't have to bear the workshop's expenses or risks. Feng Zong's requirements were simple: surrender 1/5 of total output as contract fees and taxes. No other levies would apply. Though taking only 1/5 of production, Feng Zong's had already secured control of the island's major ports. Through export licensing, he controlled the export trade. Other workshops' bows and arrows, unless smuggled out, could only be shipped through Chachin port for export. Currently, Huang Yunyu handled arrow exports. As the Peninsula Trading Consortium's agent, he had natural sales channels. So for now, Jeju-made bows and arrows were exported through his network. To support the industry, no export duties were levied temporarily. To capture greater profits, Feng Zong's was already planning to eventually establish a foreign trade company to monopolize all of Jeju Island's imports and exports, reducing the archery workshops and shops to mere production and domestic distribution enterprises. The inspection complete, Feng Zong's proceeded to Pak Diaquan's Archery Industry Superintendency office, located in a nearby shop. End of chapter. Chapter 1106. Gifts. The original shop front had been redecorated in a modern style. Pak Diaquan had initially found sitting in elevated chairs quite uncomfortable. As a government slave with nothing to his name, he had spent many years sitting on the floor. Armchairs and high tables existed but were seldom used. Even the Yi royal family and the Yongbin usually sat on the floor in private settings. Little Pak, Feng Zong settled into an armchair. You need to keep a close eye on bow and arrow production. We're about to establish a foreign trade company soon. Bows and arrows are our island's flagship export product. As superintendent, you must watch things carefully for me. Don't let those merchants skim off the top. This humble servant understands. I shall certainly be the committee's hands and feet. Pak Diaquan immediately declared his devoted loyalty. Feng Zong's had originally planned to speak with him about recent reports that he'd been spending too much time socializing with merchants at the pleasure houses. He ought to be more careful. But just then, a messenger arrived to report that Zhu Mingxia had arrived. Mind your own work, be meticulous, and don't give anyone an opening. Feng Zong's cautioned him with this single sentence. He still rather liked this young man. After all, Pak Diaquan was the first native he had personally promoted, young, literate, and capable of getting things done. What Feng Zong's hadn't noticed was that Pak Diaquan was also quite skilled at flattery, a fact that escaped his own perception. He donned his cap and headed out. Pak Diaquan hastily saw him off. Once Feng Zong's had departed, Pak Diaquan returned to his desk, feeling somewhat uneasy. Had someone been speaking ill of him behind his back? After much deliberation, his suspicions settled on Kim Yangju. Kim Yangju was also a government slave. Pak Diaquan had once considered marrying his daughter. Being from a hunter's family, Kim had been promoted to military affairs clerk, specifically responsible for local security. Every day he led about 100 local militiamen on patrols inside and outside the city, drilling them at the parade ground when not on patrol. These militia, wearing matching homespun cotton jackets with mandarin collars and broad hats, all sporting red armbands inscribed with security, were uniformly dressed and well-armed, looking even more impressive than the former government soldiers had. Kim Yangju, being from a hunting family, had eaten meat regularly, rare among Korean commoners of the time, and was noticeably tall and robust. Leading his men through the streets, he cut quite a figure. For a time, even Pak Diaquan, the leading light among Jeju's collaborators, regarded him with some wariness. Pak Diaquan had always looked down on Kim Yangju. Kim was not only a government slave but of Baekjeong origin, the lowest caste of pariahs in Yi society, crude and ignorant. But now that Kim was military affairs clerk and came regularly to inspect bow and arrow quality at Feng Zong's behest, Pak Diaquan made an effort to be cordial. Though Kim Yangju never said anything directly to his face, whenever he came to inspect arrows, he always regarded Pak Diaquan with suspicious eyes. Word had reached him that Kim publicly called him forgetful of his roots. Once, arriving at a meeting, he had overheard Kim in the corridor remarking to another cadre about the strange nature of his new residence. That low-born wretch, the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Kim must be the one making trouble before the officials. He cursed silently. Evening approached. From outside came the sound of the evening cannon, fired at a set time each day from the gate of the Jeju provincial administration to announce the hour. Pak Diaquan slung his satchel over his shoulder and left work directly. His official hours ran from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. At first, he had been quite diligent, arriving early, leaving late, sometimes even sleeping at the office. Lately, his work enthusiasm had waned. Nightly socializing consumed his time and drained his energy. Gradually, he had begun arriving late and leaving early. Tonight was one without any engagements, so he wanted to get home early and discuss his marriage prospects with his brother. Though Pak Diaquan frequented the pleasure houses, the matter of taking a wife remained much on his mind. Courtesans were base women, after all. Now that he was something of an official, he ought to properly marry a respectable woman to continue the Pak family line. Originally, there had been no shortage of eligible young women in the city to consider, but since becoming an official, Pak Diaquan's standards had changed. Former government slaves, though now emancipated and raised in status, he still dismissed from consideration. As for the daughters of the island's few former officials, he frankly didn't dare approach them, fearing the officials' displeasure. Thus his sights had settled on the daughters of merchants and landowners. Several merchants and workshop owners had hinted at willingness to marry their daughters to him, but Pak Diaquan found fault with each. One's daughter was too plain, another's family fortune too modest to provide a proper dowry. He had been picking and choosing until just a few days ago, when Huang Yunyu passed along extraordinary news. Lord Kim Manil was very impressed with him and wished to give him one of his illegitimate daughters in marriage. This news thrilled him beyond measure. Lord Kim was the foremost figure on Jeju Island, holding a second-rank title. Even the Jeju magistrate and vice-magistrate had treated him with utmost respect. As for his fortune, the cattle, horses, and sheep covering his mountain pastures were staggering to contemplate. Though only an illegitimate daughter, she was still Lord Kim's own flesh and blood. That he would marry her to someone who had so recently been a government slave, Pak Diaquan was moved to tears of gratitude, so excited he couldn't sleep through the night. He knew this was Lord Kim's way of expressing goodwill for services he had rendered recently. This made him feel tremendously clever and far-sighted, having seized the opportunity to attach himself to Lord Kim's lofty branch. Every time he thought about it, he felt quite pleased with himself. In high spirits, Pak Diaquan returned to his residence. He had barely sat down when his housemaid came to report that Master Huang Yunyu had sent someone. He went out to find Choi Hyun-teek. Choi had been on the mainland selling goods for his employer, Huang Yunyu, and hadn't been on Jeju. Choi Hyun-teek led several clerks with a cart loaded with side tables, screens, cabinets, and sundry goods, all items rarely seen here. Jeju Island, isolated and lacking handicrafts, depended on imports from the peninsula for furniture and daily necessities. Fine goods were even scarcer. These were clearly high-quality merchandise from the capital. Our Master Huang says that Master Pak's happy occasion is approaching, Choi Hyun-teek explained. There's nothing worth buying here on Jeju, so he specifically had me bring these from the capital for you. Pak Diaquan thanked him profusely. He had been worrying that his house was too sparsely furnished. He had money now, but nothing decent could be purchased on Jeju. Since he was to wed Lord Kim's daughter, he needed to present a proper appearance. Master Huang was indeed a thoughtful man, yet he also felt a vague unease, sensing that his dealings with Huang Yunyu and the others had become too entangled, the debts of favor growing too heavy. Choi Hyun-teek seemed to read his thoughts. He continued, "You're about to become Lord Kim's honored son-in-law. His daughter has never known hardship. If your home is rustic, your bride won't be happy after the wedding. These things are nothing to worry about. Just pay for them, and if you're short of funds, our master Huang will gladly lend you the difference." Seeing Pak Diaquan make no objection, Choi Hyun-tik directed the clerks to unload. Before long, the formerly empty rooms were furnished with new pieces, and several calligraphy scrolls hung on the walls. The house was transformed. Standing in the room surveying his new domain, Pak Diaquan's face shone with delight. Even in memory, his family home before its decline had never possessed such elegance. Choi Hyun-tik sent the clerks on ahead, then led in a young woman. She appeared 18 or 19, quite beautiful, clearly a northern girl. She wore plain cotton clothes and kept her head bowed, saying nothing, yet her posture held an alluring grace that instantly captivated Pak Diaquan's gaze. "Master Pak is about to establish his household," Choi Hyun-tik said with a smile. "Our master says, Master Pak has only one housemaid. She can wash clothes and cook, just rough work. She probably can't properly attend to a wife from a Yongbin family. It happens that our master has a distant relative. Her name is Zhang Xiangxiao. She's a commoner and all her family is gone. Since she has nowhere to go, she might as well stay at Master Pak's side to serve. It would give her a place to belong." Pak Diaquan hastily protested. I couldn't possibly. Master Huang is too generous. I can't accept such favor." This obligation would be even greater. Moreover, he was about to marry Lord Kim's daughter, to have an attractive maidservant at his side before the bride even arrived. What would that look like? End of chapter. Chapter 1107. Brothers, it's of no consequence. A man of Lord Kim's stature hardly troubles himself with such trifles, Choi Hyun-tik said dismissively. Lady Kim is a refined noblewoman, she certainly wouldn't mind. Besides, Master Pak, your inner chambers need someone reliable. Otherwise, when your wife arrives, there'll be no one to attend her. He dropped hints that Lord Kim himself had sanctioned the arrangement, and that Pak Diaquan could accept with a clear conscience. After a moment's consideration, Pak Diaquan reasoned that since she was merely an illegitimate daughter, her standing in the household couldn't be particularly high. There was no need for excessive worry. Moreover, the woman was truly alluring. He allowed himself to be persuaded. After seeing Choi Hyun-tik off, Pak Diaquan dispatched a servant to summon his brother home. Beyond discussing his upcoming marriage, he had ulterior motives. Pak Diaquan served as an interpreter constantly at the official's side, privy to considerable inside information. Pak Diaquan wanted to discover who had been speaking ill of him to the officials, and to warn his brother that someone might be working against them both. Recently, signs of bureaucratic infighting had begun manifesting among Jeju Island's collaborator faction. Suffering from a shortage of suitable cadres, Feng Zong's had employed collaborators extensively, and certain negative effects were now emerging. A flood of former personnel had been absorbed into the new administration, bringing with them some of the old regime's political habits. Now that Pak Diaquan had risen to archery superintendent, he had naturally become a thorn in many sides. Intent on protecting his position and its accompanying privileges, he meant to discuss today's events thoroughly with his brother. "I'm exhausted." Pak Diaquan dragged his weary body back from outside the city walls. He had spent most of the day at the horse corrals, serving as interpreter for Chief Nick. Among the officials, Nick was notorious for his boundless energy. Pak Diaquan even suspected the man didn't require sleep. Just the other night, he'd interpreted during a livestock handler training session until midnight. The following morning before dawn, Nick had summoned him again. Having slept barely 2 hours, he now felt drowsy to the point of desperation. Working as Nick's interpreter was more exhausting than serving any other official, more exhausting even than the corvée labor he'd once endured as a government slave. Back then, at least he hadn't needed to use his brain. Now, not only did he follow Nick everywhere, he constantly had to puzzle over how to translate words he'd never encountered before. It was utterly draining. Because of the demanding work, he mostly stayed in the provincial administration dormitory rather than returning to his brother's newly purchased residence. Today, he had just returned to the dormitory when a public security soldier arrived with word that his elder brother absolutely needed him home tonight. Pak Diekmeng hurried at once. Stepping through the gate, the maid came forward to take his satchel. "We have a guest." Pak Diekmeng noticed a pair of women's shoes on the threshold and felt puzzled. His elder brother had been meaning to marry but hadn't yet done so and wouldn't bring a courtesan home. "They belong to our new servant girl," the maid said. New servant girl. Pak Diekmeng found this strange. Just then his elder brother's voice called from inside. "Is that my brother? Come in." Pak Diekmeng walked in, startled to find his elder brother drinking with an unfamiliar young woman. He already looked slightly tipsy. He was about to bow, but Pak Diakwen waved him off. "Sit down. Let's have a proper talk, just us brothers." "Yes." Pak Diekmeng sat down respectfully. Though Pak Diakwen had drunk a few cups, his mind remained clear. He immediately sent Zhang Xiangxiao out, then told his brother what Feng Zongs had said. He asked him to pay closer attention to happenings around the officials, particularly to identify who might be speaking ill of him. He specifically mentioned Kim Yangju as a possible troublemaker, asking whether Pak Diekmeng could find an opportunity to undermine him as well. Pak Diekmeng remained silent throughout, listening to his brother's half-narration, half-complaint. Only when Kim Yangju was mentioned did he finally speak. "Kim Yangju is highly valued by the officials," he said carefully. "They're even planning to send his daughter Kim Osun somewhere for training. She'll return as a female official." "Ridiculous," Pak Diakwen exclaimed, then instantly broke into a cold sweat. How could he call the officials' decisions ridiculous? If someone overheard and reported it, the charge of slandering one's superiors was no small matter. He quickly glanced around, then lowered his voice. "What would they want a woman as an official for? And she's so ugly." Pak Diekmeng nodded and whispered. "Elder brother is right, but he's very trusted now. What you're asking would be difficult to accomplish." He hesitated, wanting to voice more of his own concerns. Since becoming archery superintendent, his elder brother had been multiplying his social engagements, moving into ever larger residences, his lifestyle rising with the tide. Now, inexplicably, there was a woman in the house who wasn't his sister-in-law. When he recalled how the two brothers had once aspired merely to eat their fill each day, have a roof over their heads, and find a woman to marry, Pak Diekmeng couldn't help feeling that his elder brother had changed too much. "Bastard!" Seeing his brother hesitating and refusing to answer, Pak Diakwen put on the authoritative face of an elder brother and began a solemn reprimand. "You can't even manage this small thing." "What kind of interpreter are you?" Pak Diekmeng dared not speak back. He'd been raised single-handedly by this elder brother and stood in awe of him. Though he sensed something was wrong about all this, he didn't dare raise it openly. After venting his temper, Pak Diakwen softened somewhat. "You know how hard it's been for us brothers to get where we are. When the officials arrived, we had our chance to rise. Now that they need people, working hard and currying favor is one thing, but we also need to protect ourselves. Otherwise, no matter how hard we work, we'll still end up with nothing." He threw back another cup of wine. Pak Diekmeng could only say, "Elder brother's instruction is wise," but inwardly he disagreed. In his view, his elder brother's conspicuously lavish lifestyle was already suspect. No one among the current collaborators was this blatant. But he didn't dare say more. He listened as his elder brother went on about his marriage. The match with Lord Kim's illegitimate daughter, proposed through Huang Yunyu, was the first time Pak Diakwen had mentioned it to his brother. "Elder brother, isn't this rather improper?" After hearing him out, Pak Diekmeng ventured to speak despite his fear, feeling the matter was too important. "What's improper about it? This Lord Kim is still a second-rank official of the court. Even if it's only an empty title, he's still one of the Yi regime's people. Elder brother now serves the great song. Won't there be problems?" "What of it?" Pak Diakwen was dismissive. "Lord Kim is also among those invited to the coming assembly. Besides, his second-rank title is merely honorary. and he's a major horse breeder. Didn't you say the officials are very keen on horses? If we cultivate good relations with him, won't Jeju Island become Great Song's horse ranch? Your elder brother would be rendering a service. The reasoning seemed to make sense. Pak Diekmeng was still young with limited experience. Though he still felt something was wrong, he couldn't articulate it. Seeing that his brother clearly didn't approve of the marriage, Pak Diakwen's enthusiasm waned. He called Zhang Xiangxiao in to serve rice. After they ate together, each went to rest. That same evening, in the rear courtyard of a large shop in Jeju City, another banquet was in progress. At the table, besides Choi Hyun-tik and Huang Yunyu, sat a third man, Cho Myongguai. The three sipped wine and spoke in hushed voices. Huang Yunyu stroked his beard as if deep in thought. After a long pause, he said, "So he didn't refuse. He made a show of it, but after I said a few words he accepted. This fellow is greedy enough. Greedy is good, he'll fish for money even in a pot of boiling oil." Huang Yunyu laughed. And Zhang Xiangxiao, did he seem taken with her? Choi Hyun-tik hastened to reply, "Very taken from what I could see." "Good, good," Huang Yunyu nodded repeatedly. "Tomorrow find her and tell her to put in more effort. She must gain his trust quickly and keep him firmly in hand. She knows this business well." Cho Myongguai, who had been mostly silent, now spoke. "This man is greedy for money and women, easy to control. The only worry is whether he'll prove reliable when the critical moment comes. That's why we're putting Zhang Xiangxiao at his side," Huang Yunyu said. Then he looked at him searchingly. "What does Lord Kim say now?" In truth, Choi Hyun-tik's trip to the peninsula had ostensibly been to sell goods, but he'd had another mission, to establish contact with Yi court officials on Kim Man-il's behalf. As the island's great landlord, Kim Man-il had exploited the brief chaos when the government collapsed to seize many official horses from the state ranches, a considerable windfall, but he had no intention of submitting to the newly arrived dwarf crop heads. This wasn't due to any loyalty to the Yi court. Under Yi rule, he had lived very comfortably on this island. Though there were officials to appease, requiring some expenditure on networking, and though he had to contribute horses annually, beyond that the government didn't trouble him at all. Now these dwarf crop heads had arrived, though they kept calling themselves Great Song. Lord Kim considered them merely slow-speaking Japanese raiders. After arriving on the island, these dwarf crop heads hadn't looted or burned. They just kept building things on a massive scale, constantly shipping in Ming Chinese commoners by the boatload. They'd started constructing roads, surveying land, building horse corrals, conducting population censuses, dispatching people across the island to inventory the ranches. All these activities suggested they harbored ulterior motives. When he recently learned through Pak Diakwen that the dwarf crop heads were preparing to summon representatives from all the island's villages for a conference, with all major households required to send delegates, Lord Kim grew deeply anxious about his properties. He was universally acknowledged as the island's richest man, possessing many horses the dwarf crop heads coveted. Were they preparing to move against him? Though Lord Kim felt no special loyalty to the court, at least the Yi regime wouldn't demand his entire fortune. These mysterious dwarf crop heads were another matter entirely. End of chapter. Chapter 1108. Defense. Another worry gnawed at Lord Kim's mind. From the Pak brothers, he knew the dwarf crop heads were extremely interested in horses. That dwarf crop head chief, something like Nick, had been spending his days at the horse corrals from the moment he set foot on the island. Recently, they'd been organizing people to sort through all the horse registers and land documents from the various government offices. Though the official archives were a chaotic mess, they still contained enough information to give a rough sense of the scale of the island's official horse herds and ranches. This was Lord Kim's greatest worry. During that brief window after the 3 cities and 9 towns had fallen, when Yi rule had just collapsed, but the dwarf crop heads hadn't yet extended their reach into the interior, he had directed his men to plunder the government ranches on a massive scale. They'd seized vast numbers of official horses and cattle, and absorbed many ranch government slaves into his own stockade. In many places, his men had simply moved boundary markers, claiming the richest lands of the official ranches as their own. Though Lord Kim rarely left his compound, the active efforts of his agents, Huang Yunyu, Choi Hyun-tik, and Cho Myongwai, kept him well informed about the entire island's situation. He could see the dwarf crop heads methodically laying out their positions like a master strategist, placing one piece after another in an orderly pattern. Recently, small groups of dwarf crop heads had been moving through the interior. Now they'd sent notices summoning everyone to attend some political consultative conference. Lord Kim felt the crisis closing in. It seemed that unless these dwarf crop heads were eliminated, he would never know peace. After several days of deliberation, he finally resolved to welcome back the royal army. Lord Kim was indeed a local strongman, and he had seriously considered the matter of his misappropriation of state assets after the royal army's return. Following thorough discussions with his advisors, the conclusion was reassuring. It would pose no problem. Though Jeju Island had always been a place of exile, it remained royal territory. The court would never abandon it. If his side contributed to welcoming back the royal army, the court would certainly let past matters rest. Horses, cattle, and government slaves were living things. One needed only to report them as lost in the chaos of war, and there would be no proof. As for the ranch boundaries, the court was too preoccupied these days. Between natural disasters, the Jurchen troubles, and political instability, any new magistrate would surely just want peace and quiet, without investigating too closely. Originally, Lord Kim schemed to have Cho Myongwai collude with Huang Yunyu in bribing Pak Diaquan had been merely traditional self-protection for a wealthy man, monitoring the new ruler's movements and seeking ways to profit. Now he felt that having Pak Diaquan under his control added considerable weight to his plan to welcome the royal army. Choi Hyun-tik's trip to the peninsula had been specifically commissioned to meet with Sin Jeongyu, the military commander of Jeolla province. The Jeju vice magistrate who died in battle when Jeju fell had been his trusted subordinate. Commander Sin says the court is indeed discussing the recovery of Jeju, Choi Hyun-tik said quietly. There's no disagreement on the matter. It's just that the court currently lacks troops and provisions. They can only order him to act according to circumstances to recover the island. Since Commander Sin doesn't know the dwarf crop head's true strength, he can't dispatch troops immediately. Act according to circumstances, that's just evasion, Cho Myongwai cursed. No, according to Commander Sin, the court's atmosphere is different from Guanxiang's time. His Majesty is deeply displeased with the Jurchen's arrogant attitude and despises the previous peace negotiations, Choi Hyun-tik explained. The Old Westerners faction is in power now, and all the officials at court are clamoring to prepare for war and march on the Yalu River. Cho Myongwai said impatiently, "What officials at court say is not our concern. Just tell me, will the court do anything about the crop heads on this island or not? If they're willing to fight even the Jurchens, what do a few dwarf crop heads on this island matter?" Choi Hyun-tik drank some wine. Commander Sin says we need to thoroughly investigate the dwarf crop head's true strength before he can dispatch troops. Is there more? Cho Myongwai pressed. These officials won't send troops so easily. Master Cho, you truly see 1,000 li, Choi Hyun-tik immediately offered a flattering remark. Stop the nonsense. Quickly, what are Commander Sin's terms? Commander Sin says his troops are insufficient. When the time comes, he'll need Lord Kim to organize righteous militia to coordinate the action. Cho Myongwai thought this wouldn't be difficult. Lord Kim already had 200 household retainers. Counting the serfs, dependent commoners, and hired workers attached to him along with their families, there were about 10,000 people. Organizing over 1,000 militia would pose no problem. Militia required little expense, just 3 meals a day, plus promises to reduce some tribute payments and rents. Far more economical than official troops who demanded money before marching and no death benefits needed if they died. Lord Kim already had this in mind. Historically, militia fought better than regular troops. Once victorious, the dwarf crop heads would flee by ship, but the people and property they'd brought couldn't escape. Not only would there be enough to feed the militia, but plenty of profit besides. Cho Myungwai nodded. And then there's the matter of provisions and reward money, Choi Hyun-tik said uneasily, glancing at Cho Myungwai. Cho Myungwai kept a straight face and said nothing for a moment. Lord Kim had anticipated this too. But the exact terms depended on the other side's price, and Lord Kim hadn't authorized him to agree or refuse anything specific. After thinking it over, he said, "Provisions are no problem. Of course Lord Kim will contribute to the campaign to drive out the dwarf crop heads. As for the reward money, we'll need Commander Sin to propose figures." He smiled. "This matter will require you to make a few more trips." "Certainly, certainly." "Serving the masters is my duty," Choi Hyun-tik said with a fawning smile. "Now that I can come and go from the island freely with Pak Deokwin as cover. Pak Deokwin is quite useful. We must keep him firmly in our grasp," Cho Myungwai declared. "I understand." Choi Hyun-tik spoke so loudly that he startled even himself. "Present arms." At Kim Yangju's command, the 24-member military band of the Jeju Island Public Security Army's Korean unit, wielding traditional instruments such as zio, pipes, and flutes, all wearing black broad-brimmed hats, launched into their months-practiced rendition of "Salute to You, Comrade Commander." Though the majestic march was underpowered for traditional instruments, it at least stayed on tune. The entire public security force simultaneously raised their spears upright. Accompanied by Nangong Wudi, Zhu Mingxia reviewed the 300 soldiers of the Public Security Army's Korean unit. The locally recruited Korean Public Security Force, composed of former government slaves, had taken initial shape. The three companies trained and performed duties simultaneously, having completed most of the public security training curriculum. Since they weren't to be issued Southern Seas pattern rifles for the time being, there had been no rifle marksmanship training. Nangong Wudi had used training rifles to drill them in formation, weapons handling, and bayonet practice. Due to the lack of ranged weapons, and at Nangong Wudi's approval, Kim Yangju had instituted archery training, so everyone now had a bow and arrows. Zhu Mingxia wasn't particularly enthusiastic about this. It was merely better than nothing. They needed to be equipped with rifles as soon as possible. To the strains of the folk music march, Zhu Mingxia, hand on his command saber and saluting, reviewed the troops. The music stopped. Zhu Mingxia returned to the front of the formation. At his nod, Kim Yangju quickly called out, "At ease." The entire formation snapped to ease in unison. Zhu Mingxia found this satisfactory. The formation was quite orderly. Though their physiques weren't impressive due to nutritional deficiencies, their spirit was evident. Nangong Wudi's training work was clearly competent. The Japanese NCOs responsible for the actual training contributed as well, constantly bellowing, "Sanbin no J." Zhu Mingxia cleared his throat and began reading aloud the General Military Affairs Command Order signed by the committee, officially bestowing upon the Jeju Island Public Security Army's Korean unit the designation Public Security Army Korean Advance Column, with the epithet White Horse Unit, using a galloping white stallion as the unit's emblem. As he read in his clear, standard Mandarin, Pak Deokwin translated loudly, truthfully, he'd puzzled over the designation for a long time without knowing how to render it. In the end, official Nangong himself had provided a draft translation. After the order was read, all personnel gave 3 cheers for the committee and the people, in somewhat garbled Mandarin. This too was the fruit of months of diligent training. According to Fu Sansi's recently promulgated directive, whether regular army, national army, or public security army, Mandarin must be uniformly adopted as the common language. There was some flexibility for public security units composed of foreigners or ethnic minorities, but the work of implementing a unified language was to proceed as quickly as possible. After the review, Zhu Mingxia returned to the Provincial Administration Command Center, where Nanggong Wudi briefed him on the current state of Jeju Island's defense. Nanggong Wudi explained using the map. Currently, of Jeju's 3 walled cities, Dijiang and Jianzhui each had one agricultural labor company stationed there. These functioned essentially as garrison colonist units, equipped with cold weapons, primarily focused on agricultural and pastoral production, while secondarily serving as local guards. Since the agricultural companies were armed only with cold weapons and lacked fighting power, Nanggong Wudi had reinforced each county with a platoon of Fupo army soldiers as a core framework. Once the local public security units were activated, each county would receive a public security company. Once the refugees are purified in large numbers, several hundred households will be settled in each county. From them, we'll gradually train local National Army soldiers to replace these public security units. Nanggong Wudi outlined his next steps. Good. How have you deployed the other units? The splintered company's headquarters and remaining platoon were stationed at Chachin Port as a garrison force. To prepare for a possible Yikort counterattack, Nanggong Wudi had concentrated the remaining infantry company, an engineer company, and other miscellaneous units in Jeju City and its vicinity as a mobile force. At the other towns, he deployed only token guard detachments. The Japanese Public Security Company served as the Jeju City garrison, with the Korean Public Security Force as an auxiliary. The defensive posture was weighted heavily toward the north and lightly toward the south. Our troop strength is really insufficient for an island this size, Nanggong Wudi said. The interior is a blank. We have no control over the landlords and major households hiding in the mountains. They've even occupied many of the official ranches. Nick pesters me about this every day, but where would we find the troops and manpower to go into the interior and take over the ranches? End of chapter. Chapter 1109, Naturalizing the Entire Island. When we first arrived, we were only 500 people, and now we govern all of Hainan Island, Zhu Mingxia said. Don't worry, once there are more Shandong migrants, it will all belong to us. True enough. The 3 militia companies you brought can at least take over some garrison duties from the Japanese public security, Nanggong Wudi said. Though without firearms, they're at best the same level as public security troops. What about the cavalry and transport training cadres? Zhu Mingxia recalled that those units had already relocated to Jeju Island. There were several hundred people in total. They're all being run ragged by Nick. I can't get my hands on them at all. The cavalry training cadre and transport training cadre, shipped from Hainan, spent their days training and handling horse husbandry duties. Nick had taken over the horse corrals outside Jeju City, then absorbed the corrals and nearby official ranches of the 3 cities and 9 towns. The horses under his control had swelled to over 3,000. Between screening, treating, breeding, and raising these horses, not only had most of both training cadres been commandeered, but he was also utilizing island inhabitants and former horse-tending government slaves, and still constantly complained about insufficient manpower. Nick demands people from me every day. He's very dissatisfied with the locals, says he can't communicate with them. He insists on using my soldiers, or at the very least naturalized workers from the agricultural companies. I'm in a difficult spot too. Despite his aggrieved tone, Nanggong Wudi was actually quite willing to let Nick use these units. The reason was simple. He too was eager to see powerful cavalry troops take shape. Ever since the dozen or so former mounted samurai from the Japanese Public Security Company had been given horses and upgraded to a cavalry escort, Nanggong Wudi had fallen in love with the feeling of being surrounded by horsemen. If only the men, horses, uniforms, and weapons could be more imposing and splendid. Given all this, troop strength was indeed rather thin. Nanggong Wudi's forces were few and miscellaneous, all kinds of units, but auxiliary and logistics troops predominated. Apart from the 2 training cadres, the only usable force was the engineer company, but they were also serving as the core construction team for many building projects. The actual combat forces amounted to just 2 infantry companies and 1 Japanese public security company. As for the Navy personnel, they were essentially unavailable. Second Fleet ships shuttled constantly between Jeju and Shandong, and the sailors' physical exertion was immense. Extracting additional forces for land operations would be nearly impossible. Without the Jeju Agricultural Colonization Corps, sent earlier to take on substantial local garrison duties, the Jeju Island contingent couldn't even have managed the task of occupying key points and holding lines. It was precisely because of Jeju Island's troop shortage that Zhu Mingxia had brought 300 militia from Shandong. With these 300, they could take over a considerable portion of garrison duties, freeing up forces for mobile operations into the interior. Though Zhu Mingxia didn't handle political work and was visiting Jeju for the first time, the weekly Jeju Island Intelligence Digest gave him a reasonable understanding of the situation. The upcoming Jeju Political Conference was essentially a meeting demanding that all island factions submit completely and demonstrate their sincerity. Any faction whose performance failed to satisfy the committee would subsequently be eliminated. This much was probably clear to many of the island's local strongmen. So although things were currently calm, turmoil would erupt as soon as the conference ended. The next step would be to conduct counterinsurgency operations as circumstances dictated, eliminating hostile elements and destabilizing factors. However, a secret directive from the Planning Committee and the Civil Affairs People's Commission to the Jeju Forward Committee indicated that in the future, when conditions were ripe, Jeju Island would implement comprehensive village consolidation and settlement concentration. This decision was based on the local situation. Most of the population were tenant farmers, herdsmen serfs, and government slaves, with very low population density. Apart from a very small number of merchants, virtually no one among the lower classes possessed any property or land. Village consolidation would encounter little resistance. As for landlords and ranch owners, naturally, their continued existence would not be tolerated. Based on the Special Reconnaissance Team's months of in-depth surveys across Jeju Island, the Forward Committee had roughly mapped all inhabited settlements. Combined with data from the Provincial Administration Archives, they estimated the island's actual total population at approximately 43,000. Currently, some 20,000 Shandong refugees had been transported to Jeju, with more to come. Though most would be transferred to Taiwan and Hainan after completing purification, a substantial number would remain on the island, forming the foundation of committee rule here. Before that, the Northern Expedition Detachment had to ensure the complete subjugation and elimination of all forces obstructing the island's naturalization. According to one plan still under discussion, some portion of the island's Korean population would be shipped to Taiwan and Hainan to accelerate their naturalization process. This had not yet received official approval only due to concerns about southward shipping capacity. Zhu Mingxia and Nanggong Youde discussed troop redeployment plans. Before the conference opened, he needed to prepare sufficient mobile forces. At minimum, a complete infantry company plus artillery support, ready to deploy at any moment. The Japanese Public Security Company might also be committed to battle as circumstances warranted. The newly organized White Horse Unit had limited combat capability, but was familiar with local conditions and could serve as guides and interpreters. Viewed this way, overall troop strength was roughly adequate. After all, Jeju Island's area, geography, and social conditions were far simpler than Hainan's. Moreover, the policy of complete island naturalization greatly reduced the political work required. Once villages were consolidated, education could proceed however they pleased. How many cavalry can Nick spare? The cavalry training cadre can probably field one company, but most of them are new recruits with few veterans. They probably won't be of much use. Most of the cavalry training cadre's veterans were serving as reconnaissance cavalry in Shandong. Few personnel on Jeju could perform combat missions, and this group also had to serve as instructors for horses and soldiers. No matter, Zhu Mingxia said. They're currently stationed outside Jeju City so they can serve as garrison troops. Add in the newly arrived Shandong Public Security Company, and we can pull out the entire Japanese public security to serve as a reserve. I hear they're quite capable in a fight. They are indeed. They don't like using rifles, prefer hand-to-hand combat with blades. Nangong Wudi sighed. Unfortunately, the most capable one was crippled. He survived but can't serve as a soldier anymore. Can't be a soldier but can do other things. Anyone who's bled for us is cultivation material. Zhu Mingxia checked his watch. Come on, let's go see old Feng. See how his conference preparations are coming along. Zhu Mingxia waited quite a while in the provincial administration conference room before Feng Zong's and Zhu Ziliang arrived. The two exchanged views on Jeju's situation and work, then discussed next steps. As evening approached, Feng Zong's hosted a banquet. You've had it rough these past few days on that little island, eating dried rations every day, I imagine. Not too bad, no shortage of meat, just no vegetables. Zhu Mingxia dug heartily into his stir-fried cabbage with dried shrimp. Why didn't you prepare some Korean kimchi, sour and spicy, great with rice? Besides us, who in East Asia is growing chili peppers these days? Feng Zong's laughed. Non-spicy pickles we have. I figured you wouldn't be interested. You figured right. Got any seeds? Wait until spring. Also potatoes, garlic, and citrus. Feng Zong's was enthusiastic. The Agricultural Commission says they'll send someone to advise us soon. Potatoes yield heavily and are well suited to conditions here. And they're tastier than sweet potatoes. No problem feeding 100,000 people. As for citrus and garlic, they're both Jeju specialties. Should be excellent quality. I've been wanting to eat potatoes for a long time, Zhu Mingxia said. Hainan's climate wasn't suited for potato cultivation. Wu Nanhai's farm grew only a small amount using garden methods purely for seed preservation. Committee members only got to eat them occasionally. By the way, those life secretaries you brought along, how are you planning to place them? I noticed quite a few. Feng Zong smiled somewhat lewdly. Advantage of being close to the water. Nonsense. Would I do something undisciplined like that? Zhu Mingxia was dismissive. They're all talents I specifically discovered. Their Shandong quarantine period is almost complete. You just need to arrange for someone to finish their purification, then find a separate place to settle them. I understand. I'll definitely find somewhere very close to the provincial administration. Feng Zong's wore a knowing, subtle smile. Don't get the wrong idea, Zhu Mingxia smiled. It's not that it needs to be close to the provincial administration. Ideally, it should be inside the compound. I have matters to discuss with them frequently. So the members of Madame Liu's theatrical troupe were housed in a government building adjacent to the provincial administration. Female Korean auxiliary personnel guarded the courtyard, not only preventing them from leaving but forbidding them to converse among themselves, unless in the presence of an official. The shaven-headed Liu Yisi, formerly the troupe's principal, Madame Liu, was staring intently at Zhu Mingxia's laptop. She had grown accustomed to this strange device by now. The computer was playing aerobics music, youth charm. Yesterday, the Australian official had assigned her this task. She was to listen to this music over and over until she could play it herself. The music was completely different from anything she'd ever encountered. Besides zheng, flute, and cymbals, there were instruments she'd never come across. The melody was utterly foreign to her ears. It was practically noise. She carefully asked Zhu Mingxia what instruments those were. He told her she just needed to find similar instruments to substitute. This was Zhu Mingxia's personal project. He wanted to train a group of servants who could perform aerobics, servants who would remind committee members of the old timeline, servants more aligned with modern aesthetics, servants who could become cheerleaders. He could teach the basic movements and routines and do simple choreography. For anything more complex, he relied on his laptop. He had extensive training and competition videos. With a model to copy, they could learn. End of chapter. Chapter 11:10. Youth Charm. The music accompaniment issue that had long plagued this project was now partially resolved thanks to Madame Liu's troupe. Though their instruments didn't match aerobics at all, they were at least the natives with the highest musical proficiency Zhu Mingxia had found so far. First familiarize them with modern music, then have them learn modern instruments. That was his plan. The first piece he required Liu Yixi to learn was Youth Charm, primarily performed with traditional instruments, a perfect introductory piece. He almost never watched these videos himself. Not enough time had passed since the transmigration to let him forget the students in the footage. Nearly all had been filmed by him personally. He'd watched these children train, sweat, get injured, win awards. Some had graduated, he'd seen them off. Many more were still enrolled when he crossed over. Sometimes he felt he'd betrayed those children. The promise he'd made to invite them to his wedding could never be fulfilled now. Training a servant cheerleading squad was, for him, a kind of emotional compensation. Before departing, he'd specifically discussed the cheerleader project with Hu Qingbai from the Education Department, Fang Fei from Propaganda, and Xiao Zishan, among others. Needless to say, everyone expressed support. Though the costume issue would be difficult to resolve, Zhu Mingxia felt that if they started working on it now, the problem would probably be solved by the time the squad was actually ready. That would be a matter for the light industry and chemical departments. How's it going? Think you can manage it? Seeing Liu Yixi still puzzling over the music, he asked. Liu Yixi rose gracefully and bowed. Master, official, this is the first time I've heard music like this. I can't grasp it yet. I'll need more time to understand it. I'll give you time, but you must apply yourself, Zhu Mingxia said. This matter is very important. Not just you, all your girls must study diligently too. This serve and understands. Zhu Mingxia said no more and walked out. Liu Yixi hurried to follow and hold up the door curtain for him, servant skills, full service. Standing in the courtyard, he watched the figures practicing in the main hall. Old Gao, thank you for leaving me your materials. I used to watch you train students. Now it's my turn to train servants. I'll do my best, he murmured. Liu Yixi was puzzled by her new master's peculiar musical tastes, but she was now a bonded servant with her thumbprint on an indenture. If her master wanted her to learn a few new pieces, she would comply even if he wanted her to play lying down, kneeling, or on one leg like a golden rooster. There was no refusing. If she weren't already a half-withered woman past 30 with features that weren't particularly pleasing, she wouldn't find it strange even if he demanded she play naked. Masters all had their quirks. This official Zhu might look and act unlike anyone from the Central Kingdom, but perhaps he had some exotic Australian tastes. Matching the repeatedly playing melody, she worked hard to transcribe the notation, a skill she'd painstakingly acquired years ago while apprenticing in the pleasure quarter. Most tunes she could roughly transcribe after just a few listenings. It was this ability that had allowed her troupe to be the first to perform any fashionable new ballad or tune over the years, attracting many patrons. In this line of work, even focusing on the high-end market, competition in Jiangnan was fierce. The established houses and famous courtesans far outstripped her rootless wandering troupe. Through the years, Liu Yixi had exhausted her wits barely keeping the troupe afloat. Though they'd come close to ruin several times, they'd somehow scraped through each crisis. This latest brush with death in Dengzhou had nearly finished them all. Fortunately, another turn of fate had arrived. Even though they'd all become bondservants, at least they'd survived. Though a few men from the troupe had somehow offended their new masters and been dragged out and strangled, throwing the whole group into anxious sleeplessness for days, Liu Yixi quickly figured it out. Far from being frightened, she even felt a secret delight. That the masters had directly executed the troupe's men showed they didn't want any men among them. What did that imply? It meant Master Zhu had taken a fancy to them. The troupe wouldn't be consigned to mere washing and milling duties as lowly servants. She'd been in a daze the whole boat journey, None of them had ever sailed on the ocean before. It was crowded, and the waves made them miserable. When they finally landed, they had no idea where they were. After disembarking, they'd had their heads shaved and been bathed, something called purification, then been sent separately to this compound. This seemed to confirm her speculation from the refugee camp. She recalled the various embarrassing procedures of purification upon arrival. Thinking that Master Zhu might have some interest in her personally, and considering the care he'd taken these past days to come personally and instruct her in playing, her heart pounded, so she too might have a chance. Liu Yixi was secretly delighted. Easy days of fine food and drink lay ahead. Her grandest hope had originally been for her daughter Siyu to catch Master Zhu's eye. Instead, it seemed that Ruhua, now renamed Zhao Jinghen, had won more of Master Zhu's favor. Back in the refugee camp, she'd had to fawn over this adopted daughter for fear of being purged once Ruhua rose to power. Truth be told, she'd never treated her birth daughter much better than any of the girls she'd purchased or picked up. But where were they now? This uncertainty troubled Liu Yixi most. Since landing, she'd seen only fields and wilderness along the route, with no real towns, far more desolate than Jiangnan, though the roads were very smooth. Could this be overseas? Liu Yixi thought back to the journey from the dock to the city walls. Everyone they'd seen wore strange clothing and spoke languages she couldn't understand. Their lodgings were peculiar too. The courtyard was small, the rooms and windows all low. Every room had wooden flooring. These unusual features puzzled her. To call it a poor person's dwelling, yet the wooden floors, the decorative carvings on beams and pillars, the roof tiles, and the underfloor heating channel in every room were certainly beyond poor people's means. But if it was a wealthy home, she'd never seen rich folk build structures with such low, cramped proportions. Though it was nearly the end of the second month, the underfloor heating still burned. Every room was toasty warm, far too warm for padded clothing. They could only wear thin tunics. Liu Yixi was lost in thought when she saw her daughter Liu Siyu and Zhao Jinghen returning to the room. The three of them shared this space. The two girls each held a warm, roasted sweet potato, laughing and chatting as they ate and walked. The young girls in the troupe were close in age. They'd performed and sold their singing together and shared the mistreatment from Liu Yixi, so they got along well with each other. Both had their heads shaved smooth and wore strange clothing, not the uniform cotton gowns issued after purification. They wore short-sleeved, round-necked, tight-fitting linen tops that bared their arms, with silk bloomers below, and went barefoot. Apparently not expecting Liu Yixi to be in the room, both froze, fell silent, and quickly hid the sweet potatoes behind their backs. Though the entire troop now belonged to others as servants, Liu Yixi's authority as their former principal still commanded respect. The two girls had been beaten too many times with cane and made to kneel on roof tiles. They were terrified of her. "What are you afraid of?" "Standing there like a couple of silly geese. I'm not a tiger, am I going to eat you?" Liu Yixi couldn't help scolding when she saw their wooden expressions. These days she'd been doing much self-reflection to improve her temper, but old habits died hard. Seeing their dull-witted looks, she lost her temper instantly. "Mother," the two girls called timidly. "Don't be afraid." Liu Yixi realized her tone was harsh and quickly plastered on a smile, softening her voice. "You're my good daughters. What is there to fear? Come here, both of you." Both girls' faces showed discomfort at this unfamiliar warmth, but they hurried over and sat next to her on the heated floor. Liu Yixi offered a few words of concern and affection, making a point to remind them that now their hair was gone, they should always wear hats to avoid catching cold. "Women's heads can't take wind and chill, otherwise you'll suffer for it in old age," Liu Yixi said. "Mother," Liu Siyu couldn't help asking, "Master shaved our heads. Is it because he wants us to become nuns?" "How could that be?" Liu Yixi laughed. "Daughter, don't worry. Good days of comfort are ahead for you." She gave Zhao Jinghen a meaningful look. "That's all thanks to your sister Zhao." Both girls understood what good days of comfort meant. Zhao Jinghen especially. She was a few years older than Liu Siyu and far more worldly. Master Zhu's giving her a new name, and the troop mistress's dramatic change of attitude toward her in recent days had made certain implications clear. Throughout the troop, it was now common knowledge that Zhao Jinghen had caught Master Zhu's eye and would soon be taken as a concubine. Honestly, she didn't dislike this Master Zhu. Though his hair and clothing were peculiar and she couldn't always understand his speech, he was certainly handsome and spoke kindly to everyone, obviously a good man. Being his servant or concubine would be a good outcome for someone like her. She only wondered what Master Zhu's principal wife was like. Zhao Jinghen had witnessed the cruelty of legal wives firsthand. She herself had nearly been beaten to death by one. She'd also seen and heard of troop sisters and colleagues tormented to death after being taken as concubines or driven out. So she felt both hope and fear, but recent events confused her. These past days the troop sisters had all lived in the same compound, yet Master Zhu had shown no special interest in her. He hadn't even summoned her for a private audience. End of chapter. Chapter 11:11. The stone figures' bleed practice was physically demanding, so they received extra sweet potatoes each day as snacks. Sweet potatoes were high in dietary fiber. As long as they didn't overeat, they wouldn't gain weight and the fiber aided digestion. Besides, by Zhu Mingxia's standards, the entire troop was malnourished. In peaceful times, they'd never lacked for food. The only question was quality. But during the chaos at Dengzhou, these delicate women had nearly starved. Almost all had grown gaunt. Apart from practice, female instructors gave daily lessons in reading and arithmetic, and they had to learn to write their own names. Many in the troop had no names at all. Some didn't even have surnames, only stage names given by the troop mistress. This time, most had received new names. Even the mistress herself had been renamed, though at least her surname hadn't been changed. Beyond practice and literacy, Zhao Jinghen devoted herself to the pipa, following the troop mistress's newly transcribed notation. The mistress had said this was Master Zhu's command. Every woman in the troop who could play an instrument had to practice these strange new pieces diligently. These past days, the mistress herself had been practicing frantically, as if Master Zhu had given her some directive. Every night before bed, she would teach Zhao Jinghen the pieces again. Because Zhao Jinghen had been noticed by Master Zhu, the mistress no longer dared to strike or scold her at will. But from her tense, anxious manner, it was clear Master Zhu wanted her to ensure everyone mastered these pieces. "Daughter, look, here's today's notation." Liu Yixi wore a somewhat fawning smile as she brought over the score. She'd previously refused to teach her notation skills. Now she was imparting everything she knew. "Rest a moment first, then practice with me. This piece is one Master Zhu specifically ordered us to master. You're my mainstay." Just as she was speaking, a strange whistling sound suddenly came from outside, eerie and bone-chilling. All three in the room involuntarily looked toward the window. The whistling came from the wilderness outside the city. Though it immediately drew the attention of the watchmen in the observation towers and the patrols, there was nothing else unusual. Zhu Ziliang, on duty in the city, immediately dispatched a mixed Japanese-Korean public security squad to investigate. Following the sound, they searched but found nothing. Hearing the Japanese NCO's report, Zhu Ziliang frowned. The whistling was too strange. It sounded like some sort of animal. But back when he'd been an American GI, he'd visited Jeju Island numerous times to enjoy the sea, sun, and women. He'd never heard of any animal on Jeju capable of making that sound. Low, eerie, with a goosebump-inducing quality of the uncanny. "Battalion Commander Kim, what do you think made that sound?" He asked Kim Yangju, who was on duty in the command room. As White Horse Battalion Commander and Jeju Military Affairs Clerk, Kim was an active member of the collaborator faction. Feng Zongs trusted him considerably. By a certain inertia, many committee members didn't trust collaborators from educated or propertied backgrounds. They basically still believed in the poorer, the more revolutionary theory. Kim Yangju didn't disappoint. Whether in training or patrols, he was always first. Though illiterate, He was eager to learn Mandarin and could already manage simple conversations. He stammered that he didn't know what had made that sound, but one thing was certain. It wasn't an animal. He'd been a hunter by trade, and after exile to Jeju, he'd continued making his living that way. There was hardly any animal on Jeju he hadn't hunted and eaten. But without hesitation he stood up. "I'll take some men and go look again." Hunters often traversed mountains and valleys, ate and slept rough, and ventured into places no one else went, sometimes at the risk of their lives. They tended to be polarized. One type was extremely superstitious, worshipping gods everywhere, full of taboos. The other feared nothing at all. Kim Yangju was the latter. Zhu Ziliang also found it strange. He was about to order some special reconnaissance personnel to accompany Kim when a sentry suddenly reported. Kim Osun had arrived with urgent news for the official. Kim Yangju's wife, daughter, and son now all worked for the new administration. The whole family were active collaborators. Kim Osun was young and clever, learning Mandarin far faster than her father. Feng Zong's had given her the title of Civil Affairs Clerk. For a time this became remarkable news among the Korean population of Jeju City. Because she was considered ugly, Kim Osun had always been mocked and despised. So she harbored an almost adoring fervor toward the committee members who valued and promoted her. Though her face betrayed nothing, her work enthusiasm astonished everyone who witnessed it. That day, she'd led several women's labor service team members to deliver meals to a canal construction site. Agricultural specialists from Lingao had arrived on Jeju and begun work on the first state-owned farm. After delivering the meals, she and her team headed back to the city. Before reaching the gate, she noticed a crowd gathered around an earthen mound outside the walls, talking animatedly. Seeing that many were labor service members, Kim Osun quickened her pace. Drawing closer, she saw that several Dal Haryubang stone grandfather statues outside the city gate had blood flowing from their facial features. The labor service workers and ordinary folk gathered around the statues were murmuring in consternation. Some found it curious, others were frightened. She thought the matter suspicious. Looking around, she noticed that though this spot was only half a li from the city gate, the numerous hillocks and scattered trees made it a blind spot for observation. In the past, walking by, she'd seen people come here to burn incense and kowtow. But she had no emotional connection to the statues herself. The peninsula had no such stone figures. When she'd curiously asked locals about them, they couldn't explain clearly either. Regardless, everyone was attached to the statues, believing them to be local guardians. People came regularly to burn incense and pray. Now the statue's features were suddenly bleeding, far too eerie. She stood aside, listening quietly, not hurrying to speak. As she pondered, she suddenly heard an elderly labor service worker exclaiming, "This is terrible, a great calamity is coming. Stone figures bleeding, a terrible omen." "Our Jeju is about to suffer a bloodbath," someone interjected. "Perhaps recent actions have angered the spirits." Kim Osun instantly began searching the crowd for the speaker but couldn't locate them. "That can't be right. We've all been law-abiding," the old worker said uneasily. "Since ancient times, high and low have been determined by fate. Those who would defy heaven and who build so extensively on the island, perhaps they've offended the deities. Lord have mercy." Vague yet clear, the words filtered through the crowd. Kim Osun immediately sensed something was wrong. Looking carefully, she spotted the speaker, a man who looked like a peddler or shop clerk lurking within the crowd. These words stirred great unease among the people. Everyone understood that defying heaven referred to the Great Song, or dwarf cropheads, who had landed several months ago, abolished the former public and private bondage system, and built extensively across the island. To be sure, nearly everyone present had benefited from these changes. But the Yi dynasty's common folk had been oppressed and constrained too deeply for a few months of propaganda to alter. With superstition now lending weight, an atmosphere of fear quickly spread through the crowd. Kim Osun, under her father's influence, didn't believe in ghosts or spirits. She'd been about to step forward and refute this, but then thought better of it. This matter was too suspicious. When official Feng had lectured them, he'd told them to remain vigilant, always on guard against counterattacks by Yi court remnants. So I hurried here to report. She recounted the entire incident in one breath. Zhu Ziliang was a banana. He didn't fully grasp the tactics of counter-revolutionary elements exploiting feudal superstition. But the situation reminded him of a psychological operation the U.S. military had conducted in the Philippines during counterinsurgency, leaving corpses disguised as vampire victims in guerrilla territory, creating mass panic and exodus among the local population, effectively undermining the guerrillas' social base. "How did the blood get on the statues?" Zhu Ziliang asked. "I looked carefully afterward. Someone must have put it there deliberately," Kim O-sun said. "The bloodstains were very fresh. It couldn't have been done long ago." Zhu Ziliang opened the map. The statue location was indeed a blind spot for the watchtowers. Not being an important position, they hadn't bothered to clear the sightlines when setting things up. The site was neither near nor far from the road, an accessible spot anyone could reach. End of chapter. Chapter 11-12 Case 315. The committee members paid close attention to this incident. Upon hearing the rumors, Feng Zhang immediately called a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Everyone agreed the rumors were suspicious, clearly carrying strong political intent. Given the content, it was probably the work of Yi court remnants on the island. Feng Zhang had been sailing along smoothly on Jeju Island, making quite a name for himself. The Jeju bow and arrow industry he'd nurtured had achieved remarkable results in recent months. From the Korean peninsula, they'd traded for a considerable amount of grain, mainly coarse varieties, and Korean ginseng. Though the committee had no use for ginseng itself, it could serve as a re-export commodity. Both Japan and the Ming had high demand for Korean ginseng at premium prices. However, the Korean market for bows and arrows was limited. Though the court had been strengthening military preparations against another Jurchen invasion, the Yi military's overall equipment level was low and their numbers small. Feng Zhang had been considering new market development, for example, the Manchu. Jeju Island, as a maritime node in Northeast Asia, could easily engage in three-way trade among China, Japan, and Korea by leveraging favorable currents and winds. Feng Zhang was not content to be merely a horse breeding base and supply port on the trade route. He and Liu Xiang had exchanged many long letters, discussing in depth how to develop local industry. Now Jeju Island had manpower and land aplenty. The collaborators, though they couldn't communicate easily, worked diligently. Local security was peaceful. As for the other committee members, Nanggong Wudi, Zhu Ziliang, Li Haiping, and Nick, they focused on their own departments and didn't interfere with civil administration. Feng Zhang handled everything large and small, walking with such purpose that dust swirled in his wake. He felt his protagonist aura was blazing brightly. He'd been ambitiously planning to visit the planning committee to secure some industrial projects for Jeju. Now the sudden emergence of this hostile faction felt like a club to the head. It wasn't fear, it was surprise. He'd thought everything was under control. He hadn't expected hostile elements to have been scheming in the shadows while he remained utterly oblivious until they made their move. The thought that if the hostile elements staged a great Jeju uprising, returning to Lingao, would be terribly embarrassing. Those opposition members in the committee who were always looking for someone to kick around would hold another hearing. Feng Zhang's first reaction was to immediately solve the case. But reflecting on it, he'd barely paid any attention to internal security work. For the past 2 months, he hadn't even met with the Political Security Bureau's special envoy once. At this thought, Feng Zhang broke into a cold sweat. At the meeting, the Jeju Forward Committee decided to take preventive measures and use this opportunity to strike hard at hostile elements. At Feng Zhang's insistent request, he would personally oversee this work. After the meeting, he immediately sent an orderly to summon the Political Security Bureau's special envoy, Liu Fuqing. The Political Security Bureau had dispatched a working group to Jeju. Their primary responsibility was screening and reliability assessment of refugees transferred from Shandong. Zhao Mangsheng had specifically noted in internal briefings that the biggest issue with Operation Engine was the possibility that some core members of folk religious sects might be among the transported refugees. So on Qimu Island, both Lingao Catholicism and New Taoism conducted heretical cleansing. The Political Security Group on Jeju performed rechecks, not only to catch those who had slipped through, but also to identify any former heretics who might have feigned conversion and were now lying in wait. Consequently, the Jeju Political Security Team was extremely busy. The special envoy heading the work, Liu Fuqing, was a naturalized cadre. He'd once been a scribe at the Nanjing Ministry of Justice. After getting caught forging case files, he'd been exiled to Laizhou garrison. Following the second anti-encirclement victory, he'd crossed from Zhuan to Lingao to join the transmigrators. In the purification camp, he'd been recruited as an informer. Due to excellent performance, he served as a full-time informer in the purification camp for over a year. After training courses, he was dispatched to Danju to build the Political Security Bureau's intelligence network. Because of his outstanding work, he'd been sent to Jeju as special envoy. Political Security General Bureau Sergeant, Jeju Special Envoy Liu Fuqing, reporting for duty. A seedy-looking, half-elderly man appeared at the door. Words that should have sounded authoritative came out feeble from his mouth. Feng Zhang briefly described the case and ordered him to solve it quickly. "You know, I've always attached great importance to internal security work. This case appearing is actually a good thing. It'll make our work more solid and careful. How's the intelligence network setup work I instructed you on earlier progressing?" Liu Fuqing was somewhat surprised, as he hadn't seen official Feng for over 2 months, just a single audience when he first arrived. As for specific instructions, there had been none. Fortunately, his work was directly under Political Security Bureau leadership. Whether Feng Zhang attended to this area or not, he could work methodically according to the orders and work manuals sent to him. But he was an old hand from the bureaucracy, a wily fox who'd refined his craft to perfection. A few thoughts later, he understood. Counter-revolutionaries had appeared on the island and had already taken action, yet official Feng had given no instructions on political security work for months. Wouldn't that look embarrassing in retrospect? Taking the hint, he immediately said loudly, "Report, we've implemented all of official Feng's verbal instructions. Rest assured, sir." He then reported on the intelligence network setup and development. Since Jeju's indigenous population was Korean, he was primarily recruiting informers from local collaborators and the refugee camps to organize information networks. Regarding this case, Feng Zhang felt the man was quite tactful and nodded. "We'll designate it Special Case 315. Do you have any leads, any suspicious persons?" "Report, sir, we do." Liu Fuqing then reported that the pleasure houses in Jeju City had significant issues. Merchants frequently gather there for drinking. Associates of the island's major landowners and ranchers are also active there, constant entertaining, and certain local cadres visit quite frequently. At this point he paused slightly. Information about local collaborators, improper conduct, had been included in every weekly internal security report. But official Feng had never given them specific instructions on the matter. He'd specifically reported the materials to Political Security General Bureau, but Wumu's office hadn't issued any orders regarding it either. Feng Zhang, hearing there were problems and not small ones, anxiously demanded, "Why wasn't this reported to me promptly?" Liu Fuqing hastened to reply, "I've included it in every weekly report to you, sir. You even gave verbal instructions once. You've been too busy with work. Perhaps you don't quite remember." Feng Zhang wondered what this was about. Then he immediately understood that Liu Fuqing's first statement was certainly true. He'd just been so busy with economic construction lately that he hadn't carefully read the internal security weekly reports for quite some time. As for the second statement, that was 100% false, Feng Zhang's thought. This fellow was indeed an old bureaucratic fox. He paused, then said, "You focus on solving this case. Start with the pleasure houses. I'll instruct all departments to cooperate fully with you." "Understood, sir." Liu Fuqing returned to his office, located in the residence of a fugitive